The Abatwa lived in the grasslands of southern Africa, where they became known as the tiniest hunters in folklore. These warriors stood no taller than an ant, yet they could kill creatures hundreds of times their size with their poisoned arrows. People both feared and respected the Abatwa because they would shoot anyone who failed to notice them or treated them with disrespect. The Abatwa looked like fully formed humans, but they were so small they could ride ants like horses and hide inside the petals of flowers. They carried tiny bows and arrows that fit in their small hands, and wore clothes made from flower parts and grass fibers. The men grew long beards that dragged on the ground as they walked, while the women kept their hair tied up with spider silk. The most famous story tells of a young man who almost stepped on an Abatwa warrior in the grass. The tiny hunter called out just in time, asking the man if he had seen him. When the man answered honestly that he had not seen him until he spoke, the Abatwa spared his life. The hunter explained that if the man had lied and claimed he saw him earlier, he would have shot him with a poisoned arrow. The Abatwa shaped how people walked through the grasslands, as travelers learned to move slowly and watch each step with care. Parents taught their children to be truthful and respectful to all beings, no matter how small, since an Abatwa might be listening. Hunters and farmers would leave tiny bits of food on the ground as gifts, hoping to earn the good favor of these small but mighty warriors. The cursed hunter Actaeon lived in ancient Greece, where he roamed the forests near Mount Cithaeron. His greatest skill, hunting with his pack of 50 trained dogs, became the source of his doom. The goddess Artemis punished him harshly after he stumbled upon her bathing in a sacred spring, an act that broke divine law. Actaeon began as a strong young man with dark curly hair and a hunter's keen eyes. After Artemis cast her spell, he changed into a large stag with branching antlers, soft brown fur, and the terrified eyes of a human trapped in an animal's body. His voice turned from human speech to the frightened sounds of a deer. The transformation happened quickly on that fatal day in the woods. When Actaeon and his hunting party split up to track different trails, he walked alone into a hidden valley. There he found Artemis, goddess of the hunt, bathing with her nymphs in a clear pool. Before he could turn away or apologize, she splashed him with enchanted water, changing him into a stag. His own hunting dogs, trained to chase deer, did not recognize their master in his new form. They picked up his scent and pursued him through the forest. Though Actaeon tried to call out to them, only deer sounds came from his mouth. His faithful hounds, now turned against him, caught their transformed master and tore him to pieces. This tale warned Greek hunters to respect sacred spaces and divine privacy. It showed how quickly fortune could turn, even for skilled and noble people. Hunters often left small offerings at Artemis's shrines, hoping to avoid Actaeon's fate, and parents used his story to teach their children about respecting the gods. The agropelter haunted the deep forests from Maine to Oregon, hiding inside hollow trees to ambush anyone who walked below. This fierce creature could throw branches and wooden splinters with the force of a cannon shot, making it one of the most feared beings in American lumber camps. Workers feared these beasts because many loggers died from heavy branches that fell on their heads, deaths the agropelter caused on purpose. The creature looked like a mix between an ape and a starving bear, with a thin but strong body covered in black fur. Its face showed an ash-gray pattern that looked like a skull, and its arms stretched out like powerful whips that could snap thick branches with ease. The agropelter moved so quickly that most people never saw it clearly, only catching glimpses as it darted between trees. One famous story tells of a pioneer surveyor who the agropelter caught and kept prisoner in its hollow tree. The beast fed the poor man nothing but raw fish until he finally managed to escape. This tale spread among workers in the woods, warning them to stay alert and never work alone near hollow trees. The agropelter changed how lumber camps worked in the northern forests. Workers began checking trees for hollow spots before cutting them down, and they always worked in pairs for safety. Camp leaders taught new workers to listen for the sharp crack of breaking branches above their heads, a sound that meant an agropelter might be ready to attack. Long ago, on an island in the Indian Ocean, lived the Almiraj, a magical creature that looked like a golden rabbit with one black horn on its head. This remarkable beast had the power to make all other animals run away in fear just by looking at it. The Almiraj lived on Dragon Island, where it shared its home with a fearsome dragon. The Almiraj stood out from normal rabbits in several ways. Its fur shone with a bright yellow color like sunlight on gold. The single black horn rose straight up from its forehead, sharp and dangerous. Though it had the soft, round body of a rabbit, its presence struck terror into the hearts of even the largest wild animals. The most famous story of the Almiraj tells how it came to belong to Alexander the Great, known in Arabic stories as Iskandar. The people of Dragon Island suffered because a huge dragon kept eating their farm animals. Iskandar helped them by feeding the dragon 2 oxen filled with sulfur and poison. After the dragon died, the grateful islanders gave him the Almiraj as a gift. The Almiraj shaped how people thought about the mix of beauty and danger in the natural world. Its rabbit-like appearance made it seem harmless, but its magical horn and frightening power reminded people that gentle looks could hide great strength. Stories about the Almiraj spread from Arabia through many lands, showing up in books and artwork for hundreds of years. In the lands of medieval Europe lived the Alacamelus, a strange beast that appeared in royal coats of arms and noble family crests. This creature combined the features of 2 common animals in an uncommon way, making it a perfect symbol for artists and storytellers who wanted to show both strength and humility. Noble families chose the Alacamelus for their banners because it stood out from regular animals. The Alacamelus had the head of a donkey, with long ears that stood straight up and a broad, gentle face. Its neck rose tall and proud like a camel's, leading to a large, humped body covered in thick fur. The beast walked on 4 sturdy legs that ended in camel's feet, giving it the power to cross any kind of land. Artists first drew the Alacamelus in books about family symbols called heraldry books. These books helped nobles pick special animals for their shields and flags. The creature became popular because it mixed the camel's ability to carry heavy loads with the donkey's patient, hard-working nature. The Alacamelus taught people that mixing different strengths could create something special. Noble families used it to show they had both the wisdom to work hard, like a donkey, and the endurance to carry on through hard times, like a camel. The creature reminded everyone that unusual combinations could make something more powerful than its separate parts.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The Amarok walked alone through the icy lands of the Arctic, where the Inuit people lived. This giant wolf had the power to sense every secret in its realm, making it different from normal wolves that hunt in groups. The Inuit both feared and respected the Amarok because it punished those who broke hunting rules by walking alone at night. The Amarok stood taller than any normal wolf, with thick fur that blended into the snow and ice. Its eyes glowed like stars in the dark, and its tail was strong enough to knock a grown man to the ground. People said it could carry a full-grown reindeer in its mouth as easily as a normal wolf might carry a rabbit. One famous story tells of a small, weak boy who met the Amarok while seeking strength. The great wolf did not eat him, but instead helped him by wrestling with him each day. The wolf's magic pushed small bones from the boy's body that had kept him from growing strong. After many meetings with the Amarok, the boy became strong enough to fight 3 bears. The Amarok shaped how the Inuit lived and hunted. Hunters always worked in groups and stayed home after dark because of the wolf's presence. Parents taught their children about the Amarok to keep them safe, and its stories showed people the importance of following rules and respecting nature's power. Deep in ancient Mesopotamia lived Asag, a demon so fearsome that waters boiled at his touch. He held the power to join with mountains themselves, creating armies of rock demons as his children. The people feared Asag because his very presence brought burning heat that could cook fish alive in their rivers. Asag's form was so ugly that stories said looking at him could make people sick with fever. His body joined features of rock and flesh in ways that hurt the eyes, and wherever he walked, the ground cracked and steamed beneath his feet. The heat of his body turned cool streams into boiling pools. The most famous tale tells of how the hero god Ninurta fought Asag in an epic battle. Ninurta carried a magic weapon called Sharur, a talking mace that gave him wise advice. Together, they faced Asag and his army of rock children in the mountains. After a mighty fight that shook the earth, Ninurta struck down the demon and saved the land from his burning touch. The story of Asag taught the people of Mesopotamia about the dangers of the harsh summer heat. When rivers ran low and the sun scorched the land, they remembered Asag's defeat and took hope. They believed that just as Ninurta had beaten back the demon of heat and drought, the cooler seasons would return to bring relief to their lands. In the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest lived Asen, a fearsome creature known as the Basket Woman. She had the power to move without making a sound, even through dry leaves and twigs. Parents warned their children about Asen because she hunted down boys and girls who didn't listen to their elders. Asen looked like a very tall old woman with long, tangled gray hair that hung over her face. She always carried a huge basket made of cedar wood on her back, and her fingers were as long as tree branches with sharp nails like thorns. Her eyes glowed yellow in the dark like a wolf's eyes, and she could smell children from far away. The most famous story tells of two children who stayed out after dark despite their mother's warnings. While they played near the forest edge, Asen crept up behind them without a sound. She scooped both children into her basket and began walking toward her cave. The clever children dropped small stones to mark their path, which helped their village tracker find and rescue them before Asen could eat them. The story of Asen changed how children behaved in the Pacific Northwest tribes. Young ones made sure to come home before dark and listened carefully to their parents' rules. At night, families stayed close to their fires and kept watch over their little ones, knowing that somewhere in the dark forest, Asen might be prowling with her empty basket. In the deep forests of Minnesota and Wisconsin, the axe-handle hound hunted at night for its strange food. This dog-like creature only ate wooden axe handles left outside by careless workers. Local lumberjacks feared losing their tools to this hungry beast. The axe-handle hound looked just like its name suggests. Its head was flat and sharp like an axe blade, while its long body looked like a wooden handle. Short legs carried it from camp to camp as it searched for food. One famous story tells how a group of lumberjacks tried to trick the hound by making axe handles from red oak wood. The beast hated the smell of red oak so much it stayed away from their camp forever. Other camps started doing the same thing to keep their tools safe. Workers began keeping their axes inside at night and watching their tools more carefully. They also told funny stories about the axe-handle hound around their campfires, turning their fear into jokes that made the long workdays more fun. The Baku lived in ancient Japan, watching over people as they slept. This spirit had the special power to eat bad dreams, which made people both respect and fear it. The Japanese believed calling on the Baku could save them from nightmares, but they knew they must be careful not to call it too often. The Baku looked like several animals mixed into one strange creature. It had an elephant's trunk and tusks, a bear's thick body, a cow's tail, and a tiger's sharp claws. Some people carved its image into wood or stone, and kept these carvings by their beds for protection. One famous story tells of a child who called the Baku 3 times after waking from a scary dream. The Baku came at once and ate the nightmare, letting the child sleep in peace. But the story warns that if the Baku stays hungry after eating a nightmare, it might also eat the person's good dreams and hopes. The Baku shaped how Japanese families dealt with bad dreams for hundreds of years. Parents taught their children to say, "Baku-san, come eat my dream," when they woke up scared. Many homes kept small Baku charms near their beds, but they remembered to call on the spirit only when truly needed. The ball-tailed cat roamed the thick forests of North America, from Canada down to Mexico. This rare big cat carried its most deadly weapon at the end of its tail, a heavy ball of bone and muscle that could crack a deer's skull in one hit. Native tribes both feared and respected these cats, as they hunted the same prey and could easily kill a person with their powerful tail strikes. The beast looked much like a mountain lion, with golden brown fur and a strong, muscular body. Its most striking feature was its unusual tail, which stretched longer than its body and ended in a round ball the size of a man's fist. Sharp eyes, like those of a normal cat, helped it spot prey in the dark woods, while its large paws let it move quietly through fallen leaves. One famous story tells of a young hunter who watched a ball-tailed cat hunt. The cat crept up on a group of deer, but instead of using its claws or teeth, it swung its tail like a whip. The heavy ball struck a buck's head with such force that it dropped dead on the spot. The hunter brought this tale back to his people, who then began watching these cats to learn new hunting skills. The ball-tailed cat shaped how many tribes hunted and fought. Warriors copied its patient stalking method, and some even made weapons that copied its tail's striking power. People believed that eating the meat near the tail would give them strength, though they rarely managed to kill one of these clever cats. Parents used stories about the ball-tailed cat to teach their children to stay alert in the woods and respect the power of nature. In the mountains of South France during the 1760s, a mysterious beast killed more than 100 people. The beast of Gévaudan hunted humans in broad daylight and showed no fear of weapons or groups. Even the king's best hunters could not stop its deadly attacks on farmers and children. The beast stood as tall as a young cow, with reddish-brown fur marked by dark stripes. Its large head looked like a greyhound's but with a wider mouth full of sharp teeth. Unlike normal wolves, it could leap over high walls and outrun horses. The king of France sent his best hunter, François Antoine, to kill the beast. After months of hunting, Antoine shot a huge wolf that he believed was the killer. The people celebrated, but soon the attacks began again, proving the real beast was still alive. Local people lived in fear for 3 years while the beast hunted. Children could not walk to school alone, and farmers carried weapons while working. Finally, a hunter named Jean Chastel shot and killed the real beast in 1767, ending its reign of terror. The dead creature puzzled doctors who studied it. While it looked somewhat like a wolf, its teeth and body were different from any known animal. To this day, no one knows if it was a huge wolf, a trained killer dog, or some other kind of beast. Deep in the forests of North America lurks a legendary being known as Bigfoot or Sasquatch. This massive creature stands between 6 and 9 feet tall and moves silently through dense woods. Native American tribes knew of this being long before modern reports began, with some seeing it as a guardian of the wilderness. Bigfoot has thick, dark hair covering its body, powerful shoulders, and arms that reach past its knees. Many people say it walks upright like a human, but moves with the strength of a bear. Its feet leave huge tracks in the mud, sometimes 2 feet long, which gave the creature its common name. The most famous encounter happened in 1967, when 2 men filmed a Bigfoot walking through Bluff Creek, California. Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin captured less than a minute of shaky footage, showing a hair-covered figure striding away from them. This short film started heated debates that continue today about whether Bigfoot really exists. This creature has shaped how many people think about wilderness areas, especially in the Pacific Northwest. Some towns hold Bigfoot festivals, build museums, and even pass laws protecting the creature. In Washington state, several counties have made it illegal to harm Bigfoot, showing how deeply this legend has become part of local culture. Scientists say Bigfoot cannot be real, pointing to the lack of any bones or clear evidence. But the legend lives on through thousands of reported sightings, drawing tourists and researchers into the woods each year. The story of Bigfoot reminds us that even today, some corners of our world still hold mysteries. In the dark corners of old English homes lived Bloody Bones, a fearsome creature that punished bad children. Parents warned that this monster hid under stairs and inside closets, waiting to grab young ones who told lies or used bad words. The mere mention of its name struck fear into children's hearts, making them behave well and stay away from dangerous places. This creature took 2 horrible forms. Its head looked like a raw, skinless skull with sharp teeth and burning eyes. The rest of it appeared as a bloody skeleton that danced in the shadows, its bones stained red from past victims. Some said it could split into 2 parts, the biting head and the dancing bones. One famous tale tells of a man who spread cruel gossip about his neighbors. Late one night, while walking home alone, he heard the click of bones behind him. When he turned around, Bloody Bones grabbed him and tore off his head as punishment for his wicked tongue. People found only his headless body the next morning. The story of Bloody Bones spread from England across the ocean to America, where it became part of Southern folktales. Parents used it to teach children about lying, swearing, and staying away from dangerous ponds. The creature found its way into slave stories too, showing how fears can move between different groups of people and change over time. The blue cap looked like a floating blue light, about the size of a fist, that moved through dark mine shafts without making any sound. Unlike regular flames that flicker and die, these spirits kept their steady glow as they drifted through the tunnels. When they settled on mining tools or coal carts, they gave off a soft, cool light that lit up the darkness. One famous story tells of a group of miners who left a fair day's pay in a quiet corner of the mine for their spirit helper. The blue cap moved coal carts all night long, doing the work of 3 strong men. But when the miners tried to reward it with extra coins the next day, the spirit stopped helping until they went back to paying the normal wage. The miners shaped their daily work around the blue cap's habits and rules. They kept a corner of each mine clean and quiet as a space for the spirit, spoke to it with respect, and always paid it fairly for its work. In return, the blue cap became a trusted partner in the dangerous world underground, helping the miners work safely and find the richest deposits of coal. Blue caps lived in the coal mines of northern England, where they appeared as small blue flames that could guide miners to rich mineral deposits. These mine spirits earned the deep respect of workers because they would warn them about dangerous cave-ins and help with the heavy work underground. The blue cap looked like a floating blue light, about the size of a fist, that moved through dark mine shafts without making any sound. Unlike regular flames that flicker and die, these spirits kept their steady glow as they drifted through the tunnels. When they settled on mining tools or coal carts, they gave off a soft, cool light that lit up the darkness. Near the German city of Brunswick stood a mighty bronze lion made over 800 years ago. This proud statue showed the power of Duke Henry the Lion, who ruled the lands of Saxony and Bavaria. People respected the lion as the first large bronze statue made in northern Europe since ancient Roman times. The statue stands nearly 6 feet tall and 9 feet long, its bronze surface once covered in gleaming gold. Its face shows a mix of power and calm, with an open mouth and a strong, royal pose that makes the lion look both fierce and noble. A famous story tells how Duke Henry met a real lion while traveling to Holy Lands. The lion fought a dragon, and Henry helped the lion win the battle. The grateful lion followed Henry home like a faithful dog. When Henry died, the lion lay down on his grave and died from sadness. The Brunswick lion became so important that the city put it on their official seal and coins. Even today, the lion remains the symbol of Brunswick, though the original statue now stays safe inside a castle. A perfect copy stands in the old spot, where people still gather to admire it and tell its tales. On the Isle of Man lived the fearsome Buggane, a giant shapeshifter who could tear roofs from churches with its massive strength. The monster haunted caves near the sea and punished both lazy villagers and those who offended the local fairies. It had one weakness: it could not cross water or walk on holy ground. The Buggane's true form was a huge black-haired beast with glowing torch-like eyes and sharp tusks. Sometimes it appeared as a large black calf, or as a man with a horse's ears and hooves, or even as a giant with bull's horns and gleaming teeth. At St. Trinian's Church, a Buggane made a powerful enemy. Angry at St. Trinian for saving a ship from its storm, the monster swore the saint would never have a complete church on the island. 3 times the people built a roof, and 3 times the Buggane tore it off. The roofless church still stands today. People on the Isle of Man learned to be careful with their daily tasks, fearing the Buggane's judgment. Stories tell of a woman who escaped death only by cutting loose her apron when the Buggane tried to throw her into a waterfall for baking bread after sunset. These tales taught people to work hard and respect both the monsters and fairies of their island. In ancient Korea lived the Bulgasari, a monster that ate metal and grew larger with each bite. This strange beast began as a tiny figure made of rice, but soon grew into a giant that no weapon could stop. People feared it because their strongest swords and arrows only made it stronger. The Bulgasari looked like many animals mixed into one huge beast. It had parts of a bear, elephant, rhino, tiger, and bull all joined together. The creature grew bigger and bigger as it devoured more metal, until it towered over villages. A Buddhist monk first made the Bulgasari while hiding from soldiers during a time when his religion was against the law. He shaped it from rice grains and fed it needles, watching it grow. When the government sent warriors to kill it, the beast ate their weapons and grew even stronger. The soldiers tried using fire, but the Bulgasari just picked up the flames and burned down a village. Some people say Buddhist monks finally found a way to stop the Bulgasari, while others believe it still wanders Korea today, eating metal and growing ever larger. Parents still tell their children about the Bulgasari to teach them that taking wrong actions can create problems too big to control. The cactus cat roamed through the deserts of the American Southwest, preying on tall cacti with its razor-sharp spines. This unique cat-like creature searched for fermented cactus juice to drink, making it nature's own moonshiner. People feared meeting it at night when it hunted for its strange meals. Looking like a mix between a bobcat and a cactus, this creature had a coat of sharp thorns instead of fur. Long spines grew from its legs, and its thick tail split into branches covered in armor. The beast's thorny body protected it from desert threats. Each night, the cactus cat slashed open tall cacti with its spiky legs and tail, leaving deep cuts in the plants. The juice would leak out and sit in the desert heat. Several nights later, the cat returned to drink the juice after it had turned into a strong alcohol. Desert travelers learned to watch for the signs of a cactus cat: slashed cacti oozing juice and the sound of wild yowling in the night. Some said you could hear the cats fighting after drinking too much fermented juice, their thorny bodies clashing in the darkness. The Camagüey lived on Chiloé, a group of islands near Chile. This mighty creature combined the strength of a bull with the magic of a unicorn, showing its power through a single golden horn that could heal any sickness. Local people both feared and sought the Camagüey, as its powerful horn could either harm them or save their lives when used in medicine. The Camagüey looked like a young bull with thick reddish-brown fur that shone in the sunlight. Its most striking feature was the twisted golden horn growing from its forehead, which glowed like a flame at night. Unlike normal bulls, it had webbed feet that helped it swim between islands, and its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light that sailors could spot from far away. The most famous story tells of a brave healer who tracked a Camagüey to its seaside cave. The healer threw a magical rope around its neck, but the beast fought back so hard it caused huge waves that flooded the shore. After a long struggle, the healer managed to cut off just a small piece of the horn, which he used to cure a whole village of a deadly fever. The Camagüey shaped how island people lived their daily lives. Farmers built special fences to protect their cattle from the creature's mighty charges, while healers spent years learning the secret ways to find and safely gather pieces of its horn. People also learned to listen for its distinctive cry, which sounded like thunder mixed with a bull's call, warning them to stay away from the shore during storms. In ancient Greece lived the Caledonian boar, a monster sent by the angry goddess Artemis to destroy farms and vineyards. This huge beast had burning red eyes, knife-sharp tusks, and bristles hard as iron spikes. It forced whole towns to hide behind their walls as it turned their lands to waste. The boar breathed out lightning that burned the fields, and hot foam dripped from its massive shoulders. Its huge muscles made its neck thick as a tree trunk, and its roars shook the earth. Even the bravest warriors feared its terrible strength. When King Oeneus forgot to honor Artemis in his harvest gifts, she sent this boar as punishment. The king called all the great heroes of Greece to hunt it, including a woman named Atalanta. She shot the boar first with her arrow, but when men tried to deny her the prize, fights broke out that led to many deaths. The story taught Greeks to respect their gods and warned about the price of pride. People kept the boar's hide in a temple for hundreds of years, and its huge tusks went to Rome as treasure. Even today, people dig up old vases and cups with pictures of the famous hunt painted on them. In medieval England, the Cala greyhound appeared on noble family shields as a creature of impossible beauty and strength. This beast combined parts of many animals into one magical form, showing the power of the De Vere family who used it as their symbol. No other noble house claimed this unique creature as their own. The Cala greyhound looked like nature had mixed together its favorite animals. It had the fierce head of a wild cat and the graceful body of a deer. Its front feet showed eagle claws while its back legs ended in lion paws or ox hooves. The creature carried proud antlers on its head, and a lion's tail swept behind it. Artists drew this beast in many ways, sometimes giving it eagle wings for flight, yet they always kept its main features the same: the cat head, deer body, and mixed limbs. The Cala greyhound stood for speed and power. two things that rulers wanted people to think of when they saw their shield. The De Vere family used this creature to show they were special among the nobles of England. Unlike dragons or unicorns that many families used, the Calais Greyhound belonged to them alone. It helped people remember their name and power, even if they could not read the words on their shield. In ancient Greece lived a sacred deer known as the Ceryneian hind, a magical creature bigger than a bull. This female deer had golden antlers that shone in the sun, and hooves made of bronze that sparkled as it ran. The goddess Artemis chose this special deer as her own, making it one of the most holy animals in the land. The hind looked unlike any normal deer. Its coat showed many pretty spots, and even though it was female, it carried proud golden antlers like a male deer. When it ran, its bronze hooves flashed in the light, and some stories say it could even breathe fire. The great hero Heracles had to catch this deer alive as one of his 12 great tasks. He chased it for a whole year, following it through many lands to the far north where snow never melts. At last, he caught the deer near a river called Ladon, being careful not to harm it since it belonged to Artemis. The deer changed how people saw the world around them. Its golden antlers and bronze hooves showed that magical things could exist in nature. Farmers who saw it running through their fields left offerings for Artemis, hoping she would protect their crops through her sacred deer. Deep within the volcanoes of Chile lived the Charuf, a mighty being of fire and stone. This creature controlled the power of volcanoes and could cause earthquakes at will. The Mapuche people, who lived in south-central Chile, both feared and respected the Charuf because it could bring destruction to their lands through volcanic eruptions. The Charuf looked like a human made of glowing rocks and flowing lava. Its body burned as hot as melted rock, and its eyes glowed like flames in the dark. When it moved through its volcanic home, the ground shook and steam rose from its footsteps, warning people that danger was near. The most famous story of the Charuf tells of its hunger for human flesh, especially young women who had never married. The people believed that to stop the Charuf from causing volcanic eruptions, they needed to give it what it wanted. They would bring a young woman to the volcano as an offering, hoping to calm the fierce creature's anger. This belief shaped how the Mapuche people lived near volcanoes. They watched for signs of the Charuf's anger, like rumbling sounds or smoke from the mountaintops. When these warnings appeared, village leaders would meet to decide how to keep their people safe from the creature's wrath. The Charuf taught the people to respect the deadly power of volcanoes and to stay alert for signs of danger. In ancient India and Ethiopia, a fearsome beast called the crocodile hunted both humans and dogs alike. This monster could copy any human voice perfectly, using this skill to lure people from their homes at night. No weapon could harm its strong body. The crocodile looked like several animals mixed into one strange form. It stood as tall as a donkey, with the thick neck of a lion and the strong legs of a stag. Its head looked like a badger's, and its mouth could open all the way back to its ears, showing a solid ridge of bone instead of normal teeth. Ancient stories tell of the crocodile calling out to people by name in the dark. When curious victims came to find the source of the familiar voice, the beast would attack and eat them. The crocodile ran faster than horses and fought harder than bulls, making escape nearly impossible. In Rome, the Emperor Antoninus Pius showed off a real crocodile to amazed crowds. The beast became so famous that people believed its eyes turned into magic gems after death. These gems could tell the future if someone placed them under their tongue. Today, we know these tales likely came from early travelers' stories about the spotted hyena. Like the crocodile, hyenas have strong jaws and can make sounds that sound like human laughter or speech. They also dig up graves and hunt in the dark, adding to their scary image. Deep in the Amazon rainforest of Brazil lives the curupira, a powerful forest guardian who protects animals and trees from greedy hunters. This creature's most striking feature is its backward-facing feet, which it uses to create confusing trails that lead hunters in circles. The curupira became the first magical being ever written about in Brazil's history, and today it remains one of the most famous forest spirits in South American stories. The curupira looks like a small man with bright red-orange hair that can burst into flames. Its most unusual feature is its feet, which point backward instead of forward when it walks. Many people say they have seen the Kurapira riding through the forest on the back of a wild pig, just like its cousin spirit, the Kaipora. One famous story tells of how the Kurapira stops bad hunters who kill too many animals. When it finds these hunters in the forest, it makes a strange, high whistle that echoes through the trees. The whistle confuses the hunters and makes them lose their way. Some hunters have gone mad from walking in circles for days, following the backward footprints that lead nowhere. The Kurapira's presence changed how people behaved in the forest. Hunters began leaving gifts of tobacco and strong drinks on forest paths to keep the spirit happy. They also made new rules about hunting: never kill more animals than needed, and never harm animal mothers caring for their babies. In the state of São Paulo, people respected the Curupira so much that they made it the official protector of their forests and wildlife. In the swamps between Maine and Michigan lived the Dungavanhooter, a strange beast that turned its prey to dust with one swing of its mighty tail. This fearsome monster had no mouth, but breathed in its food through two huge nostrils, making it one of the oddest hunters in North American folktales. Loggers and travelers feared this creature most when walking alone through marshy areas at night. The Dungavanhooter looked much like a giant alligator, but its head had some key differences. Where a normal mouth should be, there was only smooth, scaly skin. Its nostrils were as big as dinner plates, and its tail was flat and heavy like a wooden board. The beast's eyes glowed yellow in the dark, helping it spot victims from far away. The most famous story about the Dungavanhooter tells of its clever hunting style. The beast would hide behind bushes near paths that drunk men used to walk home from taverns. With one quick strike of its powerful tail, it would smash an unlucky victim into a fine mist. Then, using its massive nostrils like a vacuum, it would sniff up every last bit of its prey. People who lived near the swamps changed their habits because of the Dungavanhooter. They stopped walking alone through marshlands after dark, and those who drank at taverns made sure to travel home in groups. Parents used tales of the beast to warn children about wandering too close to dangerous swamps and to teach them about the risks of drinking too much. The dwarfs of Germanic folklore lived deep inside mountains and stones, where they worked as master craftsmen who could make magical treasures. These beings possessed great wisdom and skill with metal and gems, but they did not share their riches freely. People both feared and respected dwarfs for their power to create amazing things and their habit of keeping to themselves. A dwarf looked much like a human, but could be told apart by key features. They had very pale skin from living underground, and their eyes glowed in the dark like a cat's. Most dwarfs grew long beards, and dressed in fine clothes they made themselves. Though some stories say they were short, many tell of dwarfs who could change their size at will. The most famous tale tells of a dwarf named Alberich, who guarded a vast treasure. A hero named Siegfried fought him and won a magic cloak that made its wearer invisible. Though Alberich was strong enough to fight 12 men, Siegfried beat him and forced him to serve as his helper. The dwarf had no choice but to obey and share his wealth. Common people changed their ways because they believed in dwarfs. Miners left small gifts of food near cave openings to keep the dwarfs happy. Parents told children never to enter strange caves or talk to small men near stones, fearing the dwarfs might steal them away. Some folks even believed they could hear the sound of dwarf hammers working deep under the hills at night. When the sun rose each morning, dwarfs had to hide inside their mountain homes or turn to stone. This weakness gave humans some safety, as dwarfs could only come out at night to trade or cause trouble. People said a dwarf caught in sunlight would freeze forever, becoming part of the rocky landscape they called home. In the dense forests of Flores, Indonesia, lived small human-like beings called the Ebu Gogo, whose name means old glutton because they would eat anything they found. These fast runners stood as tall as a child, but showed great strength when they moved through the jungle. Local people feared these creatures because they would steal food and try to kidnap children. The Ebu Gogo looked both human and wild at once. They had flat, wide noses and large mouths set in broad faces, with hair covering their whole body. The female Ebu Gogo had very long breasts that hung down low. These beings could copy human speech like a parrot, but also spoke in their own strange mumbling language. One famous story tells how villagers finally drove away the Ebu Gogo. The people gave these creatures palm fiber to make clothes, knowing the Ebugogo would take it back to their cave. Once the creatures went inside with the fiber, the villagers threw fire into the cave. Most of the Ebugogo died in the flames, though some say one pair escaped into the forest. The Ebugogo changed how people lived in the forests of Flores. Parents warned their children never to wander alone, telling stories of how even young kids could trick these simple-minded beings. Villagers began blocking their cave entrances with stones, and kept fires burning at night to keep the creatures away. Some people today still avoid certain caves, believing a few Ebugogo might still hide in the deepest parts of the forest. The Entity Tiger, a mysterious rock art creature, lived in the caves of the Entity region in Chad, Africa. This powerful being combined the strength of big cats with strange magical features that set it apart from real animals. Ancient people painted it on cave walls to show their respect for its role as a guardian of sacred places. The creature appeared as a huge cat, 3 times bigger than a normal tiger, with special marks covering its body. Its head showed both tiger and human features, while its tail split into 3 parts near the end. Artists always painted it in red ochre, a natural red color from the rocks, and gave it spots like a leopard but stripes like a tiger. One famous story tells how the Entity Tiger protected a group of hunters lost in a sandstorm. The great beast led them to a hidden cave where water flowed from the rocks. When evil spirits tried to trap the hunters inside the cave, the tiger fought them off with its 3-tailed whip and mighty roar. The people of ancient Entity believed this creature watched over their water sources, which meant life or death in the desert. They left small gifts of food near cave paintings of the tiger before taking water from springs and wells. Hunters asked for its blessing before searching for food, marking their spears with red ochre to honor it. The Erymanthian boar lived in the thick forests of Mount Erymanthus in ancient Greece, where it made its home near a vast marsh. This massive wild pig attacked local farms and destroyed crops with its fierce strength and deadly tusks. The people of Arcadia lived in fear of the beast, as it would storm down from the mountains without warning to tear through their lands. The boar stood as tall as 3 normal pigs and had thick, shaggy fur that bristled when it charged. Its huge tusks curved up from its foaming mouth like sharp ivory knives, and its small eyes burned with wild fury. Blood often stained its bristles from the wounds it gave to those who tried to stop its rampages. The greatest story of the Erymanthian boar tells of its battle with the hero Heracles. The mighty hero chased the beast through the woods with loud shouts until it fled into deep snow. There, Heracles caught the tired boar, wrapped it in strong chains, and carried it alive on his shoulders to King Eurystheus. The king feared the boar so much that he hid inside a bronze pot when he saw it. The farmers of ancient Arcadia told their children about the boar to warn them about the dangers that lived in the wild mountains. They left offerings at temples of Artemis, the goddess of wild animals, hoping she would keep the boar and other fierce beasts away from their lands. Some people claimed the boar's giant tusks could still be seen in temples many years later, though others said these stories weren't true. In ancient Rome, fauns lived deep in wild forests and sacred groves. These magical beings could shift between helping and tricking humans who walked through their woods. People both feared and respected fauns because they could curse travelers with madness or guide lost souls back to safety. The faun looked like a mix of human and goat, with a person's upper body and a goat's lower half. It had curved horns on its head, pointed ears that could turn toward any sound, and legs covered in thick fur ending in split hooves. Most fauns stood as tall as a grown man, with faces that showed both wisdom and mischief. One famous story tells of a faun who found a traveler lost in a winter storm. While other fauns wanted to lead the man in circles until he froze, this kind faun lit a path through the trees with magic lights. The traveler followed these lights to find warmth and shelter, learning that not all wild creatures mean harm. Farmers and traders often left small gifts for fauns near forest paths, cups of wine, fresh bread, or sweet honey. They believed this kept the fauns happy and stopped them from playing tricks. People also thought fauns protected the woods and helped plants grow, so they tried to stay on good terms with these forest spirits. The Romans believed fauns answered to Faunus, their great god of wild places and growing things. Unlike his tricky forest servants, Faunus used his powers to help crops grow and keep farm animals healthy. This link made people see fauns as important helpers who connected the human world with nature's magic. In the dark halls of European science, a creature made from dead body parts became one of the most famous monsters in history. Built by scientist Victor Frankenstein in his lab, this giant being could think, feel, and speak like a human. People feared it because no one had ever seen anything like it before, a dead person brought back to life. The monster stood 8 feet tall, as high as a modern doorframe. Its yellow skin stretched thin over strong muscles, showing the veins beneath like roads on a map. Black hair flowed from its head, and its teeth shone white like pearls, but its pale eyes and black lips made it look deeply unnatural. The creature's most famous tale tells of its search for love and friendship. At first, it lived near a poor family and learned to speak by listening to them. When it tried to make friends with them, they ran away in fear. This rejection filled the monster with anger, leading it to kill several people close to its maker, Frankenstein. The monster's story changed how people thought about science and its limits. It made them ask if humans should try to create life, or if some areas of science might be too dangerous. The tale also showed how harshly people often treat those who look different from them. Even today, many use the word Frankenstein to warn about the dangers of science going too far. Within the mines and mountains of medieval Europe lived the gnome, a small but clever earth spirit with the power to move through solid rock as easily as humans move through air. These underground dwellers guarded precious metals and gems, sometimes helping miners find rich deposits of silver and gold. Miners both respected and feared gnomes, knowing these spirits could either lead them to wealth or play dangerous tricks on those who showed disrespect. Gnomes stood about 18 inches tall, looking like tiny old men dressed in miners' clothes. They wore leather aprons around their waists and pointed caps on their heads. Their faces showed the wrinkles of age, but their eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom born from centuries of living beneath the earth. The most famous tale of gnomes comes from the Swiss village of Pleurs, where these spirits blessed the local gold mine by pouring liquid gold into its veins. The villagers grew rich from this gift, but their wealth soon led to greed and bad behavior. Angry at how the humans had changed, the gnomes caused a great landslide that destroyed the entire village in 1618, showing their power to both give and take away fortune. The gnomes shaped how miners worked and lived their daily lives. Miners listened carefully for the knocking sounds gnomes made, believing these warned them about dangerous areas or pointed the way to rich veins of ore. They left small gifts for the gnomes and spoke politely about them, hoping to win their favor. Many miners refused to curse or act badly while underground, fearing the gnomes would punish them by leading them astray or causing cave-ins. The gold-digging ants lived in the sandy deserts of ancient India. These giant insects were the size of foxes and could find gold buried deep in the sand. People both feared and sought these creatures because the ants would attack anyone who tried to steal their gold, but the gold they dug up was more valuable than any other treasure. The ants looked like normal ants but grew as big as dogs, with thick fur covering their bodies. They moved quickly through the desert, using their powerful legs to dig deep tunnels in the sand. Their huge jaws could tear through earth and rock, bringing golden treasures to the surface as they built their homes. The most famous story tells of how local people would wait until the hottest part of the day to steal gold from the ants. During this time, the ants would hide underground to escape the heat. The gold hunters would rush in with fast camels, grab as much gold as they could carry, and race away before the ants could catch them. If the ants caught up to the thieves, they would attack both rider and camel. The tales of these gold-digging ants changed how ancient peoples searched for gold. Hunters would track the ants from far away, watching where they dug their nests. They created maps showing where the giant ants lived and passed these secrets down through their families. Many years later, travelers discovered that the stories might have been about large, furry marmots living in the mountains between India and Pakistan. These animals did dig up gold dust while making their homes, and local people still collect gold from their burrows today, but without the danger of being chased by giant ants. The Goldhorn lived high in the mountains of Slovenia, watching over the peaks of Mount Triglav with eyes that gleamed like starlight. This mighty white chamois buck bore horns of pure gold that held the power to unlock hidden treasure within the mountains. Both hunters and common folk spoke of the beast with wonder and fear, for its golden horns could bring either great fortune or deadly fate to those who dared pursue it. Like fresh snow given form, the goldhorn's white coat shone against the rocky peaks where it made its home. Its horns curved up toward the sky like twin golden crescents, catching the sun's light and throwing it back in blinding flashes. The creature moved with the grace of falling water, leaping across gaps that would stop even the most sure-footed mountain goat. The most famous tale tells of a young hunter who sought the goldhorn's treasure to win back his love from a wealthy merchant. After shooting and wounding the beast, he chased it high into the peaks, where red flowers sprouted from each drop of the goldhorn's blood. Before the hunter could claim his prize, the goldhorn ate one of these magic blooms, which healed its wounds and filled it with new strength. The hunter's greed led to his doom, as the renewed goldhorn charged at him with its gleaming horns. Blinded by their golden light, the hunter lost his footing and fell from the mountain to his death in the river far below. After this, the people of the valleys learned to leave the goldhorn in peace, seeing it as a guardian of the mountains that would punish those driven by greed. The golem lived in the Jewish quarter of Prague during times of great danger for the city's people. This giant being made of clay came to life through holy words and magic symbols written on paper, which gave it the power to protect the Jewish community from harm. The people both feared and respected the golem, because while it kept them safe, its great strength could also bring destruction, if not controlled properly. Standing as tall as two men, the golem's body was rough and brown, like the clay of the Vltava river that flows through Prague. Its eyes glowed with an inner light, but its face showed no feeling, and though it could walk and follow orders, it could not speak. The creature moved with heavy steps that shook the ground, leaving deep footprints wherever it went. Rabbi Lo created the golem to guard his people from attacks in the night. Each evening, the golem would patrol the streets of the Jewish quarter, using its mighty strength to stop anyone who meant harm to the community. Every Friday at sunset, Rabbi Lo had to remove the magic words from the golem's mouth to make it rest for the holy day of Sabbath, but one time he forgot. Without its weekly rest, the golem began to destroy the very streets it was meant to protect. It broke down doors, crushed market stalls, and scared the people who once felt safe in its presence. Rabbi Lo rushed to stop his creation, pulling the magic paper from its mouth. The golem fell apart, turning back into lifeless clay, and the people learned that even helpers need rest and care. Today, many say the golem still lies in pieces in the attic of Prague's old new synagogue, waiting to be woken if its people ever need protection again. The Jews of Prague kept this story alive through the years, as a reminder that power must come with wisdom, and that even the strongest protector needs rules to follow. Beneath the rocky earth of South Africa's Richtersveld region lives a mighty serpent known as the Grootslang. This giant snake guards caves filled with sparkling diamonds and precious treasures. Local people say it has watched over its riches since the beginning of time, and those who dare to steal from its lair never return. The Grootslang stretches as long as 5 cars placed end to end, leaving tracks wider than a tall man's height in the sand. Some stories tell of diamonds that gleam in its eye sockets like burning stars. The beast moves through underground tunnels that reach from deep caves all the way to the rushing Orange River, letting it appear and strike without warning. The most famous tale of the Grootslang comes from the Wonder Hole, a deep cave that drops straight down for 60 feet before splitting into many paths. A brave treasure hunter once went down into this pit using ropes and cables. He found a wide ledge where tunnel mouths opened like black doors, but when bats flew at his face, he dropped his light and had to climb back up empty-handed. The smell of sulfur followed him out, along with stories of the great snake that waited in the darkness below. The Grootslang's power shaped how people lived in the Richtersveld. Farmers kept their cattle away from the riverbanks where the snake might strike. Treasure seekers stayed clear of certain caves, fearing its wrath. Even today, when people see the mighty waterfalls at Augrabies, they whisper about the snake that coils around mountains of gold in the deep pools below, guarding its treasures for all time. The Hibagon roams the thick forests of Mount Hiba in western Japan. This large, ape-like creature first caught people's attention in the 1970s when it left strange footprints in the snow. Local farmers and hunters feared the hibagon because it could move silently through the trees and watched them from hiding spots in the dense woods. The creature stands about 5 feet tall, with dark brown or black fur covering its whole body. Its face looks somewhat human, but with glowing red eyes that shine in the dark. People who have seen the hibagon say it walks on 2 legs like a person, but its arms hang much longer than human arms, reaching past its knees. One famous story tells of a truck driver who met the hibagon on a mountain road in 1972. The creature stepped out of the forest and stood in front of his truck, staring at him with its bright red eyes. The driver said the hibagon beat its chest and made loud howling sounds before running back into the woods. The hibagon changed how people lived around Mount Heba. Farmers began working their fields in groups instead of alone, and hunters carried cameras with them, hoping to prove the creature was real. Some people even said they found strange hair and footprints, which made more people come to the mountain to look for the mysterious beast. Local officials set up teams to search for the hibagon, but they never found solid proof it existed. Still, many people avoid walking alone in Mount Heba's forests at night, and parents tell their children to stay close to home when the sun starts to set. The story of the hibagon remains an important part of the area's culture, showing how deeply this creature touched people's lives. The Hippolectrion lived in ancient Greece, where it roamed both the land and sky. This strange beast combined the front half of a horse with the back half of a giant rooster, giving it the power to both gallop and fly. Greek warriors respected the Hippolectrion for its mix of horse-like speed and rooster-like watchfulness, making it a perfect guard for their camps and homes. The creature stood as tall as a war horse, with the proud neck and strong legs of a stallion. From its middle backward, soft feathers covered its body, ending in a rooster's tail that curved up toward the sky. Its wings spread wide like a rooster's, but were much larger and stronger, letting it lift its heavy horse body into the air. One famous tale tells of a Hippolectrion that saved a sleeping Greek army from a night attack. The creature's rooster instincts made it crow at midnight when it spotted enemy soldiers sneaking toward the camp. Its horse-like stamping then woke the Greek warriors just in time to grab their weapons and fight back. The Hippolectrion shaped how Greek soldiers planned their defense. They carved its image on their shields and drew it on their tent posts, hoping it would keep them safe. Farmers also placed clay figures of the beast near their chicken coops and stables, believing it would protect both their horses and roosters with its mixed powers. The hodog stalked the forests of Wisconsin, where settlers first spotted it in the late 1800s. This fearsome beast combined the strength of a bull with the spikes of a dinosaur and the fierce hunting skills of a big cat. Local people feared the hodog because they believed it was born from the angry spirits of mistreated oxen, seeking revenge on those who had been cruel to animals. The creature stood as tall as a horse, with thick legs ending in sharp claws that could tear through tree trunks. Its head looked like a mix between a frog and an elephant, with a wide grinning mouth full of sharp teeth. Along its back, a row of curved spines stuck up like hooks, and its long tail ended in spear-like points that could slash through the air. Eugene Shepard, a local logger who knew the woods well, claimed to catch a hodog in 1896. He said he and his friends used special sleeping gas on a long pole to knock out the beast in its cave. Shepard then showed the creature at the county fair, where it drew huge crowds who came to see it move and growl behind its cage. The story of the hodog changed how people in Rhinelander, Wisconsin saw their town. They made the creature their mascot, putting its picture on signs and buildings. Today, a big statue of the hodog stands in front of the town hall, and many local shops and events use its name. The beast that once scared people now brings pride and visitors to the town. The homunculus lived in the secret rooms of European alchemists from the Middle Ages to the 1700s. These tiny beings came to life through a mix of magic and early science, standing no taller than a human hand. Alchemists both feared and wanted these small creatures because they could show the future and held the secrets of turning common metals into gold. The homunculus looked like a perfect small person, but its skin glowed with an odd green light. Its head seemed too big for its little body, and its eyes shone like bits of glass in the dark. The creature moved in quick, jerky steps like a puppet without strings, and its voice sounded like whispers through a reed. One famous tale tells of an alchemist named Wagner who made a homunculus to learn the secrets of life itself. The tiny being grew stronger each day and began to outsmart its maker. It learned every secret in Wagner's books while he slept, then slipped away into the night, taking all his knowledge with it. Common people believed homunculi brought both help and harm to their makers. These small creatures could find lost things, heal the sick, and speak with spirits. But they also tricked their masters, stole their wealth, and shared sacred secrets with strangers. Many alchemists wrote warnings about making homunculi, saying the price of their knowledge was too high. The Hydra made its home in the swamps of ancient Greece, where it grew new heads each time one was cut off. This giant snake-like beast had 9 heads to start, and each one could spit deadly poison. People feared the Hydra because it killed whole villages of people, and no weapon could destroy it. The monster's body stretched as long as 8 tall trees, covered in scales harder than stone. Its main head glowed with a golden light, while the other heads were dark as night, and had eyes that shone like red fire. Each neck moved like a whip, letting the heads strike from all sides at once. The greatest story of the Hydra tells of its fight with Hercules, a hero known for his strength. Hercules found that each time he cut off one head, 2 more grew in its place. He solved this problem by burning each neck after he cut it, stopping new heads from growing. In the end, he buried the last head, which could not die, under a huge rock. Greek people told stories of the Hydra to warn about problems that seem to grow worse when you try to fix them. They also used its poison on their arrows, and spoke of its blood as both a deadly poison and a healing medicine. Mothers would tell children to stay away from swamps and lakes where such monsters might live. In medieval Europe, imps roamed the shadows as tiny magical beings who loved to cause trouble. These creatures held the power to trick humans and play harmful pranks. While not as mighty as demons or as beautiful as fairies, imps earned respect through their clever minds and quick actions. Imps stood no taller than a child, with dark features and wild expressions on their faces. Like leaves blown by the wind, they moved fast and without warning. Their small size let them hide in corners, behind trees, or even inside common objects like bottles and swords. The most famous imp story comes from Lincoln Cathedral in England, where 2 imps snuck in to wreck the church. As they broke things and caused chaos, a tiny angel appeared and faced them. When one imp threw a rock at the angel, she turned him to stone. Today, visitors can still see the frozen imp high up in the church walls. People both feared and felt sorry for these creatures. Imps often felt lonely and played pranks to get human attention, much like children who misbehave to be noticed. Some imps became helpers to witches, acting as spies and message carriers. Others granted wishes to humans who caught them, but these wishes often led to trouble since imps could not stop their love of mischief. The jackalope roams the western plains of North America, where it combines the speed of a rabbit with the fierce horns of an antelope. This clever creature can copy human voices so well that cowboys often heard them singing around campfires at night. People both feared and admired these beings for their mix of cute and deadly features. A jackalope looks like a large brown rabbit with sharp, branching antlers growing from its head. Its strong back legs let it jump high and run fast, while its long ears catch every sound in the wild. Most stand as tall as a small dog, with antlers that spread as wide as a man's hand. The most famous tale of the jackalope began in the town of Douglas, Wyoming, where 2 brothers who stuffed animals for a living made the first known mount in the 1930s. They sold their creation to a local hotel for $10, and soon the legend spread across America. Hotels, bars, and shops began showing off their own mounted jackalopes. The jackalope shaped how people in Wyoming saw themselves and their home. The town of Douglas built an 8-foot statue of the creature and began selling fake hunting permits as a joke. They made the hunting season one impossible day, June 31st, and told hunters they could only catch jackalopes by offering them whiskey, their favorite drink. These crafty beasts left such a mark on local culture that Wyoming tried 3 times to make the jackalope their official makeup animal, though the law never passed. Today, the creature appears on lottery tickets, in movies, games, and stories, showing how a simple idea can grow into a lasting legend that brings joy to many people. The Jotun lived in the frozen lands of Norse myth, towering over mountains as giants of frost and stone. These mighty beings held the power to shape the very earth, creating valleys with their footsteps and mountains with their weapons. The first gods both fought and feared the Jotun, who ruled the world before Odin and his family claimed it as their own. Each Jotun stood as tall as many pine trees stacked together, with skin like ice or rough stone. Their eyes glowed like the northern lights, and their voices rumbled like thunder across the land. Some looked almost human but grew larger than houses, while others had many heads or limbs made of living rock. The most famous tale tells of the Jotun named Ymir, whose body became the world itself. Odin and his brothers killed Ymir, then used his flesh to make the earth, his blood to fill the seas, his bones to build mountains, and his hair to grow into forests. His skull became the dome of the sky, held up by 4 dwarves at each corner of the world. The Norse people watched the mountains and glaciers for signs of Jotun activity. Believing these giants caused earthquakes and harsh winters, farmers left out offerings of food to keep the Jotun from destroying their fields with frost, while sailors watched for giant hands reaching from waves during storms. The stories of Jotun taught people to respect the raw power of nature and remember that even gods must work to keep chaos in check. The Junjudi haunts the thick bushland of southeast Queensland, where this small but mighty spirit shows off its amazing strength. These beings can lift huge rocks and bend thick tree trunks as easily as a child picks flowers. People both respect and fear the Junjudi because no weapon can harm it, and it often plays tricks on humans who enter its territory. Standing no taller than a child's waist, the Junjudi looks like a small man covered in dark brown hair from head to toe. Its eyes glow yellow in the dark like a dingo's eyes, and its feet point backward instead of forward. Despite its size, its muscles bulge like twisted roots, showing its supernatural power. One famous story tells of a hunter who laughed at warnings about the Junjudi and camped in its favorite spot. The angry spirit lifted the man's heavy wagon with one hand and threw it into a billabong, a deep water hole. It then chased the hunter through the bush all night, turning him around until the man found himself back at the same billabong 7 times. Aboriginal people of the region carefully watch for signs of the Junjudi when traveling through the bush. Parents teach children to listen for its whistle, which sounds like a bird but comes from the wrong direction. Hunters leave small gifts of food near certain trees to keep peace with the spirit, and no one camps in places where backward footprints appear in the morning dew. The Jueyuan lived in the mountains of southwest China, where it became known as one of the strangest creatures in Chinese myth. This human-like monkey possessed the power to smell the difference between men and women, and would steal women from nearby villages. The people of this region feared the Jueyuan so much that they traced certain family bloodlines back to these beings. The creature stood about as tall as a human, with dark blue fur covering its body. Like a person, it walked on 2 legs and could speak clearly. The Jueyuan lived only as males, which explained their need to take human wives. They made their homes in mountain villages, away from human settlements but close enough to find mates. One famous story tells of a Jueyuan who tried to trick travelers by acting as a helpful ferryman. Night after night, this creature would carry people across a river on its back, speaking kindly and refusing any payment. A brave man named Huang Dunli grew suspicious of the ferryman's behavior. After watching for 3 days, Huang forced the creature to cross the river as a passenger instead. When Huang threw a rock at the ferryman, the Jueyuan showed its true form and met its end. The Jueyuan changed the lives of the women they captured in lasting ways. After 10 years in the mountains, these women would begin to look and think like the creatures themselves. Those who gave birth to Jueyuan children could return to their villages, but they had to bring their babies with them. The children looked almost completely human, and they all took the family name Yang. Even today, some people in southwest China with the surname Yang believe their ancestors include these mysterious beings. In the ancient forests of India lived Kabanda, a cursed demon with arms that could stretch for miles. This strange being once lived as a beautiful celestial musician in heaven, but his pride led to his downfall. People feared Kabanda because he grabbed travelers with his long arms and ate them whole, terrorizing both holy men and warriors who passed through his woods. His form was unlike any other creature in stories or nature. Picture a massive barrel-like body with no head, just a single yellow eye glowing from his chest, and a huge mouth on his belly. His arms could reach out like giant tree branches to catch his prey, and his dark skin looked like storm clouds. When he spoke, his voice boomed like thunder through the forest. The great hero Rama and his brother Lakshmana met Kabanda while searching for Rama's missing wife. The demon caught both brothers in his mighty arms and tried to eat them, but they fought back with their swords. They cut off his arms, and as Kabanda fell, he asked them to burn his body. When they did, the fire broke his curse, and he changed back into his beautiful heavenly form. Kabanda's story taught people that even the most horrible curse could end with kindness. After the brothers freed him, he helped them find Rama's wife by telling them where to meet Sugriva, a monkey king who would lead them to her. The demon who once scared everyone became a guide who helped two heroes save the world, showing that anyone could change for the better. In ancient Jewish tales, a magical deer called the Koresh lived in a special forest named Bei Eli. This rare creature had a single horn on its head and skin so large it could cover the length of 15 grown men lying head to toe. The Koresh shared its forest home with another mighty beast, a lion whose roar could shake cities. Unlike normal deer with 2 antlers, the Koresh stood out with its one great horn rising from its head. Its massive size made even the largest normal deer look small in comparison. The skin of this creature stretched longer than any other animal known to the ancient world. A famous story tells of how a Roman leader named Hadrian wanted to see the lion that lived with the Koresh. A wise Jewish teacher warned him this was no normal lion, but Hadrian insisted. When the lion roared from far away, its voice was so powerful it knocked down Rome's walls and made the emperor fall from his chair in fear. The tales of the Koresh and the Bei Eli lion taught people about respecting powers greater than themselves. Even mighty rulers like Hadrian learned that some forces of nature should be left in peace. These stories helped explain why certain places and creatures should remain wild and untouched. The sacred Khepri lived in ancient Egypt, where he pushed the sun across the sky each day as his most important duty. This beetle-headed god held the power to bring new life from death, just as the real dung beetle creates new life from waste. The Egyptians saw him as a key helper of Ra, the sun god, and believed Khepri kept the world alive by making sure each dawn arrived. His form mixed human and insect parts in an eye-catching way. Khepri had the strong body of a man, but wore the head of a dung beetle, complete with a hard shell and long feelers. Like the real beetles he copied, he often appeared pushing a giant ball that looked like the sun, using his front legs just as dung beetles push their balls of food across the sand. The most famous story of Khepri tells how he saved Egypt from staying in darkness forever. When Apophis, the giant snake of chaos, tried to stop the sun from rising, Khepri fought through the dark underground world each night. He pushed the sun up from the east every morning, showing his strength by never failing at this task even once over thousands of years. The Egyptian people looked to Khepri as a sign of hope and new starts. Farmers watched real dung beetles to guess when the floods would come, linking Khepri to the fertile soil that fed the kingdom. Common people wore small beetle-shaped charms for luck, while kings put golden beetles in their tombs to help them come back to life, just as Khepri brought back the sun each morning. Kumbhakarna lived in the ancient land that would become India, where he gained the power to sleep for 6 months at a time and wake with the strength of 1,000 warriors. People both feared and respected this giant demon because he showed great loyalty to his family, while also having the power to swallow whole armies in his endless hunger. As tall as a mountain and strong as an earthquake, Kumbhakarna had the shape of a man, but grew to the size of a titan. His mouth opened wide enough to eat 1,000 soldiers in one bite, and it took 1,000 elephants walking across his body just to wake him from his deep sleep. His name means pot-eared, because his ears were as large as great clay vessels. The gods feared Kumbhakarna's power so much that they tricked him when he asked them for a gift. They made him say the wrong words, asking for sleep instead of strength. When his brother begged the gods to show mercy, They agreed to let Kumbhakarna wake for 6 months of each year. During one great battle, he fought against Lord Rama's army, and beat even the mighty warrior Hanuman, before Rama finally stopped him with magic arrows. His story taught people about the power of family ties and doing what is right, even when it leads to hard choices. Kumbhakarna knew his brother had done wrong by stealing Rama's wife, but he fought to protect his home anyway. Even today, parents tell their children about the giant who chose loyalty over an easy life, showing that family duty matters more than personal gain. Across the green hills of Ireland, the leprechaun lived as a tiny magical shoemaker who kept a pot of gold hidden at the end of the rainbow. People searched for these clever beings because anyone who caught a leprechaun could win 3 wishes or find its treasure, but the creature used tricks to escape almost every time. Standing 3 feet tall, the leprechaun wore a bright red coat with gold buttons and a pointed hat cocked to one side. His wrinkled face carried a pointed nose, often topped with tiny glasses, and his skilled hands never stopped working on the shoes he made and fixed. In the rainy western parts of Ireland, he added a thick coat over his fine clothes to stay dry. The oldest story tells of how King Fergus fell asleep on a beach, where 3 leprechauns tried to drag him into the sea. The king woke up and caught them, but they bought their freedom by granting him 3 wishes. From that day on, people knew that catching a leprechaun meant winning wishes, but they had to be very careful with their words. These magical beings shaped how Irish people saw luck and wealth. Farmers and villagers spent hours searching for leprechauns, hoping to change their fortune. The shoemaker spirits played along, often sitting in plain sight while working on a single shoe, but they used clever words and magic to fool anyone who tried to get their gold. In the mountains of Cithaeron near the city of Thebes, a giant lion hunted both people and animals with equal hunger. This beast struck such fear into the hearts of local farmers that they stopped tending their fields and kept their children locked safely inside their homes. The lion stood as tall as 2 men, and had a hide so thick that no spear could pierce it. Its teeth gleamed like polished daggers, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural fire in the dark. Unlike normal lions that hunt at dawn and dusk, this monster stalked its prey at all hours. Alcathaus, a brave hero, tracked the lion to its cave after it killed his young son. The hero fought the beast with his bare hands since weapons could not harm it. For hours they wrestled on the mountainside until Alcathaus finally choked the life from the monster, though the fight left him badly wounded. The people of Thebes made Alcathaus their king as a reward for killing the lion. They hung the beast's huge pelt in their temple as a reminder of how one person's courage could overcome even the most feared monster. Farmers returned to their fields, children played outside again, and the mountain paths became safe for travelers. In ancient Persia, a fearsome beast called the manticore struck terror into the hearts of travelers and villagers alike. This mighty creature possessed the unique ability to shoot poisonous spikes from its tail like arrows, killing its victims instantly. The manticore earned its name from Persian words meaning man-eater, as it hunted humans above all other prey. The manticore combined features from 3 deadly animals into one terrifying hunter. It had the proud face of a human with bright blue eyes, set upon the powerful body of a lion with red fur like flame. Its most feared weapon was its scorpion-like tail, which measured longer than a man's arm and bristled with deadly spikes that could shoot forward, sideways, or backward. Greek writers tell of a manticore that Indians captured and brought as a gift to the Persian king. The beast proved so dangerous that its captors had to crush its tail with stones while it was still young, preventing its poisonous spikes from growing. Even without its spikes, the manticore remained deadly thanks to its 3 rows of sharp teeth and lion's claws. The manticore shaped how people lived in ancient times, forcing them to travel in large groups and avoid lonely paths where the beast might lurk. Stories say it could leap across wide rivers and run faster than any horse, making escape impossible. Only elephants could survive its poison, and only lions dared to stand against it in battle. The beast's voice added to its horror, sounding like a mixture of trumpet calls and pipe music that mimicked human speech. The Masingu wandered through the thick forests of northeastern America, watching over the wild deer and protecting nature's balance. This forest spirit held power over all woodland creatures and could speak with animals in their own languages. The Lenape people both feared and honored the Mesingwu because it punished those who killed too many animals but rewarded respectful hunters. Small but mighty, the Mesingwu stood no taller than a child, with its body covered in thick, dark hair like a bear cub. It always wore a red and black wooden mask to hide its twisted face, which showed anger on one side and joy on the other. The spirit traveled through the woods riding on the back of a pure white deer, moving faster than any human could run. One famous story tells how the Mesingwu tested a young hunter who had not made an offering before his hunt. The spirit sent all the deer away from the hunter's path, leaving him hungry for many days. When the hunter finally placed tobacco leaves as a gift to the forest, the Mesing led a fat deer right to his camp and blessed him with good hunting from that day forward. The Mesingwu shaped how the Lenape people lived and hunted in the forest. Hunters would leave small gifts like tobacco or cornmeal at the base of trees before they began their hunt. Parents taught their children to listen for the sound of branches cracking in the woods, which meant the Mesingwu was nearby, watching to see if they treated the forest with respect. Within an elaborate maze on the island of Crete lived the Minotaur, a fearsome creature that was half human and half bull. This monster dwelled at the heart of the labyrinth, a vast network of twisting paths built by a skilled builder named Daedalus. Every 9 years, 14 young people from Athens had to enter the maze as offerings to feed the beast, making it one of the most dreaded creatures in ancient Greece. The Minotaur had the powerful body of a man, but the head and tail of a bull, combining human cunning with animal strength. It stood upright on 2 legs like a person, yet its bull's head featured sharp horns and a mouth that could bellow with terrible force. Artists often showed the creature as muscular and fierce, emphasizing both its human and animal parts to create an image that struck fear into people's hearts. The hero, Theseus, finally ended the Minotaur's reign of terror in a famous battle at the center of the maze. The king's daughter, Ariadne, gave Theseus a ball of thread so he could find his way back out. He tied one end at the entrance and unwound it as he walked deeper into the labyrinth. After finding and killing the Minotaur with his bare hands, Theseus followed the thread back to safety, freeing Athens from its terrible duty. The Minotaur came to life because of pride and punishment from the gods. King Minos of Crete angered the sea god Poseidon by keeping a beautiful white bull instead of offering it as a sacrifice. In revenge, Poseidon made the king's wife fall in love with the bull, leading to the birth of the Minotaur. The creature's very existence reminded people that no one, not even a king, should ignore promises made to the gods. The monster's story shaped how ancient Greeks thought about pride and punishment. They built temples showing Theseus fighting the Minotaur and told the tale to teach children about bravery and keeping promises. The maze that held the Minotaur became so famous that even today, people use the word labyrinth to describe any complex and confusing path. Tales tell of the Monoceros, a powerful beast that roamed the lands of ancient Greece and Persia. No wall or armor could stop this creature, as its single spiral horn could pierce through anything in its path. Kings and warriors both feared and hunted the Monoceros, for they believed its horn held magic that could cure illness and show if food contained poison. The Monoceros combined features from many animals into one strange form. Its head looked like a deer's, crowned with that deadly horn in the center. The body matched a horse in size and shape, but its feet spread wide and flat like an elephant's. Behind it swung a curly tail like a pig's, and its coat shone pure white in the sun. Only one thing could calm a charging Monoceros: the presence of a young maiden. Stories say that when a pure-hearted girl sat in the forest, the fierce beast would come to her quietly and lay its head in her lap. Hunters used this tale to their advantage, placing girls near their traps to catch the mighty creature. People believed the Monoceros protected the forest from evil and kept the water pure with its magical horn. Villages near the woods left offerings for the beast and taught their children to listen for its heavy footsteps. Some even claimed that seeing a Monoceros brought good luck and promised a year of health and wealth for the whole family. It's believed the Moss people lived within as mysterious fairy folk with a special connection to trees. These small beings, known as Mooslight in German, could both heal and harm humans who entered their woodland home. Their very lives were tied to the trees they protected. If someone stripped the bark from a tree, a moss person would die. The moss people looked like tiny men and women covered in soft green moss from head to toe. Some appeared as child-sized creatures with gray, wrinkled faces and wild hair, while others were pretty and youthful. The women often carried baskets of wood on their backs, or sat at crossroads, spinning yarn with old wooden tools. One of their most famous tales tells of their endless flight from the wild hunt, a ghostly group of hunters who chased them through the forest. To escape, the moss people would hide inside trees marked with crosses by kind woodcutters. If a tree lacked this holy mark, they had to keep running until they found shelter or were caught by the hunters. The moss people shaped how German villagers lived their daily lives. They helped humans by teaching them which plants could cure sickness, and they would work at night to clean homes and care for farm animals. But people had to be careful. Giving these spirits bread with caraway seeds would make them angry, and they might steal human babies or send sickness to the village in return. The mountain giants of Norse myths lived high in the frozen peaks of Scandinavia, where they guarded vast treasures in their stone halls. These huge beings could control ice and snow, bringing winter storms down upon the villages below. People both feared the giants for their terrible strength and respected them as ancient powers who shaped the very mountains themselves. Each giant stood as tall as 30 pine trees, with skin like rough granite and eyes that glowed blue as glacier ice. Their hair looked like tangles of dark pine branches covered in frost, while their hands could crush boulders as easily as a child might crumble dried leaves. When they walked, the ground shook, and their footprints became deep valleys filled with snow. The most famous tale tells of a giant named Thrym, who stole Thor's mighty hammer and hid it deep in his mountain fortress. Thrym refused to return the hammer unless the gods gave him the beautiful goddess Freya as his bride. Thor, dressed as Freya, tricked his way into Thrym's feast hall, and when the hammer was brought out as a wedding gift, he grabbed it and killed the foolish giant. The giants shaped how Norse people lived through the long winters. Farmers watched the mountain peaks for signs of giant activity, knowing that their anger could bring killing frosts or avalanches down on crops and homes. Yet some giants also taught humans useful skills, like mining precious metals and reading weather signs in the clouds, showing that even these fearsome beings could sometimes help mankind. In the ancient lands of Australia, the Mungun Gali struck fear into the hearts of the Yuki-Onna people. This giant lizard, bigger than any goanna alive today, had 2 deadly weapons, sharp teeth filled with poison and a hunger that never ended. The tribes feared this beast above all others, as it could kill with a single bite and would eat until nothing remained. The Mungun Gali looked like a normal goanna lizard, but stood as tall as 3 men. Its rough, scaly skin shone with dark patterns that helped it hide in the shadows of the bush. Like its smaller cousins that still live in Australia today, it had strong legs for running and climbing, and a long tail that could knock down trees. The most famous tale of the Mungun Gali tells how snakes got their poison. Uyubului, the clever black snake, saw how the giant lizard kept its poison in a special bag in its mouth. While the lizard rested after eating, the snake promised to share a secret if he could hold the poison bag. Once Uyubului got the bag, he ran away with it, making snakes poisonous from that day on. The Mungun Gali shaped how the Yuki-Onna people lived and moved through their land. Parents taught their children to listen for the sound of its heavy tail dragging on the ground. Hunters learned to watch for its tracks, which looked like small canoe marks in the dirt. The story of how it lost its poison gave people hope that even the strongest enemy could be outsmarted. In ancient stories from Greece and Rome lived a strange creature called the Myrmecolion, or ant lion. This beast came from the impossible match between a mighty lion and a tiny ant, gaining powers from both parents. People found this creature fascinating because it showed how mixing 2 different beings could lead to trouble. The ant lion had the fierce face and sharp teeth of a lion attached to the small, hard-shelled body of an ant. Some stories say it grew as big as a regular lion, while others claim it stayed small like a large ant. Its 2 different body parts never quite fit together, making it move in odd ways. The most famous tale of the ant lion tells of its sad fate due to its mixed nature. The lion part of the creature could only eat meat, but the ant part could only digest grain. Because of this split in what it could eat, the The poor antlion could not find any food that would keep both parts of its body alive. This story taught people important lessons about trying to force things together that nature meant to keep apart. Monks and teachers used the antlion's tale to show their students how greed or wanting impossible things could lead to problems. Artists drew pictures of the antlion in many old books to remind readers of this message. The Nemean lion prowled the hills of ancient Greece, near the city of Nemea. This mighty beast had golden fur no weapon could pierce and claws sharper than any sword. People feared this monster because it killed anyone who entered its land, and even the bravest warriors could not harm it. The lion looked like a normal lion but much bigger and stronger. Its fur shone like gold in the sunlight, and its eyes glowed like fire in the dark. When it roared, the sound echoed through the hills like thunder, and its huge paws left marks in solid rock when it walked. The most famous story tells how the hero Heracles fought this deadly beast. He tried to shoot it with arrows, but they bounced off its magical fur. Heracles then followed the lion to its cave, blocked one entrance, and went in through the other. In the dark cave, he fought the lion with his bare hands and won by squeezing its neck until it stopped breathing. The lion's death changed how people lived in Nemea. They could now farm their land and walk the hills without fear. Heracles skinned the lion using its own claws, as no knife could cut the magical fur. He wore the golden pelt as armor for the rest of his life, and it protected him from all weapons, just as it had protected the lion. The ogre roamed the dark forests of European lands, using its mighty strength to crush anything in its path. These fearsome creatures stood twice as tall as humans, and could tear down trees with their bare hands. People feared ogres because they hunted at night and were known to break into homes to steal food and treasures. The ogre's body showed its savage nature through every feature. Its skin looked rough and gray like old tree bark, while its head bore a thick mass of wild hair. The ogre's mouth stretched wide with sharp yellow teeth, and its nose grew large and bulbous, helping it smell prey from far away. Their eyes glowed red in the darkness, and their massive hands ended in black curved claws. One famous tale tells of an ogre who lived in a castle and caught people who crossed his bridge. The ogre forced travelers to solve riddles or face being eaten, but he met his match when a clever child tricked him with a simple question about his own name. The child's wit made the ogre so angry that he stamped his foot and broke the bridge, falling into the river below. Villages changed their daily life to stay safe from ogres. People built high walls around their homes and never traveled alone after sunset. Parents taught their children special chants to ward off ogres, and hunters set clever traps around their land. Some towns even held yearly feasts to please the ogres, hoping they would leave the village alone for another season. Orcs lived in the dark mountains and caves of Middle-earth, where they bred vast armies for evil rulers. These fierce fighters could see in darkness and possessed strength greater than normal humans. People feared orcs because they raided villages without mercy, taking whatever they wanted and destroying everything else. The orc's body showed its cruel nature through every feature. Its skin looked rough and gray like old leather, while its face bore a wide mouth filled with sharp fangs. They stood as tall as humans but with longer arms, broader shoulders, and legs that bent outward. Their yellow eyes could pierce the darkest shadows, and their large hands ended in thick, jagged claws. The most famous tale tells of an orc captain who led raids against the horse people of the plains. He attacked at night with hundreds of his soldiers, burning farms and stealing horses. The orc captain met his end when a brave shepherd girl tricked him into following her into a trap, where the morning sun turned him to stone. Villages changed their whole way of life because of orc attacks. Farmers built tall walls around their homes and posted guards every night. People learned to fear darkness and always traveled in groups with torches and weapons. Some towns even trained special warriors who knew how to fight orcs, teaching them to use the orc's fear of sunlight as a weapon. The Oreads lived in the mountains of ancient Greece, where they guarded rocky peaks and hidden caves. These powerful nature spirits could blend into stone and make the ground shake beneath their feet. People respected them because they helped lost travelers find safe paths through dangerous mountain passes. The Oreads looked much like beautiful young women, but their skin had the rough texture of stone, and their hair flowed like waterfalls down their backs. They wore simple dresses made from mountain mist, and their eyes changed color like the sky above the peaks. When they walked, small flowers grew in their footsteps, bringing life to the barren rocks. One famous story tells of an Oread named Echo who lived on Mount Cithaeron. She fell in love with a young man named Narcissus, but could only repeat the last words others said. When Narcissus rejected her love, she faded away until only her voice remained, still echoing through mountain valleys today. Mountain people left small gifts of honey and bread for the Oreads to keep them happy. Shepherds asked these spirits to protect their flocks from wolves and keep paths clear of rock slides. Travelers would whisper the Oreads' names before climbing steep paths, hoping the mountain spirits would guide them safely through storms and fog. In ancient Greece, a fearsome guard dog named Orthrus protected a herd of magical red cattle on a distant island. This mighty beast had 2 heads and came from a family of powerful monsters. Unlike normal dogs that acted as simple pets, Orthrus served as both a guard and a warrior, striking fear into anyone who dared approach the cattle he protected. Orthrus looked like a large dog with 2 heads sitting on powerful shoulders, making him twice as alert as any normal guard dog. His tail sometimes appeared as a living snake, much like his brother Cerberus who guarded the land of the dead. Artists often showed him with sharp teeth in both mouths and eyes that could look in all directions to spot thieves. The greatest hero of Greece, Heracles, faced Orthrus during his famous 12 tasks. When Heracles came to steal the red cattle, Orthrus attacked him with both heads snapping and snarling. The fight ended quickly as Heracles struck the 2-headed dog with his mighty club, killing the beast before taking the cattle he guarded. The story of Orthrus taught ancient Greeks about the price of stealing and the power of bravery. People believed that even the fiercest monsters could fall to a hero who showed enough courage. They painted pictures of Orthrus on their pottery to remind themselves that no guard, no matter how strong, could stop a truly determined hero. The monster left behind an impressive family line, becoming the father of other famous creatures like the Sphinx, a riddling beast with a woman's head and lion's body, and the Nemean lion, whose skin no weapon could pierce. These children of Orthrus created their own stories and challenges for future heroes to face. In ancient Mesopotamia lived Pabilsag, a mighty god who ruled over the city of Larak and had power over both war and law. His greatest skill was his perfect aim with a bow, which made him a feared warrior. People looked up to him as both a fighter and a fair judge, bringing their problems to his temples for answers. As a god who walked among humans, Pabilsag looked like a royal officer in fine robes with a bow always ready at his side. In the night sky, he took a different form as the stars we now call Sagittarius, appearing as a mighty archer with a horse's body and a scorpion's tail. He wore this same shape when carved into ancient boundary stones that marked the edges of lands and cities. The most famous story tells of how Pabilsag fell in love with Ninisina, a goddess who could heal the sick. Each year, she would sail down the river in a beautiful boat to visit him in his city of Larak. Their love was so strong that other healing goddesses began to claim Pabilsag as their husband too, hoping to share in his power and fame. The people built temples to honor Pabilsag and his wife across many cities in their land. Farmers and city folk alike would bring gifts to these temples, asking the god to judge their arguments fairly or protect them in times of war. Even today, we can see how much they respected him because they named one of the gates of the great city Isin after him. The Patupaiarehe lived in the misty mountains and deep forests of New Zealand. These fairy-like beings could control the fog and mist around them, pulling clouds close to hide their homes from human eyes. The sun's rays could kill them, so they only came out at night or on cloudy days, when their sweet, haunting music would drift down from the hills. These beings looked almost human, but with striking differences. They stood as tall as people, but had very pale skin that seemed to glow in the moonlight. Their hair shone like gold, or blazed red like fire, and they never marked their skin with tattoos like the Maori people did. They wore red-dyed clothes made from flax and rough mats that helped them blend into the forest shadows. One of their most famous stories tells of a Patupaiarehe woman named Hinarehia, who fell in love with a human man. She lived with him and taught his people the art of weaving, but she could only work at night. When the villagers tricked her by hiding the morning light and keeping the birds from singing their dawn songs, she learned of their deception. Heartbroken, she flew away in a cloud back to her mountain home, leaving her family behind forever. The Patapaiarehe shaped how people lived their daily lives in New Zealand. Hunters and travelers avoided certain paths in the mountains, fearing these beings who guarded their lands fiercely. People listened for their flute music in the fog as a warning to stay away. If someone found a gourd hanging in a tree, or came across a neat row of plants in the forest, they left them alone, knowing these belonged to the Patapaiarehe, who might seek revenge if their things were taken. Long ago in medieval France, a terrifying beast called the Paluda lived along the river Wien. This monster could cause massive floods and shoot fire from its mouth, destroying crops and bringing famine to nearby towns. The people of La Ferté-Bernard lived in constant fear, as their city walls offered no protection against this deadly creature. The Paluda looked like a mix of several animals combined into one frightening form. It had the head and tail of a snake, but its body was as big as an ox. Green fur covered its entire body, with sharp poisoned spines sticking out through the hair. Its feet were wide and flat like a turtle's, making it strong both in water and on land. The beast's most famous attack happened when it captured a young woman named Lanielle, which means little lamb in French. Though the Paluda had killed many people before, this time proved different. Lanielle's brave fiancé discovered the monster's only weakness, its tail. He struck the tail with his sword, and the mighty Paluda fell dead at the bridge of Ivry-l'Évêque. The Paluda's reign of terror changed how people lived in the region for generations. Farmers lost entire flocks of sheep to its attacks, while families feared letting their children play outside. The people of La Ferté-Bernard and Conneray celebrated its death for many years after, and stories say they preserved the beast's body as proof of their victory. Along the forested paths of ancient China lived the Pengho, a mysterious tree spirit that watched over the woods. These beings had the strange power to blend perfectly with tree bark, becoming completely hidden from human eyes. People feared meeting a Pengho in the forest because these spirits guarded their trees fiercely and would attack anyone who tried to cut them down. The Pengho looked like nothing else in nature, with the face of a person but the body of a dog. Its skin matched the color and texture of tree bark so well that even when someone looked right at it, they might think they were just seeing knots and patterns in the wood. When it moved, it could run on all fours like a dog or stand upright like a person. One famous story tells of a woodcutter who ignored warnings about the Pengho's forest. As he raised his axe to cut down an ancient tree, a Pengho appeared from the bark and chased him away. The spirit ran after him on 4 legs but stood up on 2 feet to speak with a human voice, warning him never to return. The Pengho changed how people treated the forests in ancient China. Woodcutters learned to ask permission before cutting trees and would leave offerings at the base of old trees. People began to see forests not just as resources to use, but as places where spirits lived and watched, helping to protect many old growth forests for future generations. In the forests of Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina lives a tricky night spirit called the Pombero. This small creature can turn invisible, slip through tiny spaces, and move without making a sound. People both fear and respect the Pombero because it can either cause trouble for those who ignore it or protect those who treat it well. The Pombero looks like a short, ugly human with very hairy hands and feet. Its small arms and furry feet help it sneak around in total silence. The spirit can copy any birdsong perfectly, especially the calls of night birds, and often warns of its presence with a soft whistle. The spirit loves to play tricks on farmers who fail to respect it. It sets their cows free, steals their eggs and honey, and scares their horses until the riders fall off. But farmers who leave gifts of rum, cigars, or honey for the Pombero find their homes and animals stay safe. Some lucky farmers even receive gifts from the spirit in return. Even today, many people in rural Paraguay believe strongly in the Pombero. They leave offerings every night to keep the spirit happy and protect their farms. The Pombero has become such an important part of daily life that parents teach their children to respect birds and nature, warning them that the Pombero watches over the forest and punishes those who harm its creatures. The Soglav roamed the dark caves of the Balkans, striking fear into people across Bosnia and Montenegro. This flesh-eating monster had the strange power to see in total darkness with its single eye, which glowed like a red coal in the night. Village folk feared this beast above all others because it hunted both the living and the dead, digging up graves to feed its endless hunger. Unlike any natural creature, the Soglav combined parts of many animals into one terrifying form. It walked on horses' legs but had a human body, topped with the head of a huge dog. In its mouth gleamed teeth made of iron, sharp as knives, while a single large eye sat in the middle of its forehead, scanning the darkness for prey. One famous tale tells of a young shepherd who found strange tracks leading to a cave mouth after several of his sheep went missing. Following the prince, he discovered a Soglav's lair filled with gems that sparkled even without light. The shepherd tried to steal some jewels, but the monster caught his scent and chased him for 3 days through the mountains before he finally escaped. The Soglav shaped how mountain people lived their daily lives in the Balkans. Villagers blocked their cave entrances with heavy stones, buried their dead deeper than usual, and never traveled alone after dark. Parents used stories of the Soglav to keep children from wandering too far from home, especially near caves or old burial grounds. According to Brazilians' lore, in the forests of Brazil lives a magical being who rides dust storms and plays endless tricks. The Sachi appears as a small, one-legged man who can vanish and reappear at will using his bright red cap. People both fear and laugh at this creature, who causes mischief wherever he goes, but also grants wishes to anyone clever enough to catch him. Picture a skilled acrobat dressed all in black, balanced perfectly on a single leg while smoking a pipe. The Sachi's most striking features are his magical red cap, which gives off a faint glow, and the strange holes in his palms through which he loves to pass burning matches. Despite missing a leg, he moves with incredible speed and can even ride horses bareback while sitting cross-legged. The most famous tales of the Sachi tell of his endless pranks in farms and homes across Brazil. He sneaks into kitchens to spoil milk and burn food, tangles sewing threads, turns nails point up on the ground, and prevents popcorn from popping. When he spins in circles, he creates small whirlwinds of dust that race across the land, and some say you can trap him by throwing a blessed rosary into these dust devils. Brazilian families learned to live with the Sachi's tricks by finding clever ways to stop him. They discovered he could not cross streams of water, and they could slow him down by dropping knotted ropes, which he felt forced to untie. Some people left him gifts of sugarcane rum, called cachaça, or tobacco for his pipe to keep him happy. Those who managed to steal his cap or trap him in a bottle could either gain a loyal friend or make a dangerous enemy, depending on how they treated him. The Sarangay lived in the deep forests of the Philippines, where it guarded precious gems that grew from its ears. This mighty beast combined the strength of a water buffalo with human-like thinking, making it one of the most feared creatures in Filipino stories. People both feared and respected the Sarangay because it showed no mercy to those who tried to steal its treasures. The Sarangay looked like a giant water buffalo standing on 2 legs, much like a human. Its dark fur covered muscles as strong as 10 men, and bright gems sparkled from its long ears. When angry, thick smoke poured from its wide nostrils, and its eyes glowed red like hot coals. In the most famous tale, a group of hunters tried to steal the Sarangay's ear gems while it slept. The beast woke up and chased them through the forest, smoke streaming from its nose. All but one hunter died, and he lived to warn others never to disturb the Sarangay's rest or touch its precious gems. Filipino villagers changed their hunting paths to avoid the Sarangay's territory, and parents taught their children to respect the forest's treasures. Hunters made offerings before entering the deep woods, hoping to keep the mighty beast calm. Even today, Filipino stories warn against greed by telling tales of the gem-guarding Sarangay. A satyr looked like a strange mix of human and goat, with the upper body of a man and the legs of a goat ending in hard black hooves. Male satyrs had thick beards, curved horns on their heads, and long pointed ears that could catch the tiniest sounds in the forest. Their eyes glowed like amber in the dark, and their skin turned brown from days spent in the sun. The most famous story of the satyrs tells of a contest between the satyr Marsyas and the god Apollo, Marsyas found a magic flute and learned to play it so well that he thought he could beat Apollo, the god of music, in a contest. Apollo won the contest but became so angry at Marsyas's pride that he punished the satyr harshly, showing both gods and humans the danger of challenging the gods. Greek farmers left small gifts of wine and honey for the satyrs, hoping to keep these magical beings happy. The creatures taught humans about the healing powers of plants and showed them which mushrooms were safe to eat. People also learned to stay away from the deep woods at noon when satyrs took their daily rest, as they might curse anyone who disturbed their sleep. Female satyrs, called satyresses, protected young animals and helped plants grow in spring. They had softer features than male satyrs, with small horns hidden by flowing hair and gentler voices that could calm scared children lost in the woods. Unlike the male satyrs who often caused trouble, satyresses helped mothers find herbs to heal their sick babies. In the hot deserts of ancient Mesopotamia lived the fierce scorpion men, mighty guards who watched over the rising and setting sun. These beings held the power to spot danger from miles away, their eyes sharp enough to see through any trick or disguise. People both feared and respected them because they could kill with a single sting, yet they also protected travelers who proved themselves worthy. Their bodies showed a strange mix of human and beast. From the waist up, they looked like strong warriors with human faces and arms. Below the waist, they had the body of a giant scorpion, complete with 8 legs and a long tail that curved up over their backs. Their dark shells gleamed like polished metal in the sun. The most famous tale of the scorpion men tells of how they guarded the mountain pass that led to the Garden of the Gods. When the hero Gilgamesh tried to pass through, they stopped him and tested his courage. Though they could have killed him with their stings, they saw his brave heart and let him continue his journey. The scorpion men shaped how desert people lived their daily lives. Travelers would leave small gifts at the edge of the desert, hoping to win their protection. Parents told their children to be honest and brave like those who passed the scorpion men's test. Some people even carved their image above their doors to guard their homes. In the shadows of Philippine forests and villages, the Sigbin hunts for its next meal under the light of the moon. This creature drinks the blood of its victims and can turn invisible at will, making it impossible to catch. Filipino families feared the Sigbin because it preyed on young children, sneaking into homes late at night when everyone slept. The Sigbin looks like a mix between a goat and a large dog, but with strange twists to its body. Its head hangs between its back legs, forcing it to walk backward, while its front legs bend like human knees. A long, whip-like tail curls over its back, and its glowing red eyes shine in the dark like burning coals. The most chilling story of the Sigbin tells of a mother who heard her baby crying in the night. When she reached the child's bed, she found only empty blankets and tiny drops of blood on the floor. Outside, she saw 2 red eyes glowing in the dark, and heard the snap of the Sigbin's tail as it vanished into the forest with her child. Village people hung special charms made of garlic and sharp thorns around their windows and doors to keep the Sigbin away. Parents warned their children never to answer if they heard strange sounds at night, and some families kept dogs to alert them when a Sigbin came near. Even today, some Filipino elders still tell their grandchildren to be home before dark when the Sigbin begins its hunt. In northern Sweden's dim forests, the Skvader confused hunters with its strange mix of animal parts. This magical beast could both hop like a rabbit and soar through the air, making it nearly impossible to catch. Local people spoke of the Skvader with wonder, as only the most skilled hunter claimed to have ever shot one. The Skvader looks like nature mixed up 2 different animals in a dream. Its front half shows the strong legs and furry body of a brown hare, perfect for jumping through forest paths. But from its middle back, the creature sprouts the feathered wings and fan-shaped tail of a wood grouse, a large forest bird, giving it the power to escape both on land and in air. One famous tale tells of hunter Håkan Dalmark's lucky shot in 1874, near the town of Sundsvall. As his story goes, he tracked unusual footprints in the snow that turned into bird tracks, and then back to rabbit prints. When he finally spotted the beast, it tried to escape by first running, then taking flight. But his arrow struck true. The people of Sundsvall took such pride in their local legend that they asked a skilled taxidermist to create a Skvader for their museum. This model, made in 1918, still draws visitors today who want to see what such a creature might have looked like. Parents now tell their children to watch closely in the woods at dusk, when the skvader might appear in the mix of day and night. Families in the area began placing carved wooden skvaders above their doorways as signs of good luck in hunting. They believed that showing respect to this clever creature would help them track regular game more easily. These carvings became so popular that the skvader turned into a symbol of the region, appearing on local signs and artwork. Spriggans lived in the stone ruins and old burial grounds of Cornwall, England, where they guarded buried treasure with magical powers that let them grow from tiny to giant size in moments. People both feared and avoided these creatures because they had evil tempers and used their powers to harm anyone who came too close to their homes or treasures. These fairy-like beings looked like small, ugly old men with heads too big for their bodies, giving them a strange, childlike look. When they grew angry, they could make themselves as tall as trees, turning from the size of a child's doll to the height of a house in the blink of an eye. The most famous tale of the Spriggans took place at Trencrom Hill, where a group of these creatures caught a woman trying to steal their gold. Instead of running away, she turned her clothes inside out, which Spriggans could not stand near, just as they could not bear the touch of iron. This clever trick forced them to leave their treasure behind, making her the only person known to have gotten the better of these mean-spirited beings. Farmers and travelers lived in fear of Spriggans, who showed no mercy to those who crossed them. They sent wild storms to destroy crops, created whirlwinds to frighten people on the road, and even stole human babies, leaving their own ugly children in their place. If a building fell down or cattle went missing, people blamed the Spriggans. On the darkest nights of winter, people who walked near old mines could hear Spriggans singing from deep underground, where they held their own special church services. Though they lived near mines, the Spriggans were different from the friendly mine spirits called knockers, who helped miners find tin and kept them safe underground. The Stick Indians roamed the thick forests of the Pacific Northwest, where massive trees created endless shadows. These woodland spirits could melt out from tree roots and thorny bushes when travelers passed by. People feared them because they used whistles and animal calls to lead hunters away from their camps at night. These beings looked like tall, lean shadows that moved between trees without making a sound. Their bodies seemed made of twisted branches and dark bark, helping them blend into the forest. Their eyes glowed like tiny flames, and their long fingers ended in sharp wooden points that could tear through flesh. One famous story tells of a hunter who heard what sounded like his friend whistling for help deep in the woods. When he followed the sound, he found himself walking in circles until morning. Each time he tried to turn back, another whistle came from a different direction. Only the first light of dawn saved him, as Stick Indians could not stay in their solid form once the sun rose. The threat of Stick Indians shaped how native tribes moved through the forests. No one traveled alone after dark, and hunters learned to ignore any calls that came after sunset. Parents taught their children to stuff their ears with cloth if they heard whistling at night, and many tribes banned mimicking bird calls after dark to avoid drawing these spirits near. The tall man stalks the rainforests of Queensland, Australia, where native Aboriginal people have feared him for thousands of years. He slips out from narrow spaces between rocks and deep shadows when night falls, using his enormous height to tower over the treetops. His power to stretch himself taller than the highest trees lets him spot people trying to hide from him, making him one of the most feared spirits in Aboriginal stories. His body looks like a very thin black shadow that can change its shape at will. When he stands straight, he reaches far above the forest canopy, but he can also shrink down small enough to slide through tiny cracks in stone. His fingers stretch out like long branches, and his eyes glow red in the darkness, making him easy to spot but impossible to escape. One famous story tells of a young hunter who stayed in the forest after sunset, breaking a sacred rule. The tall man found him and chased him through the trees, stretching higher and higher to keep the hunter in sight. Though the hunter ran for hours and tried to hide in a hollow tree, the tall man's long fingers reached inside and pulled him out, and the hunter was never seen again. The tall man changed how Aboriginal people lived their daily lives. Tribes created strict rules about staying out of the rainforest at night, and parents taught their children to listen for his soft footsteps in the dark. People learned to block all cracks and gaps in their homes, since the tall man could make himself thin enough to slip through any opening left uncovered. The fear of the tall man kept people safe from the real dangers of the rainforest at night, like poisonous snakes and getting lost in the dark. Elders used his story to teach young people to respect the forest's power and follow tribal laws that helped their communities survive in a dangerous land. In the ancient forest of Bay Ilai, a massive lion known as Tigris ruled over all other creatures with its mighty roar that could shake the earth itself. This beast stood as tall as 3 men and possessed the power to make the ground tremble when it walked. People both feared and respected Tigris because its roar could split rocks and cause trees to fall. Unlike normal lions, Tigris had fur that shone like polished bronze in the sunlight, and each of its teeth was as long as a man's arm. Its paws left prints deep enough to form small ponds when it rained, and its tail could sweep aside whole groups of trees like they were twigs. Its eyes glowed with an inner fire that could be seen from far away at night. The most famous tale of Tigris tells of the time it faced a group of hunters who tried to catch it in nets made of bronze chains. The great beast broke free with one mighty shake, then roared so powerfully that the hunters dropped their weapons and ran away in fear. The echo of that roar rang through the forest for 7 days, and even the birds stopped singing during that time. People changed their whole way of life because of Tigris. They built their homes far from the paths where it walked and taught their children to listen for the sound of its footsteps. Hunters would leave offerings of meat at the edge of the forest before they went hunting, hoping to win its favor. Those who showed respect to Tigris often found good hunting, while those who ignored these rules faced its anger. According to locals, deep in the mountains and rainforests of the Philippines lives the Tikbalang, a spirit that leads travelers away from their paths. This tall forest creature can make people walk in circles for hours, no matter which way they try to go. The Tikbalang guards sacred trees and nature spots, keeping watch over its domain with clever tricks and scary appearances. The Tikbalang looks like a mix between a human and a horse, with strange body parts that make it hard to miss. It stands very tall on 2 legs, with a horse's head sitting on top of a human-like body. Its legs stretch so long that when it squats down, its knees rise above its head. A mane of sharp spines runs down its back, with 3 special spines that hold magical powers. The most famous story about the Tikbalang tells how brave humans can catch and tame this mighty beast. A person must jump onto the Tikbalang's back and hold tight with a magic rope, while the creature flies through the air, twisting and fighting to throw them off. If the rider stays on until the Tikbalang gives up, they gain a powerful servant for life. Some say pulling the 3 golden hairs from its mane will also make the Tikbalang serve you forever. Filipino people changed their actions in daily life because they believed in the Tikbalang's power. They would wear their shirts inside out when walking in the forest to stop the spirit from tricking them. People also asked out loud for permission to pass through the woods and stayed quiet on forest paths to avoid making the Tikbalang angry. Even today, when rain falls from a clear sky, Filipino people say a Tikbalang must be getting married. This mix of fear and respect for the Tikbalang shows how nature spirits shaped life in the Philippines. Each large tree might house a Tikbalang guardian, watching over the wild places where humans and spirits meet. People learned to move carefully through these spaces, knowing that showing respect to the Tikbalang meant having a safer journey through its forest home. The Tokoloshe haunted the villages of South Africa, using magic to become invisible at will. This small but mighty spirit could slip into homes at night through the tiniest cracks and gaps. The Zulu people both feared and sought help from the Tokoloshe, as some believed it could bring both curses and good fortune to those who knew how to work with it. The creature stood no taller than a young child, with thick dark hair covering its small but strong body. Its feet pointed backward instead of forward, letting it confuse trackers who tried to follow its footprints. The Tokoloshi's eyes glowed like hot coals in the dark, and it carried a magic stone that helped it disappear whenever it wished. One famous tale tells of a Tokolosha who fell in love with a woman and visited her each night, becoming visible only to her. Her husband grew jealous of her talking to thin air and called a Sangoma, a traditional healer, for help. The Sangoma sprinkled special herbs around the house that forced the Tokoloshe to stay visible, showing everyone it was real before it ran away in shame. Many South African families still raise their beds on bricks or stones to stay safe from the Tokoloshe's mischief. They believe keeping their beds higher than the Tokoloshe can reach protects them while they sleep. Some people leave small gifts of food and shiny objects near their doors to keep the spirit happy and prevent it from causing trouble in their homes. In the misty forests of Chile's Chiloé Islands lives the Trauco, a powerful forest spirit who charms young women with his magic gaze. This small but fearsome being uses a stone axe to cut down trees and mark his territory. Local people both fear and respect the Trauco because he can curse those who anger him or bless those who show him kindness. The Trauco looks like a short, sturdy man no taller than a child, wearing clothes made from twisted tree bark and moss. His face shows both handsome and ugly features, with bright eyes that can entrance anyone who looks into them too long. Though he walks with a limp, he climbs trees as fast as a monkey and moves through the forest without making a sound. A famous story tells of a young woman who met the Trauco while picking berries in the woods. She fell under his spell and visited him every day, bringing him gifts of food and pretty stones. Her family worried when she started spending all her time in the forest, but they knew better than to stop her visits. The Trauco blessed her family's crops and kept their farm safe from wild animals as thanks for her friendship. People living near the forests of Chiloé still leave small gifts for the Trauco, hanging shiny objects from tree branches, or placing fresh bread on stumps near their homes. Parents warn their daughters not to walk alone in the woods, especially on foggy days when the Trauco's magic grows stronger. Some families plant thorny bushes around their houses to keep him away, while others welcome his protection of their land. In the snowy mountains of old Scandinavia lived the trolls, mighty beings with the power to turn into stone when touched by sunlight. These creatures made their homes in deep caves and rocky peaks, far from human towns and villages. The Norse people both feared and respected trolls, as they possessed great strength and ancient magic. Trolls came in many shapes and sizes, from as small as a human to as tall as a pine tree. Some looked ugly and mean, with rough skin like bark and noses as big as fists. Others could appear as beautiful as any person, which made them even more dangerous because they could trick humans into following them into the mountains. The most famous story tells of how trolls would try to stop churches from being built by throwing huge rocks at them during the night. When morning came, the sunlight would catch the trolls still holding their boulders, turning them to stone where they stood. Today, people in Norway and Sweden point to odd-shaped rocks and say these were once trolls caught by the morning sun. Trolls shaped how people in the north lived their lives for hundreds of years. Farmers would not let their children out after dark, fearing the trolls might steal them away to their mountain homes. People rang church bells to keep trolls away from their lands, and they marked their doors with crosses for protection. When thunder rolled across the sky, they said it was Thor, the god of thunder, fighting the trolls to protect humankind. Far in the northern islands of Scotland lived mysterious beings called Trows. These fairy-like creatures came out only at night and loved music more than anything else in the world. The people of the Orkney and Shetland Islands both feared and respected Trows because they would steal musicians away to play for them in their underground homes. Trows looked different to each person who saw them. Some people said Trows stood as tall as giants with more than one head, while others claimed they were small creatures who wore gray clothes. They lived inside hills called knows, and if they failed to return home before sunrise, they had to wait above ground until the next sunset. The most famous story about Trows tells of a skilled fiddle player who caught their attention. The Trows invited him to play music in their underground home, and the musician happily agreed. When he finally returned home, he discovered that what felt like a few hours of playing had actually been many years. Upon learning this, his body turned to dust because so much time had passed in the human world. Trows shaped how island people lived their daily lives. No one walked near the trow hills after dark, and people thought it brought bad luck to see a trow. However, hearing a trow speak meant good fortune would come. Some of the island's most beautiful fiddle music came from tunes that humans learned by listening to trows play inside their hills. The Chegeta roam the snowy valleys of Switzerland's Lutschental region during the cold winter months. These tall, fur-covered beings wear carved wooden masks with fierce expressions and carry wooden clubs as they chase people through village streets. The local people both fear and celebrate these creatures, turning their appearance into a yearly festival that marks the end of winter. The monsters stand about 7 feet tall, with thick fur made from sheep and goat pelts covering their entire bodies. Their masks show twisted faces with large noses, sharp teeth, and dark eyes that seem to glow in the winter darkness. They walk with a stomping motion that makes their heavy copper bells ring out across the snow-covered mountains. According to stories passed down through families, the Chegeta were once Celtic warriors who fled into the Alps thousands of years ago. These warriors grew wild and hairy as they lived in mountain caves, stealing food from villages and frightening anyone who wandered too far from home at night. They became known for appearing suddenly from the darkness, chasing young people through the streets, and marking their victims with soot. The Chegeta shaped how people in the valley lived during winter months. Parents used stories about these creatures to keep children from wandering into dangerous snowy areas. Families would leave small gifts of food outside their doors on certain nights, hoping to protect themselves from the monster's mischief. The tradition grew into a celebration where young men of the village dress as Chegeta during the weeks before Lent, turning an old fear into a source of pride and fun. The creatures still influence local craft and culture today. Mask carvers spend months creating new Chegeta faces from pine wood, each one showing its own scary expression. Young people learn the traditional stomping walk and bell-ringing patterns, keeping alive the memory of the wild beings who once ruled their winter nights. The Vosges haunted the foggy lanes of Jersey, a small island between England and France. This tall, skeletal creature waited in the mist for travelers who walked alone at night. Its greatest power lay in its iron-like grip that could snap bones with a single squeeze, making it one of the most feared beings among Jersey's villagers. The Vosges looked like a living scarecrow with dry, papery skin stretched over sharp bones. Its arms reached down past its knees, ending in long fingers with curved nails like hooks. Its face showed only dark holes where eyes should be, and its mouth filled with rows of thin, needle-like teeth. People tell of young Thomas Durant, who laughed at warnings about walking home through the marsh one winter night. The Vosges seized him by the legs, breaking both his ankles with a terrible crack. It began dragging him across the ground toward its lair, but Thomas grabbed onto a fence post and screamed so loudly that nearby farmers came running with torches, forcing the monster to flee. Jersey folk changed their whole way of life because of the Vosges. They never walked alone after sunset, always carried lanterns, and built their paths away from the marshes where it lived. Parents taught children to listen for its shuffling footsteps in the dark, and farmers put bells on their fences that would ring if the creature touched them. The Wolpertinger lived in the dark forests of Bavaria, a region in southern Germany. This strange animal had the power to fool hunters with its mix of rabbit, bird, and other animal parts. People both feared and respected the Wolpertinger because it could only be seen by brave travelers walking alone at night, making any sighting a test of courage. The creature looked like a large rabbit with unusual extras added by nature. It had the strong wings of a pheasant growing from its furry back, sharp fangs poking out from under its nose, and small deer antlers sprouting from its head. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, and its feet had the sharp claws of a crow. One famous story tells of a young hunter who tried to catch a Wolpertinger to prove his skill. He went into the woods on a full moon night, carrying only a lantern and a small net. The Wolpertinger led him deeper and deeper into the forest, always staying just out of reach. When morning came, the hunter found himself lost but safely at the door of a wise old woman who gave him shelter and taught him to respect the forest's mysteries. The Wolpertinger shaped how people behaved in the Bavarian forests. Hunters learned to be humble about their skills, knowing that this clever beast could outsmart them. Parents used stories about the Wolpertinger to teach their children not to wander in the woods at night. travelers often left small gifts of food at the forest edge, hoping the creature would guide them safely through the dark paths. In the red sands of Southeast Australia, the Howie struck fear into the hearts of Aboriginal tribes. This mighty beast lived in a deep cave along the Murray River, using its 6 powerful legs to shape the land into rolling hills. The Howie could move without making a sound, and in one night it could eat an entire tribe of people. The Howie looked like no other creature on Earth. Its body stretched as long as 7 big trees laid end to end, with scales like a goanna lizard covering its massive form. The beast had a head shaped like a giant frog, with eyes that could spot prey in the darkest night, and teeth sharp enough to crush bone. One tribe, the water rat people, grew tired of living in fear and made a bold plan. They called all nearby tribes to bring their weapons and many bundles of sticks. The tribes worked as one, piling the sticks at the mouth of the Wowie's cave and setting them ablaze. For 7 days and nights they kept the fire burning. Smoke filled the cave until the Howie could not stand it anymore. The great beast came rushing out, its eyes stinging and blind from the thick smoke. The tribes stood ready with their spears and stone axes, striking together against their feared enemy. At last, the Wowie fell, and the people of the Murray River could live without fear again. The giant ground sloth lived in South America during a time when most animals were much bigger than they are today. These massive plant eaters could stand as tall as 14 feet, making them one of the largest mammals to walk the earth. People who study ancient life found their bones across the grasslands and forests, from Brazil to Argentina, showing how widely these creatures once roamed. This ancient sloth looked nothing like its small, tree-climbing cousins we see today. It had thick, shaggy fur covering its whole body, and powerful arms with huge claws that could rip through tree branches. Its strong back legs let it stand up straight, while its heavy tail helped it balance like a tripod. When it stood tall, it could reach the highest tree branches that other plant eaters could not reach. The most famous story about giant ground sloths comes from a cave in Nevada, where scientists found thousands of their footprints preserved in stone. The tracks show how these huge beasts walked on their hind legs, swaying from side to side as they moved. Some prints even show where they sat down to dig for food with their long claws, leaving deep marks in the ground that turned to stone over time. These gentle giants shaped the land where they lived by spreading plant seeds through their droppings and clearing paths through thick forests. They ate fruits and leaves from trees that grew too tall for other animals to reach, helping these plants spread across the land. Many of the fruit trees that grow in South America today first spread their seeds through these ancient sloths' digestive systems. The end of their story fits into a bigger tale about climate change and human hunters. As the weather grew warmer and people moved into their lands, these huge sloths could not adapt quickly enough to survive, but they left their mark on the land, as some plants still wait for large animals to eat and spread their seeds, just as they did when giant sloths roamed the earth. The Yeren roams the deep forests of Hubei's Shenongjia Mountains in China. This ape-like being stands twice as tall as a human and shows great strength in bending trees and lifting heavy rocks. Local people both fear and respect the Yeren because it guards its territory fiercely but has never killed a human. The creature looks like a mix between a human and an ape, with thick reddish-brown fur covering its whole body. Its face appears flat with deep-set eyes and strong teeth, while its arms reach down past its knees. The Yeren walks upright on 2 legs, leaving footprints twice the size of human feet in the soft forest ground. A famous story tells of a group of hunters who tracked the Yeren through snow in 1976. They followed its huge footprints to a cave where they found nests made of branches and grass. The creature appeared suddenly, standing 7 feet tall, and scared the hunters away with loud screams that echoed through the mountains. The Yeren shaped how people lived in the Shenongjia region for hundreds of years. Farmers built their homes away from certain forests where the creature lived, and hunters learned to avoid its territory. People still warn their children to stay close to the village after dark, telling stories of the Yeren's mighty roars carrying through the night air. The Yeti roams the snowy peaks of the Himalayan mountains between Nepal, Tibet, and Bhutan. This mighty creature shows amazing strength by breaking tree branches and lifting heavy rocks with ease. Local people view the Yeti with deep respect, as they believe it guards sacred mountain paths and can survive in places where humans cannot live. The beast stands about 8 feet tall with thick brown or grayish fur covering its entire body. Its huge feet leave prints in the snow twice the size of human footprints, and its arms reach past its knees like those of a great ape. The Yeti walks upright on 2 legs like a person, but moves through deep snow and ice with the sure-footed skill of a mountain goat. In 1951, famous mountain climber Eric Shipton found strange footprints high on Mount Everest at 20,000 feet above the ground. He took clear photos of the prints, which showed 2 large toes and 3 smaller ones grouped together. The prints formed a line through the snow as if made by something walking on 2 legs, and Shipton placed his ice axe next to one print to show its huge size. The Yeti shaped how mountain peoples lived their daily lives for hundreds of years. Villagers built their homes away from certain high passes where they believed Yetis lived, and travelers learned to avoid these areas after dark. Sherpa guides still warn climbers to respect the mountain spirits, and tell stories of the Yeti's mighty roars echoing through valleys filled with snow. Buddhist monks in Tibet saw the Yeti as a guardian of the mountains and kept what they claimed were Yeti bones and fur in their temples. People brought gifts to these temples and asked the monks to pray for safe passage through Yeti territory, showing how the creature became part of both local beliefs and daily mountain life. The Yowie roams the thick forests and bushlands of Australia, from the Blue Mountains to Queensland's remote areas. This ape-like being stands much taller than humans and shows great strength, able to break thick tree branches with ease. Native Australian peoples have passed down stories of the Yowie for thousands of years, warning others to stay away from its territory, especially after dark. The creature looks like a mix between a very tall human and a large ape, covered in thick, dark fur from head to toe. Most people who claim to have seen it say it stands about 8 feet tall, with long arms that reach past its knees, and feet twice the size of a human's. Its face shows a mix of ape and human features, with deep-set eyes that glow red in the dark, and a wide, flat nose. One of the most famous Yowie stories comes from a group of campers in New South Wales in 1976. The creature reportedly walked into their campsite, picked up their heavy metal cooler full of food, and threw it more than 30 feet through the air. When the campers tried to scare it away with their flashlights, it let out a loud roar that echoed through the valley before disappearing into the bush. Aboriginal people changed many of their daily habits because of the Yowie, marking certain parts of the forest as places to avoid. They would not gather food or hunt in areas where the Yowie had been seen, and they taught their children special signals to warn others if they spotted the creature. Some communities even built their homes closer together for safety, believing the Yowie would not approach larger groups of people. The Yowie's presence shaped how people moved through the Australian wilderness, creating no-go zones that some still avoid today. Campers and hikers now carry cameras hoping to prove its existence, while others plan their trips to stay far from areas where people report seeing the creature. Many Australian towns near the bush have their own Yowie stories, which they share to warn visitors about wandering too far into the wild. The Ababil roamed the misty forests of medieval England, though it lived only in the dreams of noble families who wanted special creatures for their coats of arms. This strange beast carried the strength of 4 different animals in one body, making it a perfect symbol of power and honor. Knights and lords chose the Ababil for their shields because it showed they had the cunning of a boar, the endurance of a camel, the strength of an ox, and the wisdom of a snake. The being stood as tall as a horse, with thick legs ending in split hooves that left deep tracks in the earth. Its most striking feature was its boar's head, complete with sharp tusks that curved up like swords. A large hump rose from its back like a camel's, covered in thick fur that changed color with the seasons. Its snake-like tail could stretch longer than a man's arm and moved on its own like a living whip. The most famous tale of the Ababil comes from a knight who claimed it saved his life during a winter storm. Lost in the woods, he followed the beast's tracks through deep snow until they led him to a cave. The Ababil used its boar's tusks to dig up roots for food. Its camel's hump kept them warm through the night, and its snake tail caught fish from a nearby stream. Noble families believed the Ababil brought them good fortune and protection. They carved its image above their castle doors and wove it into their tapestries, telling their children that the beast watched over them at night. Servants left out bowls of milk and honey, hoping to attract a real Ipetril to guard their master's lands. Even today, some English mansions still display this impossible creature in their family crests, keeping its memory alive through art and story. In the misty islands of Haiti, zombies first emerged as spirits that could control human bodies. These walking dead followed the commands of powerful magic users called Bokors, who used special powders and spells to raise them. People feared zombies because no lock or wall could stop these tireless servants who felt no pain and never needed to rest. A zombie looks like a person who has risen from the grave but moves as if in a dream. Its skin hangs loose and gray, while its eyes stay empty and blank. These creatures shuffle when they walk, drag their feet in the dust, and never speak or show any sign of thought or feeling. The most famous zombie story tells of a man named Clervius Narcissus, who died in a hospital but appeared 18 years later in his village. He told people a Bokor had turned him into a zombie and forced him to work on a sugar farm. Narcissus remembered everything that happened but could not control his own body until the Bokor died. Zombies changed how people in Haiti thought about death and made them take special care with funerals. Families would place sharp objects in the coffin or feed the dead person salt, which they believed stopped the body from rising. Some people still guard graveyards at night and look for signs that a Bokor might try to steal a body. In the freshwater lakes of the Fiji, Solomon and Vanuatu Islands lives a mighty creature called the Abaia. This giant eel watches over all the fish in its lake like a parent guards its children. The Abaia uses its powerful tail to create huge waves that push away anyone who tries to catch the fish it protects. The Abaia looks like an ordinary eel, but it grows to an amazing size that dwarfs all other lake creatures. Its long body stretches through the deepest parts of the lake where light barely reaches. The eel's strong tail can move so much water that it creates waves as tall as trees. A famous story tells of a man who found a lake full of fish and brought his whole village to catch them. One woman even grabbed the giant eel itself, though it slipped away from her grasp. That night, the angry Abaia sent heavy rains that caused the lake to flood, drowning everyone except one old woman who had not eaten any fish. The Abaia changed how island people treated their lakes and streams. Villages learned to fish with care and respect, taking only what they needed. People began to see lakes as more than just places to find food. They became sacred spaces watched over by a powerful guardian who demanded respect for all water creatures. The Ahuizotl lived in the lakes and rivers of ancient Mexico. This water monster had a special power. It could make its tail look like a small human hand to trick people into coming close to the water. People feared the Ahuizotl because it pulled swimmers and fishermen under the water, never to be seen again. The creature looked like a mix between a dog and an otter, with dark wet fur and short legs. Its most strange feature was its monkey-like tail that ended in a hand with sharp claws. The beast had big eyes that glowed yellow in the dark, and its teeth were as sharp as knives. The most famous story of the Ahuizotl tells of a young fisher who saw what looked like a child's hand reaching from the water. When he tried to help the child, the hand grabbed him and pulled him deep into the lake. The villagers heard his screams but found only his empty boat floating on the water. The Ahuizotl changed how people lived near water. Parents warned their children never to go near lakes or rivers alone. Fishermen always worked in groups and made special prayers before going out in their boats. Some villages built high fences along dangerous parts of the water to protect their people from the creature's tricks. In the cold waters of Hokkaido, Japan, the Akorokamui rules as a mighty sea spirit with powers of healing and destruction. This massive octopus-like being dwells in Uchiura Bay, where local people both fear and respect its ability to cure illnesses, and break boats with its powerful tentacles. The creature draws both Ainu and Japanese people to its waters, seeking its blessing for health and safety at sea. The Akorokamui stretches longer than 3 football fields, with a bright red body that glows in the dark waters. Its 8 giant arms move like underwater trees in the wind, each strong enough to lift a fishing boat. When it rises from the depths, sailors say the water turns red as coral, and its eyes shine like 2 full moons. Before becoming a sea spirit, the Akorokamui lived as a giant spider named Yaushikep in the mountains. When it attacked a small village, the people prayed to the sea god for help. The sea god dragged the spider into the ocean, where it changed into the red octopus spirit that protects and punishes people today. The Akorakamui's greatest gift lies in its power to heal broken bodies and sick minds. People who live near its bay bring offerings of fresh fish and crabs, hoping the spirit will cure their injuries. Like an octopus that can regrow its arms, the Akorokamui teaches those who honor it how to heal and become whole again. In ancient Persia, the demon Apaosha brought fear to farmers and families as the dreaded spirit of drought. This dark horse-shaped being fought against Tishtraya, the star spirit of rain, in an endless battle for control of water. People watched the summer skies and prayed that Apaosha would lose his fight to keep the rains away. Apaosha appears as a massive black horse with ears and tail dark as night. His hooves strike sparks from the clouds when he gallops, and his eyes burn with the heat of summer. Next to the bright white form of Tishtriya, Apaosha looks like a storm cloud blocking out the stars. The greatest battle between Apaosha and Tishtriya lasted 3 days and nights above the mighty sea called Vurukasha. At first, Apaosha pushed back the rain spirit, but then the great god Ahura Mazda gave Tishtriya special powers. With new strength, Tishtriya struck Apaosha down at noon, and life-giving rains poured from the sky. Farmers and herders watched for signs of this battle each summer when the star Sirius rose in the dawn sky. They believed Apaosha fought hardest during the hottest days, trying to stop the autumn rains. People made special prayers and offerings to Tishtriya, hoping to weaken Apaosha's power over the dry earth. In the vast seas of ancient times, the Aspadacoloni tricked sailors with its most fearsome power, the ability to look exactly like an island. This massive creature drew tired crews to rest on what seemed like a safe shore, only to drag them into the depths when they least expected it. Ships and sailors alike feared this beast that turned a welcome sight into a deadly trap. From a distance, the Aspadacoloni's back rose from the waves like a small hill covered in sand and plants. Birds would land on its broad shell, and sometimes trees even grew there. When it floated near the surface, its dark shape under the water stretched longer than the biggest sailing ship. One famous tale tells of sailors who thought they found a perfect place to stop for the night. They dropped their anchors and built fires on what seemed to be sandy ground. As the warmth reached through the Aspadacoloni's thick skin, it dove beneath the waves without warning, taking the whole crew down into the cold sea. Sailors began to watch carefully for signs that an island might be more than it seemed. They learned to look for unusual movements in the water, or sudden changes in the sea floor. Those who lived to tell about the Aspadacoloni warned others never to trust an island that appeared where no island should be. People across many lands told stories about this creature, giving it different names like Jasconius, Fastatocolon, or Zaratan. Holy men used these tales to teach about the danger of being fooled by nice-looking things, comparing the beast to evil spirits that hide their true nature. In ancient Arabia, a giant fish called Bahamut lived in the deepest part of all waters, far below where any human could ever swim. This mighty creature had one vital task. It formed the very bottom layer that held up the entire world. Without Bahamut staying perfectly still in its watery home, ancient Arabic people believed the earth itself might fall into darkness. To understand Bahamut's size, imagine all the oceans in the world fitting inside just one of its nostrils like a tiny seed in a vast desert. On its enormous back stood a great bull, and above the bull rested a glowing red gemstone as big as a mountain. An angel stood on top of this gemstone, using its strong shoulders to hold up the earth where all people lived. The most famous tale of Bahamut tells of a time when an evil spirit named Iblis tried to cause trouble. Iblis whispered to Bahamut, trying to convince the great fish to move and shake the world. But God protected the earth by sending small flying bugs to distract Bahamut, making the giant fish forget all about causing earthquakes. Sailors and people living near the sea watched the tides rise and fall each day, believing these changes came from Bahamut and the bull drinking water that flowed down from the earth. They thought both creatures helped keep the seas from flooding the land, but they also worried that one day, When Bahamut and the bull had drunk too much, their restless movements would mark the end of the world. Off the stormy coasts of western Japan, sailors once feared the sight of the Bake Kujira, a ghostly whale that appeared as nothing but bones gliding through the dark waters. This supernatural creature swam through the waves as both a warning and a curse to those who hunted whales. Villages that spotted the Bake Kujira often faced terrible luck, sickness, and fire. Unlike normal whales with smooth skin and blubber, the Bake Kujira looked like a massive whale skeleton that glowed with an eerie light in the water. Strange birds circled above it, while mysterious fish swam beside it, making the creature even more frightening to those who saw it. No flesh covered its bones, yet it moved through the sea as if it were alive. When the Bake Kujira appeared near fishing villages, it brought doom to those who had killed whales or eaten their meat. The ghost whale did not attack ships directly, but instead cursed entire communities. Its power reached beyond the waves and into the homes of whale hunters. The fear of the Bake Kujira changed how many Japanese fishing villages thought about whaling. People believed that killing whales would anger this spirit of the sea, bringing bad fortune to their homes and families. Some villages chose to stop hunting whales completely, worried that the bone whale might appear to punish them. Among the islands of the Philippines, the Bakunawa rose from the sea as a mighty dragon with the power to swallow the moon. Ancient people watched the night sky in fear when this great serpent appeared, believing it caused not just the dark times we now call eclipses, but also earthquakes, storms, and mighty winds. Both kings and common folk feared and respected this creature that could steal the light from their world. The Bakunawa's body coiled through the sky like a giant snake, its scales gleaming in the starlight. A single sharp horn grew from its nose, and its tail formed a perfect loop behind its body. Some said it could stretch so long it wrapped around the entire world, while others claimed it could shrink small enough to hide in the deep ocean caves. Long ago, when 7 moons lit up the night sky, the Bakunawa fell in love with their beauty. One by one, it rose from the sea and swallowed 6 of these moons whole. Before it could eat the last moon, the great god Bathala planted bamboo trees on its surface to protect it, making the dark spots we see on the moon today. People across the islands learned to fight back against the Bakunawa whenever it came for the last moon. They would run outside with pots and pans, beating them to make loud noises that forced the dragon to spit the moon back into the sky. Others played sweet music to put the beast to sleep, hoping to keep their precious moon safe in the darkness. Even today, Filipino parents teach their children games about the moon and the Bakunawa. In these games, one child plays the dragon while another acts as the moon, helping young ones remember how their ancestors protected the night sky. Warriors decorated their swords with the Bakunawa's image, believing it gave them the dragon's strength and power in battle. In the waterways of Assam, India, the Bak hunts as a deadly shapeshifter who can take the form of anyone it kills. This tall, thin spirit targets fishermen near lakes and rivers, stealing their catch and sometimes their lives. People fear the Bak most for its power to replace their loved ones, living among families while planning to kill them one by one. The Bak towers over normal people with legs and arms like bamboo stalks, and skin stretched tight over its bones. Almost hairless, its true form moves like a shadow near the water's edge. When it takes a dead person's shape, only the smallest details might show something is wrong, like a strange new habit or an odd look in the eyes. A famous story tells of a Bak who killed a husband working at his fishing nets, then went home wearing the man's face. It fooled everyone but the wife, who noticed small changes in her husband's behavior. She discovered the truth when she found it eating raw fish in the dark, but barely escaped with her life. Villages across Assam created rules to protect themselves from the Bak. No one answers calls from outside after dark, since the spirit can copy any voice it hears. Fishermen carry torn nets because the Bak fears broken things. Some say a Bak keeps its power in a special bag, and anyone who takes this bag can control the spirit. The Boto lived in the rivers of the Amazon rainforest, where it held a magical power to change from a pink river dolphin into a handsome young man. People both feared and respected this creature because it could charm young women at village dances, only to return to the river at dawn and leave them heartbroken or with child. The Boto, in its natural form, swam as a large pink dolphin with a long curved beak and gentle eyes. When it changed into human shape, it became a tall man wearing white clothes and a hat, which it never removed because it had to hide the blowhole on top of its head. The creature always kept a graceful way of moving, as if dancing through water even on land. The most famous story tells of a beautiful young woman who fell in love with a mysterious stranger at a festival. They danced all night, but as the sun began to rise, the man rushed away toward the river. The woman followed him just in time to see him dive into the water and change back into a pink dolphin, swimming away into the deep parts of the Amazon. The Boto shaped how people lived along the Amazon rivers. Young women avoided walking alone near the water during full moons when the Boto was said to come ashore. Parents used these stories to warn their daughters about trusting strangers, and some communities banned single men from their festivals if no one knew which village they came from. The Bunyip lived in the waters of Australia, hiding in swamps, creeks, and deep pools where the water turned dark. This fearsome creature could make sounds like a booming drum or a crying baby to lure people close to the water's edge. The Aboriginal people feared and respected the Bunyip because it punished those who took too many fish or let their children play too near the dangerous waters. The Bunyip could look different in each telling, but most often appeared as a large beast with dark fur and a round head like a dog. Some said it had fins for swimming fast, while others described it with a long neck like an emu and small tusks that gleamed in the moonlight. The creature stood as tall as 2 men when it rose from the water, with eyes that glowed yellow in the dark. One famous story tells of a group of fishermen who caught more fish than they needed from a deep pool. As night fell, they heard a low boom echo across the water, growing louder and closer. The Bunyip rose from the pool, its huge form blocking out the stars. The men ran away, leaving their catch behind, and never again took more fish than they could eat. The Bunyip shaped how Aboriginal people lived near water. Parents taught their children to listen for the creature's call and stay away from unknown pools and swamps. Fishermen made special signs of respect before fishing and never took more than they needed. Some communities marked certain waters as Bunyip homes, creating safe boundaries that helped protect both people and the fishing grounds for future years. The Khoikhoi Vilu lived beneath the waters off the coast of Chile, where it took the form of a mighty sea snake with power over all ocean creatures. This god of the sea could raise or lower the waters at will, controlling the tides and waves. The Mapuche people both feared and honored Khoikhoi Vilu because it could flood their lands or bless them with good fishing. The creature looked like an enormous snake that could stretch from the ocean floor to the sky. Its scales shone with all the colors of the sea, from deep blue to bright green. When Khoikhoi Vilu moved through the waters, its body created waves that could sink boats or gently rock them to shore. The most famous story tells how Khoikhoi Vilu fought with Tenten Vilu, the snake spirit of the land and mountains. When Tenten Vilu raised the land to protect people from floods, Khoikhoi Vilu made the waters rise higher and higher. Their battle created the islands and channels of Chile as pieces of land rose above the waves, while others sank beneath them. The people living along the coast shaped their lives around Khoikhoi Vilu's moods. Fishermen watched the tides carefully and made offerings to the sea god before sailing. Families built their homes on high ground and taught their children the signs of Khoikhoi Vilu's anger, like sudden changes in the tide or unusual waves. The sea goat roamed both the ocean depths and mountain peaks of ancient Babylon, able to swim through water or climb rocky heights with equal skill. This magical creature could change from a goat to a fish at will, moving freely between land and sea. Ancient people respected the sea goat because it showed how to adapt and thrive in any place or situation. The creature had the head and front legs of a mountain goat, with curved horns and a shaggy beard. From its middle to its tail, it had the gleaming scales and fins of a fish, which sparkled like stars in the water. Its eyes glowed with wisdom gained from traveling between 2 worlds. According to stories, the sea goat began as a god who jumped into a river to escape a terrible monster. In his rush to hide, he only managed to turn his lower half into a fish, creating his unique form. Later, he helped heal an injured king, and as a reward, the king placed his image among the stars as the constellation Capricorn. People looked to the sea goat as a guide for living between different worlds. Sailors carved its image on their ships to help them move safely between land and sea. Traders who traveled between cities in valleys and mountain towns wore sea goat charms for protection. Even today, the sea goat marks the time of year when winter begins to turn toward spring, showing how it still connects different parts of life. The carbuncle lived in the mountains and jungles of South America, from Chile to Paraguay. This mysterious creature carried a bright red jewel on its head that glowed like burning coal in the darkness. People hunted the carbuncle because they believed anyone who caught it would become rich beyond measure. No one ever saw the carbuncle clearly enough to know if it was a bird or an animal, if it had fur or feathers. Some said it looked like a small dog with a shining light under its chin, while others claimed it was the size of a mouse with a hard shell like a clam. The one thing all stories agreed on was the creature's brilliant red light, which could be seen from miles away on dark nights. During the Great Drought of 1924, a family in Chile spotted several carbuncles coming down from Tulahuan Mountain. The creatures moved like fireflies through the darkness, their red lights bobbing up and down as they descended toward the Rio Grande River. When people tried to get closer, the carbuncles would sense them coming and quickly hide their light, vanishing into the night. The people of Chile created special rules for catching a carbuncle and finding its treasure. They said a hunter must throw a piece of string or a belt toward the creature, which would grab it and run away. The next morning, just before dawn, the hunter would find the string's end sticking out of the ground near a thorny bush, marking the spot where treasure lay buried. Only those who followed the exact rules could get the carbuncle's gold. Hunters had to dig at midnight with a new shovel, bringing along an old widow and her black cat. For each yard they dug deeper, they had to throw the cat into the hole. The cat would vanish but then appear again in the widow's arms. If hunters showed any fear or failed to follow these steps, the treasure would turn to stone. Or worse, the digger would die in the pit from breathing bad air. The Cephal-WR haunted the waters of Wales, appearing near mountain pools, waterfalls, and seashores as a beautiful horse that anyone could ride. This water spirit could travel faster than any normal horse, and even fly through the air with its rider. People feared the Cephal-WR because it would carry riders far from home before turning to mist, dropping them to their death or dragging them through rough land until they barely looked human. The creature most often appeared as a gray or black horse with a flowing white mane that sometimes gave off a soft light. Its hooves pointed backward instead of forward, which gave away its magical nature to those who knew what to look for. During storms, its coat would change to gleaming silver, and some said it could grow wings when it wanted to fly. One famous tale tells of a tired traveler who met the Cephal-WR near a waterfall. The horse carried him at the speed of lightning from the village of Glynneath to Llandewi Brefi, a journey that should have taken many days, in just 1 hour. When the horse vanished into thin air, the man found himself alone in a strange place, but alive, which made him luckier than most who rode the water horse. The Welsh people learned to be careful around any lone horse they found near water, especially at night. However, they believed holy men like priests could safely ride the Cephal-WR as long as they stayed quiet during the journey. Farmers sometimes tried to catch and use the water horse for work, but this always ended badly. The creature would break free and pull its captor into the sea or a deep pool. The Cetus lived in the ancient seas of Greek mythology, where it ruled as the most feared sea monster of its time. This massive beast had the power to destroy entire ships and terrorize coastal towns. The ancient Greeks believed the god Poseidon sent these creatures to punish those who angered him. The Cetus looked like several fearsome animals combined into one terrifying beast. It had either the head of a giant wild boar or a hunting dog, attached to a whale-like body bigger than any ship. Its tail split into fan shapes, and its spine was thicker than a person's height. Some people who saw it said just its skull was as long as 40 feet. The most famous story of the Cetus tells of its battle with the hero Perseus. When Queen Cassiopeia claimed she was more beautiful than the sea spirits called Nereids, Poseidon sent a Cetus to attack her kingdom. The king had to chain his daughter Andromeda to a rock as a sacrifice to the monster. Perseus found her and killed the Cetus, either with a magical sword or by turning it to stone with Medusa's head. The Cetus shaped how ancient people thought about the sea and its dangers. Sailors watched for these monsters and saw them as signs of coming storms or bad luck. Some cultures, like the Etruscans, believed these creatures helped carry souls to the afterlife. The word Cetus later gave us cetacean, which we now use for whales and dolphins. The most dreaded monster of ancient seas lived in a narrow channel between Italy and Sicily. Charybdis created giant whirlpools that could swallow entire ships. Greek sailors feared this beast above all others because she made the waters spin 3 times each day, leaving no safe time to pass through her strait. Charybdis looked nothing like other sea monsters of myth. Instead of having teeth or claws, she was like a living whirlpool with a huge mouth that reached down to the bottom of the sea. When she drank, she pulled the ocean waters down into a spinning funnel that could trap the largest ships. The great hero Odysseus faced Charybdis on his journey home from war. He chose to sail closer to another monster, Scylla, to avoid Charybdis completely. But fate brought him back alone on a tiny raft. When Charybdis swallowed his raft, Odysseus grabbed a fig tree hanging over her whirlpool. He waited until she spit his raft back out, then jumped onto it and paddled to safety. The legend of Charybdis taught sailors important lessons about nature's power. Her story warned them that sometimes they must choose between 2 dangers and pick the one they might survive. Even today, people use the phrase, between Scylla and Charybdis, to describe having to choose between 2 awful options. In the ancient waters before the world began, the Aztec monster Chapactli swam through endless seas. This fearsome creature had an endless hunger and could eat anything it found. The Aztecs feared and respected Chapactli because their entire world was made from its body. Chapactli combined parts from many different animals into one terrifying beast. It had the front of a crocodile, the middle of a fish, and the back legs of a toad. Every joint on its body had an extra mouth, always open and ready to feed. The monster never stopped eating, no matter how much it consumed. The great gods Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl knew they had to stop Chapactli to create the world. Tezcatlipoca used his own foot as bait to lure the monster close. When Chapactli bit off his foot, both gods attacked the creature. They split its body in 2, using the top half to make the sky and the bottom half to create the earth. The Aztecs saw reminders of Chapactli in their daily lives. The rough surface of the earth reminded them of the monster's scaly skin. They believed earthquakes happened when Chapactli moved its many mouths, still hungry after all this time. Even their calendar began with Chapactli's sign, showing how this monster marked the beginning of everything. The devil whale's back stretched wider than the biggest ships of the time, covered in what looked like beach sand and growing plants. Like a giant sperm whale but many times larger, its mouth could swallow entire ships in one bite. When it floated still in the water, waves lapped at its sides just like they would against a real island's shore. The devil whale's back stretched wider than the biggest ships of the time, covered in what looked like beach sand and growing plants. Like a giant sperm whale but many times larger, its mouth could swallow entire ships in one bite. When it floated still in the water, waves lapped at its sides just like they would against a real island's shore. The most famous story tells of a group of monks led by St. Brendan, who landed on what they thought was an island during Easter. They set up camp and lit a fire to cook their meal, not knowing they stood on the devil whale's back. As soon as the whale felt the heat of their fire, it dove deep into the sea, forcing the monks to run for their boats. Sailors changed their habits at sea because of the devil whale. They learned to watch closely for signs that an island might actually be alive, like water that looked too deep near the shore or ground that felt too warm. Ship captains warned their crews never to light fires right away when landing on small, unknown islands. The Dobhar Chu stalked the lakes and rivers of ancient Ireland, hunting with the skill of both otter and wolf combined. This massive waterhound could swim faster than any fish and run as swift as any land creature. The Irish people feared this beast because it attacked without warning and always hunted with a mate nearby. Looking like a giant otter with special markings, the Dobhar Chu stood out from normal river creatures. It grew to be 5 times larger than any otter, with pure white fur, black-tipped ears, and a dark cross mark on its back. Its thick fur could shed water instantly, letting it move easily between water and land. In the year 1722, the Dobhar Chu killed a woman named Grace McGloylan while she washed clothes by Glenade Lake. Her husband found the beast sleeping on her body and killed it with his dagger. The dying creature made a whistling sound to call its mate, which rose from the lake to chase the husband. After a long fight, he managed to kill the second beast too. The story of the Dobhar Chu lives on in Irish culture through a special grave marker. In Conwall Cemetery, Grace McGloylan's headstone shows a carved picture of the waterhound that killed her. People still visit this stone today, proving how this creature's legend continues to touch people's lives. The Dragon Kings ruled over all the waters of ancient China, from the smallest well to the greatest ocean. These powerful gods could control the weather and bring life-giving rain to the land. Chinese people both feared and honored these beings because their choices could mean the difference between good harvests and terrible floods. Each Dragon King took the form of a mighty dragon with scales that shone in different colors based on their realm. The Eastern Dragon King glowed blue-green like spring leaves. The southern one burned red like summer heat. The western one gleamed white like autumn frost, and the northern one showed black like winter nights. At the center of all things lived the Yellow Dragon King, who balanced the powers of all seasons. The most famous Dragon King, Aoguang of the Eastern Sea, once refused to send rain to the land. A brave warrior named Neja challenged him by beating up his son and taking away his magic pearls. Aoguang gathered an army to attack Neja's home, but in the end, he had to bow before the Jade Emperor and promise to be fair with his reigns. People built temples to honor the Dragon Kings all across China, and many still stand today. On the 13th day of the 6th moon month, villages celebrated the Dragon King's birthday with large parades and offerings. Farmers would pray to them for rain during dry times, while sailors asked for safe passage across dangerous waters. These mighty beings shaped how Chinese people saw the connection between heaven and earth. Even today, dragon boat races and rain prayers keep alive the memory of these powerful gods who commanded the waters and weather of the world. The Ichweisge prowled the seas and lakes of Scotland, using its power to change shape and lure victims to their death. This water horse could appear as a beautiful riding horse, a handsome man, or even a giant bird. Scottish people feared it as the most deadly of all water spirits because it would not just kill its victims, but tear them apart, leaving only the liver floating on the water. In its most common form, the Ichweisge looked like a fine black horse standing by the water's edge. Anyone who saw it would notice its coat shining more beautifully than any normal horse. If it took human shape, only the seaweed tangled in its hair, or the mud covering its clothes gave away its true nature. One famous story tells of a blacksmith whose daughter fell victim to the Ichweisge. Mad with grief, he and his son built a trap using large iron hooks heated red hot in a fire. They placed roasted sheep meat near the water as bait. When the monster rose from the lake to eat the meat, they struck it with the burning hooks. The next morning, they found nothing but a blob of jelly where the creature had been. The Ichweisge changed how Scottish people lived their daily lives near water. Parents warned their children never to approach strange horses near lakes or the sea. Young women learned to check for seaweed in the hair of handsome strangers who appeared by the water. Even today, some Highland families still tell these stories to teach their children about the dangers that might lurk beneath calm waters. The Enbar lived in ancient Ireland as a magical horse owned by Manannán, the god of the sea. This special horse could run as fast as the wind across both land and water, making it one of the most powerful creatures in Irish stories. People respected the Enbar because anyone who rode on its back could not be killed, which made it a prized helper in times of war and danger. The Enbar looked like a beautiful horse with an amazing flowing mane that shone in the sunlight. Some stories say it was white as sea foam, and its hooves barely touched the ground or water as it ran. When it moved across the waves, it seemed to float like a cloud, and on land it ran so smoothly that riders felt like they were flying. The most famous story of the Enbar tells how the sea god Manannán let the great hero Lugh borrow it during a time of trouble. Lugh rode the magical horse to lead an army of fairy warriors against evil creatures called the Fomorians who were hurting his people. With the Enbar's speed and protection, Lu became a mighty leader in the battle. The Enbar changed how people thought about the connection between land and sea. Sailors and warriors prayed to Manannan, hoping his magical horse might help them travel safely across dangerous waters. The story of the Enbar taught people that the same powers that ruled the ocean could also bring help on land, and that the gods might lend their powerful creatures to protect humans in need. In the rushing streams and waterfalls of Norway and Sweden lived the Fossagrim, a water spirit who played the fiddle with magic that no human musician could match. His music held the power of nature itself, mixing the sounds of wind, water, and wild forests into songs so beautiful that everyone who heard them had to dance. People both feared and wanted his gift, for while he would teach humans to play, his price was always high. The Fossagrim looked like a handsome young man who lived in the falling water, especially near old watermills. He wore wet, shining clothes that sparkled like the stream, and his fingers moved faster than human eyes could follow when he played his fiddle. Some say he could make himself look like the mist that rises from a waterfall in the morning. The most famous story tells of how humans could learn his magical music. On a Thursday night, they had to throw a white goat into a north-flowing waterfall, turning their heads away as they did it. If the Fossagrim liked this gift, he would take the student's right hand and pull their fingers across the fiddle strings until they bled. After this painful lesson, the student could play so well that trees would dance and waterfalls would stop flowing to listen. This spirit changed how people thought about music in Scandinavia. Two of Norway's greatest fiddle players, Torgeir Augunsen and Ola Bull, were said to have learned from the Fossagrim. Parents warned children to be careful near waterfalls, not just because they might fall in, but because the Fossagrim's music might make them dance right into the stream. Even today, when people hear beautiful fiddle music near a waterfall, they sometimes wonder if the Fossagrim is playing. The fur-bearing trout swam in the icy rivers of North America and Iceland, where it grew a thick coat of white fur to stay warm in the freezing waters. This strange fish could only live in the coldest streams, and many believed it would burst open if caught and brought into warmer air. People told stories about these fish because they seemed to prove that nature could create amazing things to help creatures survive. Unlike normal trout with their smooth, shiny scales, the fur-bearing trout had soft white fur covering its entire body like a rabbit. Its fur grew thicker in winter and became thinner in summer, just like other furry animals that lived near the cold rivers. The fish kept its bright red and silver trout colors underneath its furry coat. One of the best-known stories comes from Salida, a town in Colorado near the Arkansas River. The town's leader, Wilbur Fauché, told everyone about these special fish that lived in the river. He said fishermen had to give the trout haircuts to catch them, pretending to be barbers and calling out free trim over the water until curious fish came close enough to catch. These stories changed how people fished in cold places. Travelers would visit northern rivers hoping to catch a furry trout, and locals made stuffed ones to sell using rabbit fur on normal fish. Some towns still keep these fake fur-bearing trout in their museums, and fishing guides joke about spotting them in the deepest, coldest pools of their rivers. The Gajamina lived in the spiritual world of ancient Bali, where it guided the souls of the dead to their final rest. This magical creature combined the wisdom of an elephant with the grace of a fish, making it a perfect guide between the worlds of land and sea. The Balinese people carved its image on special coffins called patulangan to help their loved ones reach the afterlife safely. Looking at the Gajamina, you would see the noble head of an elephant with long tusks and a curling trunk sitting atop a fish's silvery body covered in scales. Its fins spread out like flowing silk in water, and its tail moved with the power of ocean waves. Artists always showed the creature swimming upward, as if climbing an invisible river in the sky. The most important story of the Gajamina tells how it helped carry the souls of noble people, called Kasatriyas, from earth to heaven. Like a boat captain who knows all the safe paths through dangerous waters, the Gajamina used its elephant's wisdom to find the way, and its fish's strength to swim through the space between worlds. This belief changed how the Balinese prepared for death and remembered their ancestors. Families spent many days creating beautiful coffins with the Gajamina's image, believing this would protect their relatives on their final journey. Even today, people in Bali carve the Gajamina's picture on special buildings and gates to show that a place connects the everyday world with the spirit world. Near the dark ponds and marshes of Yorkshire and Lancashire in England lived the Grindylow, a water creature that pulled children under the surface with its long, strong fingers. These beings had the strength to drag even the strongest swimmer down into their murky homes. Parents both feared the Grindylow and used stories about it to keep their children away from dangerous waters. The Grindylow looked like a small person with scaly green skin that helped it hide among water plants. Its most striking features were its thin arms that could stretch out like rubber bands and end in bony fingers with sharp claws. When it opened its mouth, rows of pointed green teeth gleamed in the murky water. Stories tell of how the Grindylow would hide under lily pads and floating plants, waiting silently for children who came too close to the water's edge. It would reach up suddenly with its long arms, grab the child's legs or clothes, and pull them down into the dark water. Some say it could stretch its arms as long as tree branches to catch its victims. These tales changed how families lived near water in northern England. Parents taught their children to stay away from pond edges and marsh banks, using the Grindylow as a warning. The creature became so well known that even today, English parents might warn their children about the Grindylow when they play near water, just as their own parents once warned them. In the deep waters of ancient Georgia, the Gvelashapi lurked as a mighty creature that was both snake and whale in one form. This fearsome water spirit controlled all the rivers, lakes, and springs in the land. People feared the Gvelashapi because it caused floods and droughts, using its power over water to bring disaster to their communities. The Gvelashapi appeared as a massive serpent with features of both snake and whale combined into one terrifying beast. Its long, scaly body could stretch the length of a river, while its huge whale-like head could swallow whole boats. The creature's movements could stir up storms in lakes, or make rivers overflow their banks. One famous tale tells of a hero who fought the Gvelashapi when it blocked the main river flowing through his village. The beast had stopped all water from reaching the farms and people downstream. After a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and 3 nights, the hero struck the creature's weak spot under its throat, forcing it to release the water and return to the deep. The Gvelashapi shaped how Georgian people lived for many years. Villages posted guards near water sources to watch for signs of the beast. Farmers built special channels and pools to protect their water supply. People also left small gifts near springs and wells, hoping to keep the creature happy so it would allow the water to flow freely. The hippocampus lived in both the seas and rivers of ancient Greece and Rome. This mighty creature held power over waves and storms, serving the great god Poseidon as his trusted steed. People who lived near water respected these beings because they could either help ships reach shore safely or create waves that could sink entire fleets. Half horse and half fish, the hippocampus stands out among all mythical creatures. Its front half looks like a proud horse, with a flowing mane and strong hooves that can gallop across the water's surface. Where a normal horse's back legs would be, the hippocampus has a long, fish-like tail covered in scales that shimmers in the sunlight and helps it swim through the deepest waters. The most famous story of the hippocampus tells of how these creatures pulled Poseidon's golden chariot across the seas. As the god stood in his chariot, his team of hippocampi would race through the waves, their hooves creating foam and spray as they moved. When storms brewed, sailors would see these mighty beasts leading Poseidon's charge across angry waters. The ancient Greeks and Romans put images of the hippocampus on their coins, in their bathhouses, and near their fountains. Sailors often prayed to these creatures before starting long trips at sea, hoping the horsefish would keep them safe. Even when a Greek city called Helike sank beneath the waves, people said they could still see a bronze statue of Poseidon and his hippocampi in the clear waters, catching their fishing nets as if to remind them of the sea's power, sei. The ichthyocentaur lived in the deep waters of ancient Greece and Rome. These strange beings ruled the space between sea and land, moving freely in both worlds. People respected these creatures because they could help guide lost ships to safety or lead them into dangerous waters. These beings combined 3 different animals into one amazing form. From the waist up, they looked like humans with strong arms and shoulders. Where a human's legs would be, they had the chest and front legs of a powerful horse. Behind that, their bodies ended in a long fishtail that sparkled with scales. Some even had small crab claws growing from their heads like horns. 2 famous ichthyocentaurs, named Bythos and Aphros, played a special role in the birth of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. As she rose from the sea foam in a giant shell, these 2 sea beings lifted her up and carried her safely to land. Bythos, whose name means deep sea, looked old and wise, while Aphros, whose name means foam, appeared young and strong. Artists across Greece and Rome put images of these creatures in their finest buildings. They covered the floors of rich homes with tiny colored tiles that showed ichthyocentaurs swimming through blue waters. People built fountains with these beings spouting water from their mouths, and they carved their shapes into the walls of public baths, believing they brought good luck to swimmers and sailors. The great fish Ikaroa swam through the dark waters of the night sky, creating a path of light that stretched from one end of the heavens to the other. This mighty creature, both fish and goddess, held the power to give birth to countless stars. The ancient Maori people looked up to Ikaroa with deep respect, for she brought light and guidance to their world through her children, the stars. Her form stretched across the night sky like a gleaming silver shark, her scales made of stardust and cosmic light. From nose to tail, Ikaroa's body created what we now call the Milky Way. Her fins sparkled with newborn stars, and her eyes shone like twin moons in the darkness. In the most famous story of Ikaroa, she swam through the endless dark waters above the world, scattering her offspring behind her like shining scales. As she moved, each scale became a star, filling the empty sky with points of light. Her journey created the great river of stars that flows across our night sky. For the Maori people, Ikaroa served as both a sacred guardian and a way to find their path at sea. Sailors watched her glowing form to guide their boats across the ocean at night. Farmers looked to her position in the sky to know when to plant their crops, and storytellers shared tales of her endless swim through the heavens to teach children about the patterns of the stars. In the dark wells and underground springs of Malta, the Il Beliego waited for children who came too close to the water's edge. This strange creature could reach up from the depths with its tail hand to grab the young and pull them down into its watery home. Parents across Malta warned their children about this monster to keep them safe from dangerous open wells. The Il Beliego looked like a giant eel with wet, shiny skin, but 2 features set it apart from normal water creatures. Its long tongue moved like a frog's, shooting out to taste the air above the well. At the end of its tail grew a human hand with 5 fingers that could grip as strongly as any grown man's hand. One story tells of a small boy who ignored his mother's warnings and played near an old well at sunset. As he leaned over to drop stones in the water, the Il Beliego's hand shot up from below. The creature grabbed the boy's arm, but his screams brought villagers running with torches, and the monster let go and sank back into the darkness. The Il Beliego shaped how Maltese families lived their daily lives. Parents built walls around wells to protect their children. They set rules about never going alone to get water. The creature's legend helped keep children away from the real dangers of deep, open wells, teaching them to be careful around water through fear of the monster that lived below. In the dark waters off western Japan, the Icenade hunted near the shores of Matsura, waiting for boats to pass overhead. This giant sea monster used its spiked tail to grab sailors from their ships and pull them into the depths. Local fishermen feared the Icenade because its arrival brought fierce storms that could destroy entire fishing fleets. The Icenade's body stayed hidden in the deep water, making it more feared than any normal shark. Only its massive tail fin broke the surface, covered in rows of sharp hooks that gleamed like metal in the sunlight. The creature's true size remained unknown, but sailors said its tail alone stood taller than the largest fishing boat. Stories tell of a calm day when the Icenade attacked a group of fishing boats near Matsura. Without warning, strong winds began to blow, and the monster's hooked tail rose from the waves. The tail swept across the boats, catching 3 fishermen and dragging them into the sea. None of the men were ever seen again. The Iceinade changed how people lived and worked along the coast of western Japan. Fishing crews watched for sudden storms that might signal the monster's presence. They built stronger boats with higher sides to protect themselves. When the weather turned rough, they stayed close to shore where the water was too shallow for the great beast to swim. In the cold northern waters, Zashiki-Warashi swam as the largest of all sea creatures, so huge that sailors often thought it was an island. This giant fish could stay still for days at a time, letting plants grow on its vast back. Sailors both feared and respected Zashiki-Warashi because it could sink their ships when it moved, yet its seeming stillness offered them a place to rest in rough seas. The creature looked like a living piece of land, with its gray-green skin matching the color of stone and earth. Trees and grass grew from the soil that collected on its wide, flat back. When Zashiki-Warashi floated near the surface, only the gentlest ripples around its edges hinted that this was no true island. Saint Brendan and his monks once landed their ship on what they thought was a small island during their ocean journey. They set up camp and lit a fire to celebrate Easter, but their campfire woke Zashiki-Warashi from its sleep. As the great fish began to move, the monks ran to their ship in fear, watching as their island sanctuary sank beneath the waves. Sailors changed their ways after hearing tales of Zashiki-Warashi. They learned to watch for signs that an island might be alive, like water moving strangely around its edges, or birds acting nervous near its shores. Ship captains made new rules about checking unknown islands before letting their crews go ashore, knowing that what looked like safe harbor might actually be the back of the great fish. The Zhengu lived in the rivers and ocean waters of Cameroon, where they served as guides between the world of humans and the spirit realm. These powerful water beings could heal the sick and bring good fortune to those who honored them. The coastal peoples of Cameroon deeply respected the Zhengu, believing these spirits watched over both the natural world and the fate of all living things. These spirits looked like beautiful mermaids with long, flowing hair and distinctive gaps between their front teeth. Their beauty drew people to the water's edge, where the Zhengu would appear to those they chose to help or teach. Though they lived underwater, they could move freely between their watery home and the human world above. Each year, the Zhengu shared their wisdom during a great celebration called the Ngondo Festival. At this event, a specially trained priest would swim deep beneath the waters of the Wuri River, carrying gifts for the spirits. The priest stayed underwater for many minutes, speaking with the Zhengu, and returned with messages about what the coming year would bring for the people. The Zhengu shaped the daily lives of the coastal peoples through special groups called Zhengu cults. These groups helped young women become adults through sacred ceremonies that could last almost a year. The spirits taught these women secret languages and special wisdom, marking their change from girls to grown women. Families sought the Zhengu's help when normal medicine failed, believing the spirits' healing powers were stronger than any human cure. The Jialong lived in the cloud-filled mountains of ancient China. This water dragon could change the weather with a flick of its tail, bringing rain to dry farmland or storms to frighten its enemies. Unlike other Chinese dragons that lived in palaces under the sea, the Jialong chose to stay close to the sky, where it could watch over the people who prayed to it for help with their crops. The Jialong looked like a giant snake with the strong legs of a tiger and the antlers of a deer. Its scales shone like jade in the sunlight, and pearls hung from its neck that glowed in different colors to match its mood. When it flew, its whiskers streamed behind it like silk ribbons in the wind, and its claws grabbed clouds as easily as a bird catches fish. The most famous story of the Jialong tells of a time when a great drought threatened the land. The people burned incense and left gifts of fruit at mountain temples, begging for help. The Jialong heard their prayers and fought the sun itself, wrapping its long body around the burning star until rain clouds could form. It then led these clouds across China like a shepherd guiding sheep, making sure every field got the water it needed. The farmers loved the Jialong so much they painted its picture on their tools and carved its shape into stones near their wells. Parents told their children to be as kind as the Jialong, which never kept rain for itself but shared it with all who asked. Even today, some Chinese villages hold festivals when the spring rains begin, thanking the Jialong for watching over their crops. In the rivers and ponds of Japan lives a clever water spirit called the kappa. These small but mighty beings possess strength greater than a grown man, making them feared guardians of the waterways. The kappa's most striking feature is a water-filled bowl on top of its head, which holds the source of its power. If this water spills, the kappa becomes weak and must return to its river home. The kappa looks like a child-sized mixture of human and turtle, with green scaly skin and a shell on its back. Its webbed hands and feet help it swim as fast as a fish, while its turtle-like features let it hide among the reeds. The creature carries the smell of fish with it, warning people of its presence. A metal cap often covers its head bowl when it ventures onto land, protecting its precious water supply. One famous tale tells of a farmer who struck an unusual deal with a kappa. The creature agreed to help water his fields, but asked to marry the farmer's daughter in return. The clever daughter challenged the kappa to put several gourds under water, knowing it would need to bow down to complete this task. When the kappa bowed, the water spilled from its head, leaving it powerless and forcing it to break the marriage agreement. Kappa shaped how Japanese people lived near water, teaching them both caution and respect. Parents used stories of kappa to warn children about the dangers of deep water, while farmers left offerings of cucumbers, the kappa's favorite food, to gain its help with irrigation. Some villages still post warning signs about kappa near dangerous waters, turning an ancient belief into a modern safety tool. In return for kindness, kappa sometimes shared valuable knowledge with humans. They taught people the art of setting broken bones, brought lucky gifts of fresh fish to friendly families, and protected children from drowning. This mix of danger and helpfulness made the kappa one of Japan's most memorable spirits, feared by some but honored by others through shrines and festivals that continue today. In the murky waters of Lerna, an ancient Greek lagoon, lived a mighty creature known as Carcinus the giant crab. This huge beast could grip and hold down the strongest fighters with its powerful claws. The gods saw such worth in this creature that after its death, they turned it into stars in the night sky. The giant crab looked much like the crabs we know today, but it grew to an amazing size. Its hard shell measured as wide as a grown man is tall, and its claws could wrap around a warrior's leg. Some artists show it as a sea crab with a round body, while others paint it more like a river crayfish with a longer shape. The most famous tale of Carcinus tells how it fought beside the many-headed Hydra snake against the hero Heracles. The goddess Hera sent the crab to help the Hydra by pinching Heracles' feet with its strong claws, but Heracles proved too strong. He crushed the brave crab under his heel and went on to defeat the Hydra. The story of the giant crab left such a mark on Greek life that it earned a place among the stars. The goddess Hera felt so moved by the crab's loyal service that she created a new group of stars called Cancer, which we still see in the night sky today. The Greeks saw this as a sign that even a losing battle could lead to lasting glory. The Knucker dragon lived in deep holes filled with water, known as Knucker holes, across southern England. These fierce dragons could strike like lightning from their watery homes, snatching cattle and humans alike. Unlike their fire-breathing cousins, Knuckers used speed and stealth to hunt, making them especially feared by farmers and travelers who passed near their territory. The Knucker looked like a thick snake with strong, short legs and dark scales that shone like wet stones. Its head was as big as a horse's, with teeth as sharp as daggers and eyes that glowed green in the dark. When it moved through its water-filled den, only these glowing eyes showed above the surface, making it hard to spot before it attacked. The most famous Knucker lived in Lyminster, England, where it terrorized the town by eating livestock and young maidens. The local king offered his daughter's hand in marriage to anyone who could kill the beast. A clever young man named Jim Puddock baked a huge pie filled with poison, which the greedy dragon ate whole. The Knucker died, and Jim won his princess bride, though some say the dragon's poison killed him too. Villages near Knucker holes changed their whole way of life to stay safe from these dragons. Farmers built high stone walls around their pastures, and never let children play alone near ponds or deep pools. Even today, some old roads in southern England twist and turn to avoid the ancient Knucker holes where these dragons once lived. Sailors across the northern seas lived in fear of the Kraken, a giant creature that could pull whole ships into the depths. This monster from Norse tales could create whirlpools by diving deep into the ocean, trapping any boats that sailed too close. Ships vanished without warning when the Kraken hunted, leaving other sailors afraid to cross waters where it lived. The Kraken's body stretched longer than 3 Viking ships placed end to end. Its arms looked like giant tree trunks covered in suckers as big as shields, which could grab and crush wooden boats. 2 eyes the size of wagon wheels glowed in its massive head, and its beak could crack ships like nuts. One famous tale tells of a kraken that attacked a group of fishing boats near Norway. As the beast began to pull the first boat under, a quick-thinking sailor threw barrels of fish oil into the water. The oil made the surface smooth and still, which confused the kraken's senses. It lost its grip on the boat and sank back into the deep, allowing the fishermen to escape. The kraken changed how people lived at sea. Sailors started carrying barrels of fish oil to trick the beast. They drew maps showing places where the kraken lived and shared them with other ships. People also watched for signs of the creature, like fish swimming to the surface or bubbles rising from below, to avoid its hunting grounds. The Llewellyn roamed the rivers and swamps of Scotland, bringing fear to farmers and their animals. This water creature looked like a giant mouse with deadly poison covering its skin. People believed one touch from the Llewellyn could kill their cows and sheep, making it a serious threat to their way of life. The creature was no bigger than a common rat, but its rough gray fur and sharp teeth made it stand out from normal rodents. It swam through the water using a thick tail that moved like a small snake. Red eyes glowed in its pointed face, and tiny webbed feet helped it move quickly both in water and on land. A shepherd once saw a Llewellyn swimming upstream near his flock. As the creature climbed onto a rock, one of his sheep went to drink from the river. The shepherd threw his staff at the Llewellyn, making it dive back into the water, but its poison had already touched the surface. His sheep drank the tainted water and died before sunset. Farmers created special prayers and charms to keep the Llewellyn away from their lands. They placed rings of iron around their wells and water troughs to protect their animals. Some people hung dried herbs over their barn doors, as they thought certain plants could stop the creature from entering. At night, they told stories of the Llewellyn to warn children never to touch strange animals near the water. The Leviathan ruled the ancient seas around the Middle East. This massive sea monster could swallow ships whole and create huge waves just by moving its tail. Sailors and coastal people feared the Leviathan because they believed it could rise from the depths at any moment to destroy their vessels and flood their towns. The beast looked like a mix of whale, dragon, and serpent, stretching longer than 7 large ships placed end to end. Thick scales covered its body like shields of iron, making weapons useless against its skin. Steam and fire burst from its mouth and nose when it rose from the water, while its eyes glowed like the morning sun. God used the Leviathan to show a man named Job how small and weak humans were compared to the creatures of the world. When Job questioned why he faced so many hard times, God asked him if he could catch the Leviathan with a fishing hook or tie a rope around its tongue. These questions helped Job understand that some things in life were beyond human control. People changed their sailing routes and built temples near harbors to stay safe from the Leviathan. Sailors threw gifts into the sea before long trips, hoping to keep the monster calm. Many coastal towns kept watchmen on towers to warn ships and people if they spotted the creature's huge form moving under the waves. The great monster became a symbol of chaos and the untamed power of the sea. Kings and leaders used its image on their shields and flags to show their strength, while artists drew it in the corners of maps to mark dangerous waters. Even today, people use the word Leviathan to describe anything extremely large and powerful. The Loch Ness Monster lives in the cold, dark waters of Loch Ness, a large lake in Scotland. This shy beast can change shape at will and stay underwater for hours without coming up for air. People both fear and love Nessie, as they call it, because it guards the lake's depths while rarely showing itself to humans. The creature looks like a mix between a snake and a seal, with skin as dark as wet rocks and a long neck that rises like a tower from the water. Its head is small and round like a horse's, sitting atop a body as big as a house. Some say they have seen flippers moving beneath the surface, pushing the beast through the water faster than any boat. Saint Columba met the monster in the year 565 when it tried to attack one of his followers who was swimming in the lake. The saint raised his hand and spoke firmly to the beast, ordering it to go no further and do not touch the man. The monster stopped at once and swam away, showing that even this mighty creature would listen to holy commands. The monster changed how people lived around Loch Ness forever. Tourists come from all over the world to try to spot Nessie, and local shops sell monster toys and pictures. People with special cameras and boats search the lake every year, hoping to prove the creature exists. Many families in the area tell stories about times their parents or grandparents saw the monster swimming in the early morning fog. The loup caracole lived in the caves of southern France, where it used its sticky drool and long tentacles to catch prey. Local people feared this monster because it could reach into their homes and barns through tiny holes, snatching animals and even children while staying hidden underground. The beast had such a fearsome reputation that families warned their children never to play near cave openings or dark holes in the ground. This half-snake, half-octopus creature stretched longer than 3 houses placed end to end. Its round body looked like a giant snail shell, but instead of a tiny head, it had a ring of thick tentacles that could reach hundreds of feet. The beast's mouth dripped with gluey slime that stuck to anything it touched, making it impossible for victims to escape once caught. The most famous story of the loup caracole tells of a time when it emptied an entire village of its livestock in one night. The monster reached its tentacles through gaps in barn walls and under doors, pulling sheep, cows, and horses into its underground lair. When farmers tried to save their animals, they found only trails of slime leading to dark holes in the earth. French villagers changed how they built their homes because of the loup caracole. They sealed all gaps in their walls with metal and stone, blocked every crack that led underground, and kept their animals in barns built high above the ground on stone platforms. Parents taught their children special songs about staying away from caves and watching for signs of slime trails, turning their fear into lessons that helped keep their families safe. A giant octopus named Lusca haunts the deep blue holes of the Bahamas, where ocean caves drop hundreds of feet below the surface. This monster of the sea grabs boats and swimmers with its many arms, pulling them down into dark waters. Island people both fear and respect Lusca because it guards the ocean's secrets and punishes those who take too many fish. The beast looks like an octopus but grows as large as a fishing boat, with arms that stretch 50 feet long. Its dark red skin can change color to match the water or rocks around it, making it hard to spot until too late. Unlike normal octopuses, Lusca has a long shark-like tail and rows of sharp teeth behind its beak. One famous tale tells of a group of pearl divers who found a cave full of treasures from sunken ships. As they filled their bags with gold, Lusca rose up from the deep, wrapping its arms around their boat. The monster crushed their vessel and dragged most of them down, but one diver lived to warn others about being too greedy in Lusca's waters. For hundreds of years, fishermen in the Bahamas have planned their trips around Lusca's habits. They avoid certain blue holes where the creature lives, never fish alone, and share their catch with others to avoid taking too much from the sea. Parents tell their children about Lusca to teach them respect for the ocean's power and the importance of not being greedy. The Makara swam through ancient India's sacred rivers, ruling as a mighty guardian of temples and holy places. Half crocodile and half sea creature, this powerful beast could change its size at will, growing from the length of a boat to the size of a small island. Hindu gods and goddesses often chose the Makara as their protector because it moved freely between water, land, and the spirit world. The Makara's body mixed parts from many animals into one fearsome shape. Its crocodile head opened to show rows of sharp teeth, while fish scales covered its neck and back. The front legs looked like an elephant's feet, but its back half ended in a fish tail that could split the strongest waves. Peacock feathers sometimes grew along its spine, shining with all the colors of a rainbow. In the most famous Makara story, the sea god Varuna rode his faithful Makara mount to save a coastal village from evil water spirits. The Makara grew to an enormous size, creating waves that pushed back the evil spirits while keeping the village safe on dry land. Varuna blessed the Makara with the power to guard all water temples after this brave act. People carved Makara images on temple walls and gates to keep away dark forces and bring good luck. Boats often carried small Makara statues to protect sailors at sea, and women wore Makara jewelry during important ceremonies. The faithful believed that praying near a Makara statue would bring rain during dry seasons and keep floods away during storms. People still honor the Makara today by placing its image at the entrance of sacred pools and water tanks. Priests say special prayers to the Makara before blessing the water, asking it to keep the holy places pure and safe for all who come to worship. The rivers and seas of West Africa hold the powerful spirit known as Mami Wata, a water goddess who could grant wealth and healing to her followers. She appeared to people near the water's edge, offering them riches and good fortune in exchange for their loyalty. Those who saw her faced a choice: follow her rules and gain her gifts, or break their promise and face her anger. She took the form of a beautiful woman with long, dark hair that flowed like waves around her shoulders. Her lower body could change from human legs to a fishtail whenever she entered the water. Snakes often wrapped around her arms and neck like living jewelry, and she carried a golden mirror and comb that sparkled in the sunlight. One famous story tells of a fisherman who met Mami Wata on a moonlit beach. She offered to make his nets always full of fish if he would promise never to tell anyone about their meeting. The fisherman kept his word for many years, becoming the most successful fisher in his village. But one day he told his wife about Mami Wata, and all his good fortune vanished overnight. People built shrines to Mami Wata near rivers and along the coast, bringing her gifts of jewelry, perfume, and sweet foods. Traders asked for her blessing before long sea journeys, while healers called on her power to cure illnesses. Her followers wore white clothes and silver jewelry to honor her, believing these things would catch her eye and win her favor. Many still respect Mami Wata's power today, leaving coins and small mirrors near the water as gifts. Swimmers and fishers whisper prayers to her for safety, and merchants place her image in their shops to bring good business. Some say that anyone who dreams of being underwater has been visited by Mami Wata, marking them for either good fortune or a warning to remember her rules. The Merlion guards the shores of Singapore, standing as a mighty guardian with the head of a lion and the body of a fish. This magical creature shoots an endless stream of water from its mouth, showing its power over the seas and storms. People believe it protects their island home and brings good luck to all who live there. The creature rises 40 feet tall, its white stone body gleaming in the sun like ocean foam. Its fish scales shimmer from its neck down to its curved tail, while its lion face shows sharp teeth and kind eyes. The Merlion's mane flows like waves around its proud face, making it look both fierce and noble. Long ago, when a great storm threatened to flood Singapore, the Merlion rose from the waves to save the city. It shot water high into the sky, pushing back the dark clouds and calming the angry sea. The people watched in wonder as their guardian turned nature's fury into a gentle rain, saving countless lives. The Merlion changed how Singapore's people saw themselves and their connection to the sea. Fishermen began leaving small gifts of fruit and flowers at the shore, asking for safe journeys. Children grew up telling stories of the gentle giant that watched over their homes, and travelers came from far away to stand in its presence. The story of the Merlion taught people to be brave like lions and adaptable like fish. Parents told their children that just as the Merlion brought together two different creatures in one body, Singapore brought together many peoples and traditions to make something new and wonderful. The merfolk lived in all the world's oceans, from warm tropical waters to icy northern seas. These powerful beings could control ocean waves and speak to sea creatures. Sailors both feared and loved merfolk, who could either save ships from storms or lure them onto deadly rocks with their beautiful songs. These water beings looked human from the head to the waist, but had fishtails instead of legs. Their skin often matched the colors of the sea, from pale blue to deep green. Some had long, flowing hair that sparkled like sunlight on water, while others wore crowns of coral and shells. The most famous tale tells of a young mermaid who fell in love with a human prince. She gave up her voice to a sea witch in trade for human legs, hoping to win his heart. Each step felt like walking on sharp knives, but she danced for him anyway. When the prince married another, the mermaid's heart broke, and she turned into sea foam. Sailors kept watch for merfolk on long ocean trips, believing these beings could point the way to rich fishing spots or warn of coming storms. Ship captains made rules against killing certain fish, thinking they might be friends of the merfolk. People living near the sea left gifts of pearls and shells on the beach, hoping to win the favor of these ocean dwellers. The Mizuchi lived in Japan's deep rivers and lakes, where it ruled the waters with its power to control rain and floods. This dragon-shaped water spirit brought both fear and hope to the villages near its home. Farmers and townspeople left offerings at the water's edge, hoping the Mizuchi would protect their crops with gentle rain instead of destroying them with floods. The Mizuchi took the shape of a long, serpentine dragon with shining scales that sparkled like water in sunlight. Its head bore antlers like a deer's, and its whiskers flowed like seaweed in the current. When it moved through the water, its body curved and twisted like a river's path, and its eyes glowed with the cold blue light of the deepest waters. The most famous tale of the Mizuchi tells of its battle with a proud samurai. The warrior claimed he could defeat any creature, so he marched to the Mizuchi's river and challenged it to fight. The Mizuchi rose from the waters, towering above the trees, and with one breath created a whirlpool that taught the samurai the true meaning of nature's strength. The people who lived near Mizuchi waters shaped their whole lives around the spirit's moods. Fishermen watched the water's color to know when the Mizuchi was angry, and farmers built special shrines near their rice fields to please it. Children learned songs about the Mizuchi that taught them to respect the power of water, and these songs still echo in Japanese villages today. In the deep forests and rivers of the Congo Basin, stories tell of a creature called Mokelembembe, which means one who stops the flow of rivers. This giant beast lived in river caves and ate only plants, yet locals feared it would attack and destroy any boat that came too close. The tales of this creature spread from village to village across Central Africa, where people still speak of its power over the waters. The Mokelembembe looked much like the largest animals anyone had ever seen. People who claimed to see it said it stood as tall as an elephant, with smooth gray-brown skin and a neck that stretched longer than a giraffe's. It had one long tooth or horn, and its strong tail moved like a crocodile's tail in the water. The creature left deep paths through the jungle as it searched for its favorite food, white flowering vines that grew near the water. German Captain von Stein learned of the Mokelembembe in 1913 when he walked the paths of what is now Cameroon. Local guides showed him fresh trails near the Sambo River, where they said the creature had just passed by looking for food. Though many large animals had left tracks in the mud, von Stein found the stories interesting, because different groups of people told him the same details about the beast. The Mokelembembe shaped how people lived along the rivers. Boat crews stayed away from sharp river bends where they believed the creature made its home in underwater caves. Hunters and gatherers watched for signs of the beast before collecting plants near the water. Even today, some villages tell stories of the Mokelembembe to warn children about the dangers that can hide in rivers and swamps. The Morgor lived in the waters around Cornwall, England, where it hunted both fish and humans. This massive sea monster could stretch longer than 2 fishing boats and had the power to sink ships with one strike of its tail. Local fishermen feared the beast because it would attack their boats and drag sailors into the depths. The creature looked like a giant snake with rough, dark skin and a head like a seal. It had a long neck that rose 20 feet above the waves, showing rows of sharp horns along its back. Small eyes glowed green in the dark, and witnesses said it made sounds like a crying woman. In the spring of 1976, dozens of people saw the Morgar attack a small fishing boat near Falmouth Bay. The monster wrapped its body around the boat and crushed it into pieces. 2 fishermen jumped into a life raft, but one was pulled under by a long, whip-like tail. The other man lived to tell the tale. People living on the coast changed their fishing habits because of the Morgar. They stopped fishing at night and began working in groups of 3 or more boats. Locals also built higher walls along the shore to block the view of the sea, believing that meeting the creature's gaze would bring bad luck to their families. Morvarker roamed the shores of Brittany, France, as a magical horse with the power to run on water. This seahorse could carry riders across waves as easily as land, never sinking beneath the surface. Kings and heroes sought Morvarkiv because only the pure of heart could ride him. The mighty horse stood taller than any normal steed, with a coat that shifted colors like the sea. His mane flowed like ocean waves, sometimes blue, sometimes green. When he galloped, his hooves sparked with light that looked like stars falling on water. The most famous story tells of King Gradlon, who rode Morvark to save his daughter from a flooding city. As waves chased them, the horse ran on top of the water toward safety. But the horse stopped and refused to move until the king pushed his evil daughter into the sea. Only then did Morvarks carry Gradlon to dry land. People living along the coast watched for Morvarks during storms, believing his appearance meant someone needed saving. Parents told children that if they lived good lives, they might one day see the great horse running on waves in the moonlight. Sailors carved his image on their ships for luck at sea. The Muckshilch lurked in the cold seas around Scotland, where it used its mighty strength to sink boats and drag sailors into the depths. Local people both feared and respected this beast because it could control the waters in its territory, making the difference between a safe journey and certain death. Its roar could be heard for miles across the water, warning ships to stay away from its hunting grounds. The creature looked like a mix between a whale and a giant seal, with dark green skin that shimmered like wet stones. Its head bore 7 fins shaped like seaweed, and its eyes glowed yellow in the murky water. The Muckshilch could stretch its neck to be as long as 2 fishing boats, and its tail could split into 3 parts when it hunted. One famous tale tells of a fisherman named Ian, who tried to catch the Muckshilch in his nets. The beast allowed itself to be caught, then pulled Ian's boat in circles for 3 days and nights. On the 3rd night, it led the boat to a hidden cave filled with pearls and gold from sunken ships. Ian took only 1 pearl, and from that day on, the Muckshilch protected his fishing routes. The Scottish people built special shrines along the coast to keep the Muckshilch happy. Fishermen would leave gifts of fresh fish and sweet cakes before long voyages. Those who showed respect to the creature often found schools of fish near their boats, while those who ignored the old ways sometimes vanished at sea. The belief in the Muckshilch's power grew so strong that even today, some old fishing boats carry its symbol for luck. The Muljawank lived in the deep waters of the Murray River in South Australia. This fierce water spirit could grab people from boats and drag them down to drown in the murky depths. Aboriginal parents warned their children about the Muljawank to keep them away from dangerous parts of the river, where strong currents and hidden snags could pull swimmers under. The spirit took different shapes, but most often looked like a tall man with dark green skin and long, stringy hair covered in river weeds. Its fingers stretched out like the roots of water plants, perfect for grabbing unlucky victims. Sharp teeth filled its wide mouth, and its eyes glowed like yellow moons in the darkness beneath the water's surface. One famous story tells of a group of fishermen who laughed at warnings about the Muljawank. As they pulled in their nets full of fish, a huge green hand shot up from the water and grabbed their boat. The men fought with their oars, but the spirit pulled harder until the boat tipped over. Only 1 man made it back to shore to tell the tale. The Muljawank shaped how Aboriginal people lived along the Murray River for thousands of years. Families taught their children to fish only in safe, shallow waters during daylight. At night, people stayed away from the riverbanks and kept their fires burning bright to ward off the spirit. These rules helped keep communities safe from the real dangers that lurked in Australia's longest river. Naiads lived in the fresh waters of ancient Greece, where they ruled over rivers, streams, and springs. These water spirits could heal the sick with their magic waters, or curse those who made them angry. People feared their power to drown swimmers, but also prayed to them for clean water and good health. A naiad looked like a beautiful young woman with long, flowing hair the color of river weeds. Her skin shimmered like sunlight on water, and her eyes changed color with her moods, blue when happy, gray when stormy. She wore robes that seemed made of flowing water and could melt into her stream like a ripple on the surface. The most famous story tells of a naiad named Arethusa who caught the eye of a river god. When he chased her, she begged the goddess Artemis for help. Artemis turned her into a spring of pure water that flowed from Greece all the way under the sea to the island of Sicily, where she bubbles up to this day. Greeks built shrines near springs and streams to honor the naiads who lived there. Young women left gifts of flowers and honey before their weddings to ask for blessings. Travelers always stopped to make small offerings before drinking from a spring, knowing that a naiad's favor could mean the difference between life and death on a long journey. The giant catfish Namazu lived deep beneath the islands of Japan, held down by a powerful god named Kashima. This enormous creature had the power to create earthquakes whenever it thrashed or moved its massive tail. People both feared and prayed to Namazu because they believed it controlled the fate of their land and homes. The beast stretched longer than 40 fishing boats placed end to end, with whiskers as thick as tree trunks and scales that shone like metal in the dark. Its eyes glowed red like hot coals, and its mouth could swallow a house whole. When it moved, its body rippled like waves across the ocean floor. One famous story tells how Namazu broke free when Kashima fell asleep at his post. The giant fish shook the earth so hard that cities crumbled and the sea rose up to flood the land. Fires broke out across Japan, and people ran in terror as their world turned to chaos. Only when Kashima woke up and rushed to pin Namazu down with his sword did the destruction end. The Japanese people watched for signs that might warn them when Namazu would strike again. They hung special pictures of the catfish in their homes to protect against earthquakes. Some even thanked Namazu after earthquakes, because they believed the destruction led to equal wealth among people, as everyone had to rebuild together. During the times when earthquakes shook the land, people said Kashima had grown weak or tired, letting Namazu move too freely. They built shrines to honor Kashima and prayed for him to stay strong and alert, keeping the great catfish still and the ground stable beneath their feet. Off the sunny coasts of ancient Greece, the Nereids danced through ocean waves as guardians of sailors and fishermen. These 50 sisters held power over the waters, calming storms and guiding ships safely to shore. People living near the sea left them small gifts of food and wine, hoping to earn their protection before long journeys across dangerous waters. The Nereids looked like beautiful young women with long, flowing hair that shimmered like sunlight on water. Their lower bodies could shift between human legs and fishtails, letting them swim faster than dolphins. They wore robes made from sea foam that sparkled like tiny pearls, and crowns of coral and shells marked them as daughters of the sea god Nereus. Among the sisters, Thetis proved herself the bravest when she helped Zeus keep his throne. Other gods had planned to chain Zeus, but Thetis learned of their plot. She quickly brought Briareus, a giant with 100 arms, to stand guard over Zeus. This action saved the king of gods, and earned Thetis great honor among both gods and humans. The Nereids shaped how people lived near the sea in ancient times. Fishermen painted their images on boats and sang songs asking for good catches. Mothers with sons on trading ships burned sweet herbs at shrines to the Nereids, asking them to calm rough waters. Sailors who survived shipwrecks often said they saw these sea maidens pushing them toward shore, or keeping them afloat until help arrived. In ancient Japan's warm seas, the Ningyo brought both wonder and fear to fishing villages along the coast. This mysterious creature possessed the power to grant eternal youth to anyone who ate its flesh, making it a target for brave and foolish hunters alike. Local people believed catching or killing a Ningyo would bring terrible storms and misfortune to their entire community. The Ningyo appeared as a strange mix of human and fish, much like the mermaids of Western tales, but with key differences. Its face looked like that of a monkey, with small sharp teeth and golden eyes that glowed in dark waters. The creature's body stretched to about the size of a young child, with scales that shimmered like pearls and delicate fins where human arms would be. One famous tale tells of a prince who secretly bought Ningyo flesh from a fisherman and served it at a feast. His guests grew younger by the day, their gray hair turning black and their wrinkles smoothing away. But soon after, massive waves destroyed the prince's coastal palace, and violent storms sank his entire fleet of ships. The fear of Ningyo's curse shaped how Japanese fishing villages lived for hundreds of years. Fishermen made special charms to keep the creature away from their nets, while others left small offerings of rice at the shoreline to earn its favor. Even today, some older fishing boats in Japan carry marks meant to ward off the Ningyo's anger, showing how deeply this story touched people's lives. The Nuckelavee brought terror to the Orkney Islands, a group of islands off the northern coast of Scotland. This sea monster could walk on land and had the power to spread disease to farm crops and animals with its foul breath. People feared this creature most of all the spirits in Scottish tales because it showed no mercy to anyone who crossed its path. The Nuckelavee looked like a horse and rider fused into one horrible form. Its legs were like black fins, and its head was 10 times larger than a normal horse's head, with a single red eye that burned like fire. The rider had no skin, showing raw red muscle and black blood flowing through clear veins, while long arms reached almost to the ground. The most famous story tells of a blacksmith named Tammy who met the Nuckelavee on a stormy night. The creature chased him for miles along the coast, but Tammy knew the beast's weakness. It could not cross fresh water. He ran across a stream just as the monster's long arms were about to grab him, and watched as the angry creature had to turn back toward the sea. Island folk changed their whole way of life to avoid the Nuckelavee. They never went out alone on stormy nights and always built their homes near streams or rivers for safety. Farmers burned seaweed on their fields, as they believed its smoke drove the monster away, and everyone said special prayers before walking along the coast after dark. Near the shores and rivers of ancient Greece, the Oceanids watched over every drop of fresh water on Earth. These gentle water spirits blessed crops with morning dew and guided springs up from deep underground. People honored them with gifts and songs because the Oceanids could either bless the land with pure, healing waters or curse it with drought. Each Oceanid looked like a beautiful young woman made of flowing water and light. Their hair moved like waves even when no wind blew, and their eyes shimmered with all the colors of a clear stream in sunlight. When they walked, their feet barely touched the ground, leaving small pools of water that turned into springs. The story of the Oceanid Métis shows their great power and wisdom. Zeus himself sought her help during the great war against the Titans, older gods who ruled before him. Métis gave Zeus a special herb that made the Titan leader Cronus sick, forcing him to free Zeus's brothers and sisters whom he had swallowed. Greek farmers built small shrines near springs and streams to honor the Oceanids. They left offerings of honey and fresh bread to keep the water flowing clean and sweet. Women came to these shrines to ask for healthy children, and sailors prayed to the Oceanids for safe journeys, believing these spirits could calm rough waters. Even the greatest gods showed respect to these water spirits. The Oceanids served as judges at divine contests, healers for injured gods, and teachers of wisdom to young heroes. Their power to create and find fresh water made them some of the most important spirits in the ancient world. The waters of Lake Okanagan in Canada hide the Ogopogo, a giant snake-like creature that rules its depths. This water beast stretches longer than 3 school buses and can swim faster than any boat on the lake. Local tribes respected and feared the Ogopogo, calling it Naha-a-Itk, which means the sacred creature of the water. The Ogopogo looks like a huge snake with dark green or black skin that helps it blend into the lake's waters. Its head resembles that of a sheep or goat, with large eyes that witness say glow in murky water. The creature moves through water by making big loops with its body, creating waves that can rock even large boats. The most famous sighting happened when 30 people watched the Ogopogo chase boats near Rattlesnake Island. The creature swam after several small boats, making huge waves that nearly capsized them. People on shore took photos and filmed videos of something large moving through the water, though the pictures came out blurry. Lake Okanagan's people changed how they used the lake because of Ogopogo. Native tribes would pray and leave gifts before crossing certain parts of the water. Even today, some boat captains avoid areas where people often see the creature. Tourist boats now offer special trips to look for Ogopogo, making it as famous as Scotland's Loch Ness Monster. The Ondine lived in rivers and lakes across Europe, where she used her beautiful singing to draw men into the water. She stood out from other water spirits because she could gain a human soul by marrying a mortal man. People both yearned for and feared Ondines because these spirits could bring true love or death by drowning. Her shape changed between two forms: a lovely young woman with flowing hair the color of water, and a creature with fins and scales that gleamed like pearls. In human form, she kept one mark of her water nature. Her feet stayed wet no matter how long she walked on land. When she swam, her movements looked as smooth as flowing silk. The most famous Ondine fell in love with a knight named Lawrence, who swore to her that his every waking breath would be faithful to her alone. They married, and she gained a human soul, but she later found him sleeping in another woman's arms. She cursed him so that if he ever fell asleep, he would stop breathing. Lawrence fought sleep as long as he could, but finally dozed off and died. The story of Ondine changed how people viewed promises of eternal love. Young couples used her tale as a warning about making oaths they could not keep. Fishermen left small gifts at riverside shrines to win her blessing before going out in their boats. Artists painted her as a symbol of nature's power to give both life and death through water. The Ponaturi haunted the rocky shores and sea caves of New Zealand, where they emerged at night to hunt humans. These sea spirits held power over the tides and could breathe both in water and on land. Local tribes feared the Ponaturi because they stole children and dragged sailors into the depths. These beings looked like small people with blue-tinted skin and long, sharp fingers like fishhooks. Their eyes glowed red in the dark, and seaweed-like hair floated around their heads even when dry. The Ponaturi wore cloaks made from sealskin that helped them glide through water as fast as sharks. A brave woman named Kai saved her people from the Ponaturi by tricking them into staying in a meeting house until sunrise. The Ponaturi could not survive in sunlight, which turned them to stone. She blocked all the holes in the roof and walls, then held them inside with songs and stories until the sun rose and killed them all. Coastal villages changed their way of life because of the Ponaturi. Families built homes away from the shore and taught children never to swim alone. Fishermen worked only in daylight hours and carried special stones blessed by tribal elders to ward off the sea spirits. At night, people lit fires along the beach to keep the Ponaturi in their caves. The Kalupalik hunts near the icy shores of the Arctic, where Inuit communities have lived for thousands of years. This powerful sea woman uses her long, sharp fingernails and hypnotic humming to catch children who walk too close to the water's edge. Parents warn their children about the Kalupalik to keep them safe from falling through thin ice or being swept away by strong currents. The creature looks much like a human woman from the waist up, with green-tinted skin and long, dark hair that flows like seaweed in the water. Below her waist, her body becomes seal-like, with a strong tail made for swimming through cold waters. She wears a large cloth bag called an amauti on her back, the same kind Inuit mothers use to carry their babies. One famous story tells of a young boy who ignored his grandmother's warnings and played near the shore during a storm. The Kalupalik rose from the waves, humming her strange song, and tried to put him in her amauti. The boy remembered his grandmother's teachings and threw sharp pieces of ice at the creature's face, giving him just enough time to run back to his village. The Kalupalik shaped how Inuit families raised their children and helped them understand the dangers of their Arctic home. Children learned to listen to their elders, stay away from unstable ice, and respect the power of the sea. Even today, many Inuit parents share stories of the Kalupalik to teach their children about safety in the harsh Arctic environment. The Ranamari terrorized the people of the Maldives, rising from the sea each month to demand a young woman as payment. This giant sea demon threatened to flood the islands and destroy homes if the people failed to give their offering. The rulers of the Maldives feared the creature so much that they built a special temple where they left young women to meet their fate. The monster stood as tall as 3 palm trees and had the head of a fish with rows of sharp teeth. Its body mixed features of sharks, eels, and humans, with scales that glowed like blue fire in the dark. The creature's eyes shone red like burning coral, and its voice boomed like thunder across the waves. A brave young woman named Khadijah chose to face the Ranamari. Instead of waiting in fear, she spent the night in the temple reading from the Holy Quran. When the demon rose from the waves at midnight, her prayers drove it back into the sea. The creature howled in pain and promised never to return to the islands. The defeat of Ranamari changed life in the Maldives forever. The people stopped fearing the monthly rise of the full moon and no longer had to sacrifice their daughters. This victory helped spread Islam throughout the islands as people saw how faith could overcome even the strongest evil. The old temple where Khadijah faced the demon became a mosque, a place for prayer instead of fear. In the rivers and lakes of Eastern Europe, the Rusalka lured young men to their deaths with her beautiful singing. This water spirit looked like a young woman with long, wet hair, and could make herself seem both lovely and lonely to those who passed by. People both feared and felt sorry for the Rusalka, as they believed she was once a normal girl who had drowned, often because of a broken heart or cruel treatment. The Rusalka appeared as a pale-skinned maiden with flowing hair that seemed to ripple like water, even when there was no wind. Her eyes shone like moonlight on a lake, and water drops always fell from her hair and clothes. She looked like any normal girl from far away, but those who came close could see that her skin had a blue-green tint, like the surface of a deep pond. One famous tale tells of a young fisherman who heard sweet singing late at night and saw a beautiful girl sitting by the river, combing her long hair. When he came closer, she held out her hand and asked him to join her in a dance. The fisherman could not resist her sad smile and took her hand, but as soon as they began to dance, she pulled him into the deep water, never to be seen again. The Rusalka shaped how people lived near lakes and rivers. Parents warned their children never to go near the water alone, especially at night or during Rusalka week, a time in early summer when these spirits were said to leave the water and swing on tree branches. Young men took extra care during this time, often wearing protective herbs that were meant to keep the Rusalka away. During spring and summer, people left small gifts like ribbons and flowers on tree branches near the water to keep the Rusalka happy. They believed that if they showed kindness to these spirits, the Rusalka might protect them from drowning instead of causing harm. Some even said that if you could make a Rusalka laugh with joy instead of sadness, she would grant you the gift of great happiness. In the rivers of Ireland lived a magical fish known as the Salmon of Wisdom. This special creature held all the knowledge of the world within its body. People sought this fish because eating it would make someone the smartest person alive. The salmon gained its wisdom by eating nuts that fell from 9 sacred hazel trees into a well. The Salmon of Wisdom looked like a normal fish on the outside, but its scales shone with all the colors of a rainbow. It grew larger than any other salmon, reaching the size of a small boat. Its eyes glowed with a golden light that seemed to pierce through anyone who looked at them. A man named Fionn served as a helper to a wise poet who spent 7 years trying to catch the salmon. When they finally caught it, the poet told young Fionn to cook the fish, but not to eat any of it. While cooking, Fionn burned his thumb on the hot fish and put it in his mouth to stop the pain. This small taste gave Fionn all the salmon's wisdom. The story of the Salmon of Wisdom changed how Irish people viewed both knowledge and fate. They learned that wisdom could come to anyone, not just those who sought it on purpose. Parents told their children this tale to teach them that learning could happen at any time and in surprising ways. The Irish also began to see salmon as special fish that carried magic in their scales. Among the dark waters off Japan's coast lived the Samabito, a shark-faced being whose tears turned into precious gems. This strange creature came from the Dragon Palace, an underwater kingdom ruled by the Dragon King. People both feared the Samabito's fierce look and wanted its valuable tears, which could make someone rich in moments. The Samabito had the body of a human, but the head of a shark, with skin as black as ink. Sharp teeth filled its mouth, and its eyes glowed like red fire in the dark. It stood as tall as 2 men and wore clothes made from seaweed and shells that dripped with ocean water. A samurai named Totaro met a weeping Samabito on a bridge one rainy night. The creature told Totaro it had been thrown out of the Dragon Palace and had nowhere to live. Taking pity on the Samabito, Totaro let it stay in his garden pond. When Totaro later needed money to marry his love, the kind Samabito cried enough tears to fill a bowl with precious gems. Japanese people began to see that even scary-looking beings could have gentle hearts after hearing the Samabito's story. They taught their children not to judge others by how they looked. Sailors left small gifts near the shore for any Samabito who might need help, hoping the creature would return their kindness with its valuable tears. The sea griffin ruled the cold waters around Norway during the Viking Age. This powerful beast combined the hunting skills of an eagle with the swimming strength of a seal, making it one of the most feared hunters in the northern seas. Sailors believed the sea griffin could smell gold and silver from miles away, which made merchant ships its favorite target. Unlike its cousin, the griffin that lived on land, the sea griffin had dark blue scales instead of feathers, and flippers rather than lion paws. Its head looked like an eagle's, complete with a sharp, hooked beak that could tear through wooden ship hulls. The creature's long neck rose from a seal-like body, and its tail ended in a fan of spikes that could stun fish and small whales. The most famous story of the sea griffin tells of its battle with Thor, the Norse god of thunder. When Thor went fishing for the world serpent, a sea griffin tried to steal his golden belt. The fight lasted 3 days and 3 nights, with waves crashing so high they flooded nearby villages. In the end, Thor won by tricking the beast into biting a rock covered in gold leaf. Norse sailors painted the sea griffin's image on their ships, believing this would keep other sea griffins away. They also started the practice of hiding their gold and silver deep inside their ships, rather than in deck chests. Some fishing communities left small offerings of shiny objects on the beach each month, hoping the sea griffin would leave their boats alone. Strange and wise sea lions lived along the rocky shores of ancient Greece, where they served Poseidon as guards of his underwater palaces. These magical creatures could speak human languages and sang songs that told the future. Sailors both feared and sought out sea lions, hoping to learn their fortunes while also staying safe from their sharp teeth and powerful magic. The sea lions looked nothing like the animals we call sea lions today. They had the head of a lion with a thick mane made of seaweed and shells, the front legs of a lion, and the tail of a fish covered in golden scales. Their eyes glowed like green fire under the waves, and their voices sounded like a mix of lion roars and whale songs. The most famous tale tells of a sea lion who saved a drowning prince by telling him how to find a magic pearl. The prince had fallen from his ship during a storm, and the sea lion offered to help if the prince could answer 3 riddles. When the prince solved all 3, the sea lion gave him a pearl that let him breathe underwater and led him safely to shore. Greek sailors started leaving gifts of honey cakes near seaside caves where sea lions lived. They believed eating sweet food made sea lions more likely to share good fortunes rather than bad ones. Some coastal towns built special platforms near the water where people could sit and ask sea lions for advice about fishing, weather, and love. The sea monk haunted the cold waters between Denmark and England during the Middle Ages. This strange creature looked like a mix between a human monk and a fish, which made sailors think it came from heaven or hell. People feared the sea monk because it would rise from the waves to judge their sins, but they also hoped it might bless their ships with safe travel. From its waist up, the sea monk had the shape of a bald human head and chest covered in scales that looked like a monk's brown robe. Below the waist, it had a fishtail with fins that shone like polished copper in the sun. Its face looked old and wise, with deep-set eyes that glowed in the dark, but its mouth was wide and full of sharp teeth like a shark. The most famous story of the sea monk comes from a Dutch fishing boat in the year 1200. The crew caught the creature in their nets, and it began to make signs of blessing with its webbed hands. The captain freed it from the nets, and soon after, the boat found the richest catch of fish in the town's history. Fishing towns along the North Sea began to leave small crosses floating in the water to attract the sea monk's blessing. Ships started carrying extra fish to throw back as gifts if they saw the creature. Some churches even put pictures of the sea monk in their windows, showing it blessing boats or punishing bad sailors who worked on holy days. The sea serpent ruled the northern waters between Norway and Iceland. This giant snake-like creature could rise taller than the masts of Viking ships and crush boats with its powerful coils. Sailors both hated and respected the beast, as it guarded rich fishing grounds and could either block or guide ships to safe harbor. In the cold waters, its dark green scales shone like wet stones, and its head looked much like a horse's butt with sharp teeth and a long forked tongue. The sea serpent moved through waves like a massive water snake, stretching longer than 5 ships placed end to end. Its eyes glowed yellow in the dark, helping sailors spot it in time to change course. The most famous tale of the sea serpent comes from a group of fishermen near the coast of Denmark. They followed a school of herring into a deep fjord, where the serpent rose from the depths and herded even more fish toward their nets. The creature let them take half the catch, but warned them with a loud hiss when they grew too greedy. The sea serpent shaped how Norse people lived and worked on the water. Boat builders made their ships stronger to survive its crushing coils, while fishermen created special nets that could be cut loose if the beast appeared. Some coastal towns even left offerings of fish on the shore, hoping to keep the serpent happy and their ships safe. The Selma made its home in the cold waters near Norway's shores, stretching longer than 2 fishing boats placed end to end. This massive sea serpent could move faster than any ship of its time, racing through waves with frightening speed. Local fishermen both feared and respected the Selma, as it could either guide them to rich fishing grounds or overturn their boats with a single twist of its body. The creature's head looked much like a horse's, but with large eyes that glowed like green lanterns in the dark waters. Its long neck rose from the sea like a snake, while the rest of its body stayed hidden beneath the waves. The Selma's skin shined like wet metal in the sunlight, covered in scales that changed color from deep blue to stormy gray. One famous tale tells of a Selma that saved an entire fishing village from starving during a harsh winter. The serpent herded thousands of fish into the village's bay, creating such a large catch that the people had enough food to last until spring. The strange part of the story came when villagers left offerings of silver coins on the shore. The next morning, they found fresh fish in place of every coin. The Selma shaped how Norwegian coastal people lived their lives for hundreds of years. Sailors watched for its special signs, a double wave or a flash of scales, to know when storms approached. Parents told their children never to throw trash into the sea, warning that the Selma would push it back onto their beaches. Some fishing families even painted the serpent's shape on their boats for good luck, believing it would help them find better fishing spots. The Shachihoko guarded the roofs of Japanese castles, watching from high above with its fierce tiger head and fish body. This magical creature could control rain, bringing water when crops needed it, or stopping floods that threatened the town. People believed the Shachihoko protected buildings from fire, which made it one of the most important guardians in old Japan. Half tiger and half fish, the Shachihoko stood taller than 2 men when placed on castle roofs. Its sharp tiger teeth gleamed in the sun, while its fish scales shined like gold coins. The creature always faced the sky with its mouth open wide, ready to catch rain or shoot water from its throat. 2 long whiskers flowed from its face like ribbons in the wind. The most famous Shachihoko story comes from Nagoya Castle, where 2 golden Shachihoko sat on the highest roof. One summer, a great fire spread through the town, burning everything in its path. As flames reached the castle, both Shachihoko sprang to life, spraying water from their mouths until the fire died out. The castle still stands today because of their protection. Japanese builders placed Shachihoko on important buildings throughout history, turning them into symbols of safety and good luck. Farmers watched these creatures on castle roofs to know when rain would come for their rice fields. Even today, people make small Shachihoko statues for their homes, keeping the old belief that these beings will protect them from fire and flood. The Shellycoat haunted the rivers and streams of Scotland, hiding under bridges and near watermills. This water spirit loved to play tricks on travelers, using its magic to make sounds that led people the wrong way. Local people learned to listen for the noise of shells clicking together, a sure sign that the Shellycoat waited nearby to cause mischief. Looking like a small man covered in shells and seaweed, the Shellycoat stood no taller than a child. Its coat made rattling sounds as it moved, like pebbles shaking in a jar. The creature's eyes glowed like pale moons in the dark, and its fingers ended in sharp points that could grab onto rocks and wood. Looking like a small man covered in shells and seaweed, the Shellycoat stood no taller than a child. Its coat made rattling sounds as it moved, like pebbles shaking in a jar. The creature's eyes glowed like pale moons in the dark, and its fingers ended in sharp points that could grab onto rocks and wood. Farmers and millers left small gifts of food near their watermills to keep the Shellycoat happy. Parents warned children to stay away from bridges at night, though they also said that hearing shell rattles meant the next day would bring good fortune. Mill workers claimed their grain ground better when they heard the spirit's laughter echo across the water. In the warm waters around New Zealand, the taniwa made its home as a guardian of sacred places and protector of local tribes. This mighty water spirit could change its shape at will, most often appearing as a giant lizard or fierce water creature. The Maori people both feared and honored the taniwa, as it punished those who broke sacred laws, but also guided and protected those who showed proper respect. The taniwa took many forms, but its most common shape was that of a huge reptile, like a lizard mixed with a crocodile. Its dark scales gleamed in the sunlight when it rose from the depths, and some say it had eyes that glowed like green fire. The creature could stretch as long as a whale, with rows of sharp spines along its back and a powerful tail that could stir up massive waves. One famous story tells of a taniwa named Urea, who lived in the Hauraki Gulf near Auckland. Urea formed a close bond with a local chief's daughter and became her guardian spirit. When enemy warriors tried to attack her tribe by sea, Urea created a great storm that sank the invasion fleet, saving his human friend and her people. The taniwa shaped how Maori tribes lived, traveled, and built their homes. People would ask permission before crossing waters where a taniwa lived, and they built their villages away from its known paths. Fishing boats would leave small gifts for the taniwa to ensure safe passage, and parents taught their children to respect the waters it guarded. The Tijeruk haunted the icy waters near Alaska, where Inuit sailors feared its long, snake-like form beneath the waves. This massive sea creature could stretch longer than 3 fishing boats placed end to end, and had the power to grab people from docks and beaches with its flexible neck. Local tribes respected and feared the Tijeruk so much they warned their children never to play near the water's edge at dusk, when it hunted most often. The beast looked like a mix between a seal and a giant snake, with smooth dark skin that blended with deep waters. Its head bore sharp teeth like a wolf's, while its neck could bend and twist like seaweed in a current. 2 pairs of strong flippers helped it chase boats and swim faster than any normal sea animal, making escape nearly impossible once it gave chase. Many stories tell of a brave hunter who met the Tijeruk during a storm at sea. His small boat hit ice in the dark, and the creature rose from the waves like a living mountain. Instead of eating the hunter, the beast pushed his boat to shore with its nose. From that day on, the hunter left gifts of seal meat on the beach for the Tijeruk, and his family never lost another boat to the ice. The Tijeruk shaped how coastal villages lived their daily lives. Fishers painted special marks on their boats to ask for safe passage through its waters. Parents used its story to teach children about the sea's dangers, while hunters learned to watch for signs of its coming, like unusual waves or sudden quiet. Some people today still say they see strange shapes in Alaska's waters, wondering if the Tijeruk still swims in the deep. The sea goddess Toyotama Heim lived in a grand palace under the waves of Japan. As daughter of the dragon god of the sea, she held the power to change her shape at will and control the tides that fishers depended on for their catch. Sailors prayed to her for safe trips across the water, while coastal towns built shrines to win her favor and protect their homes from storms. In her true form, she glowed like moonlight on water, with long flowing hair the color of sea foam and scales that shimmered like pearls. Her robes moved like gentle waves, never getting wet, and her voice rang soft and clear like shells chiming in the wind. When angry, her eyes flashed like lightning over stormy seas, and her teeth sharpened like those of the sharks that served her. The most famous story tells of how she fell in love with a human prince named Huri, who lost his fishing hook in her father's kingdom. She helped him find the hook and married him, following him to live on land, but she made him promise never to watch her give birth to their child. When he broke this promise, he saw her turn into her true dragon form as she gave birth, and she fled back to the sea forever, leaving their baby behind. Her story taught Japanese people about keeping promises and respecting the power of the sea. Women about to give birth still ask for her blessing, while fishers leave small gifts at her shrines before heading out to sea. Many coastal families claim they come from her bloodline, and some say they can spot her palace's golden roof deep under the waves on clear, quiet days. Among the waves of ancient Greek seas lived the Tritons, powerful children of the sea god Poseidon. These water spirits could calm storms or whip them into fury by blowing their magic shell trumpets, which made sounds like rolling thunder across the water. Sailors both feared and honored the Tritons, leaving them gifts of wine and honey to earn safe passage through dangerous waters. Half human and half fish, these beings had the strong upper bodies and faces of men with long green beards that dripped seawater like rain. From the waist down, they had fishtails covered in silver scales that caught sunlight like mirrors on the waves. Each Triton carried a spiral shell trumpet bigger than a man's arm, and some held three-pointed spears called tridents, just like their father Poseidon. The most famous story tells of a Triton who saved the Argonauts, brave sailors searching for a magical golden fleece. Their ship became trapped in a vast desert when a great wave washed them far from the sea. A kind Triton appeared and carried their ship on his shoulders, walking for 9 days through hot sands until he reached the waves and set them safely back on their journey. Greek sailors painted pictures of Tritons on their ships and carved them into harbor walls for luck at sea. People living on the coast listened for the sound of shell trumpets before big storms and taught their children to leave small gifts on the beach during the first full moon of spring. Fishers claimed that seeing a Triton meant they would find waters rich with fish, while others said hearing their trumpets meant storms would soon pass. The Umibozu stalked Japanese waters, rising from the deep like a tower of black water. This giant sea spirit showed itself to lonely ships on calm nights, when the ocean lay flat as glass. Sailors both feared and respected the Umibozu, because it could sink ships with giant waves or bring good luck to those who treated it well. The creature looked like a huge black monk with smooth, wet skin that shone in the moonlight. Its round head had no face except for 2 eyes that glowed like stars on a dark night. When it rose from the sea, the Umibozu grew taller than the ship's mast, and its arms stretched wider than fishing nets. One famous tale tells of a captain who met the Umibozu on a quiet night. The spirit asked the captain for a barrel to use as a toy. When the captain gave his last water barrel, the Umibozu played with it like a child's ball, then filled it with fresh fish to feed the hungry crew. But another ship that refused to share met giant waves that broke their boat into pieces. Japanese fishing villages built small shrines near their ports to honor the Umibozu. Sailors left gifts of barrels, sake, and rice before long trips, hoping the spirit would protect them at sea. Many coastal towns still tell children to be kind and sharing, just as the good captain was to the Umibozu. The Vodyanoi ruled the waters of Eastern Europe, making his home in deep river pools and lakes. This water spirit held power over drowning, choosing who would sink or swim in his waters. Farmers and fishermen left small gifts like butter and bread near the water's edge, because they believed the Vodyanoi could flood their lands or tear their nets if they made him angry. The Vodyanoi looked like an old man covered in green algae and mud, with webbed fingers and a long dripping beard. His eyes glowed red like coals in the dark, and his wet skin gleamed like a frog's. Though small, about the size of a child, the Vodyanoi had the strength of 10 men and could pull even the strongest swimmer under the waves. A miller once ignored the warnings about building too close to the Vodyanoi's favorite pool. One night, as the miller worked late, he heard strange singing from the water. The Vodyanoi offered to help turn the mill wheel at night, but when the greedy miller agreed, the spirit worked the wheel so fast it broke apart. The rushing water destroyed the mill and dragged the miller into the depths. People changed their ways near water after hearing tales of the Vodyanoi. Swimmers avoided deep pools, especially at night when the Vodyanoi grew stronger. Mills and fishing boats carried small bells whose ringing was said to keep the water spirit away. Parents taught their children to throw a handful of salt into the water before fishing or swimming, as the Vaginoi hated the taste of salt. Native American tribes of the Great Basin found water babies near rivers and lakes in Nevada and California. These small water spirits could cry like human infants to lure people close to dangerous waters. The tribes feared water babies because they dragged unwary adults to their death, but also respected them as powerful guardians of sacred water places. A water baby stood no taller than a human hand, with soft gray skin that glistened like a fish. Its large black eyes shone in the dark, and tiny sharp teeth filled its mouth. Though it looked somewhat like a human baby, it had webbed fingers and toes, and its head was shaped like that of a tadpole. The most famous story tells of a hunter who heard a baby crying near Walker Lake. He followed the sound to help what he thought was a lost child. When he reached the water's edge, small hands grabbed his feet and pulled him under. Other hunters found only his footprints leading into the lake, with tiny wet handprints in the sand beside them. Tribes taught their children never to go near the water alone, especially at night when water babies were most active. Parents wrapped special herbs in leather pouches for their children to wear around their necks to keep water babies away. Medicine people, tribal healers who knew the old ways, placed offering bowls of pine nuts and rabbit meat near the water to keep the spirits calm. The water bull haunted the deep lochs of Scotland, rising from dark waters to hunt people who walked alone at night. Unlike regular bulls, this creature could breathe underwater and change its size at will, making it a terror both in water and on land. The Highland people feared this beast because it could drag victims down to underwater caves, never to be seen again. The water bull looked much like a normal black bull, but its coat dripped endless streams of water that never dried. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light that people could see from far away. When it walked on land, its hooves left small pools of water that stayed fresh and never soaked into the ground. One famous tale tells of a young shepherd who met the water bull near Loch Ness. The bull appeared small at first, no bigger than a calf, but grew to the size of a house when the shepherd tried to catch it. The shepherd ran away, but the water bull chased him all the way home, shrinking back to normal size before diving into a small stream that led back to the loch. People living near Scottish lochs changed their whole way of life because of the water bull. They never walked alone near water at night, and shepherds kept their animals away from loch shores at dusk and dawn. Parents taught their children to listen for the sound of dripping water on dry days, which meant the water bull was near. The water bull taught the Highland people to respect the power of their lochs and streams. Boats would not go out if anyone spotted the bull's glowing eyes, and families built their homes far from the water's edge. Even today, some Scottish people say they hear the heavy splashing of the water bull on quiet nights, though few claim to have seen it. The water dragon ruled the rivers and lakes of ancient China, bringing rain to farmlands and storms to sailors who failed to show respect. Unlike its fire-breathing cousins in the west, this mighty beast controlled the flow of water in all its forms, from gentle streams to crushing waves. The Chinese people both feared and honored the water dragon, as it held the power to create rich harvests or deadly floods. This serpentine creature stretched as long as 12 boats placed end to end, with scales that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its 4 clawed feet helped it walk on land, though it spent most of its time swimming through clouds and seas. The dragon's whiskers sensed coming storms, while its giant eyes glowed like golden lanterns in the dark. The most famous story tells of a water dragon who saved a small fishing village from a terrible drought. When the people began to starve, they placed their last fish as an offering by the river. The dragon rose from the depths, touched by their gift, and brought 3 days of soft rain that saved their crops and filled their wells. The water dragon shaped how people lived near rivers and seas in ancient China. Fishermen painted its image on their boats for safe journeys, while farmers built shrines near their fields to ask for rain. Parents told their children to be quiet during storms, saying that loud noises might anger the dragon and bring floods instead of gentle showers. The water horse haunted the lakes and rivers of Scotland, taking the shape of a beautiful black horse to lure humans close to the water's edge. This clever beast used magic to stick its victims to its back before diving deep into the cold waters to drown them. Scottish parents warned their children never to pet strange horses near the water, fearing the water horse would take them. From a distance, the water horse looked like a perfect riding horse with a coat that gleamed like wet silk in the moonlight. Its mane flowed like seaweed in the wind, and its eyes held an eerie green glow that some said looked like algae in deep water. When it opened its mouth to whinny, people could see rows of sharp teeth like those of a pikefish. The tale of young Angus MacLaren shows why people feared this beast. One night, Angus found what he thought was a lost horse near Loch Ness. When he tried to lead it home, his hands stuck fast to its mane. The horse ran for the water, but Angus pulled out his knife and cut off the piece of mane he held, breaking free just before the water horse plunged into the loch. Villages near lakes and rivers made strict rules about water safety because of the water horse. Children wore tiny bells that would ring if they went too close to the water's edge. Families kept iron crosses near their doors, as people believed iron could drive the beast away. Even today, some Scottish grandparents tell their grandchildren to stay away from strange horses near the water. Among the rivers and streams of Wales lived a strange creature called the water leper, which jumped from bank to bank using its giant bat-like wings. This odd beast made itself known by its loud shriek and its habit of eating fish whole from fishermen's lines. Local people feared the water leper because it would attack their boats and steal their catch, leaving them with empty nets and damaged craft. The water leper looked like a mix between a large frog and a bat, with webbed back legs as strong as a kangaroo's. Its wings spread wider than a man's arms, letting it glide over the water's surface. The creature had no front legs, but its mouth held rows of needle-sharp teeth that could bite through fishing line and wood alike. One famous story tells of a fisherman named Owen who tried to catch the water leper itself. He baited a huge hook with a whole salmon and waited through the night. The water leper took the bait but proved too strong, pulling Owen's boat upstream for miles until the line snapped, leaving Owen far from home with a broken rod and a new respect for the beast's power. Welsh fishing villages changed their ways because of the water leper. Fishermen learned to string bells on their lines to scare it away, and they never fished alone in case the creature attacked their boat. They also started using stronger fishing line made from braided horsehair, which the water leper's teeth couldn't cut as easily. The water sprite dwelled in rivers, ponds, and quiet pools across Europe, where it protected the plants and animals living in its waters. These small but mighty spirits could make water flow faster or slower at will, helping or harming boats that passed through their domain. Local people left small gifts of food and flowers to earn the sprite's favor and ensure safe passage across its waters. A water sprite stood no taller than a child's hand, with skin that shone like moonlight on water and hair made of flowing green water weeds. Its wings looked like drops of morning dew stretched into the shape of dragonfly wings, catching light and splitting it into rainbow colors. The sprite wore clothes made from flower petals and spider silk, which never got wet no matter how deep it swam. One old story tells of a poor fisher who caught no fish for many days and feared his family would starve. The water sprite heard his worried prayers and led a school of fish into his nets. When the fisher tried to catch every single fish, the sprite became angry at his greed and tangled his nets. The fisher learned to take only what he needed, and from then on, the sprite helped him find just enough fish each day. The presence of water sprites changed how people treated rivers and streams in their daily lives. Washerwomen spoke softly near the water and never used harsh soaps that might harm the sprite's underwater garden. Boaters watched for small whirlpools that showed where sprites danced, steering clear to avoid being pulled into their spiraling play. Children learned to thank the sprites after swimming, leaving behind a pretty stone or fresh flower as payment for using their waters. The Yakaruna lived in the deep rivers and lakes of the Amazon rainforest, where they ruled over fish and water plants. These water spirits could breathe both in water and on land, making them powerful beings in South American folklore. The native people of the Amazon both feared and respected Yakaruna because they could pull humans down into their underwater cities and turn them into water creatures. The Yakaruna looked like humans from the waist up, but had the lower body of a fish, much like the merfolk of European tales. Their heads turned backward on their shoulders, letting them see behind themselves at all times. They had bright green eyes that glowed in the dark waters, and their skin showed the colors of fish scales in sunlight. One famous story tells of a young woman who fell in love with a Yakaruna prince. He took her to his crystal palace under the river, where she lived as his queen for many years. When she finally returned to visit her family, she found she could no longer eat human food or breathe normal air. She had to return to the underwater world forever. The Amazon peoples changed many of their fishing habits because of the Yakaruna. They would not fish at noon or midnight, the times when Yakaruna were said to be most active. Families taught their children to stay away from deep pools and rivers, and fishermen made special offerings before casting their nets. Even today, some local people leave small gifts at the water's edge to keep the peace with these river spirits. From the dark waters of Arabic and Jewish tales comes the Zaratan, a sea creature so huge that sailors mistook it for an island. This giant turtle had the power to sink whole ships by diving down after crews set up camp on its shell. Sailors both feared and watched for the Zaratan because one wrong stop could mean death for an entire crew. The Zaratan's shell stretched as wide as the length of 20 large ships placed end to end. Sand and soil collected on its back, letting small plants grow there over time. Birds would rest on its surface, and sometimes trees would take root, making the creature look just like a peaceful island in the middle of the sea. The most famous story tells of a group of sailors who found what looked like a perfect island for rest. They dropped anchor, built fires, and set up their camp. As the men slept, smoke from their fires made the Zaratan sneeze. The great beast dove beneath the waves, pulling all the sailors and their boats down into the deep. Sailors changed their ways after hearing tales of the Zaratan. They learned to watch for signs that an island might be alive, like feeling the ground shake or seeing the water bubble nearby. Ship captains made maps marking safe islands and taught new sailors to drop a rock near any unknown island first. If the rock made the water ripple too much, they would sail away fast. In the skies over ancient Arabia, the Ababil birds protected holy places with their power to throw stones from above. These small but mighty creatures first appeared in Islamic tradition as guardians of Mecca, where they stopped an army that tried to attack the sacred Kaaba, a holy building where people went to pray. The Ababil showed that even the smallest beings could defeat the strongest enemies when they worked together. The Ababil looked like swallows but flew in huge groups that could block out the sun. Each bird carried 3 small rocks, one in its beak and one in each claw. Their feathers were dark like storm clouds, and their eyes glowed with an inner fire that helped them spot enemies from far away. The most famous story of the Ababil tells how they saved Mecca from King Abraha and his war elephants. When the king's army came to destroy the Kaaba, thousands of Ababil appeared in the sky. The birds dropped their stones with perfect aim, and each stone struck true. The mighty army ran away in fear, leaving the holy city safe. People in Arabia told stories about the Ababil to remind themselves that help could come from unexpected places. Parents taught their children that just as the tiny birds beat a huge army, small actions done together could solve big problems. Travelers felt safer knowing these flying guardians watched over sacred spaces. Adarna, a magical bird from the thick jungles of the Philippines, held power over both healing and harm through its enchanted song. This creature of light and music could cure any illness with its beautiful voice, but would turn unwary listeners to stone if they fell asleep during its performance. Kings and princes sought the Adarna because its singing could wake sleeping kingdoms and heal dying rulers. The Adarna shone with all the colors of precious gems, changing its feathers 7 times while it sang its 7 songs. Its eyes sparkled like diamonds in the dark, and its tail flowed like a river of silk behind it. The bird perched only in a special tree that grew golden fruit, making it even harder to find. Prince Juan, the youngest of 3 royal brothers, made the bravest attempt to catch the Adarna. He fought sleep through all 7 songs by pressing a special leaf with thorns against his skin. When the bird finished singing, Juan caught it with a golden net while his brothers lay turned to stone below the tree. People in the Philippines told the story of the Adarna to teach their children about staying awake to life's challenges. They believed the bird's 7 songs stood for the 7 trials everyone must face to reach their goals. Hunters and healers both respected the Adarna's power, knowing it could either save or doom them based on their own strength of will. Miners in Chile's Atacama Desert told stories of the Alicanto, a magical bird that fed on gold and silver. This creature glowed with the color of its last meal, golden or silvery light shining from its wings as it walked along rocky paths. People who spotted an Alicanto believed it could lead them to precious metal deposits, making it both a blessing and a curse to those who searched for riches. The Alicanto looked like a large night bird with metal-sheened feathers that sparkled even in darkness. Its wings seemed too heavy for flight, forcing it to walk everywhere it went. The bird's eyes shone like polished coins, and its strong beak could crack through solid rock to reach the metals it craved. Legend says a miner once followed an Alicanto through twisting caves, hoping to find gold. The bird noticed him and led him deeper and deeper underground, its wings growing brighter with each step. Just as the miner thought he saw gold ahead, the Alicanto vanished, leaving him lost in the pitch-black tunnels. He wandered for days before finding his way out, learning the hard way that the bird punished greed. The Alicanto shaped how miners worked, teaching them to respect the desert's treasures rather than chase after quick riches. Parents warned children never to follow strange lights in the desert, while seasoned miners claimed that only those with pure hearts could safely watch the bird feed. Some miners left small pieces of gold or silver outside cave entrances as gifts, hoping the Alicanto would bless their work instead of leading them astray. Soaring between our world and the spirit realm flies the Alcanost, a magical creature from Slavic lands. Her song holds such beauty that anyone who hears it forgets all their troubles and wishes for nothing else in life. People both yearned to hear her voice and feared its power to make them forget their loved ones forever. The Alcanost appears as a great bird with the head and upper body of a lovely woman. Her feathers shine with the colors of dawn, while her human features glow with an unearthly beauty. Like her sister bird, the Siren, she rules over the space between earth and sky, bringing both joy and danger to those who meet her. Once each year, on the holy day of the apple feast, the Alcanost visits the orchards of the world. She shakes magical dew from her wings onto the fruit trees below. Any apple touched by this dew gains the power to heal the sick and wounded. Russian villagers watch their apple orchards with care during feast days, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Alcanost. They believed the morning dew on apples held special healing powers, and mothers would gather fruit at dawn to keep their families healthy through the long winter months. Mysterious and rare, the golden Anka bird makes its home at the edge of the world where the sun sets. This mighty creature lives for 1,700 years and appears only once in many lifetimes. People both feared and respected the Anka for its great wisdom, gained from watching the world through countless ages. The Anka stands out with its long, graceful neck, human-like face, and 8 powerful wings that shimmer with every color imaginable. Its feathers hold a touch of every living creature's beauty, while its neck glows with a special whiteness that marks it as magical. Though as big as a giant, it moves with the grace of a dancer through the sky. Old stories tell that the Anka began life as a perfect creation, blessed with beauty and wisdom beyond measure. Yet its great power became too much, and it turned into a danger to the world. The Anka then vanished to Mount Kaf, a distant peak at the edge of the world, where it now lives alone and shares wisdom only with those worthy enough to find it. Arabian travelers watched the sunset with hope of catching a glimpse of this legendary bird. They believed the Anka could teach great wisdom to those pure of heart, so they told tales of its beauty and power to remind people that true wisdom comes to those who wait patiently and live righteously. Storm clouds gathered over ancient Mesopotamia when Anzu spread its mighty wings. Born from pure waters and earth itself, this powerful spirit brought thunder and rain to the lands below. People both feared and respected Anzu as a force of nature that could either nourish their crops or destroy them with storms. Like a living thundercloud, Anzu took the shape of a massive black bird that could breathe both fire and water. Some stories painted it as an eagle with the fierce head of a lion, connecting its image to the mighty roar of thunder. Its huge form cast dark shadows across the mountains where it made its home. The most famous tale tells how Anzu stole a magical tablet that controlled the fate of all things. This tablet belonged to Enlil, the king of the gods. Anzu hid it high in the mountains, and though all the gods feared the mighty storm bird, they had to fight it to bring order back to the world. Farmers and traders watched the skies for signs of Anzu's presence in every storm. They built temples with carvings of the great bird to show their respect, hoping to gain its favor for good rains. Even today, ancient stone walls still show images of Anzu holding deer in its claws or standing proud with its lion's head raised to the sky. Lurking in the corners of birdwatchers' imaginations lived the bare-fronted hoodwink, a master of almost being seen. This clever bird could explain every blurry photo and distant sighting that puzzled bird lovers. People spent countless hours trying to spot this creature that seemed to vanish just as they raised their cameras. The hoodwink looked like a strange mix of other birds, with the head of a crow, body of a shorebird, and webbed feet for swimming. Its most striking feature was its bare front, which gleamed like wax in the sunlight. The bird moved so fast that people could only catch the quickest glimpse before it zipped away into the distance. A famous bird expert named Michael John wrote about this amazing species in 1950. It came from an ancient family of birds that had fooled people for thousands of years. Soon, excited birdwatchers began reporting sightings of the hoodwink everywhere they went, each one sure they had almost caught it on film. The Royal Scottish Museum finally put the hoodwink on display on April Fool's Day, 1975. Visitors saw a stuffed bird made from parts of other birds, along with a collection of blurry photos showing birds flying away. The exhibit revealed the truth. The hoodwink was a playful joke that taught people to laugh at their own eager mistakes while searching for rare birds. The mountain-dwelling basin haunts the bamboo groves of ancient Japan's Iyo province. This ghostly bird breathes an otherworldly blue flame that gives no heat, making it both fascinating and unsettling to villagers who spot its glow in the dark. Local people tell stories of its sudden appearances near their homes, where it searches through the remains of burned-out fires. This creature stands as tall as a large turkey, with feathers that shimmer like flames in the moonlight. Its most striking features are its bright red comb and its dragon-like breath, which flows visible but cold from its beak. When it moves, its wings make a distinct rustling sound that gives the bird its name, basa basa. The most famous tale of the basin tells of nighttime visitors who hear its wing beats outside their homes. Those who dare to look find only empty darkness as the bird vanishes the moment human eyes fall upon it. This power to disappear adds to its mystery and keeps most villagers safely indoors after dark. The basin shapes how mountain people live their daily lives, especially after sunset. Families carefully clean up their cooking fires and bring all burnable items inside, knowing the firebird might visit. Some say hearing the basa basa sound brings good luck, while others warn it marks the start of strange events in the village. The Caladrius lived in royal homes of ancient Rome, where it used its power to heal the sick. This pure white bird could draw illness from people into its own body, then fly toward the sun to burn away the disease. Kings kept these birds because they could also tell if a sick person would live or die by looking at their face. The Caladrius looks like a spotless white dove or water bird without a single dark feather on its body. Its eyes show a deep wisdom, as if it can see into the heart of illness itself. People say it moves with gentle grace, like flowing water, when it approaches the sick. The most famous story tells of how the bird chooses who to heal. When brought to a sick person, the Caladrius looks deep into their eyes. If it turns away, the person will die. If it keeps looking, it takes their sickness into itself and flies up toward the sun, saving their life. This bird shaped how people thought about healing and hope. Families rushed to the king's house when loved ones fell ill, begging to know what the Caladrius would see in their faces. The bird's choice became so trusted that doctors would not treat patients the Caladrius refused to face. Mighty chalkidri guard the path of the sun across ancient skies. These giant flying creatures blend features of many beasts and shine with rainbow colors. People both feared and praised them as keepers of daylight, bringing warmth and morning dew to earth. Each chalkidri stands 900 measures tall, combining parts of different animals into one awesome form. They have crocodile heads, lion feet and tails, and 12 powerful wings. Their bodies shine with purple and rainbow hues that catch the light as they soar through the heavens. The Chalkidri begin each day with a mighty song that wakes all birds on earth. As the sun rises, they spread their many wings and sing together, telling every creature it is time to welcome the new morning. Their music flows down from the sky like golden light. These beings changed how people saw the rising sun and daily life. Farmers listened for the morning bird songs that showed the Chalkidri had begun their work above. Travelers planned their paths by the warmth and dew these creatures spread across the land. Tall as a child, the Chickcharney haunts the forests of Andros Island in the Bahamas. This strange mix of owl and human brings good luck to those who treat it well, but curses those who mock its odd looks. People who travel through its forest home show it deep respect, fearing its power to shape their future. The Chickcharney looks like no other creature on Earth. It has the round face and feathers of an owl, but walks on long, human-like legs. Its wings end in sharp claws, and its 3-foot-tall body mixes both fur and feathers in ways that puzzle all who see it. Stories tell of the Chickcharney testing travelers who pass through its woods. Those who speak kindly to it or offer small gifts find their lives filled with good fortune. But those who laugh or point at its strange form face years of bad luck, and some never return from the forest at all. Local people changed how they move through the forest because of this creature. They teach their children to be kind to anything strange they might meet among the trees. Some say they can spot where Chickcharneys live by looking for groups of pine trees pulled together to make nests. Arabian traders told tales of giant birds that built nests from precious cinnamon sticks. These massive creatures made their homes on sheer cliffs and brought back cinnamon from distant unknown lands. People prize these nests as their main source of the valuable spice. The cinnamon bird stood taller than 3 men, with wings strong enough to carry whole trees. Its huge claws could grip both heavy meat and delicate spice sticks. Stories say it looked like a normal bird made giant, with feathers the rich brown color of its favorite building material. Traders learned to trick these birds to get their cinnamon. They left large pieces of meat near the cliffs where the birds nested. When the birds tried to add the heavy meat to their nests, the whole structure would break and fall. The traders then collected the scattered cinnamon sticks from the ground. The story of the cinnamon bird changed how people traded. Merchants used the tale to explain the high cost of cinnamon and why it took so long to get more. Some people began to leave meat offerings near cliff edges, hoping to find fallen spices nearby. Dragons soared through the skies of China, bringing rain and good fortune to the land below. These mighty beings controlled the weather and kept nature in balance, earning deep respect from everyone who lived there. Unlike the fierce dragons of other lands, Chinese dragons helped humans who showed them proper honor and care. The Chinese dragon looked different from what many people think of as a dragon today. It had the whiskers of a catfish, the scales of a carpfish, the horns of a deer, and the claws of an eagle. Its long, snake-like body could stretch as far as 100 feet, letting it twist through clouds as easily as swimming through water. The dragon could also change its size at will, growing as big as a mountain or as small as a silk thread. The Jade Emperor once chose the 4 dragon kings to make rain for his realm. The dragons worked hard, filling rivers and helping crops grow across China. But one year, the Jade Emperor told them to hold back the rain. When they saw farmers dying from lack of water, the dragons disobeyed and made rain anyway. The angry Jade Emperor locked them under 4 mountains as punishment for going against his orders. People built temples to honor dragons and prayed to them in times of drought. Farmers watched the skies for dragons riding storm clouds, knowing rain would soon follow. The dragon became such an important symbol that only the emperor could wear its image, and people still say they are descendants of the dragon to show their Chinese heritage. The best dragons earned the right to carry temples on their backs or guard heavenly places for the Jade Emperor. These special dragons gained their positions through good deeds and wisdom rather than fighting or showing off their strength. They taught people that true power comes from helping others, not from making them afraid. Sacred birds brought peace and good fortune to ancient China, where they appeared only in times of perfect harmony. The Fenghuang glowed with inner fire and carried great wisdom, making it a sign that a good ruler sat on the throne. People watched the skies hoping to spot this rare and blessed creature. The Fenghuang combined the most beautiful parts of many birds into one magical being. Its head looked like a pheasant, while its body showed the grace of a crane. Peacock-like tail feathers trailed behind it, and its legs matched a rooster's strong feet. The bird's feathers shone with 5 holy colors: black, white, red, green, and yellow. One famous tale tells how a fenghuang landed in the garden of Emperor Huangdi, marking the start of China's Golden Age. The magical bird shared songs of wisdom with the emperor, teaching him how to rule with kindness and fairness. These lessons helped create peace throughout the land, and crops grew in plenty while the bird stayed near. People carved images of the fenghuang on buildings and art to bring good luck. Women wore its picture to show their gentle power, as the bird became known as the queen of all winged creatures. Unlike fierce dragons, the fenghuang won hearts through beauty and wisdom rather than strength. The fenghuang taught that true power comes from bringing people together in harmony. When the bird appeared, even animals that normally fought would live in peace. Rulers learned to copy this example, leading their people with gentle wisdom instead of force. Mighty birds called Gagana ruled the skies above old Indonesia, reaching down to snatch whales from the sea. These giant hunters could lift the largest sea creatures into the air as easily as a normal bird catches fish. Sailors watched the waters nervously, knowing both ship and crew might vanish in the grip of a Gagana's mighty claws. Like living warships, Gagana stretched longer than 10 large boats placed end to end. Their wings spread wide enough to block out the sun, casting entire villages into shadow. Sharp hooks lined their beaks, perfect for gripping slippery whales, while their feathers shone with the deep blue-black color of stormy seas. The most famous story tells of a Gagana that caught a whale near a fishing village. As the bird flew overhead with its catch, drops of whale blood fell into the village well. The people found their water had turned salty, and fish began swimming in the well where only fresh water had been before. This showed how the Gagana could change the very nature of things it touched. People believed Gagana birds shaped the islands of Indonesia by dropping whales that became mountains. Fishermen made offerings to the Gagana before sailing, hoping to stay safe from its hunting. Some brave sailors followed the birds to find good fishing spots, knowing whales and Gagana hunted in the same waters. The Gagana taught people to respect the power of nature. Though fierce hunters, they kept balance in the world by making sure no creature, not even the greatest whales, grew too strong or too many. Villages that honored the Gagana found good fortune in their fishing, while those who ignored its power often lost ships to the waves. Mysterious birdwomen called Gamayun lived in the sacred trees of ancient Russia, sharing wisdom through their beautiful songs. These magical beings knew all things past, present, and future, making them sought after by those seeking answers to life's great questions. People who heard a Gamayun song gained deep knowledge, but few could understand the full meaning of their complex messages. The Gamayun had the head and chest of a woman with flowing hair crowned by feathers, while the rest of their body matched that of a large bird. Their wings shimmered with bright colors like sunlight on water, and their eyes glowed with inner wisdom. They perched in the highest branches of old oak trees, where normal birds would not dare to nest. One tale tells of a lost prince who heard a Gamayun's song warning of great danger to his kingdom. Though he could not grasp all the birdwoman's words, he understood enough to return home quickly. He found his castle under attack and saved his people, proving the Gamayun's power to see coming events. Village wise women left food offerings for the Gamayun, hoping to gain some of their knowledge. Parents told children to listen carefully when birds sang, saying a Gamayun might share secrets among normal bird calls. Some people wrote down what they thought were Gamayan songs, creating books of wisdom for future times. The Gamayun showed that knowledge comes in many forms, not just human speech. Their songs reminded people that nature itself holds deep wisdom, teaching those who learn to listen well. Even today, Russians say that morning bird songs carry special messages for those who wake early to hear them. The Gandabarunda, a mighty two-headed eagle, soared through the ancient skies of southern India. This royal bird held the power to fight demons and protect kingdoms with its massive strength. Kings and warriors sought its blessing, believing it brought them the courage of 2 eagles in one powerful body. The bird stood as tall as 3 men and spread its wings wider than the largest palace gates. Each of its heads bore a sharp golden beak and eyes that shone like bright stars. The beast's body showed off feathers in deep blue and black, while its legs ended in claws that could crush stone. When it flew, the sound of its wings filled the air like rolling thunder. Their legends speak of the time the Gandabarunda fought a mighty battle with a demon who took the form of an elephant. The demon had been destroying villages and temples across the land. The great bird swooped down from the clouds, grabbed the demon with both beaks, and lifted it high into the sky. After a fierce fight, the Gandabarunda threw the demon into the sea, saving the kingdom from its evil. The image of the Gandabarunda became a royal seal for many Indian kings, who carved it on their thrones and stamps. Common people drew its picture above their doors to guard their homes from harm. Even today, the Indian state of Karnataka uses the Gandabarunda as its official symbol, showing how this magical bird still protects and inspires people. Mighty Garuda ruled the skies as king of all birds in ancient Hindu stories. This divine eagle served as the loyal mount of Vishnu, one of the main gods who protected the world. People looked up to Garuda because he fought against evil snakes called Nagas and helped the gods keep order in the universe. The great bird stood as tall as a temple tower, with golden feathers that shone like the sun. His face showed human-like features, with a sharp eagle's beak and eyes that glowed red with power. 4 massive wings spread from his shoulders, each one big enough to cause storms when he flew. His strong arms bore the strength of 10 elephants, while his legs ended in eagle's talons that could tear through any enemy. Once, Garuda's mother became a slave to evil snakes who tricked her. To free her, Garuda had to steal a pot of magic nectar from the gods. He flew past all their weapons, broke through their strongest shields, and took the nectar. But instead of keeping it, Garuda made a deal with Vishnu. He gave back the nectar and became Vishnu's faithful friend and carrier through the skies. Travelers and traders prayed to Garuda for safe journeys, since he watched over all who moved between earth and heaven. Artists carved his image on temples and paintings, showing him fighting snakes or carrying Vishnu on his back. Some people wore small Garuda charms to keep snakes away from their homes, while others sang songs about his great deeds during festivals. Griffins guarded their treasures in the Rocky Mountains between ancient Greece and the distant eastern lands. These mighty beasts combined the fierce hunting skills of an eagle with a lion's raw power. Kings and rulers sought griffins as symbols of strength, while gold hunters feared meeting them in the wildlands where precious metals lay hidden. The creature stood as tall as 2 horses, with the front half of a giant eagle and the back half of a powerful lion. Its curved beak could snap a sword in half, while its wings spread wider than a war chariot. Golden feathers covered its eagle chest and head, flowing into tawny fur along its lion body and legs, ending in claws sharp enough to dig through solid rock. Tales tell of a bold group of gold seekers who tried to steal from a griffin's nest high in the mountains. The griffin swooped down from above, its wings casting dark shadows over the thieves. With one strike of its claws, it scattered the men's tools across the rocks. The beast then chased them far from its territory, showing both its fierce nature and its wisdom in choosing not to kill them. People carved griffin statues to stand guard at temple doors and palace gates. Rich traders painted griffins on their ships to watch over their goods at sea. Common folk told stories about griffins to teach their children about protecting what they valued and standing strong against those who would take it. Parents warned young treasure hunters that griffins still watched over mountains rich with gold and gems. Poets wrote songs about their noble hearts, since griffins stayed faithful to their mates for life and never stole from others, only guarded what was theirs. The Hakawai ruled the night skies of New Zealand, striking fear into both birds and humans with its terrifying sound. This giant bird could make 2 different calls, a normal bird cry and a mysterious noise that sounded like a rushing wind mixed with harsh metal scraping. The Maori people believed the Hakawai watched over the spirit world and guarded the boundary between life and death. The creature stood as tall as 3 grown men, with feathers dark as midnight and eyes that glowed like stars. Its wings spread wider than the longest war canoe, and its beak curved sharp as a fishhook. The Hakawai's feet bore claws that could tear through tree trunks, while its neck moved like a snake when tracking prey. On stormy nights, the Hakawai would swoop down from mountain peaks to hunt other birds, especially those who broke sacred laws. The great bird's second cry, called the Hakawai call, came only at night and sounded so awful that birds would fall from the sky in fear. Those who lived to tell about it said the sound began like distant thunder before turning into a screech that shook the earth. The Maori people planned their night travels carefully to avoid the Hakawai's hunting grounds. Parents taught children to listen for its warning cry and find shelter quickly. Tribes used the bird's image to warn people about breaking rules, saying it would find those who did wrong. Some brave warriors earned the title Eyes of the Hakawai for their skill at watching over their people, just as the great bird watched from above. Harpies swooped through the stormy skies of ancient Greece, serving the gods as cruel punishers of crime. These female bird monsters stole food from their victims and spread foul smells wherever they flew. People feared them as messengers of fate who brought hunger, pain, and bad luck to those who angered the gods. Each harpy had the face of an ugly woman with long, stringy hair that whipped in the wind. Their bodies bore dirty feathers the color of storm clouds, while their wings stretched as wide as fishing boats. Sharp claws grew from their bird feet, ready to snatch up wrongdoers or tear apart their meals. When they shrieked, their voices sounded like metal scraping on stone. The most famous story tells how the harpies tormented a blind king named Phineas. The god Zeus had ordered them to steal every meal the king tried to eat because he had told people about the god's secret plans. Whenever food appeared on Phineas's table, the harpies would swoop down, grab it with their claws, and spoil whatever they couldn't carry away. They kept this up until heroes called the Argonauts drove them away. Greek families used harpy stories to warn children about lying and breaking promises. Sailors carved harpy faces on their ships to show they sailed with honest hearts. When someone suffered from bad luck that seemed to never end, people said the harpies must be following them. Some even left small meals outside their homes, hoping to keep the bird women away. Magical hippogriffs roamed the wild spaces of medieval Europe, born from the rare union of a griffin and a mare. These noble creatures could fly faster than the wind and run as swift as racing horses across the ground. Knights and wizards prized them as mounts because hippogriffs only allowed the pure of heart to ride on their backs. The creature combined the front half of an eagle with the back half of a horse in perfect balance. Its head bore a sharp eagle's beak and fierce golden eyes, while eagle feathers covered its chest and front legs. Behind its wings, the feathers changed to a horse's smooth coat, leading to strong back legs with hooves that sparked when they struck the ground. When it moved, the hippogriff showed the grace of both its parent creatures. Legend tells of a brave knight who needed to rescue a princess from a tower guarded by dragons. The knight found a hippogriff and earned its trust by bowing low and showing respect. Together they soared above the dragon's flames, swooped down to the tower window, and carried the princess to safety. The hippogriff then stayed with the knight as a faithful friend, helping him protect the kingdom. People believed seeing a hippogriff brought good luck in love and travel. Artists painted their pictures on shields and banners to show honor and faith. Mothers told their children that hippogriffs watched over lost travelers, guiding them home with gentle wing beats that sounded like distant thunder. Kings built special stables with open roofs, hoping to attract hippogriffs as noble steeds. They decorated these airy spaces with sweet-smelling flowers and soft hay, since hippogriffs loved comfort and beauty as much as they loved freedom. The hudhud, a sacred bird of the Philippines, soars through mountains and deep forests as a messenger between humans and the spirit world. This special bird helps people read signs in nature and knows when rain will come. People in mountain villages see the hudhud as wise and magical because it can talk to both the living and the dead. The bird stands as tall as a child's arm and wears bright colors like a king. Its head carries a crown of golden feathers that shine in the sunlight. Black and white stripes run down its wings, and when it flies, the pattern looks like moving shadows on the ground. Long ago, a poor farmer lost his way in the forest during a great storm. The hudhud appeared and sang a song that guided him home through the darkness. The bird led him past dangerous cliffs and wild animals, keeping him safe until he saw his village lights. Mountain people watch for the hudhud when they need to plant crops or start a journey. They believe its morning call brings good luck, while its evening song warns of coming dangers. Farmers wait to hear its special cry before they begin planting rice, trusting the bird knows when the rains will start. Two ravens named Hugin and Munin served Odin, the king of Norse gods. These special birds flew across the 9 worlds each day to bring news back to their master. Their names showed their jobs. Hugin means thought, and Munin means memory in the Old Norse language. Together they helped Odin know everything that happened in all the worlds. The ravens looked like normal black birds, but their eyes glowed with wisdom no animal could match. Each bird stood as tall as a child's arm and had feathers that shone like polished metal in the sun. They could speak in human words when they chose, though they saved their speech for Odin's ears alone. Every morning at dawn, the ravens left their perches on Odin's throne to begin their daily flight. They soared over battlefields and villages, through deep forests and across stormy seas. At night, they returned to whisper their findings in Odin's ears while he sat in his great hall of Valhalla. The Norse people watched for these ravens with both hope and fear. Sailors and traders believed seeing Hugin and Munin meant Odin watched over their journey. Warriors thought a visit from the ravens meant they would soon die bravely in battle and join Odin's chosen heroes in Valhalla. The ravens grew so important to Odin that each morning he worried they might not return from their flight. He feared losing Munin most of all, since without memory, even a god could forget who he was. The birds always came back, but Odin's worry showed how much he needed both thought and memory to rule wisely. The Jingwei lived in ancient China's mountains and seas, transforming from a princess into a mighty bird after drowning in the eastern waters. This special bird carried stones and wood in its beak, dropping them into the ocean day after day. People respected Jingwei for its endless determination to fill up the sea that had taken its human life. The bird had striking crimson feathers that shone like fire in the sunlight, with white stripes running down its wings like lightning streaks. Its beak was tough as iron, shaped perfectly for picking up pebbles and tree branches. Jingwei's call sounded like its own name, Jingwei, Jingwei, echoing across the waves as it flew. Legend tells how Jingwei was once Emperor Yan's youngest daughter, Nuwa, who loved to play near the eastern sea. One stormy day, the huge waves pulled her into the deep water, and she never returned home. Instead of staying in the spirit world, she became the Jingwei bird, starting her endless work to fill the sea with mountains of stones. The story of Jingwei taught Chinese people about fighting against powerful forces, no matter how impossible the task seemed. Farmers facing floods, builders making great walls, and children tackling big challenges all found hope in Jingwei's story. The bird became a symbol of never giving up, even when others said your goal was too big to reach. The Kamaitachi haunted the snowy fields of northern Japan, moving faster than any human could see. This weasel-like spirit carried magical sickles that could slice through flesh without causing pain. Farmers and travelers respected these creatures not just for their deadly skills, but because they often worked in groups of 3. The first would knock down a person, the second would cut them, and the third would stop the bleeding. The creature stood no taller than a house cat, but had the fierce look of a battle-ready warrior. Its fur gleamed like polished metal in the moonlight, and sharp claws clicked against the ground as it ran. Most striking were its eyes, which glowed red like hot coals, and the curved blade it held in its paws, sharp enough to split a hair. One famous tale tells of a young farmer who met the Kamitachi on his way home during a snowstorm. The spirit spun around him like a whirlwind, too quick to dodge. He felt himself lift off the ground, then came a sharp cut across his legs. Before he could cry out in pain, the third spirit had already treated his wounds. The farmer lived to tell his story, but the cuts left scars that never faded. The Kamaitachi shaped how people traveled through the countryside of Japan. Villagers wrapped scarves around their faces and wore thick clothes, not just for warmth, but as protection against the spirit's blades. Parents warned children never to walk alone during snowstorms, and travelers learned to listen for the sound of rushing wind that meant the Kamaitachi were near. Legends of the Cluta haunted the dark roads of Belgium, where this shape-shifting spirit hunted lonely travelers. The monster could change into any animal it wished, though it preferred the form of a black dog with wings. People feared meeting the Cluti on empty paths at night, as it would jump on their backs and force them to carry it until they collapsed from fear and tired muscles. The creature matched the size of a large dog when in its favorite form, with wings like those of a giant bat spread wide. Blue flames burned in its eyes, and chains dragged behind it, making an eerie sound as they scraped against the ground. Dark fur covered its body, and its teeth gleamed as sharp as daggers in the moonlight. One famous tale speaks of a farmer who met the Cluda while walking home late from the market. The spirit landed on the man's shoulders, growing heavier with each step. The clever farmer tricked the beast by walking toward a holy shrine, which made the Cluda leap away with a terrible howl, leaving behind only the sound of rattling chains. Belgian villagers warned their children never to walk alone after sunset when the Cludi liked to roam. Travelers carried blessed items and avoided shortcuts through the countryside at night. Some people hung iron chains by their doors, believing the sound would scare away the spirit that dragged its own chains behind it. The Longma roamed ancient China as a sacred creature blessed by heaven. This magical beast combined the swift power of a dragon with the gentle spirit of a horse, making it a symbol of good fortune and wisdom. Chinese rulers watched the skies hoping to spot a Longma, as its arrival meant their rule would bring peace and wealth to the land. The Longma stood as tall as 2 horses, with scales that shone like jade covering its horse-like body. Dragon horns curved from its noble head, while a flowing mane of golden fire rippled down its neck. When it walked, each hoof left prints that bloomed into rare plants, and its eyes glowed with the wisdom of 1,000 years. Legend tells of the first Longma, which burst from the Yellow River carrying a map of numbers on its back. This map showed the 8 basic signs that became the foundation of Chinese writing. A wise man copied these signs, giving the Chinese people their first written words and bringing knowledge to the world. Farmers prayed to see a Longma in their fields, believing its presence would make their crops grow tall and strong. Royal families kept paintings of the Longma in their homes to bring luck and painted its image on their children's clothes for protection. Even today, Chinese parents tell their children that studying hard will please the Longma, who rewards wisdom and learning. Among the stars of Philippine skies lived the Minokawa, a bird so huge it could swallow the moon and sun whole. This mighty creature brought both day and night by eating and spitting out the great lights in the sky. People watched the sky with fear, knowing the Minokawa could keep the sun or moon forever if it chose. The Minokawa's body stretched longer than 10 tall trees placed end to end. Its feathers shone like polished metal, and its eyes glowed as bright as fires. When it opened its beak, the inside looked darker than any cave, and its tongue felt hot like burning coals. The most famous story tells how the Minokawa once kept the sun in its belly for many days, leaving the world in darkness. A brave hero named Tautana shot the great bird with a magic arrow, making it spit the sun back into the sky. The hero's quick thinking saved all living things from dying in endless night. Filipino people planned their lives around the Minokawa's habits. Farmers watched for signs of the bird's shadow, which warned them of coming darkness. Families taught their children to be brave through stories of Tautana's cleverness against the mighty bird. Some people still say that solar eclipses happen when the Minokawa takes a bite of the sun. The Nachtkrab hunted through German nights, swooping down to catch children who stayed out after dark. This giant black bird used its razor-sharp claws to snatch disobedient youngsters and carry them to its nest. Parents warned their children about the Nachtkrab to keep them safe at home once the sun went down. Bigger than any normal bird, the Nachtkrab had eyes that glowed red like hot coals in the dark. Its feathers were blacker than the darkest night, making it almost impossible to see until it was too late. When it spread its wings, they blocked out the stars, and its beak was long and curved like a sharp hook. One famous story tells of a young boy who ignored his mother's warnings and played in the village square at midnight. The Nachtkrab grabbed him in its claws and flew him high above the town. Rather than eat the boy, the bird showed him all the dangers that lurked in the darkness below, then returned him home with a lesson learned. German families changed their daily habits because of the Nachtkrab. Parents used the bird story to teach their children about night dangers like wolves, thieves, and getting lost in the dark. Children created games about racing home before the Nachtkrab could catch them, and towns rang bells at sunset to warn everyone to head inside. The 9-headed bird soared through ancient China's skies, casting 9 different shadows on the ground below. Each of its heads could sing a different song at the same time, creating music that made whole armies stop and listen. People both loved and feared this mighty creature because it could either charm them with its voices or use them to drive listeners mad. The creature stood as tall as 3 men and had feathers that changed color like oil on water. Its 9 heads grew from long, twisting necks that moved like snakes, each crowned with a sharp golden beak. The bird's wings stretched wider than the biggest trees, and its tail sparkled with eyes that glowed like stars at night. The most famous tale tells of how the 9-headed bird saved a dried-up kingdom from dying of thirst. 8 of its heads sang together, pulling rain clouds from distant seas, while the 9th head shot lightning into the ground, creating new springs of fresh water. The grateful king offered the bird his crown, but it only took a single golden feather from the royal cloak as reward. The 9-headed bird shaped how Chinese people thought about music and harmony. Musicians tried to copy its songs, creating new kinds of instruments and ways of singing together. Parents told their children that if they listened carefully on quiet nights, they might hear the bird's 9 melodies floating on the wind, bringing good luck to those who caught all 9 tunes at once. The Uzlam bird lived in the wild places of Australia, far from human towns and cities. This odd creature flew in perfect circles that grew smaller and smaller until it vanished. People feared meeting an Uzlam bird because they believed its strange flight could make them so dizzy they would lose their way home forever. The Uzlam bird looked like a plump chicken with rainbow feathers that sparkled in sunlight. It had a short, curved beak shaped like a bottle opener, and its tail feathers grew in a spiral pattern. The bird stood as tall as a young child, and its wings made a sound like spinning wheels when it flew. According to bush tales, an Uzlam bird once caught sight of its own tail feathers and began chasing itself through the sky. Round and round it flew, faster and faster, drawing tighter circles in the air. The bird spun so quickly it drilled straight into the ground, leaving only a perfectly round hole and a few scattered feathers. Travelers in the Australian outback watched the skies carefully for signs of spinning rainbow feathers. They built special round shelters to confuse any Uzlam birds that might fly overhead, and they wore hats with eyes painted on the back to trick the birds into thinking they were being watched. Parents warned children never to spin in circles, fearing this might attract an Uzlam bird's attention. Ancient Greeks told stories of Pegasus, a magical horse with wings that soared through the skies above their cities and mountains. This pure white stallion sprang from the blood of a monster and became the trusted friend of heroes. Kings and warriors sought Pegasus as their mount, knowing his power could help them win great battles and reach places no normal horse could go. Pegasus combined the best parts of an eagle and a horse. His strong white wings stretched wider than 2 warships placed side by side, while his hooves shone like polished silver. When he flew, his mane and tail streamed behind him like banners made of clouds, and the beating of his wings sounded like distant thunder. The greatest story of Pegasus tells of his friendship with a hero named Bellerophon. Together they fought the Chimera, a terrible beast that breathed fire and had the head of a lion, body of a goat, and tail of a snake. Pegasus carried his rider high above the monster's flames, letting Bellerophon strike down with his spear to save nearby towns from destruction. People watched the skies hoping to see Pegasus fly overhead, believing his appearance brought good luck. Sailors used his star pattern to find their way across the seas at night, while poets said the places where his hooves touched earth created springs of water that gave special powers to those who drank from them. The Greeks made Pegasus their symbol of wisdom and fame, painting his image on their shields and carving it into temple walls. In ancient China, a mighty creature called the Peng soared through the skies, so large its wings looked like clouds spreading across the heavens. This remarkable being started life as a giant fish named Kun before changing into the world's largest bird. The Peng earned deep respect from Chinese people who saw it as a symbol of great achievement and the ability to reach beyond normal limits. The Peng's size went far beyond any normal bird, with its back as wide as a mountain and wings that stretched until they filled the entire sky. When it flew near the ocean, its massive form stirred the waters for thousands of miles around. Like a living storm cloud, the Peng rode the strongest winds up into the highest parts of the sky where no other creature could follow. The most famous story tells of the Peng's journey to the Lake of Heaven, a magical body of water in the far south. Small birds like doves and quails laughed at the Peng's great journey, saying they only needed to fly from tree to tree. But the Peng paid no attention to their mockery and flew onward, rising 90,000 lengths into the air on powerful summer winds that carried it beyond the limits of the known world. The Peng story taught Chinese people important lessons about seeing beyond their own small views of the world. Teachers and writers used the tale to show how limiting it could be to judge things only by what we know from our own experience. The giant bird became a favorite symbol in Chinese art and literature, representing the courage to seek greater heights and broader horizons. Flames burst from the sands of Egypt as the phoenix rose from its own ashes to live again. This magical bird held the power of endless rebirth, returning to life every 500 years in a burst of fire. Kings and priests watched the skies for the phoenix because its arrival meant a time of great change would begin. The phoenix stood as tall as a horse, with feathers that mixed the red of sunset and the gold of dawn. Its eyes glowed like burning coals, while its long tail flowed like liquid metal in the wind. When it spread its wings, the air around it shimmered with heat, and sparks fell like tiny stars. The most famous tale tells how the phoenix knew its death drew near and flew to a temple in the city of Heliopolis, the city of the sun. There it built a nest of sweet-smelling wood and spices, then sang one last song so beautiful that the sun god stopped to listen. The bird burst into flames as the song ended, but from the ashes a new phoenix rose, young and strong once more. People gathered at temples to leave gifts when they thought the phoenix might appear. Artists painted its picture on tomb walls to help the dead find new life, just as the phoenix did. Healers used feathers said to come from its nest to cure the sick, believing the bird's power to overcome death could help their patients live. The Qingniao soared through ancient China's skies as a messenger between heaven and earth. This sacred bird carried the power to control the sun itself, guiding its journey across the sky each day. People both feared and honored the Qingniao because it could bring either blessed warmth or deadly heat to their lands. The bird stood as tall as 3 people and glowed with brilliant blue-green feathers that shone like precious jade stones. Its long neck curved like a river, while its tail spread wide as a temple fan. When it flew, golden light leaked from beneath its wings, leaving trails of fire in the morning air. Legend tells how the Qingniao saved the world when 10 suns appeared in the sky at once. These suns began to burn the earth, turning rivers to steam and crops to ash. The great bird flew up and gathered 9 of the suns in its beak, carrying them away to a secret place beyond the eastern sea, leaving only 1 sun to warm the world properly. Chinese farmers watched the skies each morning for signs of the Qingniao's flight, which told them when to plant their crops. Artists carved its image on temple walls and painted it on silk scrolls, believing these pictures would bring good weather. Mothers told their children that the bird's morning song drove away evil spirits, keeping their homes safe through the night. Majestic rainbirds ruled the desert skies of Native American lands, bringing life-giving storms with the beating of their wings. These powerful spirits could smell rain clouds hundreds of miles away and drove them toward dry lands that needed water. People saw these birds as messengers of hope, for their arrival meant the end of drought and the return of green plants to the earth. Each rainbird stood taller than 3 men, with feathers that shifted between deep blue and stormy gray like the colors of thunderclouds. Their wings stretched wider than the longest river, and their eyes flashed with lightning when they called out. Silver drops of water fell from their tail feathers as they flew, leaving trails of rain behind them. The most famous story tells of a time when the desert people faced their worst drought ever. As the last water hole dried up, a young girl sang a prayer song for 7 days and nights without stopping. Her faith touched the heart of a great rainbird, which flew down from its home in the spirit world. The creature gathered all the rain clouds from across the land and brought them together, saving the people with a mighty storm. Desert tribes watched the skies for rainbirds during dry seasons and sang special songs to call them. Medicine men and women kept sacred feathers said to come from these spirits, using them in ceremonies to bring rain to their crops. When storm clouds gathered, people said they could hear the beating of rainbird wings in the thunder, and they gave thanks for the gifts of water and life. The Rarog soared through the smoky skies of ancient Slavic lands as a fire spirit that could change its shape at will. This mighty being took the form of a blazing falcon during the day and turned into a whirlwind of flame at night. People both feared and honored the Rarog, as it could either warm their homes or burn their villages to ash, depending on how they treated it. The creature stood as tall as a horse when it walked the earth, its feathers glowing like hot coals in a forge. Its eyes shone bright yellow like twin suns, and its talons left scorched footprints wherever it stepped. When it spread its wings, sparks flew from the tips like a shower of stars, and smoke curled from its golden beak. One famous tale tells how a poor farmer caught a young Rarog during a storm and brought it into his home. The farmer treated the spirit with kindness, feeding it only the hottest peppers and giving it a place by the hearth. In return, the Rarog blessed the farmer's house with warmth through the coldest winter anyone could remember, while other homes turned to ice. The Slavic people learned to leave offerings of spicy foods and warm bread near their fireplaces to please these spirits. Families who won a Rarog's favor never felt winter's chill, and their hearths never went cold. But those who forgot their offerings or showed disrespect often woke to find their homes in flames as the vengeful spirit reminded them of its power. Through the skies of Arabia and Persia soared the roc, the largest bird ever to cast its shadow on Earth. This giant creature could lift full-grown elephants in its claws as easily as a normal bird catches mice. Sailors both feared and respected the roc because it could sink ships by dropping huge rocks from high above or save lost boats by guiding them to land. Each of the roc's wings stretched longer than 10 large ships placed end to end. Its feathers looked like palm tree trunks, and its beak could crack open the strongest sea turtle shells. When the roc flew overhead, its wingspan blocked out the sun like storm clouds. The bird's eyes glowed yellow, bright enough to light up the night sky. The most famous story tells of a roc that saved a sailor named Sinbad. After his ship broke apart in a storm, Sinbad washed up on an island where he found a huge white dome, which turned out to be a roc's egg. He tied himself to the bird's leg with his turban. When the roc took flight the next morning, it carried him to safety in a valley full of diamonds. People who sailed the seas between Africa and India watched the skies for signs of the mighty bird. Ship captains kept special maps marking places where rocs nested, plotting courses to stay far away from these spots. Yet some brave traders would seek out young rocs, hoping to gather fallen feathers which kings would buy for their weight in gold. These giant birds built their nests on high cliffs facing the sea. They fed their chicks whole sharks and whales, which they dropped from great heights to break open on the rocks below. People believed that rocs mated for life and lived for hundreds of years, teaching their children to guard the same stretches of ocean their parents had watched. Strange cries rang through ancient China's skies as the Shangyang bird warned of coming rain. This magical creature could make storms appear by dancing and singing. People watched for the Shangyang because its actions told them when to plant crops and when to seek shelter from floods. The Shangyang had one leg and feathers that shone like pieces of the sun. Its single foot looked like a dragon's claw, with sharp nails that could tear through clouds. When it hopped, its whole body glowed with the same bright yellow light as summer lightning. Some stories say it had a human face, but its eyes burned red like fire. A famous tale tells of a time when China faced 10 years without rain. The land turned brown and dry, and rivers shrank to thin streams. The great Emperor Yu searched everywhere until he found a Shangyang. He asked the bird to dance, and it hopped on its one leg for 3 days and nights. Heavy rains fell across the whole country, saving the people from dying of thirst. Farmers built small shrines to honor the Shangyang near their fields. They left gifts of rice and sweet fruits, hoping the bird would bring gentle rains for their crops. During dry times, people would stamp one foot on the ground and sing, copying the Shangyang's dance to ask for its help. Many Chinese paintings show the bird dancing in dark clouds, making rain fall on thankful villages below. Parents taught their children to listen for the Shangyang's cry, which sounded like a bell ringing far away. They said this sound meant good luck, because rain would come to help plants grow. Even today, some places in China call sudden summer rainstorms Shangyang rains, keeping the memory of this powerful bird alive. The Simurgh made its home in the mountains of ancient Persia, where it ruled as the greatest of all birds. This mighty creature held the wisdom of ages, knowing every language and the cure for every sickness. People both feared and respected the Simurgh because it could see all things that would happen, from the smallest choice to the grandest battle. The Simurgh stood as tall as 30 men, with feathers that shone in all colors like jewels in sunlight. Its head looked like a dog's, but with a sharp beak made of silver. When it spread its wings, they stretched so wide they could shade a whole city. The tips of its tail feathers glowed like burning gold, and its eyes sparkled with the light of stars. In its most famous story, the Simurgh raised a young hero named Zal after finding him left alone on a mountaintop. The great bird taught Zal everything it knew and gave him 3 of its feathers. When Zal faced hard times later in life, he would burn 1 feather, and the Simurgh would come to help him. The bird even saved the life of Zal's son during a very hard birth. Persian healers and wise people often prayed to the Simurgh for help with sick patients. They painted its picture on the walls of places where people went to get better. Parents told their children that if they lived good lives, the Simurgh might give them one of its shining feathers, which could cure any pain or sickness. The sight of this mighty bird flying overhead meant hope to those who saw it. Kings and queens built special gardens high in the mountains, hoping the Simurgh would visit and share its wisdom with them. Even today, Persian art shows the Simurgh as a sign of healing and knowledge, watching over those who need help. The sky fox roamed ancient China's mountain peaks, where it guarded the gateway between earth and heaven. This magical creature could fly through storms without getting wet and controlled the weather with its 9 fluffy tails. People both feared and honored the sky fox because it decided which prayers reached the gods and which ones fell back to earth unheard. The sky fox looked like a normal red fox, but it stood as tall as 3 horses stacked on top of each other. Its fur shimmered with all the colors of sunrise, and starlight sparkled in its whiskers. When it ran across the clouds, its 9 tails spread out like a fan made of living fire. One famous tale tells how the sky fox saved China from a great drought. The Jade Emperor had forgotten to send rain to Earth for many years. The sky fox heard the people's cries and flew to the heavenly palace. It danced for 9 days and 9 nights, its tails painting the sky with clouds until the rain finally fell. The sky fox shaped how people lived their daily lives in ancient China. Farmers watched for its shape in the clouds to know when to plant their crops. Travelers left small cakes along mountain paths to ask for good weather. Children wore fox charms to stay safe during storms. When travelers see a red fox in the mountains today, they still bow their heads in respect. They remember the old stories of the sky fox and say that every rainbow is really just the shine of its 9 tails crossing the sky. The Stymphalian birds lived in an ancient Greek swamp called Stymphalia. These deadly creatures stood out from normal birds because they had beaks made of bronze and feathers as sharp as metal arrows. People feared them because they could shoot their metal feathers like weapons, and their droppings were full of poison. These birds were as tall as a grown person, like large cranes, with strong, straight beaks that could pierce through metal. Their bodies shone like polished bronze in the sun, and their wings made a terrible clanging sound when they flew. No normal armor could protect against them because their sharp beaks and feathers could cut through iron and bronze like paper. The most famous story about these birds tells of how the hero Hercules fought them as one of his 12 great tasks. When he came to their swamp, he found he could not walk on the soft ground to reach them. The goddess Athena helped him by giving him a special noisemaker that scared the birds into the air. Once they flew up, Hercules shot them down with arrows dipped in poison from another monster he had killed. The Stymphalian birds changed how ancient Greek people thought about safe travel and farming. Before Hercules killed most of them, these birds would attack travelers and destroy crops across the countryside. Farmers could not grow food, and traders avoided the whole area around the swamp. Some of the birds that lived through Hercules' attack flew far away to an island in the Black Sea, where they continued to threaten sailors who passed by. Mighty wings cast dark shadows across the lands of North America as the thunderbird soared through storm clouds. This giant bird commanded the power of thunder and lightning, creating storms with each beat of its wings. Native American tribes both feared and honored the thunderbird as a spirit of great power that brought life-giving rain, but could also destroy with its storms. The thunderbird stood taller than the oldest trees, with feathers darker than night and eyes that glowed like lightning. When it spread its wings, they stretched wider than 4 tall pine trees placed end to end. Its sharp beak shone like polished copper, and its claws sparkled like ice crystals, even on the darkest days. A brave hunter once climbed the highest mountain to find the thunderbird's nest after a long drought had dried his people's lands. The great bird saw the hunter's courage and good heart. Instead of striking him down, the thunderbird flew over the dry valleys, bringing heavy rains that filled the rivers and made the crops grow strong again. People watched the skies for signs of the thunderbird when storm clouds gathered. They carved its image on totem poles and painted it on their homes to ask for protection. Mothers told their children that sudden storms meant the thunderbird was fighting evil spirits to keep their village safe. Hunters left gifts of salmon and deer meat on mountain peaks to thank it for the rains that kept their forests green. The flap of its mighty wings still echoes in the thunder, while lightning shows the path of its flight through the clouds. Each spring, when the storms return to the mountains, people remember the thunderbird's promise to protect the land and its people, just as it did for the brave hunter long ago. Ukshai-Shravas emerged from the churning of the great milk ocean in ancient India. This snow-white horse stood as the first and greatest of all horses, glowing with the power of the sun itself. Kings and gods fought to own this mighty steed, drawn by its power to run faster than the wind and jump higher than mountains. The divine horse rose 7 heads above other steeds, each head adorned with gems that sparkled like stars. Its coat shone pure white, like moonlight on fresh snow, while its mane flowed like silk in the breeze. When it moved, its hooves barely touched the ground, as if it floated between earth and sky. Indra, king of the gods, won Ukshai-Shravas after a great battle that shook the heavens. The horse carried him through storms and across the sky, its speed matching the lightning bolts Indra threw. Together they fought demons and protected the realm of gods, their bond growing stronger with each victory. People believed seeing Ukshai-Shravas brought good luck and wealth. Farmers prayed to the horse for rain, while traders asked for safe journeys. Artists painted its image on temple walls, showing it running through clouds with its 7 heads held high, bringing hope to all who saw it. The horse still races through Hindu stories today, teaching people about the rewards of being pure in heart and noble in spirit. Its hoofprints marked the path between earth and heaven, showing humans they too could reach great heights through good deeds and courage. Ravens in Danish stories changed into dangerous new beings after eating the hearts of fallen warriors on battlefields. These creatures, called Valraven, gained the power to shift between raven and human form at will. People feared these dark messengers because they brought both wisdom and death, never knowing if a Valraven would help them or harm them. The Valraven looked like giant ravens with eyes that glowed red in moonlight. When they took human shape, they kept their black feathered cloaks and sharp beaked masks. Their voices could switch between harsh bird calls and sweet human songs that pulled listeners into deadly traps. One tale tells of a Valraven who found a lost princess in the woods. The creature made a deal with her. It would lead her home if she gave it her heart freely. The princess agreed, thinking the Valraven meant love, but the creature wanted her actual heart. Before it could take it, the princess's pure goodness turned the Valraven back into a normal raven. Danish warriors painted raven wings on their shields to show they did not fear death or its messengers. Mothers warned children to stay away from ravens at night, and travelers left small gifts of meat at crossroads to keep Valraven from following them. People believed that hearing a raven's call at sunset meant a Valraven watched them, weighing their heart's worth. The fierce eagle who guards Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse mythology, keeps a watchful hawk named Vedrfolnir perched between its eyes. This small but mighty bird serves as a messenger between the 9 worlds, carrying warnings of danger and change. The Vikings believed Vedrfolnir could see through any lie or trick, making it a trusted guardian of truth. Vedrfolnir looks like a common hawk, but shimmers with rainbow colors when it flies through the branches of Yggdrasil. Its feathers shine like metal in sunlight, and its eyes glow with the wisdom of ages. The bird stands no taller than a child's arm, yet its presence commands respect from gods and giants alike. According to Norse tales, Vedrfelnir once spotted the giant snake Nidhogg trying to poison Yggdrasil's roots. The brave hawk flew down through all 9 worlds to warn the eagle, starting a battle that saved the world tree. Without Vedrfelnir's sharp eyes and quick flight, Nidhogg might have killed the tree that holds all worlds together. Vikings often carved Vedrfelnir's image on their ships and homes as a sign of protection against lies and evil. Sailors trusted the hawk to guide them safely through storms, while leaders asked for its wisdom before making big choices. People believed that if they lived honest lives, Vedrfelnir would watch over them just as it watched over Yggdrasil. The wampum bird lived near the Great Lakes in the stories of the Huron-Wyandot people. This massive heron wore armor made of shells instead of feathers, making it both beautiful and strong. People feared its strength but also admired its unique appearance, believing its shell-covered body held special power. Unlike normal herons that have soft gray or blue feathers, the wampum bird's body sparkled with shell armor that looked like pieces of polished pearl. Each shell piece clicked and clattered when the bird moved, sounding like falling rain on water. The bird stood twice as tall as a normal heron, its long neck rising high above the trees. Stories tell how the wampum bird would wade into deep lakes, its shell armor glowing beneath the water. When it caught fish, the shells would part like fingers to let the bird's sharp beak strike, then close again to protect its body. No arrow could pierce its magical armor, and no hunter could catch this sacred creature. The Huron-Wyandot people saw the wampum bird as a symbol of protection and wealth, since wampum shells were valuable treasures used in important ceremonies. They wove its image into belts and told its story to remind people about the connection between nature's beauty and strength. The winged cat soared through ancient Persian skies, carrying messages between the spirit world and earth. This magical creature combined a house cat's keen senses with an eagle's power of flight. People both loved and feared these beings, as they could bring both good fortune and warnings of coming danger. The creature had soft fur like any common cat, but 2 feathered wings spread from its shoulders. These wings matched the cat's fur in color, whether pure white, deep black, or spotted brown. Its eyes glowed with an inner light, especially bright on moonless nights. The winged cat moved with perfect grace, whether stalking mice on the ground or gliding through clouds. One famous tale tells of a winged cat that saved a whole village from disaster. The cat flew ahead of a great dust storm, warning people with its loud cries to take shelter. As others hid safely in their homes, the cat battled the wind until every person found shelter. The storm raged for 3 days, but thanks to the cat's warning, no lives were lost. Persian families kept special plates of milk and honey outside their windows, hoping to attract these sky-dwelling cats to guard their homes. Children watched the evening sky for glimpses of fur and feathers among the stars. Merchants believed that if a winged cat followed their caravan, they would have a safe and profitable journey. The Zeglins stalked the frozen shores of Greenland, rising from icy waters to hunt humans who lived near the coast. This giant sea creature had the power to freeze the ocean around it, trapping boats in thick ice. Local people feared its hunting calls that sounded like breaking icebergs, warning them that the beast searched for prey. Larger than the biggest whale, the Zeglin looked like a mix of seal and bear, with thick white fur that shed ice like glass. Its eyes glowed blue as deep water, and 2 sets of flippers ended in black claws sharp as frozen peaks. Long tusks of clear ice grew from its jaw, and these tusks gave off an eerie light when the beast hunted at night. Tales tell of a brave hunter named Malik who faced the Zeglin when it attacked his village. The beast had frozen the bay, trapping all the fishing boats in ice. Malik lit many fires around the shore and threw burning spears at the creature. The heat drove the Zeglin back into the deep waters, and it never returned to that bay. Coastal villages changed their ways because of the Zeglin. People built homes farther from shore and always kept fires burning through winter nights. Hunters learned to watch for places where ice formed too quickly on calm seas, and they passed these signs down to their children. When strange lights glowed beneath the ice or odd sounds echoed across the water, everyone knew to seek high ground until the danger passed. The Jan Gantitan walked the dark roads of Brittany, France, holding 5 burning candles on its fingertips. This spirit lit the way for travelers at night, but its help came with deadly risk. Those who spoke to it or followed its light too long vanished without a trace, making villagers both seek and fear its ghostly glow. The spirit took the form of a tall, thin man dressed in black rags that moved in the wind. Its fingers stretched out like long white candles, each one burning with a blue flame that never went out. Its face stayed hidden in the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat, though some said its eyes glowed like embers in the dark. One famous tale tells of a drunk farmer who met the Yangantitan on his way home from the tavern. The spirit offered to light his path through the woods, but the farmer knew better than to accept. When he refused, the spirit's flames turned blood red with anger. The farmer ran home and lived to warn others about the danger that walked the night roads. The Yangantitan shaped how Bretons lived their daily lives, especially after sunset. Parents taught children to avoid strange lights in the dark and to never thank someone they met on night roads. Travelers learned to carry their own lanterns and walk in groups, knowing that a helping hand in the darkness might be the last thing they ever touched. The Yatagarasu watches over Japan from the sky as a magical three-legged crow. This sacred bird guided the first Japanese emperors to new lands and showed them where to build their cities. People saw the bird as a messenger from the sun goddess Amaterasu, bringing divine wisdom to earth. Like a raven made from pieces of night sky, the Yatagarasu stands as tall as a person with feathers that shine like polished black metal. 3 strong legs support its body instead of 2, each ending in golden claws that gleam in the sunlight. Its eyes glow red like small flames, seeing truth that humans cannot. Old stories tell how the Yatagarasu led Emperor Jimmu through dangerous mountains when he searched for a place to build his kingdom. The great crow flew ahead of the emperor's army, showing safe paths and warning of enemies with its cry. When the journey ended, the bird guided them to the perfect valley where they built their first capital city. Japanese leaders painted the Yatagarasu on their war flags and shields to bring good luck in battle. Travelers prayed to the three-legged crow before starting long journeys, hoping it would guide them as it once guided the emperor. Even today, the Japan Football Association uses the Yatagarasu as their symbol, believing it brings victory and wise choices to their teams. Modern Japanese people still point to unusual crows and wonder if they might be the Yatagarasu watching over their cities. They teach their children how the 3 legs stand for heaven, earth, and people working together to make good choices. Some say that when Japan faces big problems, the great crow will return to show the way forward once again. The Ziz soared through ancient skies as one of the 3 mightiest beasts in Jewish legend. This enormous bird could block out the sun with its wings, casting whole kingdoms into darkness. Sailors watched the heavens in fear, knowing the Ziz could stir up massive waves just by dipping its feet into the ocean. The giant bird stood taller than the highest mountains, its head reaching up to touch the clouds. Its feathers shone with every color of the rainbow, glowing so brightly they lit up the night sky. When the Ziz spread its wings, they stretched from one end of the world to the other. According to ancient stories, the Ziz once saved all the small birds of Earth from a flooding sea. It lifted them onto its mighty wings and carried them to safety in the tallest mountains. The smaller birds sang songs of thanks, and from that day on, they treated the Ziz as their protector and king. Jewish teachers used tales of the Ziz to show children the importance of using great power to help others. They told how this mighty bird, despite its awesome strength, chose to be gentle with smaller creatures. Farmers would look to the sky and thank the Ziz for watching over their birds, believing it kept their chickens and doves safe from harm. The rabbis taught that the Ziz still lives today, waiting in a special place beyond the edges of our world. They say that when the time comes for the world to change, the great bird will return to gather all the smaller birds once again, just as it did in ancient days. The Alu stalked through ancient Mesopotamian nights as a spirit that attacked sleeping people. This demon from Akkadian and Sumerian myths had the power to send victims into deep sleep-like states or cause loss of mind. People feared the Alu because it struck without warning and left no way to fight back, as it had no mouth or ears to reason with. The spirit took a strange form that looked like a shadow made solid. It moved like a piece of dark cloth floating in wind, with no clear shape but able to wrap around its victims. Though it lacked ears, mouth, and lips, the Alu could sense those who slept and found ways to torment them. The most famous story tells of how the Alu worked with other demons called Utuku to harm humans. These spirits would find someone alone on the open plains at night. The Alu would cover them like a blanket while its demon friends caused sickness and pain. The victim would cry out in their sleep but could not wake up or escape. Families protected themselves from the Alu by hanging special charms above their beds and saying prayers before sleep. Healers worked to wake people who fell into deep sleeps, thinking the Alu had taken hold of their minds. When someone showed signs of being frozen in their sleep, unable to move or speak, people blamed the Alu's nightly attacks. The Banshee haunted Irish family homes as a female spirit who warned of coming death. She announced the passing of family members by wailing a sad song in the dark of night. People both feared and respected her because she gave noble Irish families time to prepare for the loss of their loved ones. She appeared as a woman with long flowing hair that she combed while crying, dressed in gray and green or sometimes all in white. Her eyes glowed red from endless weeping, and though some stories made her tall, most described her as a small figure no taller than 4 feet. The Banshee could take the shape of a young woman who had died young, or an old woman wrapped in burial clothes. Perhaps the most famous tale tells of Lady Fanshaw's meeting with a Banshee. One night in Ireland, Lady Fanshawe woke to see a pale woman with red hair sitting outside her window, crying with a voice so strong it shook the house. At sunrise, they learned their host had died in the night, just as the Banshee had warned. Ancient Irish families listened for the Banshee's cry, knowing it meant someone in their bloodline would soon die. Her wail could break glass with its power, and if many Banshees cried together, it meant someone holy or important had died. Even today, some Irish families claim the Banshee still follows their line, singing her death warning just as she has done for hundreds of years. The Buddha haunts old buildings and forests across India as a restless spirit caught between life and death. These ghosts can change their shape at will and float slightly above the ground to avoid touching the earth. People fear Buddhas because they possess humans through cursed milk and haunt buildings where they died, yet some communities respect them as protective beings who watch over sacred places. The Buddha looks human but reveals its true nature through backward-facing feet and the lack of a shadow. It wears pure white clothes and speaks with an odd, nasal voice that sounds wrong to human ears. Though it can turn into any animal, it prefers to appear as either a beautiful woman waiting by the road or as the ghost of someone who died nearby. One common tale warns of a man who offers a ride to a woman in white standing alone at night. As they drive, he notices she floats just above her seat, and her feet point backward. When he realizes she casts no shadow in the moonlight, the man learns too late that he has invited a Buddha into his car. Indian families protect their homes from Buddhas using iron objects and bowls of water. They burn turmeric to drive away these spirits and never drink milk left in the open at night. When a Buddha haunts someone, holy men perform special prayers to help the spirit find peace and move on to its next life. The black dog stalked through English towns and dark roads as a massive ghostly hound with glowing eyes. This spirit could sense coming death and warn travelers of danger with its sudden appearance. People both feared and trusted these creatures because some black dogs brought warnings of doom while others protected lonely wanderers from harm. Larger than any living dog, the beast had coal-black fur that seemed to absorb light and eyes that glowed red or yellow in the dark. It made no sound when it walked and left no footprints, yet people heard chains dragging behind it. Some black dogs had huge teeth and frightful howls that echoed through the night. Certainly the most famous tale comes from the churches of Bungay and Blythburgh in 1577, when a black dog known as Black Shuck burst into both buildings during a storm. The beast killed 5 people between the 2 churches and left claw marks in the door that can still be seen today. Lightning struck as the hound ran through the buildings, leaving behind the smell of burning in its wake. Villages across England created ways to guard against the dark hounds. Travelers said prayers before journeys and avoided crossroads at night where the beasts often waited. Yet not everyone feared them. In Somerset, mothers let their children play freely on the hills because they believed the friendly girt dog watched over them and kept them safe. The black-eyed children appeared on American roads and doorsteps as beings that looked like normal kids except for their completely black eyes. These creatures would ask people for help or try to enter their homes, but seemed to have evil plans. People feared them because the children could not enter homes without permission, yet used clever tricks to make adults want to let them inside. These beings looked like pale children or teenagers wearing plain, outdated clothes. Their most striking feature was their eyes, which were solid black from edge to edge with no white parts showing. They moved in an odd way that made them seem less than human, and their voices sounded too old for their young faces. One notable story tells of reporter Brian Bethel's meeting with two black-eyed children in Texas. The children asked him for a ride to a movie theater, saying they needed to get money to watch a film. When Bethel noticed their pure black eyes, a feeling of deep fear came over him. He drove away quickly as the children grew angry, banging on his car window. Communities shared warnings about these beings across the country. Parents taught their children never to open doors to strangers at night, even other children asking for help. Drivers learned to keep their car doors locked after dark, and people began putting extra locks on their doors after stories spread of the black-eyed children trying to talk their way into homes.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
In the homes and farms of Scotland and England, the brownie worked as a helpful house spirit who came out at night while families slept. This small, magical creature performed countless chores without payment, from cleaning and cooking to helping with farm work. People respected the brownie because it brought good luck and wealth to any home it chose to live in. The brownie looked like a small, ugly man with brown skin and hair covering its whole body. Most stories tell of a brownie wearing nothing but ragged clothes, and some had special features like no nose, just a hole in the middle of its face. It could turn invisible whenever it wanted, and sometimes changed into the shape of animals. A tale tells of two kitchen maids who tried to steal the bowl of milk and bread left out as a gift for their house's brownie. As they sat down to eat their stolen meal, the invisible brownie sat between them. Every time one of the maids tried to eat or drink, the brownie snatched it away. The confused maids began fighting, each blaming the other for stealing, until they heard the brownie laugh and shout, "Brownie has it all!" The brownie changed how people lived and worked in important ways. Families had to follow strict rules to keep their brownie happy. They could never watch it work, try to give it new clothes, or make fun of its efforts. Breaking these rules made the brownie leave forever, taking its help and the home's good fortune with it. Some stories tell of angry brownies turning into evil spirits called boggarts if treated badly, causing trouble instead of helping. In ancient Rome, the Kamini were 4 sister goddesses who guarded sacred springs and could see into the future. These powerful beings watched over women giving birth and blessed the waters that flowed from fountains and wells. The Romans both feared and honored them because the Kamini could grant the gift of prophecy to mortals they favored. The Kamini appeared as beautiful young women dressed in flowing white robes, often carrying water jars or cups. They lived near bubbling springs and clear pools, places Romans saw as doorways to divine wisdom. The most sacred spot was a grove with a spring outside Rome's Porta Capena gate, where people came to ask for their help. The most famous story tells of the Kamina named Egeria, who helped Rome's second king, Numa Pompilius. She met him in her sacred grove and taught him the laws and rituals that would make Rome great. Each night she shared divine wisdom with him, helping change Rome from a group of villages into a mighty city with proper laws and customs. The Kamini shaped how Romans lived in many ways. Women in labor prayed to them for safe childbirth. Young girls brought offerings to their fountains hoping for good fortune. Even poets asked these goddesses for inspiration, calling them the Roman Muses. Their sacred springs became places where Romans gathered to worship, seek advice, and honor the goddesses who protected their city's waters. In the Scottish Highlands, the catsith prowled as a magical creature bigger than any normal cat. This fairy beast could change its shape from cat to witch up to 9 times, and people believed it could steal a person's soul before it reached heaven. The Scots feared and respected the catsith because it could either bring doom or grant wishes to those brave enough to summon it. The catsith looked like a huge black cat the size of a large dog, with only one white spot on its chest. When it wanted to frighten people, it would arch its back and make all its fur stand up straight. Some said it was not a true fairy cat at all, but a witch who chose to take the form of this fearsome creature. The most famous story of the catsith tells of a man who saw 9 black cats, each with a white chest spot, carrying a coffin with a crown on top. One cat told the man to tell Tom Tildrum that Tim Toldrum had died. When the man went home and told this to his own cat named Old Tom, the cat shouted that he was now king of the cats, ran up the chimney, and was never seen again. The cat sith changed how people acted around cats, especially at funerals. Families would keep cats away from rooms where dead bodies lay, fearing the cat sith would steal the soul before it reached heaven. They set up games and riddles to distract any cats that came near. Some brave or foolish people even tried to summon a cat sith named Big Ears by burning cats for 4 days, hoping it would grant their wishes. Within the lands of the Navajo people, the Chindi emerges as a harmful spirit made from all the bad parts of a person at the moment of death. This dark force contains every negative feeling and thought the person ever had, from anger to sadness to fear. People feared the Chindi because even brief contact with it could bring sickness or death. The Chindi has no solid form but moves like poisoned air, invisible yet deadly. It follows the path of the dying person's last breath, carrying with it all their painful memories and bitter thoughts. Most often it stays close to things the dead person once owned or places they lived. One of the most important stories shows why Navajo people never let someone die inside their home. A family once ignored this rule, and their relative died inside their hogan, a traditional Navajo house. The Chindi filled the building with such powerful negative energy that the family had to leave forever, abandoning their home to the dark spirit. The Chindi changed how Navajo people dealt with death in many ways. They moved sick people outdoors when death came near. They burned or buried the dead person's things. They never spoke the names of the dead. These rules kept people safe from the Chindi's harmful touch and helped the living avoid the weight of old sorrows. A giant green dog called the Q-Sith hunts across lonely moors and rocky hills of Scotland. This fairy hound strikes fear with its 3 ghostly barks, which people can hear from miles away. Anyone who hears all 3 barks may die from pure terror. The Q-Sith stands as tall as a small cow, with thick dark green fur that blends into the Scottish hills. Its huge paws make no sound when it runs, letting it creep up on its prey without warning. The creature looks like a wolf, but much bigger, with a long, shaggy coat that seems to shimmer in moonlight. One famous story tells of sailors far out at sea who heard the Q-Sith's first bark echo across the water. They quickly turned their ship toward shore, hearing the second bark grow louder. The men reached land just as the third bark rang out, saving themselves from the fairy hound's deadly power. The Q-Sith changed how people traveled through the highlands. They avoided walking alone at night and learned to count the beast's barks. If someone heard the first bark, they would run for the nearest house or church. Parents taught their children to listen for the barks and find shelter fast. These legends linked to old Celtic beliefs about fairy creatures that guard the line between our world and the spirit world. The Welsh told similar tales about the Celian Anwan, ghostly white hounds that served as fairy hunting dogs. Both beasts warned humans to stay away from places where the spirit world came close to our own. The demon cat stalked the dark halls of government buildings in Washington, D.C., appearing as a warning before national tragedies. This black ghost cat grew from the size of a house pet to the size of a tiger when it met human eyes. People working late in places like the Capitol building feared seeing this creature because it meant something bad would soon happen to the country. Its coat was darker than a moonless night, and its eyes glowed like hot coals in a fire pit. When the demon cat walked, it made no sound on the marble floors. Those who saw it said the air turned cold, and the cat's shape seemed to shift and flow like smoke in the wind. The beast could pass through solid walls as if they were made of air. The most famous story of the demon cat came just before President Abraham Lincoln died. A guard saw the cat grow to the size of a giant tiger right in front of him. The guard tried to shoot the beast, but his bullets passed right through it. The next day, Lincoln went to Ford's Theater where he was killed. Workers in the Capitol building changed their habits because of the demon cat. Guards avoided walking alone in certain halls late at night. Some people refused to work after dark. Others left food out, hoping to please the spirit and prevent bad luck. The demon cat became such a strong symbol of coming trouble that even today, people in Washington remember the legend of the growing ghost cat who brought warnings of dark days ahead. The devil bird haunts the thick forests of Sri Lanka, where its awful scream sounds just like a person in terrible pain. This large owl-like creature sends out its bone-chilling cry only before someone nearby is about to die. Villagers who hear the devil bird's call rush to check on their loved ones, knowing that death walks close to their homes that night. The bird stands as tall as a small child, with dark feathers that blend into the night sky. Its round face and huge yellow eyes remind people of a human face frozen in terror. Sharp claws grip tree branches so strongly they leave deep marks in the wood, and its hooked beak could tear through the toughest meat. A story tells of a farmer who laughed at warnings about the devil bird's cry. One night, he heard the scream and ignored it, choosing to stay in his fields. When he returned home, he found his wife had fallen terribly ill. She died before the sun rose the next morning, just as the bird had warned. People in Sri Lankan villages still plan their lives around avoiding the devil bird's attention. They won't walk alone in the forest at night. Families keep their windows closed after dark, even in hot weather. Many people wear special charms to keep the bird away, and some leave small gifts of food at the edge of the forest to please it. The domovoi lived in the homes of ancient Russian families, hiding in warm places near stoves and in dark corners of cellars. This house spirit held the special power to either help or harm the family it lived with, based on how they treated their home and each other. People both feared and respected the domovoi because it watched over them while they slept and knew all their household secrets. The domovoi looked like a tiny old man with a long gray beard and hair that covered most of its body. Its eyes glowed like embers in the dark, and it could change its size from as small as a mouse to as tall as a child. The spirit often wore the same clothes as the master of the house and could copy the voices of family members. One tale tells of a domovoi that saved a family from fire. The spirit pulled the sleeping mother's hair and pinched the children until they woke up, giving them just enough time to escape their burning house. When the family rebuilt their home, they invited their domovoi to join them by leaving bread and salt in the corners of their new dwelling. The domovoi shaped how Russian families lived their daily lives. People swept their floors toward the center of the room to avoid pushing out good luck, and they never whistled indoors because this would make the spirit angry. Families left out small bowls of milk and porridge near the stove to keep their domovoi happy, believing a well-fed house spirit would protect their home and make their lives better. The drow haunted the cold waters around Norway, rising from the depths to torment sailors and fishermen. This vengeful spirit of drowned sailors could control storms and winds, using its power to sink ships and drag crews into the sea. People who lived along the coast feared the draug because its appearance meant certain death for those who saw it. The creature took the form of a bloated corpse with seaweed-wrapped limbs and empty black holes where eyes should be. Its skin glowed with an eerie blue light that lit up the waves around it, and it wore tattered remains of sailing clothes that dripped endlessly with seawater. The draug often appeared headless, or with its head twisted to face backward. In one chilling tale, a fisherman met a draug while checking his nets at night. The creature sat in the man's boat, wringing water from its clothes and singing about the storm it would bring. The fisherman rowed to shore as fast as he could, but the draug's storm followed him. Just as the waves nearly swallowed his boat, the man reached land and survived, becoming one of the few people to escape a draug's deadly prediction. The draug changed how coastal communities lived their lives. Sailors refused to whistle on their ships because they believed this would call the draug from the depths. Fishermen always left one fish from their catch in the sea as an offering, hoping this would keep the creature away. People built their homes facing away from the ocean to avoid seeing the draug's ghostly light through their windows at night. The duende lived in the homes and forests of Spain and Latin America, moving between the human world and the spirit world as it wished. This small magical being could enter dreams and cause both good luck and chaos, depending on its mood. People both feared and sought out the duende because it could grant wishes, but it often twisted these wishes in clever and sometimes cruel ways. Looking like a child-sized person with backward-facing feet and a red cap, the duende had dark green or brown skin that helped it hide in shadows. Its eyes glowed yellow in the dark, and it had long fingers perfect for picking locks and stealing small objects. The duende could make itself so small it could slip through keyholes or grow tall enough to reach high shelves. The most famous story tells of a duende that helped a poor shoemaker. The spirit fixed broken shoes each night while the shoemaker slept, but it also played tricks on the man's rich customers by making their new shoes too tight or too loose. When the shoemaker left out a gift of honey and bread to thank the spirit, the duende stopped its tricks and helped his business grow. The duende shaped daily life in many ways. Parents warned children to clean their rooms, or the duende would make their toys disappear. People hung bells near windows and doors because the spirit hated loud noises. Families left out small gifts of food and shiny objects to keep the duende happy, hoping it would bring good luck instead of mischief to their homes. The Dvorovoi guarded farmyards and barns in ancient Russia, watching over livestock and protecting animals from harm. This farm spirit could speak with animals and control their health, blessing them with good births or cursing them with sickness. Farmers both feared and honored the Dvorovoi because it decided if their animals would live or die. Like its cousin the Domovoi, the Dvorovoi looked like a small man with thick fur covering its body, but its fur matched the color of the favorite animal in its barn. It had bright green eyes that shone in the dark, and long fingers ended in sharp claws for climbing. The spirit could change its shape to match any farm animal under its care. One well-known story tells of a Dvorovoi that saved a poor farmer's last cow. During a harsh winter, the spirit gathered warm hay for the cow and led mice to drop bits of grain near its mouth. When spring came, the cow gave birth to twin calves, and the farmer's luck changed. The farmer had left out fresh milk each night, earning the spirit's help. The Dvorovoi shaped how farmers cared for their animals. They never brought new animals to the farm on cloudy days because the spirit disliked bad weather. Farmers brushed their horses from head to tail, never backward, to please the Dvorovoi's sense of order. They kept their barns clean and warm, knowing the spirit would reward good care with healthy animals and rich milk. The Dybbuk haunted Jewish communities across Eastern Europe, slipping into the bodies of troubled people and speaking through their mouths. This restless spirit could enter anyone who showed weakness through sadness or fear. People dreaded the Dybbuk because it took control of its host completely, using their body while the person remained trapped inside, aware of everything happening but helpless to stop it. The Dybbuk looked like smoke or clear water when it moved between bodies, but once inside a person, it showed itself through their changed face and voice. The host's eyes turned glassy and distant, their skin became pale as paper, and they spoke in the Dybbuk's true voice, often deep and rough, unlike their normal way of talking. Sometimes the host's body bent and twisted in ways that showed something else lived inside them. The most famous Dybbuk story tells of a young bride named Leah who became host to the spirit of her dead love, Shonan. During Leah's wedding to another man, Shonan's Dybbuk entered her body and spoke through her, stopping the wedding. The spirit refused to leave until a group of rabbis, men who study holy books, worked together to force it out through prayer and ancient wisdom. The fear of Dybbuks changed how people lived, making them careful about showing strong feelings or walking alone at night. Families watched their grieving relatives closely, knowing sadness could open the door to a Dybbuk. When someone acted strangely, people first wondered if a Dybbuk had found them. Holy men made good money selling charms and prayers they claimed would keep the spirits away. People believed Dybbuks were the souls of those who died with deep regret or anger, trying to finish something left undone in life. This made many Jews think twice about their actions while alive, not wanting their souls to become lost spirits after death. Communities built special rooms in their places of worship where rabbis could safely remove Dybbuks from their hosts without putting others at risk. Faceless spirits drifted through the forests of Japan, wearing pure white robes that seemed to float on the evening breeze. These lost souls could steal faces from anyone who looked directly at them, leaving their victims blank and smooth like eggs. People feared these spirits most during festival times, when the streets filled with crowds and a faceless one could easily blend in while hunting. The spirits stood as tall as grown men, but moved like smoke on the wind, their white robes never touching the ground. Where a face should be, they showed only smooth, pale skin stretched tight over bone. Their hands reached out like white spider legs, long and thin with too many joints, and they gave off a faint glow that looked like moonlight. A memorable story tells of a young girl named Akane who met a faceless spirit at a summer festival. When the spirit reached for her face, Akane held up her paper festival mask as a trick. The spirit took the mask instead of her real face, trapping itself in the paper form. The mask burned to ash in the morning sun, taking the spirit with it. Villages changed their festival customs because of these spirits. People wore paper masks not just for fun, but for safety. Parents taught children to walk backwards through crowds so nothing could sneak up and steal their faces. Market sellers hung mirrors everywhere, believing faceless ones would catch their own empty reflection and run away in shame. The spirits grew stronger each time they took a face, adding it to their collection like a painter adds colors to a picture. Anyone who lost their face to these spirits had to find and destroy the spirit within 7 days, or their face would stay part of its collection forever. Holy men made good money selling special red paper masks that they promised would protect people during festival season. Among the green hills and misty forests of Ireland, fairies built their homes in secret places between our world and theirs. These tiny beings held great magic that could either help or harm humans, changing their luck or stealing their children. People both feared and tried to please the fairies, leaving them gifts of milk and bread to stay in their good graces. Fairies stood no taller than a human hand, with bodies that glowed like starlight and wings like those of dragonflies. Their clothes came from flower petals and spider silk, shining with all the colors of a rainbow. Some looked beautiful, with perfect tiny faces, while others had crooked noses and sharp teeth that showed their wilder nature. The most famous fairy tale tells of a shoemaker who woke one morning to find his work finished by fairy helpers. Each night, the fairies made shoes more fine than any human could craft, bringing the shoemaker good fortune and wealth. But when he and his wife tried to catch sight of the fairies at work, the magical beings never returned, unhappy that humans had tried to spy on their secret work. People changed many parts of their daily lives to please the fairies. They would not build houses where fairy paths ran, leaving empty spaces in their towns and fields. Mothers pinned iron needles to baby clothes to keep the fairies from stealing their children and leaving changelings, fairy babies, in their place. Farmers left corners of their fields unharvested as fairy shares. The power of fairies grew stronger as night fell, reaching its peak when the moon was full. During these times, people heard fairy music coming from under hills and saw rings of mushrooms where they had danced. Anyone who stepped into a fairy ring or ate fairy food would be trapped in the fairy world forever, living in endless parties but losing all sense of human time. The Feldgeister lived in the fields and farms of Germany, watching over crops and farm animals. These nature spirits held power over the growth of wheat, corn, and other grains that kept farming families alive. People both feared and respected the Feldgeister because these spirits could either bless their fields with rich harvests or curse them with crop failure. These spirits looked different to each person who saw them. Some farmers reported seeing them as tiny men with grass-green clothing and straw hats. Others described them as beautiful women wearing dresses made of wheat stalks and crowns of cornflowers. Many claimed the Feldgeister could change their size, growing as tall as the grain itself or shrinking smaller than a mouse. The most famous story of the Feldgeister tells of a farmer who forgot to leave the last sheaf of wheat standing in his field, which was the spirit's rightful home. The angry Feldgeister followed him home and made mischief all winter, spoiling his stored grain and tangling his sheep's wool. Only when spring came and the farmer planted new crops, leaving a corner of the field just for the spirits, did the trouble stop. The Feldgeister shaped how German farmers worked their land for hundreds of years. Families left offerings of milk and bread for the spirits during planting and harvest times. Many farmers would not cut down the last bunch of grain in their fields, tying it into a special shape as a house for the Feldgeister instead. These customs helped people feel they had some control over their uncertain lives as farmers. The Gaki haunt the dark corners of Japan as cursed spirits of the hungry dead. These beings suffer endless hunger and thirst as punishment for greed or bad actions in their past lives. People feared Gaki because they could spread sickness and bad luck, but they also felt pity for these suffering spirits. A Gaki looks like a human who has starved for years, with pale gray skin stretched tight over bones and a stomach swollen from hunger. Their mouths are no bigger than the eye of a needle, making it impossible to eat or drink enough to ease their pain. Some Gaki grow to be as tall as trees, while others shrink down smaller than children, but all of them move with jerky, desperate movements as they search for food. The most famous story tells of a gaki who haunted a village temple, drinking the oil from the sacred lamps each night. The clever head monk filled the lamps with holy water instead of oil. When the gaki drank the blessed water, it washed away its sins and freed the spirit from its cursed form, allowing it to move on to a peaceful rest. The belief in gaki changed how Japanese people thought about greed and waste. Families would leave small offerings of food and water outside their homes, hoping to ease the spirit's suffering and keep them from causing trouble. Many people used stories of the gaki to teach their children about sharing and warn them against being selfish. The Gashadokuro stalks the dark roads and empty fields of Japan as a giant made of human bones. This spirit towers 15 times taller than a normal person and can turn invisible at will. People feared these monsters because they would grab lone travelers at night and bite off their heads, drinking the blood that sprayed up from their victims' necks. The monster looks like a huge skeleton with glowing red eyes and a jaw that can open wide enough to swallow a horse. Its bones come from people who died from hunger during wars and famines, their angry spirits joining together to form one giant skeleton. The Gashadokuro's bones make a terrible rattling sound as it walks, like hundreds of wooden sticks being shaken together. The most famous story tells of a samurai who heard the sound of rattling bones while riding home one night. The clever warrior remembered that temple bells could drive away evil spirits. He raced to the nearest temple and rang its giant bell, making the Gashadokuro shrink away and fall apart into piles of normal bones. Japanese people changed their habits because of the Gashadokuro. Travelers would carry small bells with them on night journeys and ring them often to stay safe. Villages made sure to give proper burials to everyone who died, even strangers, hoping to prevent angry spirits from joining together into these bone giants. The fear of Gashadokuro also led people to help others in need. Families shared food during hard times and took care of their neighbors, believing that letting people die from hunger would create more of these monsters. Many villages kept records of those who died without proper burials, so priests could say prayers for their spirits. The Isle of Man, a small island between England and Ireland, became home to one of the strangest beings in folklore during the 1930s. Jeff, who called himself a talking mongoose, claimed he could speak several languages and spy on the island's people. The Irving family, who lived in a remote farmhouse, said this clever creature brought them news from miles away and knew secrets no animal should know. His appearance mixed familiar animals in an odd way that made people unsure what he truly was. Witnesses described him as smaller than a house cat, with yellow fur like a mongoose but a bushy tail like a squirrel. The Irvings said he had small hands that could hold things, a high-pitched voice that sounded almost human, and bright eyes that glowed in the dark. The most famous story about Jeff began when he first spoke to the Irving family through their walls. He started by copying their words, then began telling jokes and singing songs. Soon he was bringing them gossip from around the island, claiming he could run faster than any car and slip through the smallest holes to learn people's secrets. The mystery of Jeff changed how many islanders lived their daily lives. Some feared leaving their homes alone, worried the creature might be watching them. Others made the long journey to the Irving farm, hoping to hear Jeff speak, though he often refused to show himself to visitors. The local newspaper wrote about him so often that people far beyond the Isle of Man became curious about the talking mongoose. The story grew so big that experts from London came to study Jeff, trying to prove if he was real or fake. While they found small footprints and heard strange voices, no one ever caught or photographed the creature clearly. Even today, people still debate whether Jeff was a clever trick, a real animal, or something else that no one could explain. The mountains of Lebanon hold stories of the Gadar, a deadly shapeshifter that hunts lonely travelers at night. This being can change from human to beast in moments, using its powers to trick people who walk alone. Villagers feared the Gadar because it could look like someone they knew, even copying their voice and movements perfectly. In its true form, the Gadar looks like a mix between a large wolf and a human. It walks on 2 legs like a person, but has thick fur covering its body, sharp claws instead of fingers, and yellow eyes that glow in the dark. The creature stands as tall as a doorway and has teeth longer than a human finger. One famous story tells of a young man who met a friend on the road late at night. They walked together until the friend asked to stop and rest in the shadows. As they sat down, the young man noticed his friend's shadow on the rocks looked like a monster. He ran away just as the Godar showed its true form and tried to grab him with its claws. The fear of the Godar changed how people lived in Lebanese villages. No one traveled alone after sunset, and parents warned children to stay close to home at night. People learned to look for signs that someone might be a Godar in disguise, like staying away from bright lights or speaking in an odd way. Houses in mountain villages kept special metal charms above their doors to keep the Godar away. Travelers carried small bags of salt, which stories said would make the creature show its real shape if thrown at it. These old habits became part of daily life, and some people still follow them today. Along dark roads and in empty houses across every land, ghosts make their homes between our world and whatever lies beyond. These spirits of the dead can pass through walls, become invisible, or take forms that mirror how they looked in life. People both fear and respect ghosts because they remind us that death is not always the end of a story. A ghost might look like a pale copy of its former self, see-through like fog or thin glass. Some appear as spots of light that float in the air, while others look solid until they vanish into nothing. Many ghosts wear the clothes they died in, though these outfits often seem old or torn. The most famous ghost story comes from a small town where a young woman in a white dress appears on the side of a road late at night. She asks drivers for a ride home, but when they reach the address she gives, she disappears from the car. When the drivers check the house, they learn a girl matching her description died in an accident many years ago. Ghost stories changed how people build and arrange their homes even today. Many avoid putting mirrors across from beds because ghosts might use them as doors. Some leave out food or drink for spirits of family members who have died. In Japan, people count their guests in photographs carefully, worried that an extra face might show a ghost has joined their group. These beings connect the world of the living to the world of the dead, carrying messages or warnings across this line. Some return because they have unfinished business, while others stay to watch over people they love. Ghost stories teach us that the bonds between people can be stronger than death itself. The ghoul prowled ancient graveyards in the lands between Egypt and Iraq. This hungry spirit could change its shape to trick people into walking alone at night. People across the Middle East feared ghouls because these beings ate human flesh and lived in places of death, waiting to catch anyone who wandered too close to their hunting grounds. A ghoul looked like a mix between a human and a wild dog, with sharp claws and glowing eyes that shined yellow in the dark. It could make itself appear as a normal person, but its feet always stayed backwards, pointing behind instead of ahead. The ghoul's skin was rough and gray like old leather, and it gave off a smell like spoiled meat. The most famous tale of the ghoul tells of a merchant who met a crying woman beside a graveyard at night. The woman asked him to help find her lost child, but when the merchant followed her between the graves, she changed into her true form. The merchant ran away and found shelter in a nearby shrine, staying there until sunrise forced the ghoul to hide. The fear of ghouls changed how people lived their daily lives. No one walked near graveyards after dark, and travelers always went in groups with torches and weapons. Parents used stories of ghouls to teach children to stay close to home at night and to be careful of strangers who asked for help in dark places. The Grim Reaper walks through both the world of the living and the dead, marking the end of life for all beings. This dark figure carries a long, curved blade called a scythe, which it uses to cut the ties between body and soul. People across Europe feared seeing the Reaper because its presence meant death would soon follow. Dressed in a black robe that flows like smoke, the Reaper stands taller than any human. Its face stays hidden in the shadows of a deep hood, with only gleaming eyes visible in the darkness. Pale, bony hands grip its farming tool turned deadly weapon, and wherever it walks, the air grows cold. The most famous story tells of a wealthy merchant who tried to cheat death. When the Reaper came for him, the merchant offered all his gold for more time. The Reaper stayed silent and reached out its hand. The merchant ran from town to town, but each night those gleaming eyes watched from the shadows until finally his time ran out. The Reaper shaped how people thought about death and dying. Some saw it as cruel and tried to fight against their fate, while others viewed it as a friend who guided souls to their final rest. In times of great sickness or war, people claimed to see the Reaper walking through towns, choosing who would live and who would die. Among the shadows of Korean homes and villages, the Gwisin haunts the living with a burning need for revenge. This angry spirit returns from death when someone dies with strong feelings of hate or sadness. People feared Gwisin because these ghosts would follow their targets day and night, causing bad luck and illness until they got what they wanted. The Gwisin looks like a woman in a white dress, the kind used to bury the dead in Korea. Her black hair hangs loose and messy over her face, hiding dark, empty eyes. The ghost floats above the ground, her feet never touching the earth, and her hands reach out with long, bony fingers toward her victims. A famous story tells of a young woman who died on her wedding day. She came back as a Gwisin and haunted her groom, who had secretly loved another. Each night she appeared in his room, crying tears of blood, until the guilt made him confess his lies to her family. Only then did her spirit find peace and leave this world. The fear of Gwisin changed how people treated others in life and death. Families worked hard to solve any fights before someone died, hoping to prevent their return as an angry ghost. When someone passed away with unfinished business, people would hold special ceremonies to calm the spirit and help it move on. The Hanya stalked the gardens and forests of Japan, burning with jealousy and hate. This demon began her life as a human woman whose love turned to dark magic and rage. People feared the Hanya because she could read minds and knew their deepest secrets, using this knowledge to destroy families and relationships. Her face shows the pain of her change from woman to demon. 2 sharp horns grow from her forehead, and her mouth stretches wide with long fangs like a snake. Her eyes glow red with anger, and her skin shines like metal in moonlight. She wears the torn remains of fine silk robes, showing her past life as a noble lady. One tale speaks of a court lady who loved a prince who married another. Her sadness turned to hate, and she studied dark magic until she became a Hanya. She haunted the prince's dreams and poisoned his thoughts against his wife. When the prince went mad and his family fell to ruin, the Hanya laughed, but her tears fell like blood on the ground. Villages set up special shrines to keep Hanya away from their homes. Women in love gave gifts to these shrines, hoping to protect their hearts from turning dark. Mothers taught their daughters to guard against jealousy, warning that even the smallest seed of hate could grow into a demon. Priests made special masks showing the Hanya's face, which they used in plays and ceremonies. These masks changed how they looked based on how you held them. Tilted up, they showed rage. Tilted down, they showed sadness. People said this showed how close love and hate lived in the human heart. The Hat Man moves through shadows and appears in bedrooms across the world. This tall, dark figure watches people while they sleep or rest, standing still in corners or doorways. People fear the Hat Man because he brings feelings of dread and helplessness, making them unable to move or cry out while he stands in their room. Like a shadow given life, the Hat Man stands over 7 feet tall and wears an old-style wide-brimmed hat and long coat. His body seems made of deep darkness, darker than the night around him. No one has ever seen his face clearly, but some say they see red eyes glowing under his hat. A famous report tells of a young boy who woke to find the Hat Man in his room night after night. The figure never spoke or moved toward him, just watched from the corner. When the boy's family moved to a new home hundreds of miles away, the Hat Man followed, appearing in his new bedroom on the first night. The Hat Man changed how many people view their own homes and bedrooms. Some leave lights on all night or put mirrors facing their beds to watch for him. Others who see him feel marked or chosen, carrying a fear that he might return each time they close their eyes to sleep. Unlike most shadow people who pass quickly, the Hat Man returns to the same people many times. Those who see him often meet others who have seen him too, sharing similar details about his look and the fear he brings, even though they live in different parts of the world. The headless corpse stalked the misty roads and dark alleys of medieval England. This walking dead thing searched endless for its missing head, grabbing any person who came too close. People feared these spirits because they would try to steal a living person's head to replace their own. The spirit wore the rotting clothes it died in, with torn and dirty fabric hanging from its body. Where its head should be, only a ragged stump of neck remained, sometimes dripping ghostly blood that vanished before touching the ground. Its hands reached out with long, grasping fingers as it stumbled forward. One tale tells of a merchant who rode his horse down a foggy road at night. A headless figure stepped out of the mist and grabbed his leg, trying to pull him from his horse. The merchant kicked free and rode hard, but the corpse followed, running as fast as the horse until they passed a church. The holy ground forced the spirit to stop. People changed their daily habits to avoid meeting these spirits. They refused to travel alone after dark and carried protective charms blessed by priests. Towns built shrines at spots where headless corpses appeared, hoping to give the restless dead peace and protect travelers who passed by. When bodies were found without heads from accidents or murder, towns performed special burial rites. They placed heavy stones on the grave and said prayers to keep the dead from rising to search for their missing parts. Some graves still show these stones today, marking the resting places of the headless dead. The hellhound prowled the crossroads and graveyards of northern Europe, guarding the border between the world of the living and the dead. These giant black dogs stood as tall as a horse, with eyes that glowed like balls of fire in the night. People both feared and respected hellhounds, believing they could smell death on those marked for the afterlife. The beast's appearance struck terror into all who saw it. Its fur was blacker than the darkest night, and smoke curled from its sharp teeth and massive jaws. Like shadows come to life, hellhounds could melt into darkness at will. Their howls echoed for miles, a sound that made blood run cold and hearts stop beating. The most famous tale tells of a hellhound that haunted Black Shuck's Lane in England. One stormy night, it burst through the doors of a church, killing 2 people with a single glance from its blazing eyes. The church steeple fell that same night, as if struck down by the creature's power. Claw marks can still be seen on the church door today. People changed their habits to avoid meeting these creatures. They stayed away from graveyards at night and refused to walk alone on dark roads. If someone reported seeing a hellhound, folks would gather in groups for safety, knowing that the sight of one often meant death would visit their village soon. Some left offerings of food at crossroads, hoping to keep the beasts away from their homes and families. The Hin prowled the hot deserts of ancient Arabia, shifting between the forms of a black dog, a fierce wolf, and a horrid demon. This shape-changing spirit held the power to enter a traveler's dreams and lead them deep into deadly sandstorms. People feared the Hin most during the darkest nights of winter, when its haunting howls echoed across the dunes and warned of coming storms. At first glance, travelers might mistake the Hin for a normal desert dog with thick black fur and glowing yellow eyes. Yet this creature stood as tall as a camel when it wished, with claws sharp as daggers and teeth that shimmered like pearls in the moonlight. In its demon form, the Hin's skin turned gray as ash, while great wings of shadow spread from its shoulders, and its eyes burned red as hot coals. The most famous tale of the Hin tells of a rich merchant who mocked the creature's power. One cold night, the Hin visited the merchant's dreams and led his caravan into the heart of a great sandstorm. When morning came, travelers found the merchant's camels wandering the dunes alone, their master lost forever to the desert winds. Desert tribes learned to watch for signs of the Hin before starting any journey. They kept special amulets of blue stone to ward off its dream magic, and never camped near places where wild dogs gathered. Travelers shared warnings about the Hin's hunting grounds and made offerings of meat at crossroads to keep the spirit peaceful. The Huodu lived in the mountains of ancient China, bringing both fire and wisdom to those who lived nearby. This mighty dragon-like beast carried a special fire in its belly that could burn hot enough to melt stone. Unlike other dragons that people feared, the Huodu earned respect from villagers because it used its flames to help rather than harm. The Huodu stood as tall as 3 houses stacked on top of each other, with scales that shone like copper in the sun. Its neck stretched long and graceful like a swan's, but thick muscles rippled beneath its skin. When it opened its mouth, people saw teeth sharp as swords and a tongue that glowed like hot coals. One famous tale suggests a time when endless winter gripped the land, and people could not cook their food or stay warm. The Huodu heard their cries and flew down from its mountain home. It breathed its magical fire into special stones, teaching people how to keep the flames burning forever. These stones became the first hearths in Chinese homes. The Huodu changed how people lived by giving them the gift of lasting fire. Families began to gather around hearths to cook, tell stories, and stay warm together. Villages grew larger because people could now live comfortably in cold places, and they always left small gifts of food near their hearths to thank the Huodu for its help. The caring nature of the Huodu made it different from other fire creatures in stories. While most fire-breathing beasts destroyed things, the Huodu built communities by sharing its gift. Parents told their children to be like the Huodu, to use their talents to help others rather than cause harm. The Inipi, a sacred spirit guide of the Lakota people, dwelled in the steam of special dome-shaped lodges across the Great Plains of North America. This powerful being could cleanse both body and soul through the sacred ceremony of the sweat lodge, where it turned ordinary steam into healing medicine. The Lakota people deeply respected the Inipi for its ability to bring clarity of mind and heal sickness through the steam that filled these special places. The Inipi took shape in thick clouds of steam that rose from heated stones, forming shapes that medicine people could read like sacred messages. Inside the dark lodge, it moved like dancing fog, touching each person with warm fingers of mist that seemed to know exactly where healing was needed. The steam could grow as tall as a standing person or spread low across the ground like a blanket of clouds. The most famous story of the Inipi tells of a time when sickness spread through a Lakota camp during a harsh winter. As people grew weak and hope faded, a medicine man built a sweat lodge and called upon the Inipi. The spirit came in a great cloud of steam, and over 4 days and nights, it worked through the medicine man to heal the entire camp, leaving no one untouched by its healing power. The Inipi shaped how the Lakota people cared for their health and spirit. Families would visit the sweat lodge to ask the Inipi for help before making big choices, healing the sick, or preparing for sacred ceremonies. The steam spirit taught people that healing comes through cleansing both the body and mind together, not just treating the outer signs of sickness. The Jiangshi haunted villages across ancient China, hopping through dark streets at night in search of living victims. This undead creature drained life force from people by touching them, leaving behind cold, pale bodies. Both common people and rulers feared these monsters because they could turn their victims into more Jiangshi, spreading like a deadly disease through towns. The Jiangshi looked like a stiff corpse wearing old government clothes from long ago, with its arms stretched out in front. Its skin turned green or black after death, and long fingernails grew like claws from its hands. A yellow paper with magic words stuck to its forehead kept it from becoming fully awake and even more dangerous. The most famous story tells of a Jiangshi that woke up in a temple when its paper fell off during a storm. The hopping corpse chased the temple keeper through the halls until sunrise. The keeper survived by holding his breath when the Jiangshi came near, since these creatures found their prey by listening for breathing. This tale taught people an important way to hide from the monsters. People changed their daily lives to stay safe from Jiangshi. They came home before dark and put rice or coins outside their doors because the creatures had to stop and count each grain or piece. Families hung mirrors on their front gates since Jiangshi feared their own reflection. These habits became part of Chinese culture, and parents still warn children not to stay out late by telling Jiangshi stories. In old Japan, the Jikininki haunted graveyards and places where people died. These hungry ghosts could smell death from many miles away and rushed to eat the bodies of the dead. People feared these spirits not just for their awful eating habits, but because anyone who lived a selfish life could become one after death. The Jikininki looked like rotting corpses dressed in old burial clothes. Their skin hung loose on their bones, and their eyes glowed red in the dark. They had long, sharp claws for digging up graves, and teeth like knives for tearing flesh. Though they could walk through walls and become invisible, they could not hide their terrible smell of decay. The most famous story tells of a Buddhist priest who met a Jikininki living alone in an abandoned temple. The ghost served the priest dinner and gave him a place to sleep. That night, the priest woke to see the Jikininki in its true form, eating a corpse from the village. Instead of running away, the priest prayed for the spirit. His prayers helped free the ghost from its curse. These creatures taught people about the price of greed and selfishness. Families made sure to honor their dead with proper burials and ceremonies to prevent their loved ones from becoming Jikininki. The stories warned people to live good lives and help others, or risk becoming hungry ghosts themselves. Buddhist priests often told these tales to teach people about kindness and the results of bad actions. The Killikee cat haunts the dark halls of Killikee House in Ireland's Dublin Mountains. This ghostly black cat grows to the size of a large dog and appears only at night. Local people both fear and respect this spirit because it guards ancient secrets of the house and shows itself to warn of coming danger. The cat looks like any normal black house cat at first, but it can change its size at will. Its eyes shine bright green in the darkness, and its fur seems to absorb all light around it. When it walks, it makes no sound, and it can pass through solid walls as if they were made of air. One cold winter night in the 1800s, the lady of Killikee House saw the giant cat in her bedroom. Instead of running away, she watched as it grew larger and pointed with its paw toward the window. When she looked outside, she saw flames in the stable. Thanks to the cat's warning, she saved all her horses before the fire could harm them. The Killikee cat changed how people saw the old house. Families who lived there began to welcome its presence, seeing it as a guardian rather than a threat. Even today, visitors to Killikee House hope to catch a glimpse of the mysterious cat, and many leave small gifts of milk or fish near the spots where it often appears. The kobold prowled through German mines and homes, bringing either good fortune or terrible luck to those it met. This small spirit could turn invisible at will and possessed great skill in metalwork, especially with silver and gold. Miners and craftspeople left small gifts of food and wine to earn the kobold's favor, fearing its power to either help their work flourish or cause endless misfortune. The creature stood no taller than a young child, with bright red hair and wrinkled, leathery skin that glowed softly in the dark. Its eyes shimmered like polished copper coins, and its clever fingers moved quickly as it worked. The kobold often wore simple clothes like miners and craftsmen, though its garments never showed signs of wear or dirt. One famous tale tells of a kobold named Hinselman who lived in Hudemühlen Castle. The spirit protected the noble family living there, warning them of coming dangers and helping their servants with heavy tasks. But when guests mocked his small size or forgot to leave him gifts, Hinselman played tricks on them, hiding their belongings, tangling their hair while they slept, and making strange noises in the night. German families changed their daily habits to please these household spirits. They kept their homes clean and orderly, never went to bed with dirty dishes in the sink, and always saved a small portion of their meals as offerings. Miners carved special niches into tunnel walls where they left candles and bread for their kobold helpers, believing this would lead them to rich veins of ore and protect them from cave-ins. The cuckood lived in the thick forests of eastern Australia, where it moved silently through the trees at night. This giant creature could make itself invisible at will, which helped it hunt and watch over its home. Aboriginal peoples both feared and respected the cuckood because it protected good people who cared for the land, but punished those who harmed the forest. The beings looked like a mix between a giant owl and a tree kangaroo, with soft gray fur and huge golden eyes that glowed in the dark. It stood as tall as 3 men when on its back legs, with long arms that ended in curved claws sharp as stone knives. Its head could turn all the way around like an owl's, and its feet were so soft it could walk without making a sound. The most famous story of the cuckood tells of how it saved a lost child who had wandered into the forest at night. The creature made itself visible to the scared young boy and led him safely home through the darkness. Along the way, it scared away dangerous animals and helped the child find fresh water and sweet berries to eat. People who lived near the forest changed their ways because of the cuckood. They taught their children to walk softly and respect the trees, plants, and animals. Hunters would leave small gifts of food for the creature and ask its blessing before taking what they needed from the forest. Parents told their children that the cuckood watched over them, keeping them safe as long as they cared for the land. Lampetia lived on a bright island in the warm seas near Greece. She and her sister watched over their father's special cattle, which glowed with the light of the sun. As one of the daughters of the sun god Helios, she had the power to sense when anyone came near the sacred animals she protected. Her beauty matched the golden glow of daylight, with hair that shone like morning rays and eyes that sparkled like stars. She wore flowing white robes that caught the wind as she walked among the cattle each day. Like her father, she stood much taller than normal humans, and her voice rang out like bells across the waters. The most famous story of Lampetia tells how she caught the hungry crew of Odysseus killing her father's cattle. When the sailors tried to take the animals for food, she flew straight to her father and told him what happened. Helios became so angry that he asked Zeus to punish the men who had eaten his sacred cows. The story of Lampetia taught sailors and travelers to respect holy places and animals that belonged to the gods. People would leave small gifts at shrines near the coast to ask for her protection during sea journeys. Farmers also prayed to her to watch over their own cattle and keep them safe from thieves. Lemures haunted the streets and houses of ancient Rome during special festivals for the dead. These angry spirits caused trouble for the living, appearing at night to frighten people and bring bad luck to homes. Romans feared these ghosts because they belonged to people who died far from home or never got a proper burial. The Romans pictured lemures as see-through shadows that could walk through walls. They looked like thin, gray figures with hollow eyes and long, grabbing fingers. Some stories said they wore dark cloaks that floated in the air, making them look like pieces of night that had come alive. Every May, Roman families tried to chase these spirits away during the Lemuria festival. The head of each house walked barefoot at midnight, spitting black beans behind him and telling the lemures to leave. He banged bronze pots and asked 9 times for the angry ghost to go away, never looking back as he did this. The fear of lemures changed how Romans lived and built their homes. They put special charms near windows and doors to keep the spirits out. Families were careful to give all their dead relatives proper funerals, hoping they would not come back as lemures. They also kept their houses clean and peaceful, believing this would help keep angry ghosts away. The Light Elves lived in a bright world called Alfheim, high above the realm of humans in Norse mythology. These magical beings glowed with their own inner light, which they used to help plants grow and heal sick creatures. People looked up to Light Elves as wise teachers who shared knowledge about nature's secrets and the changing seasons. Their beauty set them apart from all other beings in the 9 worlds. Light Elves stood as tall as humans, but moved with the grace of flowing water. Their skin shimmered like moonlight on snow, and their hair caught the sun like threads of gold. Their eyes held all the colors of the sunrise, and they wore clothes woven from starlight. A famous story explains how a light elf named Freyr fell in love with a giant's daughter named Gerd. Freyr gave up his magical sword and sent his trusted friend to win Gerd's heart. The friend crossed dangerous lands and faced fierce guards to deliver Freyr's message. After 9 days, Gerd agreed to meet Freyr in a peaceful grove. Light elves shaped how Norse people viewed beauty and goodness. Farmers prayed to them for healthy crops and gentle weather. Healers asked for their help with difficult illnesses. Parents told their children that being kind and honest would make them as lovely as the Light Elves, teaching good values through these stories. The little people lived in the green hills and forests of Ireland, keeping themselves hidden from human eyes. These tiny magical beings, known as leprechauns and fairies, held great power over luck and fortune. Irish people both feared and respected them, knowing the little people could either help or harm those who crossed their paths. Their size ranged from as small as a child's finger to no taller than a 3-year-old child. Most little people dressed in green or brown clothes that matched the leaves in trees where they lived. They often had pointed ears, bright eyes that sparkled with mischief, and quick, nimble movements that let them vanish in the blink of an eye. The most famous story tells of a man who caught a leprechaun and forced him to reveal where he had hidden his gold. The leprechaun pointed to a field of flowers and said his treasure lay under a specific plant. The man tied a red ribbon to mark the spot, but when he returned with a shovel, he found the leprechaun had tied red ribbons to every flower in the field. Irish families left small gifts of milk and bread outside their doors to keep the little people happy. Farmers would not build on certain hills, believing they belonged to the fairies. Parents taught their children to be polite when speaking about the little people, who might be listening from nearby shadows or trees. The belief in little people shaped how the Irish built their homes and roads, often creating paths that curved around fairy rings, circles of mushrooms thought to mark magical ground. These tiny beings taught people to respect nature and remember that the smallest creatures could hold the greatest power. The Merry Lwyd roamed the winter streets of Welsh villages, bringing both fear and fun during the darkest days of the year. This horse spirit, made from a real horse skull mounted on a pole and draped in white sheets, visited homes during the 12 days of Christmas. People respected the merry Lwyd for its power to bring good luck to those who welcomed it and bad fortune to those who turned it away. The spirit looked like a ghost horse walking on two legs, carried by a person hidden under flowing white cloth that reached the ground. Glass beads or bottles served as its eyes, giving them an eerie glow in the lantern light. The jaw of the skull could snap open and shut with the pull of a string, making the merry Lwyd seem alive as it moved through the streets. The merry Lwyd and its group of singers would stop at each house and begin a battle of songs and rhymes with the people inside. The homeowners had to match the merry Lwyd's clever words with their own verses, trying to outdo each other in a friendly contest. If the merry Lwyd won, the family had to let the group inside for food and drinks. People believed the merry Lwyd brought the old year to an end and welcomed in the new one with its visits. Families prepared special treats and drinks for the spirit, hoping it would bless their homes with good luck for the coming year. Children both feared and loved the sight of the merry Lwyd, running to peek through windows when they heard its songs coming down the street. The Mavka haunted the deep forests of Ukraine, appearing as a beautiful young woman who lured travelers away from their paths. This forest spirit possessed the power to control plants and animals, making every branch and leaf bend to her will. People both feared and respected the Mavka because she protected the forest, but showed no mercy to those who harmed its creatures or trees. She looked like a lovely maiden with long, flowing hair decorated with flowers and leaves, wearing clothes made of moonlight that seemed to float in the air. The Mavka's most striking feature was her lack of a shadow and no reflection in water or mirrors. From behind, people could see straight through her back, revealing her hollow form like an empty tree trunk. One famous instance tells of a young woodcutter who fell in love with a Mavka's beauty and sweet singing. She led him deeper into the woods each night, teaching him the secrets of forest plants and animals. The woodcutter stopped cutting trees and instead became a healer, using his knowledge to help sick villagers. But when he tried to leave the forest to marry a human girl, the Mavka's heart turned cold, and she trapped him in a grove of trees where he joined the whispers of lost souls. The presence of Mavka changed how Ukrainian villagers lived their daily lives. People marked their paths with blessed herbs and never entered the forest alone at night. Parents taught children to listen for her singing and run the other way if they heard it. Yet they also left offerings of bread and milk at the forest edge, hoping she would protect their homes from wild animals and help their gardens grow. The Minyades lived in ancient Greece as three sisters who showed great disrespect to Dionysus, the god of wine and parties. These young women refused to join his sacred festivals, choosing instead to stay home and weave at their looms. Their devotion to work rather than worship angered the powerful god, who had given them many chances to change their ways. From far away, the sisters looked like normal young women dressed in fine clothes with long, dark hair. Up close, their faces showed pride and stubbornness as they worked at their looms. Their fingers moved quickly across the threads, creating beautiful cloth that earned praise from everyone in their town. One day, as they worked and told stories, strange things began to happen in their weaving room. Ivy vines grew through the walls, their looms dripped with honey, and they heard drums beating. The sisters ignored these signs from Dionysus until snakes appeared among their threads. Still, they kept working, making the god so angry that he drove them mad. The sisters paid a terrible price for ignoring the god's warnings. In their madness, they tore apart one sister's young son, thinking he was a goat. Afterward, Dionysus turned them into bats, forcing them to hide from the sun forever. Their story taught other Greeks to respect the gods and take part in religious festivals, no matter how busy they were. Parents used this tale to teach their children about keeping promises to the gods. The fate of the Minyades showed that even hard-working people must make time for worship. Greeks who heard this story learned that pride could lead to punishment and that no one should think themselves above the gods. A nightmare stalked sleeping humans in the shadows of medieval Europe, sitting on their chests and stealing their breath while they slept. This dark spirit could slip through any crack or keyhole to reach its sleeping victims. People believed a nightmare caused the feeling of being unable to move or cry out during sleep, a terrifying power that made everyone fear going to bed at night. The nightmare took the shape of a small, twisted creature with long fingers and wild, tangled hair. It had the legs of a horse but walked on 2 feet like a human. Its eyes glowed red in the dark, and its skin looked like old leather stretched too tight over sharp bones. The nightmare weighed very little, but victims said it felt as heavy as a horse when it sat on their chest. One famous story tells of a blacksmith who caught a nightmare in his shop. The creature came through his window as a puff of smoke, but the blacksmith trapped it by plugging every hole in the room with blessed wooden pegs. When morning came, he found a small woman with horse hooves trying to hide in the shadows. He freed her only after she promised never to attack sleeping people in his village again. People created special charms and rituals to keep nightmares away from their beds. They hung horseshoes above their doors because nightmares feared iron and horses. Some slept with scissors under their pillow, believing the crossed metal would keep the creature away. Parents told their children to say special prayers before bed and sleep with their shoes pointing toward the door, as nightmares could not attack someone who might escape. The fear of nightmares changed how people built their homes. They covered every crack with iron nails and carved special marks around windows and doors. Builders placed horse skulls in the walls of new houses to ward off these creatures. These customs spread through villages and towns, turning simple homes into fortresses against the darkness that crept in during the night. The Nuno lived in the rivers and lakes of Japan, where it turned itself into a giant black cloud during storms. This water spirit gained great respect from fishermen and farmers because it controlled both helpful rain and dangerous floods. People believed the Nuno watched over their villages, ready to reward good behavior or punish those who wasted water. The Nuno looked like a cloth that floated in the air, much like a wet blanket hanging on a line. Its body stretched wider than 3 men standing side by side, and it changed from white to dark gray as its mood shifted. When angry, the Nuno grew long whiskers made of lightning that crackled and sparked in the sky. One famous tale tells of a poor farmer who always shared his water with others during dry times. The Nuno noticed his kindness and turned into a rain cloud over his fields. While other farms dried up in the heat, the farmer's crops grew tall and strong. The Nuno kept the rain falling on his land until harvest time, and the farmer had enough food to feed the whole village. The Nuno shaped how Japanese villagers thought about water use. Mothers told their children to keep rivers clean and never waste water, or the Nuno might bring storms to their homes. Fishermen left small gifts of rice at the water's edge to thank the Nuno for safe fishing trips. Even today, some older Japanese people say they feel the Nuno's presence when storm clouds gather over lakes and rivers. The nymphs lived in every corner of ancient Greece, from high mountain peaks to deep forest pools. These nature spirits could change the weather, help plants grow, and even grant special powers to humans they favored. Greeks both feared and loved the nymphs, knowing these beings could either bless their lands with plenty or curse them with drought. Nymphs looked almost exactly like beautiful young women, but small signs showed their true nature. Their hair might float as if underwater even in still air, or flowers could sprout where their feet touched the ground. Their skin glowed with a soft light, and their eyes changed color with their moods, like leaves turning from spring green to autumn gold. One of the most famous stories tells of the nymph Daphne and her escape from Apollo, the god of the sun. When Apollo fell in love with her and chased her through the forest, Daphne begged her father, a river god, for help. Just as Apollo was about to catch her, Daphne turned into a laurel tree. Her fingers became twigs, her hair changed to leaves, and her feet grew into roots. The Greeks shaped their lives around the presence of nymphs. Farmers left small gifts of honey and milk near springs to keep the water flowing. Hunters asked permission before entering forests where nymphs lived. Travelers often stopped to pray at trees marked as nymph homes, hoping for safe passage through wild places. The Onryo haunted the homes and villages of Japan, appearing most often at sunset or in dark places. This angry ghost could change from a beautiful woman into a terrifying spirit with long black hair and burning eyes. People feared Onryo because these ghosts sought revenge against those who had wronged them in life, and their curse could spread to harm entire families or towns. The ghost usually appeared first as a lovely young woman in a white burial kimono, a traditional Japanese robe worn after death. Her feet never touched the ground as she floated closer to her victim. When she attacked, her face turned pale as paper, her eyes glowed with blue fire, and her fingers stretched into long, bony claws. One famous Onryo, named Oiwa, haunted her husband after he poisoned her and married another woman. She appeared in mirrors, lamps, and even in the face of his new bride. Her ghostly face followed him everywhere until he went mad with fear and confessed his crime to the village. His guilt drove him to take his own life, but stories say Oiwa's spirit still searches for unfaithful husbands. The fear of Onryo changed how Japanese people treated others, especially women of noble birth. Families took great care to keep peace with their daughters and wives, hoping to prevent an angry ghost after death. People also placed special charms in their homes and prayed at temples to protect themselves from spirits seeking revenge. The Wabanaki people of Maine told stories of Pamola, a giant bird spirit who lived at the top of Mount Katahdin, the highest peak in their lands. This mighty creature controlled the cold winds and storms that swept down from the mountain. Travelers and hunters feared Pamola because he guarded his mountain home fiercely, sending dangerous weather to those who dared climb too high. Pamola had the head of a moose, with large antlers that scraped the clouds as he moved. His body was like that of an eagle, with powerful wings that stretched wider than 10 tall pine trees. His feet ended in huge claws that could grip the rocky cliffs of his mountain home, leaving deep marks in the stone. One story tells of a brave hunter who climbed Mount Katahdin despite warnings from his village. When he reached the summit, Pamola appeared in a whirlwind of snow and ice. The spirit bird carried the hunter to his nest, where he learned that Pamola protected the mountain to keep people safe from its dangers. The hunter returned to his people with new respect for the mountain spirit. The Wabanaki changed their ways of hunting and traveling based on their belief in Pamola. They would not climb Mount Katahdin during storms or winter, and they left offerings of food and tobacco at the base of the mountain before hunting nearby. Even today, some climbers leave small gifts at the mountain's base to show respect for this powerful spirit. The Paskunji haunted dark corners of homes across India, where it used its powers to make people sleepwalk. This bird-like spirit could enter dreams and control sleeping minds, leading victims on strange walks through their villages. People both feared and asked for help from the Paskunji, since it could either cause trouble or protect homes from evil spirits. The creature looked like a large crow, but with striking golden eyes and silver-tipped wings that glowed in moonlight. Its feet had long, curved claws that made no sound when it walked. The Paskunji stood as tall as a child, and could stretch its neck like a snake to peer through windows. A story tells of a Paskunji that saved a whole village from thieves. The spirit made every sleeping person walk to the village square, just as robbers planned to strike. When the thieves arrived, they found hundreds of villagers standing silently in the moonlight. The sight scared them so much they ran away and never returned. The Paskunji shaped how people built their homes and lived their daily lives. Families hung bells near windows to warn of its presence and placed bowls of milk outside to keep it happy. Parents told children to say special prayers before bed, hoping to either invite the spirit's protection or avoid its mischief. People believed a house visited by a Paskunji would never fall to ruin. Those who gained its favor found their dreams filled with warnings about danger or hints about good fortune. Even today, some villages in India leave offerings for this dream-walking spirit, respecting its power over the sleeping world. The Pelicet haunted the villages of Malaysia as a feared spirit that could enter human bodies and cause great pain. This tiny creature served witches called Bomos, who sent the Pelicet to attack their enemies. People believed only special healers could remove a Pelicet once it took hold of someone, making it one of the most dreaded spirits in Malaysian folklore. The Pelicet takes the shape of a cricket or grasshopper no bigger than a thumb, but glows with an eerie green light. Its eyes shine like small red flames in the dark, and sharp claws grow from its feet. Unlike normal insects, the Pelicet can stretch and shrink its body to slip through the smallest gaps, even entering homes through keyholes or tiny cracks. One famous tale tells of a young woman who refused to sell her land to a powerful Bomo. The witch sent her Pelicet to torment the woman each night. The spirit crawled into the woman's body while she slept and caused her to feel burning pain and speak in strange voices. After many sleepless nights, the woman sought help from a Muslim healer who caught the Pelicet in a special bottle and broke its power. Villages lived in fear of the Pelicet, hanging special charms near windows and doors to keep the spirit away. Parents warned children to come inside before dark when the Pelicet hunted, and families paid healers to bless their homes. Even today, Some Malaysian communities still protect themselves against the Pelisit, showing how deeply this creature shaped their culture. Pocong haunted the back roads and graveyards of Indonesia, floating above the ground in the dark hours before dawn. This ghost kept its burial shroud, a white cloth tied in knots above the head and below the feet, even after breaking free from the grave. People feared the Pocong most because it moved by hopping, making a soft thumping sound that grew louder as it came closer. The Pocong looked much like a person wrapped for burial, standing upright but with no feet touching the earth. Its face showed gray-green skin pulled tight across hollow cheeks, and its eyes glowed with a sickly green light. The white shroud that covered it from head to toe grew dirty and ragged with time, marked by the soil of its grave. A notable tale tells of a young man who mocked the Pocong, staying out late and daring it to show itself. The ghost appeared behind him as he walked home, following closer and closer until its cold breath touched his neck. When the man ran, the Pocong kept pace, hopping alongside him until he fainted from fear. Villagers found him the next morning. His hair turned white from fright. The Pocong changed how people behaved after dark. Families built high fences around their homes and hung special charms near windows and doors. No one walked alone at night, and people hurried home before sunset. Parents warned children to respect the dead and their burial customs, fearing that mockery might draw the Pocong's attention. The poltergeist haunted homes across Germany in the Middle Ages, moving objects and making loud noises without being seen. Unlike friendly house spirits, this ghost used its power to throw plates, slam doors, and create chaos in quiet family homes. People feared the poltergeist because it could strike any house without warning and stay for days or months at a time. No one could see the poltergeist, but everyone knew when it arrived. It started with small sounds like knocking on walls or footsteps in empty rooms. Then items began to float and spin in the air as if held by invisible hands. The ghost grew bolder over time, turning furniture upside down and breaking windows with stones that flew by themselves. One famous case took place in a baker's home in Munich during the year 1200. The Pontianak haunts the banana groves and dark roads of Southeast Asia, searching for her next victim in the night. This female ghost brings terror with her sweet perfume and the crying of a baby, hiding her true deadly nature. People in Malaysia and Indonesia fear her most when walking alone, as she hunts men who harmed women in life. She appears first as a beautiful woman in a flowing white dress, with long black hair that reaches past her waist. Her pale skin glows in moonlight, drawing victims closer before they see her true self. When ready to strike, she shows her real form, a monster with red eyes, sharp claws, and a hole in her back where a nail was driven to stop her from hunting. The most famous tale tells of a young man who met a lovely woman on a quiet road at night. He offered to walk her home, drawn by her beauty and the smell of flowers in the air. But when he reached to help her over a fallen tree, she turned to face him, showing her fierce red eyes and bloody fangs. The man ran all the way home, but her cruel laugh followed him through the darkness. Village people protected themselves from the Pontianak by hammering nails into holes in trees and walls, as this was said to trap her inside. Pregnant women stayed away from banana trees at night, fearing the ghost might take their unborn children. Many families planted thorny plants beneath their windows, hoping to catch her dress if she tried to enter their homes. Parents told these stories to teach their children about staying safe at night and treating others with respect. Young men learned to be kind to women, knowing the Pontianak punished those who caused harm. Even today, people in small villages look away when they smell flowers on a dark road, remembering the ghost who waits in the shadows. The Preta wanders through ancient India and other parts of Asia, cursed with endless hunger that nothing can satisfy. These spirits feel constant pain from their huge empty stomachs, which drives them to search for scraps of food and dirty water. People both pity and fear the Preta, as they show what happens to those who live selfish lives filled with greed. The Preta looks like a walking skeleton with paper-thin gray skin stretched over its bones. Its stomach swells up like a large ball, but its throat stays as thin as a needle, so almost no food can pass through. The Preta's mouth shoots fire when it tries to eat or drink, burning up any food before it can swallow. One story tells of a wealthy man who never shared his food with others during a time of hunger. After he died, he became a Preta and returned to his old home, watching his family enjoy large meals through the window. He tried to steal small bits of their food each night, but everything turned to coal in his mouth, forcing him to witness others enjoy what he could never have. Families in many parts of Asia leave out small amounts of food and water for the Preta, hoping to ease their suffering. People teach their children to share food with others and avoid being greedy, using the Preta as an example of what greed can do. Monks and priests perform special ceremonies to help these spirits find peace and move on to a better life. The sight of a Preta serves as a warning to the living, reminding them that actions in this life affect what happens after death. Communities hold special days to remember ancestors and feed hungry spirits, believing this helps prevent their loved ones from becoming Preta. These traditions of sharing food and showing kindness continue to bring people together, even today. The printer's devil haunted printing shops across Europe in the Middle Ages, a mischievous spirit that workers blamed for printing mistakes and mixed-up letters. This small demon showed itself most often at night, when tired workers rushed to finish their pages. Printers believed it had the power to reverse letters, smudge ink, and hide important tools just when they needed them most. The creature looked like a child-sized human, but with ink-black skin that dripped onto everything it touched. It had long, thin fingers perfect for picking up tiny metal letters, and eyes that glowed like hot lead. Its feet left small, sooty footprints that faded away by morning, and it gave off a smell like burning paper and metal. A relevant story tells of a printer's devil in London that changed the words in a Bible just before printing. The demon switched just 2 letters, making God's kindness read as God's killness. When people found this mistake, they forced the printer to burn every copy and start over, nearly ruining his business. The printer's devil shaped how printing shops worked for hundreds of years. Workers set out small bowls of fresh ink at night to keep the spirit happy, hoping it would leave their work alone. Some printers gave their young helpers the title Printer's Devil to show respect for the spirit, and this name stuck until modern times. Even today, some old printing shops keep this tradition and blame missing tools or odd mistakes on their shop's devil. The Revenant haunted the cold lands of medieval Europe, rising from its grave to seek revenge on those who wronged it in life. This walking corpse kept all the strength it had when living, but felt no pain and could not be stopped by normal weapons. People feared revenants because these undead beings remembered exactly who had hurt them and would hunt their targets without rest. The entities looked much like it did at death, though its skin turned a sickly gray and its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Its wounds remained open and fresh, serving as a reminder of how it died. These undead creatures moved with strange, jerking steps, but could run as fast as a horse when chasing their prey. A notorious tale tells of a revenant who rose to punish a group of thieves who had killed him for his money. Night after night, the undead man visited each thief, dragging them from their beds and breaking their necks. The local villagers could only watch in horror as the revenant picked off the criminals one by one until justice was done. The fear of becoming a revenant shaped how medieval people treated the dead. They placed heavy stones on graves to keep corpses from rising, and buried criminals face down so they would dig deeper into the earth instead of up toward the surface. Some communities even cut off the heads of people they thought might return, believing this would stop them from becoming revenants. Shadow people lived in the corners of homes and dark places around the world. These spirits could move through walls and had the power to watch humans without being seen clearly. People both feared and respected them because shadow people could appear at any time, day or night, though they showed up most often when someone was alone or half asleep. These beings looked like flat, dark shapes in the rough form of humans, but without clear faces or features. Some stood as tall as doorways while others crouched low to the ground like children. People who saw them said they appeared darker than the darkness around them, like a piece of night that refused to fade even in daylight. The most famous stories about shadow people came from those who woke up feeling unable to move, with a dark figure standing beside their beds. These beings never spoke or touched anyone, but their presence alone could make a room feel cold and heavy with fear. Some people said the shadow would stand completely still for many minutes before sliding away through a wall or fading into nothing. Shadow people changed how many humans lived in their homes. People began leaving lights on at night and avoiding empty rooms, worried these beings watched them from dark corners. Parents taught children to sleep facing away from shadows and to never stare too long at dark shapes that seemed to move on their own. A Shinigami roamed between the world of the living and the dead in Japan. These death gods held the power to see how long humans would live and could choose when to end their lives. People both feared and respected Shinigami because they brought order to death itself, making sure souls moved properly from one world to the next. The Shinigami took many shapes, but most often looked like tall, dark figures in black robes. They carried special notebooks where they wrote the names of those marked for death. Some stories showed them with white bone masks or faces like demons, while others described them as beautiful but cold beings with eyes that glowed in the dark. The most known tale tells of a young Shinigami who fell in love with a human woman. He watched her grow from a child into a lovely person who helped others and lived with joy. When her time came to die, he could not write her name in his death notebook. For breaking this rule, the other Shinigami turned him into a cherry tree, forced to bloom each spring when she would visit to remember him. The Japanese people changed how they lived because they believed Shinigami watched over them. They tried to live good lives, knowing these beings judged their actions. Families left small gifts of rice and sake for the Shinigami, hoping to earn their favor. Many people wrote poems and stories about meeting these death gods, sharing lessons about facing the end of life with grace. The siren lived in the deep forests of ancient Russia, where its heavenly singing could charm any human who heard its voice. This mythical bird held the power to tell the future through its songs, making rulers and warriors seek it out despite the dangers. People both feared and respected the siren, because while its music brought joy and wisdom, those who listened too long would forget their lives and follow the bird until they died. The siren looked like a bird from its wings to its tail, but had the head and chest of a beautiful woman. Its feathers shone like moonlight on snow, and its human face glowed with an otherworldly light. The bird was about the size of an eagle, with long, flowing hair that sparkled with tiny stars, and eyes that changed color like gems in sunlight. Legends suggest a young prince who heard the siren's song while hunting in the woods. The bird's music told him of a great war coming to his land, but also sang of how he could save his people. The prince wanted to stay and learn more, but remembered the warning tales and covered his ears. He rushed home to prepare his kingdom, saving countless lives. The siren shaped how Russian people lived their daily lives, as they created special charms and rules to deal with its power. Travelers wore small bells to drown out its song, while hunters turned back if they heard singing in the woods. Parents taught children to sing loudly on forest paths, and villages posted guards to listen for the bird's deadly music near their homes. The Sluagh flew through Scottish nights as a flock of restless spirits, stealing souls from people close to death. These dark creatures from Highland folklore had the power to enter homes through any opening, no matter how small, and could only be stopped by keeping western windows tightly shut. People believed the Sluagh chose the darkest, stormiest nights to hunt, when their shadowy forms blended with the clouds above. Like birds made of smoke and shadow, the Sluagh had thin, leathery wings and clawed hands that reached for their victims. Their faces looked almost human but twisted with hunger and hate, their eyes glowing like dying embers in the dark. The spirits moved together in groups of hundreds, making a sound like rushing wind mixed with whispered prayers. The most famous tale of the Sluagh tells of a dying chieftain whose clan kept watch through the night to protect his soul. As the spirits pressed against doors and windows, the guards began to tire. One guard fell asleep for just a moment, leaving a window unlocked. The Sluagh poured in through the crack and dragged the chieftain's soul into the night sky, where people say it still flies with the dark flock. Scottish families changed how they built their homes because of the Sluagh, placing fewer windows on the western walls where the spirits flew in from. People also created special prayers and rituals to keep loved ones safe during storms. On dark nights, families would gather together, seal their windows, and tell stories until dawn to keep watch over anyone who was sick or weak. Tannins made their home in German forests, where they guarded hidden treasures with powerful magic. These forest spirits changed the size of their body at will, growing from the height of a mouse to taller than the oldest oak tree. People both feared and respected tannins because they punished greedy humans, but rewarded those who treated the forest with care. A tannin looked like a mix between a tree and a person, with bark-like and long fingers that branched like twigs. Its eyes glowed green like sunlight through leaves, and moss grew along its arms and back. When it walked, its feet left patches of mushrooms and flowers. Its voice sounded like rustling leaves mixed with distant thunder. The most known tale of the tannin tells of a poor woodcutter who always planted 2 trees for each one he cut down. One cold winter day, a tannin appeared before him as a small, wounded bird. The woodcutter shared his last piece of bread with the bird and wrapped it in his only warm coat. The tannin revealed its true form and led the woodcutter to a cave filled with gold coins. The story of the kind woodcutter taught people to take care of the forest and share with others, even when they had little to give. Parents told their children to listen for the sound of rustling leaves that meant a tannin watched over them. Woodcutters began the practice of planting new trees to replace the ones they cut, a tradition that continues in parts of Germany today. Tantugu watched over the farms and fields in Japan's mountain villages. This forest spirit kept people honest by catching anyone who stole crops or damaged trees. Farmers both feared and thanked Tantugu because he protected their hard work and taught children to respect nature. He looked like a short old man with wild white hair and beard that reached his chest. Tantugu wore rough brown clothes made from tree bark and carried a heavy wooden staff. His eyes shone bright red at night, helping him spot wrongdoers in the dark. People said he could move without making a sound, like a leaf floating on the wind. The most famous story tells of a hungry man who tried to steal rice from his neighbor's field late one night. Just as he began cutting the rice plants, Tantugu appeared behind him with glowing red eyes. The spirit struck his staff on the ground 3 times, and the thief ran away so fast he left his sandals behind. The next morning, everyone found the sandals standing upright in the middle of the field as a warning. Parents used tales of Tantugu to teach their children about honest work and respect for others' property. Farmers left small gifts of rice and sake for the spirit during harvest time to show thanks for his protection. Even today, some Japanese villages hold festivals to honor Tantugu and remind people about the value of working together and treating nature with care. The Pteryxippus haunted the horse racetracks of ancient Greece, striking fear into both riders and their steeds. This invisible spirit held power over horses, making them panic and crash during important races. The Greeks built special shrines near dangerous turns of their racetracks to please this feared deity and protect their animals from its cruel tricks. The spirit took no physical form that human eyes could see, but horses sensed its presence clearly. Riders told tales of their horses stopping suddenly, as if hitting an invisible wall. Strong, well-trained horses would rear up, throw their riders, or bolt away from the track when they felt the Pteryxippus near. One famous story tells of the champion horse Pherenikos, who never lost a race until meeting the Pteryxippus at Olympia. As Pherenikos rounded the sharp turn near the spirit's shrine, the mighty horse began to shake with fear. Despite his rider's skill, Pherenikos charged into the crowd, ending his perfect racing record and proving the spirit's power over even the bravest horses. The threat of the Pteryxippus changed how Greeks built and ran their racetracks. They placed warning marks near spots where the spirit liked to appear, and riders learned special prayers for protection. Before each race, owners would leave small gifts at the spirit's shrine, hoping to keep their horses safe from its dangerous influence. The Tengu lived in the mountains of Japan, where it ruled the skies with its powerful magic and fighting skills. This bird-like spirit could change its shape at will and taught martial arts to worthy students. People both feared the Tengu for its quick temper and respected it for its wisdom, treating it as a guardian of Japan's sacred places. A Tengu looks like a warrior monk with bright red skin and a long, beak-like nose. Some wear the robes of mountain priests, while others dress in feathered cloaks that help them fly. They always carry special fans made of bird feathers, which they use to stir up great winds. Their eyes glow like golden coins in the dark, and many have wings as wide as pine trees. One Tengu story tells of how it trained the warrior Minamoto no Yoshitsune. The young Yoshitsune met the Tengu while living at a temple, where the spirit saw his pure heart and strong will. For many years, the Tengu taught him sword fighting in secret, helping him become one of Japan's greatest warriors. The Tang made him practice with heavy wooden swords and learn to jump from tall tree branches. The Tang shaped how Japanese people think about power and wisdom. Parents told their children to be respectful in the mountains, warning that the Tang would punish proud or rude behavior. Martial arts schools hung pictures of Tang in their training halls, hoping to gain some of their fighting spirit. Even today, many Japanese people leave small gifts at mountain shrines for these powerful spirits. The Tomte lived in farms across Sweden and Norway, watching over the animals and buildings at night. This tiny house spirit stood no taller than a small child, but it held great power over the success or failure of a farm. People both feared and respected the Tomte because it could either help their farm thrive or bring bad luck if treated poorly. The Tomte looked like an old man with a long white beard, wearing simple gray wool clothes and a bright red cap. Its eyes glowed in the dark like a cat's, and though it was small, it had the strength of 10 men. The Tomte moved so quietly that even mice could not hear its footsteps as it walked through the farm at night. A rather famous story tells of a farmer who found his horses perfectly groomed each morning, their manes braided and coats shining. He stayed up one night and saw the Tomte caring for the horses, feeding them extra oats from the barn. The farmer left a bowl of warm porridge with butter as thanks, and from that day on his farm became the most successful in the village. The Tomte shaped how farmers lived their daily lives. Families left out food for it every night, kept their barns tidy, and taught their children to be respectful of the farm spaces. They believed a happy Tomte meant healthy animals, good harvests, and protection from bad luck. Even today, many Swedish homes place small Tomte statues in their gardens to bring good fortune. The Turul soared through the skies of ancient Hungary as a mighty bird of power and wisdom. This sacred falcon carried a sword in its claws and brought messages from the gods to the people below. The Hungarian tribes believed the Turul chose where they should build their new home, making it one of their most important spiritual guides. These beings stood taller than 3 men when perched, with feathers that shone like polished metal in the sun. Its wings spread wider than the longest boat, and its eyes glowed with an inner fire that could pierce the darkness. Unlike normal birds of prey, the Turul had a crown of golden feathers that marked it as a messenger of the gods. The most famous tale of the Turul tells how it appeared to Amese, the mother of Hungary's first ruler. In her dream, the great bird landed beside her and told her that her son would lead their people to a new homeland. The Turul then placed a golden crown on her belly, showing that her child would start a line of mighty kings. The Hungarian people painted the Turul on their battle flags and carved its image into their doorways for protection. Hunters asked for its blessing before they set out, and new mothers placed Turul feathers above their babies' beds to keep them safe. The bird became such an important symbol that even today, many Hungarians see the Turul as a guardian of their nation. Throughout the villages and cities, people built stone carvings of the Turul, with its wings spread wide and its sword ready to defend the land. These statues helped everyone remember the great bird that had guided their ancestors to their home, and they taught children about the power of following divine signs. Far beneath the dark streets of ancient India, the Vatala haunted burial grounds and made its home in dead bodies. This clever spirit could jump from corpse to corpse, using each body like a puppet to trick the living. People both feared and respected the Vatala because it loved to challenge humans with riddles that tested their wisdom and courage. The Vatala looked different in each body it took over, but certain signs always showed its presence. The body moved backward instead of forward, spoke in a hollow voice, and cast no shadow on the ground. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, and it could climb walls like a spider. The most prominent story tells of King Vikramaditya's battle of wits with a Vatala. The king had to carry a corpse with a Vatala inside it to a magic man, but the spirit told the king puzzling stories along the way. Each tale ended with a hard question, and if the king answered, the Vatala would fly back to the burial ground, forcing the king to start over. The game went on for 25 nights. The Vatala changed how people thought about death and wisdom. Parents told their children Vatala stories to teach them how to think carefully and speak truthfully. Travelers avoided burial grounds at night, and wise men studied the Vatala's riddles to learn about justice and fair choices. Even kings learned that sometimes the smartest choice was to stay silent, just as King Vikramaditya finally won by not answering the Vatala's last question. The Wanagi roamed the lands of the Great Plains, where many Native American tribes lived and hunted. These spirit beings could move between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The Lakota people both feared and honored the Wanagi, as they believed these spirits could either protect or harm the living. These spirits could take many shapes, from shadow figures to glowing lights that floated above the ground. Some looked like normal people but cast no shadow, while others appeared as small whirlwinds of dust. The Wanagi could also enter dreams, where they often took the form of loved ones who had passed away. The most notable story tells of a young hunter who met a Wanagi near sunset. The spirit appeared as his grandfather who had died the previous winter. The hunter shared his food with the spirit and listened to its warnings about a dangerous storm coming. Because he showed respect to the Wanagi, the hunter survived the fierce blizzard that followed and helped his village prepare for it. The Lakota people changed many parts of their daily lives because of the Wanagi. They built special spirit houses near their burial grounds to give the Wanagi places to rest. Families left out small amounts of food and water for wandering spirits. People also spoke carefully about the dead, knowing that Wanagi might be listening nearby. During important ceremonies, the Lakota made special offerings to welcome friendly Wanagi and keep harmful ones away. They burned sacred herbs like sage and sweetgrass, which they believed helped good spirits find their way to the ceremony. Children learned from an early age to respect these spirits and the thin line between the world of the living and the dead. The Wet'suge stalked the forests of western Canada, where it hunted humans with endless hunger and supernatural strength. This fearsome spirit began as a normal person who gained too much power from ancient animal spirits, turning them into a cursed being that craved human flesh. The Dainza people feared the Wet'suge not just for its deadly nature, but because anyone in their tribe could become one by breaking sacred rules. The creature took the form of a being made of solid ice, towering over its victims with a frozen, human-like shape. Like winter itself come to life, the Wet'suge moved with shocking speed through the forests, leaving trails of frost in its wake. Its icy body could not be harmed by normal weapons, as arrows and spears would simply shatter against its frozen form. Some speak of a Wet'suge that tried to trick a group of hunters by calling out with a human voice, pretending to be lost in the woods. The hunters knew better than to split up, staying close to their fire through the night. When morning came, they found giant frozen footprints circling their camp, showing how the Wet'suge had stalked them in the darkness. The threat of becoming a Wet'suge shaped how the Dainza lived their daily lives. They followed strict rules to avoid gaining too much power. They would not eat meat with fly eggs, have their picture taken with bright flashes, or listen to music played on stretched animal skins. Breaking these rules meant risking a fate worse than death, becoming a monster that would hunt their own people. The only way to destroy a Wet'suge was to trap it and melt its icy form in a large fire until nothing remained. This task proved so difficult that stories of successful Wet'suge hunters became legends, passed down through generations as proof that even the most terrible creatures could be defeated with wisdom and bravery. The Wendigo stalked the cold forests of Canada and the northern United States. This evil spirit could turn people into hungry monsters who wanted to eat human flesh. Native American tribes, especially the Algonquian peoples, feared the Wendigo most during harsh winters when food was scarce. The creature looked like a walking skeleton with gray, rotting skin stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes sank deep in their sockets, and its bloody lips pulled back to show sharp teeth. The Wendigo stood many times taller than a human, and it gave off a smell like decaying meat. Most striking of all, the monster grew larger with each person it ate, but always stayed terribly thin. A tale has been passed of a Wendigo that caught a young Native American boy. The monster kept the boy alive, checking if he was fat enough to eat by cutting his hand. When the boy went to a nearby village for food, he showed the people his cut hand and asked for help. The villagers found the Wendigo and cut off its legs, but the creature lived on, eating the marrow from its own bones until the villagers finally killed it. The Wendigo shaped how native peoples lived and treated each other. The story warned against greed and taught people to share food in hard times. If someone acted too selfish or ate more than their share, others feared they might turn into a Wendigo. This belief was so strong that some villages held special dances to remind people about the danger of becoming too greedy. Travelers in England's dark swamps often saw strange lights floating in the night air. These ghostly flames, called will-o'-the-wisps, led people away from safe paths and into dangerous bogs. Local folk believed these lights were spirits who enjoyed tricking humans into getting lost in the marshes. The will-o'-the-wisp looked like a small ball of blue-white fire that danced through the air. It moved like a candle flame in the wind, growing bigger and smaller as it bobbed up and down. When people came close, the light would fade until it was as dim as a distant star, but it grew bright again when they backed away. A story tells of a farmer named Will who was walking home late at night when he saw a beautiful light floating ahead of him. The light seemed to beckon him forward, promising to show him a shorter path through the marsh. Will followed the light for hours until he found himself stuck in thick mud, and the light vanished with a sound like laughing. People changed their whole lives to avoid meeting these trickster lights. They refused to travel at night near swamps, and always carried a cold iron key, which they believed would keep the will-o'-the-wisp away. Parents taught their children special verses to say if they ever saw the lights, and maps marked dangerous areas where the spirits often appeared. The wraith haunted the misty fields and empty roads of northern Europe, hunting for lone travelers in the dark. This ghostly creature could pass through solid walls and drain the life from sleeping victims with a single touch. People feared the wraith not just for its deadly powers, but because it could appear anywhere, at any time, giving no warning before it struck. The wraith looked like smoke given human shape, with eyes that glowed like dying embers in the night. Its body floated a few inches above the ground, trailing wisps of gray mist behind it as it moved. When the wraith found its prey, it would stretch and grow until it towered over them, its shadowy arms reaching out like long black claws. Many individuals have shared a famous wraith story which tells of a merchant who tried to trick death by staying awake for 7 nights in a row. On the 7th night, a wraith slipped through his bedroom wall like water through cloth. The merchant fought to keep his eyes open, but the wraith's presence made the air so cold and heavy that he could not help falling asleep. By morning, the merchant's family found only his empty clothes lying on the bed. Travelers changed their whole lives to avoid meeting wraiths. They refused to journey alone after sunset and hung iron charms above their doors, as wraiths could not pass near iron. People built their houses close together in tight groups, believing that wraiths preferred to attack those who lived far from others. Families would take turns keeping watch through the night, especially during the dark winter months when wraiths grew stronger. In Japanese homes, a special spirit called the Zashiki-Warashi brings good luck and wealth to families. This childlike ghost lives in the oldest or nicest room of the house, known as the Zashiki. The spirit shows great care for the family that lives there, but only stays if people treat it with respect and kindness. The Zashiki-Warashi looks like a 5 or 6-year-old child with bobbed hair and rosy cheeks. It wears traditional Japanese clothes from long ago, a red and white kimono with wooden sandals. Though the spirit can become invisible at will, many people say they have seen it playing or running through their homes at night. Undoubtedly, the most famous tale tells of a poor family who gained great wealth after a Zashiki-Warashi moved into their home. The spirit made coins appear from nowhere, helped their crops grow better than their neighbors, and warned them about coming storms. But when the family became too proud and stopped caring for their house, the spirit left. Soon after, the family lost everything they had gained. People who live in old Japanese houses still leave out small toys and sweets for these spirits. They keep the Zashiki room clean and well kept, hoping the spirit will stay. Parents teach their children to be kind if they meet a Zashiki-Warashi, saying that making friends with one will bring luck to the whole family for many years. Some families say they hear children's laughter or the soft sound of bouncing balls when no one else is home. They believe these are signs that their Zashiki-Warashi feels happy and will continue to protect their home. The families treat these sounds as welcome music, knowing that as long as the spirit plays in their house, good fortune will stay with them. The Adlet lived in the cold lands of Greenland and along the northern shores of Canada, where they moved between the world of humans and wild dogs. These beings were born with the body of a dog below the waist and the body of a human above. making them faster runners than any normal person or animal. The Inuit people feared the Adlet because they hunted humans and, in many stories, ate the people they caught. These creatures stood taller than both the Inuit and white settlers, with strong arms like humans and powerful legs like wolves. Their faces looked human, but their lower bodies had the thick fur and muscle of large dogs, letting them run for hours without getting tired. Sharp teeth filled their mouths, showing their mix of human and animal features. The most famous story tells how the Adlet first came to be, through a woman named Niviarsiang who married a spotted dog. She gave birth to 10 children, 5 normal dogs and 5 Adlet. When her father tried to get rid of the family by tricking the dog husband to swim for food with heavy boots, the children took revenge. The young dogs bit off the grandfather's hands and feet, while the Adlet ran inland to start their own tribe. The Adlet changed how the Inuit lived and traveled through their lands. People avoided going out alone and stayed away from areas where they heard strange running sounds at night. Hunters developed special signals to warn each other when they thought Adlet were nearby, and they never traveled far inland without being in large groups. Among the icy coasts of Alaska lived the Aquatic, a magical creature that could change from killer whale to wolf at will. This shapeshifter hunted both in the sea and on land, using its 2 forms to catch prey in any place. People feared the Aquatic because it was fierce and would attack humans who came too close. Looking like a mix between wolf and whale, the Aquatic had the strong teeth and black and white color of both animals. As a whale, it moved smooth through water, and as a wolf, it ran swift on land. Hunters would see its paw prints in the snow leading right to the ocean's edge. Native stories tell how people would find wolf tracks that ended at the sea ice, with no trace of where the animal went. They knew these were signs of the Aquatic changing form and diving into the water to hunt seals or fish. The creature used both shapes to become the perfect hunter in any setting. These tales taught people to be careful near the edge of sea ice, where land meets water. When they saw wolf tracks heading toward the ocean, they would turn back, knowing this was the territory of the Aquatic. This respect helped keep them safe in the dangerous Arctic waters. Among the people of West Africa, particularly in Ghana, Anansi the spider held power over all the world's stories and wisdom. This clever spider could change between the form of a normal spider and that of a man with 8 legs, using quick thinking and tricks to win against much stronger enemies. People both feared and respected Anansi because he could outsmart anyone, even gods and kings, though his plans sometimes caused trouble for others. Anansi appeared as a small spider when he wanted to hide or spy, spinning perfect webs in corners and shadows. When he wished to speak with people or play his tricks, he took the shape of a man with spider features, 8 long legs, sharp eyes that missed nothing, and hands skilled at weaving both webs and clever plans. His wife Aso and their children lived with him in a village, where he spun his schemes as easily as he spun his webs. The most famous tale tells how Anansi won ownership of all stories from Nyame, the sky god. Nyame asked Anansi to catch 4 impossible things: a python, a group of hornets, a leopard, and a fairy. Through clever tricks rather than strength, Anansi caught them all. He used his web to tie up the python, caught the hornets in a gourd full of water, trapped the leopard in a hole, and used sticky gum to catch the fairy. Nyame kept his word, and from that day on, all stories belonged to Anansi. The people of West Africa changed how they told tales because of Anansi's victory. They began to call all their folk stories spider stories, or Anansisem, teaching children that wisdom comes from being clever rather than strong. When slaves were taken from Africa to the Caribbean and Americas, they carried Anansi's stories with them, using his clever victories over stronger foes to give themselves hope. Today, people still tell Anansi stories to show that the small and clever can win against the big and powerful. In the islands of the Philippines, the aswang hunts through villages and forests as a shape-shifting monster that can take many forms. These beings change from human to animal shapes at will, most often becoming dogs, cats, or pigs to hunt their prey. People feared the aswang more than any other creature in Filipino stories because it could live among them in human form by day, then feed on human flesh and blood by night. The Aswang looks like a normal person most of the time, often beautiful to help it trick others. At night, it shows its true self: sharp teeth, long claws, and red eyes that show upside-down reflections. Some types split their bodies in half, with wings sprouting from their top half as they fly through the darkness to find victims. One famous story tells of an Aswang who married into a village, pretending to be a lovely young woman. Each night she would wait until her husband slept. Then her body would split in half at the waist. Her top half would fly away with bat-like wings to hunt other villages, using her long tongue to suck out the insides of sleeping victims, especially unborn babies. She would return before dawn to join her lower half and pretend nothing had happened. The fear of Aswang changed how Filipino villages lived their daily lives. People hung special oils that would boil when an Aswang came near, and they never swept their floors while someone lay dead in the house because the smell might attract these monsters. Parents warned children never to stay out after dark, and villages lit bright fires during funerals to keep the Aswang from stealing and eating the dead. Hunters developed special ways to fight these creatures, passing down their knowledge through generations. They learned that Aswang could not stand the sight of their own reflection in oil, feared the sting of salt and spices, and could be killed only by cutting them in half and burying the pieces on opposite sides of a river. These methods helped people feel safer, though they still watched carefully for neighbors who might not be human.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
In the forests of Eastern Europe, Baba Yaga lived alone in a magical hut that stood on chicken legs and could turn in any direction. She flew through the air in a giant mortar, using the pestle to steer and a broom to sweep away her tracks in the sky. People both feared and respected her because she could either help heroes on their quests or catch and eat children who wandered into her forest. The old witch had a fearsome look that matched her strange home. She had iron teeth that gleamed in her mouth, a nose so long it touched the ceiling of her hut, and legs made of bone. When she wasn't flying, she lay across her hut from corner to corner, taking up all the space as she waited for visitors, whom she could smell from far away, always noting the scent of a human in her forest. One of her most famous stories tells of a young girl named Vasilisa, who came seeking fire for her family. Baba Yaga gave the girl 3 impossible tasks: to clean her house, sort thousands of seeds, and cook a feast. If Vasilisa failed, Baba Yaga would eat her. With help from a magic doll her mother had given her, Vasilisa did all the tasks perfectly. Baba Yaga kept her word and gave the girl a skull filled with glowing fire to take home. Parents used Baba Yaga's stories to teach their children to be brave, clever, and kind. They learned that good manners and hard work could turn even the scariest situation into something good, while lazy or rude behavior might lead to being cooked in Baba Yaga's oven. Village folk hung protective charms in their homes and taught their children to leave small gifts of bread and salt in the forest to keep the witch happy. In ancient China, the Baiza was a wise beast who knew all the secrets of spirits and monsters in the world. This magical creature could see every ghost and evil being that existed, and it shared this knowledge by drawing pictures of them all. People respected Baize as a guardian against evil because its pictures helped them stay safe from harmful spirits. The Baiza combined the features of many powerful creatures into one strange form. It had the head of a tiger with bright red hair, the long, scaly body of a dragon, and a single horn growing from its forehead. Some stories say it had green hair instead of red, and that it could fly through the sky like a dragon. The most famous story tells how Baizi met the Yellow Emperor, one of China's greatest rulers. The emperor asked Baizi to share its knowledge of all spirits and monsters. Baizi drew more than 11,000 pictures, showing what each spirit looked like and how to stay safe from them. The emperor collected these drawings into a special book called the Baize Tu. People hung pictures of Baize in their homes to keep evil spirits away and protect their families from harm. When someone got sick, they would place Baize's image near their bed to help them heal. Parents taught their children that having a picture of Baize watching over them would chase away bad dreams and keep them safe while they slept. The story of Baize spread to Japan, where people changed its look to have 3 faces, each with 3 eyes and 2 horns. Japanese families believed so strongly in Baize's power that during a great sickness in the city of Edo, now called Tokyo, everyone put Baize pictures under their pillows to stay healthy. The white bone demon lived in the mountains of ancient China, using magic to change her shape at will. Her greatest power let her look like any human she wished, which made her one of the most feared creatures in Chinese stories. People feared her because she could trick even the wisest humans and spirits with her perfect disguises. Her true form combined human and monster parts in frightening ways. She walked on 2 legs like a person, but had pure white skin that looked like polished bone. Her fingers stretched out long and sharp like daggers, and her eyes glowed red like hot coals in the dark. When she smiled, her teeth shone like rows of small knives. She became famous in her battle against the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. 3 times she fooled him by looking like innocent people who needed help. Each time, Monkey King saw through her trick and tried to stop her, but his friends did not believe him because her acting seemed so real. This made Monkey King's friends angry at him instead of her. Common people checked every stranger twice before letting them into their homes after hearing about the white bone demon. Parents warned children not to talk to people they did not know, even if they looked friendly. Travelers stayed close together on mountain paths, knowing the demon liked to catch people who walked alone. In ancient Wales, Blodeuwedd began her life as a woman made of flowers. 2 powerful wizards named Math and Gwydion created her from oak blossoms, broom flowers, and meadowsweet to be the perfect wife for a hero named Lo. People both admired and feared her because she showed how magic could turn the beauty of nature into human form. She looked like the most beautiful woman anyone had ever seen, with skin as soft as petals, and hair that flowed like golden meadowsweet in the wind. Her eyes shone with the warmth of summer flowers, and her movements held the grace of blossoms swaying in a gentle breeze. Yet beneath this lovely surface lived a wild spirit that could not be tamed. While her husband Lo was away, Blodeuwedd fell in love with another man named Gronv. She learned the secret way to kill her husband, who could only die under very special conditions. She tricked Lo into standing with 1 foot on a goat and 1 in a bath at dusk by a river, where Gron struck him with a spear. Lo turned into an eagle and flew away wounded. The wizard Gwydion hunted Blodeuwedd down to punish her for her betrayal. He used his magic to transform her into an owl, forcing her to hide from other birds and fly only at night. This change taught people that even the most beautiful things could hide darkness within them. Welsh mothers still tell their children that when they hear an owl's cry at night, they are hearing Blodeuwedd's endless sorrow. To this day, the Welsh word for owl is Blodeuwedd, and people say other birds attack owls because they remember her betrayal. The stone where Grom died still stands by the river Sinfeal with a hole straight through it, marking the spot where Lo's spear found its final target. Across Europe, magical beings would steal human babies from their cribs and leave copies of themselves in their place. These copies, called changelings, could fool parents at first, but soon showed their true nature. Parents feared these switches most of all because they meant losing their real child forever to the fairy world. The changeling child looked sickly and strange, with features that set it apart from normal babies. It might have a beard despite being an infant, or teeth that grew too fast, or a head much too large for its body. Some changelings stayed small and never grew, while others ate huge amounts of food that could drain a poor family's resources. One famous story tells of a mother who discovered her baby was not her own when she played a trick with eggshells. She set up her kitchen to cook porridge inside empty eggshells, which made the changeling cry out in surprise. It said it had lived for hundreds of years, but had never seen anyone cook in eggshells before. This outburst proved it was much older than it seemed. Parents created many ways to protect their children from being stolen. They placed iron scissors or knives near cribs since fairies feared iron. Some families kept fires burning in rooms with new babies, or tied red ribbons to their children's wrists. Parents watched their babies closely until they could be baptized, as many believed fairies could not take christened children. In some places, Families would try to force the fairies to return their real child through harsh methods. They might threaten to put the changeling in an oven or leave it out in the cold. One kinder Swedish tale tells of a mother who refused to harm the changeling despite knowing what it was. Because she showed mercy to the fairy child, the fairy mother showed mercy to her real child and returned it safely. In ancient Lycia, a land now part of Turkey, the chimera struck fear into the hearts of locals with its fierce breath of fire. This monster came from a family of famous beasts, born to the mighty Typhon and Echidna, alongside other fearsome creatures like Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld. The chimera killed many people and animals, burning whole villages with its flames. Nature mixed three animals to create this strange and frightening beast. The chimera had the body and head of a giant lion, with a second head of a wild goat growing from its back. Its tail ended in a third head, that of a snake, ready to strike. Some stories say it also had wings like a dragon, making it even more deadly. The brave hero Bellerophon received orders from the king of Lycia to kill the chimera. The king thought this task would surely lead to Bellerophon's death, as many warriors had already failed. But Bellerophon had a secret weapon. He rode into battle on Pegasus, a magical flying horse. From high in the air, Bellerophon struck down the monster where even its flames could not reach him. The story of the chimera taught the Greeks about facing their fears and overcoming great odds. Sailors used the tale to explain the strange fires that burned on Mount Chimera, where natural gas still seeps from the ground and burns today. The monster's name now means any mix of different creatures joined into one body, or any wild dream that seems impossible to achieve. Deep in the forests of North America, the Deer Woman walks between our world and the spirit realm. She holds the power to enchant anyone who crosses her path, drawing them deeper into the woods with her beauty. Native American tribes both feared and respected her as a protector of women and a punisher of unfaithful or disrespectful men. At first glance, she appears as a stunning young woman with long dark hair and deep brown eyes. From the waist up, she looks human, but her lower half reveals delicate deer legs ending in sharp hooves that she struggles to hide even in human form. Some say a faint scent of sweet grass follows her, mixing with the earthy smell of fallen leaves. The most famous story tells of a young hunter who spotted her dancing alone in a moonlit clearing. Enchanted by her grace, he approached despite warnings from his elders about mysterious women in the woods. The Deer Woman led him in a dance that lasted all night, spinning faster and faster until sunrise. When the hunter finally looked down, he saw her hooves and understood too late. She had led him so far into the forest that he never found his way home. Her presence changed how people moved through the forest and treated others in their daily lives. Young men learned to be respectful to women, knowing the Deer Woman might be watching. Hunters began leaving small gifts of tobacco near deer trails, hoping to earn her blessing. Parents taught children to listen for the sound of hooves on fallen leaves, and to never follow strangers into the woods, no matter how beautiful they appeared. The doppelganger stalked the misty streets of northern Europe, taking the exact shape of any person it chose. This shadow being had the power to copy not just looks, but also the way people walked, talked, and moved. People both feared and watched for these doubles because seeing your own doppelganger meant bad luck or death would soon follow. Like a mirror image come to life, the doppelganger matched its victim in every way. It stood the same height, wore the same clothes, and even had the same marks on its skin. But sharp-eyed people could spot small clues. The double cast no shadow, made no sound when walking, and its eyes held an empty, glassy look. The most famous tale comes from Germany, where Catherine the Great saw her double sitting on her throne. The empress walked into her room late one night and found herself already there, wearing her crown and royal clothes. She ordered her guards to shoot the copy, but when they fired, it vanished like smoke. The next week, Catherine fell ill and died. The most famous tale comes from Germany, where Catherine the Great saw her double sitting on her throne. The empress walked into her room late one night and found herself already there, wearing her crown and royal clothes. She ordered her guards to shoot the copy, but when they fired, it vanished like smoke. The next week, Catherine fell ill and died. Within the villages of southeastern Europe, a terrifying creature called the Drekavac haunts the darkness. Its name means the Screamer, describing its bone-chilling shriek that echoes through the night. The Drekavac strikes the most fear during the 12 days of Christmas and early spring, when villagers believe dark forces grow stronger. The Drekavac changes its shape like a shadow changes with the light. Some see it as a strange dog walking on two legs, while others describe it as having a cat's head on top of an unnaturally long neck. Its most common form shows a thin body stretched like a thread, topped by a head too large for its frame, making it look unbalanced and wrong. In one famous story from the mountain of Zlatibor, the creature terrorized an entire village. Locals reported hearing its terrible screams night after night, while farmers found their sheep attacked in ways no normal animal would hunt. The mystery deepened when villagers discovered strange footprints that matched no known beast from their forests. The Drekavac shaped how people lived their daily lives in powerful ways. Parents used stories of the creature to keep children from wandering after dark. Farmers watched their cattle closely when they heard its cry, believing it warned of coming sickness. Most telling of all, people avoided walking alone at night, fearing that if the Drekavac's shadow touched them, they would fall ill and die. The fear of this creature runs so deep that even today, some adults in Serbian villages claim to hear its screams. While many sightings turn out to be foxes or rare birds, the Drekavac continues to haunt the stories and minds of people living in these lands, showing how old fears can live on through generations. In the villages of Sardinia, the Urchitu brought terror on nights of the full moon. This ox-like spirit came from men who had done evil deeds, and its mighty bellow meant death would soon visit a home. People feared its awful cry because it meant someone in that house would die within a year. The Urchitu looked like a massive white ox with two giant horns that glowed in the moonlight. Devils would place burning candles on its horns and push it forward with red-hot metal spears, making the beast roar in pain. The sight of this glowing beast in the darkness made even the bravest villagers hide in their homes. One way existed to free the Urchitu from its curse. A hero needed either to blow out both candles with a single breath or cut off both horns with one perfect strike. Few people dared to try this rescue, since getting close to the beast meant facing not just the Urchitu, but also the devils that guided it. The story of the Urchitu taught people about guilt and the price of doing wrong. Sardinian parents told their children this tale to teach them that bad actions had lasting effects. The beast's endless wandering showed how a single evil deed could turn someone into a creature of darkness, forced to bring sadness to others forever. The Fiora lived in the deep forests of Chile, where she used her power to lure men away from their homes. This small but dangerous creature could change her looks from beautiful to ugly in an instant. The local people feared her because she caused men to lose their minds and never return to their families. The Fiora looked like a tiny woman, no taller than a child, with strange features that set her apart from humans. Her most striking traits were her very large breasts that nearly touched the ground when she walked. Her hair grew wild and tangled, filled with leaves and twigs from the forest. Her face could shift between that of a young, pretty maiden and a wrinkled, frightening hag. The most famous story tells of a woodcutter who met the Fiora while working deep in the forest. She appeared to him as a lovely young woman and asked for his help. When he came close, she changed into her true form and cast a spell on him. The poor man wandered the woods for days, lost in a dreamlike state, until fellow villagers found him barely alive. The Fiora shaped how people lived their daily lives in Chilean villages near the forests. Parents warned their sons never to walk alone in the woods, especially at dusk when the Fiora liked to appear. Woodcutters and hunters always worked in groups to stay safe from her tricks. Even today, some Chilean people say, "Careful of the Fiora," to warn others about being fooled by a pretty face that hides evil plans. On the Isle of Man, a shape-shifting creature called the Glashtan lived where the sea meets the land. This water spirit could change between three forms: a friendly goblin, a handsome man, or a water horse. People both feared and respected the Glashtin because it showed great interest in humans, sometimes helping them with farm work, but often trying to drag young women into the sea. The Glashtin looked different in each of its forms. As a goblin, it appeared hairy and strong like a farm worker. In human form, it was a dark, handsome stranger who spoke in a strange language, but could not hide its horse ears. As a water horse, it seemed like a normal gray horse except for one telling detail. Its hooves pointed backward instead of forward. One famous story tells of a fisherman's daughter named Kiri, who met the Glashtin on a stormy night. The creature came to her door as a handsome stranger, but she noticed its horse ears poking through its hair. When the Glashtin tried to tempt her with a string of pearls, Kiri screamed so loudly she woke the rooster. The rooster's crow forced the Glashtin to flee back to the sea, as magical creatures could not stay on land after a rooster announced the dawn. The Glashtin changed how people lived along the coast in many ways. Women never walked alone by the water's edge, especially at night. Farmers kept roosters to protect their homes and watched their horses carefully for signs of the Glashtin mixing with their herds. Yet some farmers welcomed the creature, as it sometimes appeared as a goblin to help with heavy work, like bringing in sheep or sorting grain. The Glashtin's power began to fade when people brought new breeds of horses to the island. The old stories say the creature stopped appearing after the local horses mixed with horses from other lands. Still, for many years after, parents warned their children to listen for the sound of backward-pointing hooves on the shore at night. 3 sisters, known as the Gorgons, lived in a land far beyond the edge of the ancient Greek world. These monsters could turn any living thing to stone with just one look from their terrible eyes. The most famous sister, Medusa, had this same deadly power, but unlike her sisters, could be killed. The Gorgons looked like women with wide, fierce grins and long, sharp fangs instead of teeth. Poisonous snakes grew from their heads in place of hair, twisting and hissing at anyone who came near. They had wings like giant birds, brass hands that could tear through metal, and eyes that glowed with an awful light. A brave hero named Perseus got the task of cutting off Medusa's head while she slept. He used a shiny shield as a mirror so he would not have to look at her directly. When Perseus cut off her head, a magical flying horse named Pegasus sprang from her neck. The other 2 Gorgon sisters chased after Perseus, but he escaped by wearing a special cap that made him invisible. The power of the Gorgons lived on even after Medusa's death. The great warrior goddess Athena put Medusa's head on her shield to scare her enemies in battle. The blood from the right side of Medusa's body could bring dead people back to life, while blood from the left side was a deadly poison. Artists carved the Gorgons' scary faces on buildings and shields to protect people from evil. At the northern edge of heaven sits Hrasvelgr, a giant who takes the form of an enormous eagle. His most remarkable power is creating all the world's winds when he spreads his mighty wings. The Norse people both feared and respected him, as his winds could either help their ships sail or destroy them completely. Looking at Hrasvelgr, you would see a creature bigger than the tallest mountain, with feathers dark as storm clouds. His wings stretch so wide they can cover the entire northern sky. His sharp eagle's beak and fierce eyes show his giant's nature, while his massive claws grip the edge of heaven itself. The most famous tale of Hrasvelgr tells of how he creates the winds that blow across the world. When he sits still, the air stays calm and quiet. But when he feels the urge to move, he spreads his enormous wings, and every flap sends powerful gusts sweeping across the lands and seas below. The Norse people watched the skies carefully for signs of Hrasvelgr's movements. Sailors would pray for his gentle wing beats to fill their sails and speed them home. Farmers learned to read the changing winds as signs of his moods, knowing that his strongest beats could destroy their crops or bring the storms they needed. The fox spirits of East Asia lived in the mountains and forests of China, Japan, and Korea, changing their shape to look like beautiful women whenever they wished. These clever beings gained more tails and stronger magic as they grew older, with the wisest and most powerful having 9 tails. People both feared and respected fox spirits because they could either help humans with their wisdom or trick them into dangerous situations. The fox spirits looked like normal foxes at first glance, but their fur shone with an otherworldly glow in moonlight. They stood as tall as a large dog, with white, gold, or red fur that seemed to sparkle. Their multiple tails, ranging from 1 to 9, fanned out behind them like silk ribbons in the wind. When they took human form, they appeared as stunning men or women, but kept their fox-like eyes and sometimes failed to hide their tails. One famous story tells of a fox spirit who fell in love with a poor farmer. The spirit used its magic to bring rain during a long drought, saving the farmer's crops and the whole village. But the fox kept its true form hidden, fearing the farmer would reject a spirit's love. When the farmer finally learned the truth, he accepted the fox spirit's love, showing that kindness matters more than appearance. People watched for signs of fox spirits in their daily lives, leaving offerings at small shrines to earn their favor. Families told their children to be polite to strangers, since anyone might be a fox spirit in disguise. Some people wore special charms to spot fox spirits, while others sought them out to learn magic and wisdom. Many believed that treating a fox spirit with respect could bring good fortune, while being rude or cruel would bring years of bad luck. The Ijiraq haunts the frozen lands of the Arctic, where it uses its power to hide both itself and others from sight. This shape-shifting creature can turn into any form it wishes, but most often looks like a mix of human and caribou parts. People feared the Ijiraq because it would steal children, leading them far from their homes and leaving them lost in the endless snow. The Ijiraq stands about as tall as a grown man, with long arms that reach past its knees and legs bent like a caribou's legs. Its skin looks gray and rough like stone, while red eyes shine from its half-human, half-animal face. Sharp antlers grow from its head, and thick fur covers its body in patches, helping it blend into the harsh Arctic landscape. One story tells of a young boy who met an Ijiraq that had taken the shape of his friend. The fake friend asked him to play a game, leading him further and further from his village. Just before the boy became completely lost, he remembered his grandmother's warning about never following someone who walks between shadows. The boy closed his eyes, sang a protection song, and when he opened them again, he could see his village's smoke in the distance. The Inuit people taught their children special rules to stay safe from the Ijiraq. Parents warned young ones never to stare at shadows moving at sunset, and to learn songs that would help them find their way home. Hunters also watched for signs of the Ijiraq, knowing that if they saw one, they would lose their way and never find the animals they tracked. Some people still avoid traveling alone in certain areas where the land and shadows meet, fearing the Ijiraq might make them vanish forever. A spider woman called Jorogumo lived in the deep forests of Japan, hiding near waterfalls and in dark caves. She could change from spider to beautiful woman at will, using this power to trick young men. People feared her because she lured travelers to their death, spinning sticky webs of lies as easily as she spun silk. In her true form, Jorogumo stood as tall as 3 men, with the upper body of a lovely woman and the lower half of a giant spider. 8 long legs stretched out from her waist, each sharp enough to pierce armor. Her black hair flowed like silk threads, and she controlled hundreds of small fire-breathing spiders that did her bidding. The most famous tale of Jorogumo tells of a young woodcutter who met a beautiful woman by a waterfall. She played sweet music on a silk string instrument and invited him to tea each day. An old priest warned the woodcutter that the woman was really a spider, but love had blinded him. When he visited her again, he saw her shadow on the wall, the shape of a huge spider ready to eat him. Japanese people began hanging bells near waterfalls to warn travelers of Jorogumo's presence. Parents told their children never to trust strangers near water, and men learned to be careful of beautiful women they met in the forest. Even today, some Japanese temples keep paintings of Jorogumo to remind visitors that things are not always what they seem. The Kallikanzaros lived under the Greek earth for most of the year, coming up only during the 12 days of Christmas. These dark creatures spent their time below ground sawing at the World Tree, a massive trunk they believed held up the entire world. Each winter they rushed to the surface to cause trouble, giving the great tree time to heal before they returned to their cutting. The Kallikanzaros looked like a blend of human and monster parts that never quite fit together. They had black fur covering their bodies, red eyes that glowed in shadows, and long curved nails perfect for climbing walls. Some walked on hooves while others had monkey-like feet, but all of them moved quickly and quietly through the night. One famous tale tells of a village that left honey and sausages outside their doors on Christmas Eve. The Kalakanzaros loved these treats so much they spent all night eating instead of making mischief. When morning came, the creatures had grown too fat to fit back down their tunnels. The sun turned them to smoke, and that year the village celebrated Christmas in peace. Greek families developed many ways to keep these creatures out of their homes during the winter nights. They hung holly branches across their doorways and kept their fires burning bright, as the Kalakanzaros feared both these things. Parents warned children to be home before dark, saying the monsters especially liked to snatch young ones who wandered the streets alone at night. Small touches like their fear of sunlight and holy things show how the Greeks blended older pagan beliefs with their newer Christian faith. Many mothers left simple crosses drawn in tar above their doors, proving that even the cleverest monster could be stopped by common items used with wisdom and faith. The Kairu Nyobo lived in the rice fields and ponds of old Japan. This mysterious woman could change between human and frog forms at will, a power that made her unique among shapeshifters. Local farmers both feared and respected her because she could either bless their crops with abundant harvests or curse their fields with floods. In her human form, she appeared as a beautiful woman in a green silk kimono, with large bright eyes and slightly webbed fingers that hinted at her true nature. As a frog, she grew to the size of a horse, with golden spots on her back and a voice that could be heard from 3 villages away. Her skin gleamed like wet jade in both forms, marking her as something more than human. One tale of the Kairu Nyobo tells of a kind farmer who saved a giant frog from cruel children. The next day, a lovely woman appeared at his door and became his wife. She brought him great fortune, making his rice grow taller and stronger than any other crop in the village. But one night, during a heavy storm, he woke to find his wife gone and a huge frog pushing back the floodwaters that would have destroyed his fields. The stories of Kairu Nyobo taught Japanese farmers to be kind to the frogs in their rice paddies. They believed every frog might be the goddess in disguise, watching to see how humans treated her children. Many families left small bowls of rice near their fields as gifts, hoping to earn her blessing for their crops. To this day, some Japanese farmers greet the frogs in their fields with a polite bow, just in case. The Kawaso swam in the rivers and lakes of Japan, where fishermen both feared and respected these clever river otters. These shape-shifting creatures could turn into humans at will, often taking the form of beautiful women or friendly travelers. People learned to watch carefully when meeting strangers near the water, as kawaso loved to play tricks on humans who got too close to their homes. A kawaso in its natural form looked much like a regular otter, but with special features that gave away its magical nature. Its fur gleamed like polished metal in moonlight, and its eyes glowed with a golden fire that never went out. When it changed into human shape, only its shadow showed its true form, keeping the long tail and whiskers of an otter. The most famous tale of the kawaso tells of a merchant who met a lovely woman on a bridge at sunset. She asked him to carry her basket, which felt as light as empty air. But when he reached the other side, the basket grew heavy with river stones, and the woman changed back into an otter with a laugh that sounded just like human giggling. Villages near rivers built special shrines to keep the kawaso happy and stop them from playing harmful tricks. Fishermen left small gifts of fresh fish and sweet rice cakes at these shrines, hoping to earn the creature's friendship. Those who won a kawaso's trust often found extra fish in their nets, or learned the secret spots where the biggest fish gathered. The Kelpie lived in the cold rivers and lakes of Scotland, where it could change from horse to human at will. This water spirit used its shape-shifting power to lure people onto its back, trapping them with sticky, magical skin. The Scots both feared and respected the Kelpie because it guarded dangerous waters and punished those who came too close after dark. A Kelpie in horse form stood larger than normal horses, with a coat that dripped endless water and a mane made of seaweed. Its eyes glowed green like underwater gems, and its hooves made sounds like thunder when it ran. In human shape, it looked like a handsome young man, but kept its seaweed hair and wet clothes that never dried. The most famous Kelpie story tells of a brave girl who met the creature by a river. The Kelpie, wearing human shape, tried to trick her into following him into deep water. But the girl knew the old tales and spotted his dripping clothes on a sunny day. She threw her silver necklace at the Kelpie, forcing it to show its true form and run back to the water. Scottish parents used Kelpie tales to teach their children about water safety. They warned young ones never to approach strange horses near water, especially at night. The stories worked so well that many Scots still feel uneasy when they see a lone horse standing by a lake or river, wondering if it might be a Kelpie waiting to drag them under. The Kishi haunted villages across Angola using its greatest power, the ability to change from a handsome man into a killing beast in moments. People feared this demon because it tricked young women by showing only its human face, hiding its true deadly nature until it was too late. Like two beings joined as one, the Kishi walked upright as a tall man with two faces. Its front showed the warm smile and soft eyes of a charming young man. But on the back of its head grew the snarling face of a hyena with huge teeth and strong jaws that could crack bones. The hyena face stayed hidden behind flowing robes as the Kishi walked among humans. In the most famous tale, a Kishi came to a village as a handsome stranger seeking a wife. He won the heart of the chief's daughter with sweet words and gifts. On their wedding night, as they walked into the forest together, he spun around to show his second face. The hyena jaws tore into the bride before she could scream. The Kishi changed how people lived in many ways. Young women never walked alone and stayed away from strangers, even friendly ones. Parents warned children to look behind the heads of people they met. Villagers became careful about trusting newcomers, always watching to see if they turned their backs. The Kushtaka lived in the cold waters and thick forests of Alaska. These shape-shifting spirits could change from otters into humans at will, and they used this power to trick people walking near rivers and beaches. Local tribes both feared and respected the Kushtaka, as these beings could either save lost travelers from freezing or lead them to their doom. The Kushtaka looked like a mix between an otter and a person when in its natural form. It stood as tall as a human on two legs, with dark brown fur covering its body. Sharp claws grew from its fingers, and its face showed both otter and human features, with long whiskers and bright, clever eyes. In the water, it could swim faster than any normal otter. A famous story tells of a fisherman who got lost in a storm at sea. As his boat began to sink, he heard what sounded like a woman crying for help. The Kushtaka had taken the form of his wife to lure him toward the rocky shore where his boat would crash. But this fisherman knew the old tales and stayed his course, watching as the false image of his wife changed back into an otter and swam away. The Tlingit people of Alaska planned their lives around avoiding the Kushtaka. Parents taught children never to whistle near the water, as this could call the spirits. Hunters and fishers worked in groups to stay safe, and they carried special charms made of copper to keep the Kushtaka away. Even today, some people in Alaska's coastal towns say they hear strange whistles near the water at night. The Lamia haunted the roads of ancient Greece, waiting to catch travelers who walked alone at night. This fearsome creature began as a beautiful queen whom Zeus loved, but Hera's jealousy turned her into a monster that hunted children. People feared the Lamia most on moonless nights, when she would slip from shadow to shadow, searching for her prey. The Lamia's body showed her tragic change from human to monster. From the waist up, she kept her lovely woman's form, with pale skin and flowing dark hair that helped her lure victims close. Below, her body became a giant snake, with scales that gleamed like polished bronze and a powerful tail that could crush a person in seconds. The story of the Lamia tells of a young shepherd who thought he had found a lost noblewoman on the road at midnight. She begged him to help her return to her mansion, and he agreed to walk with her. As they passed beneath a torch at the city gates, its light showed her true form. The shepherd ran, but from that day forward, he could not speak of what he had seen. Parents used tales of the Lamia to keep their children from wandering after dark. Travelers would only journey in groups, carrying bright torches to light their way. Some people left small bowls of milk outside their doors, hoping to please the Lamia so she would pass their homes without harming anyone inside. The Lamia's story taught people about the pain of loss and the power of a mother's grief. Though she began as a victim of godly anger, her pain turned to evil when she chose to make others suffer as she had. Greeks believed her tale showed how sorrow could twist even the kindest heart into something cruel. Among the vast forests of Eastern Europe lived the Leshy, a mighty spirit who watched over every living thing in his woodland realm. He could grow as tall as a pine tree, or shrink down to the size of a mushroom when he wished. People who lived near the forests both feared and honored him because he kept nature in balance, helping those who showed respect but punishing anyone who harmed his domain. Like the forest itself, the Leshy wore many faces. Most often he looked like a tall man with bright green eyes that glowed in the dark, and hair made of living moss and leaves. His rough skin seemed carved from tree bark, and his long beard twisted like tangled roots. He wore his clothes backward and his shoes on the wrong feet to show he belonged to the spirit world. The Leshy used clever tricks to test those who entered his woods. He would take the shape of a lost walker's friend or family member, then lead them deeper into the forest while speaking with their loved one's voice. When the person thought they had found their way back home, the Leshy would disappear with a booming laugh, leaving them far from any path they knew. Every day, the forest spirit shaped how people lived near his woods. Hunters left gifts of bread and salt before they began their hunt, hoping the Leshy would guide deer and rabbits their way. Shepherds struck deals with him to keep wolves away from their sheep and cows. Parents told their children to behave in the forest, warning that the Leshy might steal them away to learn the secrets of the wild. The Bolmai lived in the forests of northern Scandinavia, where this powerful god ruled over all wild animals. The Sami people believed he could give them luck during dangerous hunts, especially when they hunted bears, so they always asked for his help before going into the woods. Looking like a mix of man and bear, Bolmai made his home in alder trees. His skin had the same reddish-brown color as alder bark, and he could change into a full bear whenever he wanted. He stood much taller than any human, and moved through the forest as quietly as a shadow. One famous story tells how Bolmai taught the Sami people the right way to hunt bears. He showed them that they must hold a special feast after each bear hunt. At this feast, hunters put red alder bark mixed with water on their faces to honor both the bear and the god who helped them catch it. The Sami people shaped their entire hunting life around Bolmai's rules. Before each hunt, they left gifts at alder trees and spoke special words to ask for his help. Hunters who followed his ways found more animals and stayed safe in the dangerous forest. Even today, some Sami people still leave small gifts in the forest to thank the god of hunting. Madame White Snake lived in ancient China, where she could change between human and snake form at will. People both feared and admired her because she had magical powers and great wisdom. She spent 1,000 years learning magic and martial arts in the spirit world before she came to live among humans. Her true form was that of a giant white snake, as long as 20 trees and covered in scales that shone like pearls. When she took human shape, she became a beautiful woman in flowing white robes with pale skin and dark eyes. She kept small traces of her snake nature even then, like long pointed nails and a love of cold places. She fell in love with a young man named Shu Xian, defying spirit world law by marrying him. With the help of her best friend, a small green snake who could also take human form, she concealed her true nature. However, during a boat trip on the Dragon Boat Festival, Shu Xian unknowingly gave her wine mixed with special herbs, forcing her to reveal her real snake form. People in old China often told her story to talk about love between different kinds of beings. Some said she showed how love could change someone for the better, while others used her tale to warn about breaking nature's rules. Temples still stand today where people pray to her for help with love and marriage. The story ended when a powerful monk trapped her under Thunder Peak Tower because she refused to give up her human husband. But even this prison could not hold her forever. After 20 years, her magic and the power of her love broke the tower apart, and she reunited with Shu Qian. The Manananggal is a horrifying creature that lurks in Philippine folklore, known for its ability to split in half at the waist. Its upper body grows bat-like wings, allowing it to take to the skies in search of prey. Feared for its gruesome habit of targeting pregnant women, it uses its long, thin tongue to feed on unborn children while their mothers sleep. The Manananggal looks like a normal person during the day, but at night its true form shows. Its upper body pulls away from its legs, leaving its insides hanging down like ropes. The wings that burst from its back span wider than a tall man's height, and its face twists into an ugly shape with long, sharp fangs. The most chilling tales describe how the Manananggal attacks sleeping families. Perched on a rooftop, it threads its tongue like a needle through cracks and holes to reach its victims below. But while it hunts, its severed lower half must remain hidden, vulnerable to those who know how to stop it. Filipino families learn to protect themselves by searching for the creature's standing legs. They would sprinkle salt or rub garlic on top of the legs to kill the monster, as it could not join back together if someone did this. Parents warned their children to listen for a sound like tick-tick in the night, teaching them that when this sound seemed far away, the monster was actually very close. Marisha was a cunning, shape-shifting demon from ancient Indian folklore, feared for his ability to become any creature he desired. His most deceptive form was that of a golden deer, its coat shimmering with gem-like colors. Though breathtakingly beautiful, this disguise served a sinister purpose, luring holy men and kings away from safety so he could destroy them. Before he gained his powers, Marisha looked like a handsome young man, but a wise man's curse turned him into a demon called a Rakshasa. In this form, he had sharp fangs, fierce red eyes, and could grow as tall as a tree. When he changed into the golden deer, his coat shone like sunlight on water, dotted with spots that gleamed like pieces of the moon. The most well-known tale of Marisha tells how he aided the demon king Ravana in abducting Rama's wife, Sita. Disguised as an enchanting deer, he pranced near Sita until she pleaded with Rama to capture it for her. When Rama struck the deer with his arrow, Marisha cried out in Rama's voice, deceiving Sita into sending away her last protector. Indian parents still tell this story to teach their children about trust and clever tricks. They say even the most beautiful things might hide evil underneath, just as the lovely deer hid the demon Marisha. His tale reminds people that wisdom matters more than beauty, as even the wisest hero, Rama, fell for Marisha's perfect disguise that day. Near sacred wells and rivers in France and Luxembourg lived Melusine, a water spirit with the power to build grand castles in a single night. She had just one rule for any man who wished to marry her. He must never look at her on Saturdays when she bathed. Noble families respected and feared her because they believed she watched over their children and castles, crying out in warning when danger came. From her waist up, Melusine looked like a lovely woman with long, flowing hair and sometimes beautiful wings. Below her waist, she had the form of a serpent with scales that shimmered like water in sunlight and sometimes split into two tails. Even in her human form, she moved with the grace of flowing water. The most well-known tale tells of her marriage to Count Raymond of Poitiers, with whom she had 10 sons and used her magic to build magnificent castles. They lived happily for years, but Raymond's curiosity led to their downfall. Unable to resist, he spied on her Saturday bath and discovered her true form. Betrayed, she transformed into a dragon and vanished forever, though she still returned at night to watch over her youngest children. French and Luxembourg nobles claimed Melusine as their family's mother, saying her blood gave them their power and wealth. People watched for her on stormy nights when they said she flew around castle towers crying out to warn her children's children of coming trouble. In Luxembourg, they say she appears every 7 years carrying a golden key, waiting for someone brave enough to free her from her curse. The Mo lived in Hawaii's waters, ponds, and streams as powerful spirits who could change their shape at will. These mighty guardians could shift between 3 forms: giant lizards, tiny house geckos, or beautiful humans. Local fishermen and swimmers treated these water spirits with great respect, knowing they could control the weather and bring storms to those who angered them. A Mo could stretch as long as a tall palm tree when it took its largest form. Like a chameleon, it could change its skin from green to brown to match its surroundings. Its scales gleamed like wet stones in the sunlight, and its eyes shone with an inner fire that marked it as more than just a normal reptile. The story of Kalamenu shows the clever nature of these spirits. This Mo fell in love with a young chief while swimming in the waves. She married him in her human form, but her secret came out when her cousins told the truth about her lizard nature. The betrayers turned into fish and tried to escape, but Kalamenu caught them in a magic net, turning them into the first reef fish. Hawaiian families built stone markers near their fishing spots to honor the Mo'o who lived there. They left small gifts of food and flowers to keep the spirits happy. Many believed that when a Mo died, its body turned to stone, creating new parts of the islands. Even today, unusual rock formations along Hawaii's coasts are said to be the sleeping forms of ancient Mo. Morgans haunted the rivers and lakes of Germany, always waiting for unwary travelers at dawn. These water spirits could change their shape at will, most often appearing as beautiful young women. People feared Morgans because they pulled victims under the water, never to be seen again. These spirits looked like lovely humans with pale skin that gave off a soft, blue glow. Their hair was the color of moonlight on water, and their eyes shone like stars. When they walked on land, water dripped from their clothes even though they seemed dry. One story speaks of a Morgan who fell in love with a miller's son, singing to him each morning as he passed by the river. Hoping to escape her song, he began taking different routes, but one day he forgot. When she extended her hand, he took it, only for her to drag him beneath the water. Villagers say his ghost lingers by the riverbank, warning others to stay away. People living near rivers built their homes facing away from the water to avoid seeing Morgans in the early morning. Parents taught children never to walk alone by rivers at dawn, the time when Morgans had the strongest power. Travelers carried iron crosses or bells, as Morgans feared the touch of iron and the sound of church bells. The Mujina lived in the forests and villages of Japan, where it possessed the remarkable power to change its shape into anything it wished. People both feared and respected these beings because they used clever tricks to test human character, sometimes rewarding kindness, but punishing those who harmed them or their homes. In its natural form, the Mujina looked like a mix between a badger and a raccoon, with a dark furry body and a masked face. These creatures could make their bellies swell up like drums, which they would pat to create music while singing in the night. On rainy evenings, they could even make strange lights appear, known as ghost fires, that glowed in the darkness. A well-known Mujina story involves the Kitabayashi family, who frequently fed a group of these creatures near their home. One night, when robbers broke into the Kitabayashi house, the grateful Mujina transformed into massive wrestlers and frightened the thieves away, demonstrating how they repaid kindness with protection. The Mujina shaped how people behaved in their daily lives, teaching them to be generous and careful at the same time. Villagers learned to be kind to animals and respect nature, as they never knew if a helpful Mujina might be watching. However, they also stayed alert on rainy nights and lonely roads, where these spirits often played their tricks. The Mujina still captures people's imagination today, with stories of their shape-shifting spreading as far as Hawaii. In these tales, they often appear as figures without faces, testing the courage of those who meet them in empty places or at night. The Nagual lived among the ancient peoples of Mexico as a powerful shapeshifter who could change into animal forms at will. These mystic beings held both healing powers and dangerous abilities, which made local communities treat them with a mix of respect and fear. Each Nagual received their power from birth, tied to the animal spirit of the day they were born. A Nagual could take the shape of any animal, but they most often chose fierce creatures like jaguars, wolves, or owls. In human form, they looked like normal people, but those who knew their secret said their eyes held an otherworldly gleam. At night, they would shift into their animal forms, moving through shadows with the grace of their chosen beast. Among the most famous tales, a Nagual took the form of a jaguar to protect their village from raiders. The story tells how this guardian spirit watched over the people at night, keeping them safe from harm. Those who meant to do evil would find fresh jaguar tracks outside their camps each morning, warning them to stay away. Village healers worked closely with friendly Nagual spirits to cure the sick and guard sacred places. People would leave gifts of food and sacred items at certain spots in nature where Naguals were known to gather. Even today, some communities in Mexico remember the old ways and speak of Naguals who still protect the forests and mountains. The Nephili roamed the skies of ancient Greece as a cloud nymph with the power to change her shape at will. Zeus himself created her in the image of his wife Hera, making her so beautiful that even the great heroes could not tell them apart. Both gods and humans watched for her form in the clouds, knowing she could bring either help or trouble to those below. Like all cloud nymphs, Nephili could stretch and flow through the air, taking any shape she wished. Her body shimmered with the white glow of sunlit clouds, and her hair floated around her like wisps of fog. When she moved, she drifted like morning mist, never touching the ground unless she chose to take solid form. Nephili saved her children from death when her husband left her for another woman who plotted to kill their twins. To protect them, Nephili sent a magical golden ram to carry them to safety through the sky. Though her daughter Helle fell from the ram into the sea, her son Phrixus reached a distant land where he lived in peace. Greek farmers watched the clouds for signs of Nephili's presence, believing she could help their crops grow. They built small shrines on hillsides where they left gifts of wine and honey, hoping to win her favor. Sailors also prayed to her before their journeys, as they believed cloud nymphs could grant them safe passage across the seas. The Nekomata prowled the mountains and villages of old Japan as cats that had grown so old they became spirits with magical powers. These clever beings could change their shape to look like humans, often appearing as old women playing music or dancing. People feared these cat spirits because they could raise the dead and control them with strange dances, making the Nekomata one of the most feared creatures in Japanese stories. These spirits looked like large cats with two tails instead of one, growing bigger as they gained more power. Some mountain Nekomata grew as large as wild boars, with glowing eyes that pierced the darkness. When they took human form, they often appeared as elderly women wearing fine clothes, but always kept a hint of their cat-like grace and mysterious nature. A wealthy samurai's house was plagued by strange events that no priest could stop. The truth was uncovered by his loyal servant, who saw the master's old cat carrying a magic paper with the samurai's name. When the servant shot the cat with a holy arrow, it revealed its two tails, ending the haunting that had troubled the household. Japanese families feared keeping cats for too many years, worried their pets might turn into these powerful spirits. Some people even cut their kittens' tails, hoping to prevent them from splitting in two as the cats aged. In mountain villages, people left offerings at shrines to keep peace with the Nekomata who lived in the wild, believing these spirits could bring either good fortune or terrible curses to their homes. In ancient China, a fearsome beast called the Neon emerged from its mountain or sea home once each year to hunt. This giant creature attacked villages during winter when food was scarce, eating crops, animals, and even children. People learned that loud noises, fire, and the color red could drive the Neon away, leading to many New Year traditions that continue today. The Neon stood taller than an elephant, with two long horns jutting from its head and rows of sharp teeth filling its mouth. Some stories say it had the face of a lion but the body of a large dog. Its huge footprints left deep marks in the snow as it prowled through villages on winter nights. The most famous tale tells of a wise old man who taught villagers how to protect themselves from the Neon. He showed them that hanging red lanterns, banging drums, and lighting fires would scare the beast away. The villagers followed his advice and created such noise and bright displays that the Neon fled in terror, never to return to that village. Chinese families still celebrate the New Year by hanging red decorations, lighting fireworks, and performing lion dances to remember their victory over the Neon. They clean their homes thoroughly and leave food offerings outside their doors, carrying on the old customs that once kept their ancestors safe. The holiday itself is called Guo Nian, which means passing over the Neon, marking their triumph over the ancient monster. The Nixie lived in the rivers and lakes of northern Europe as a water spirit with the power to change its shape at will. These beings could take human form to play beautiful music that drew listeners to the water's edge. People both feared and respected nixies because they could teach amazing musical skills to those who pleased them, but they also drowned those who came too close to their waters. In their most common form, nixies appeared as lovely young men or women with wet clothes and a hint of wild nature about them. Some took the shape of white horses with flowing manes, while others showed themselves as musicians holding violins. No matter their form, they always kept some small sign of their true nature, like dripping clothes or animal-like eyes. The notable tale features a girl who met a beautiful white horse by her lake while she worked in the fields. She knew it was a nixie trying to trick her into riding it to her death in the deep water. Instead of falling for its trap, she forced it to pull her plow, making it work so hard that soil and stones flew through the air. The nixie only escaped when the girl dropped a piece of steel, breaking its power. People who lived near lakes and streams created special rules to stay safe from nixies. They never went swimming on Thursdays or during special holidays when nixies had the most power. Some believed they could protect themselves by throwing steel into the water or learning the nixie's true name. Musicians sometimes left gifts of blood, food, or drink in the water, hoping the nixie would teach them to play so well that even the trees would dance to their music. The Nu haunted the nights of ancient Japan, bringing terror to even the most powerful people in the land. This magical beast could turn itself into a dark cloud and fly through the sky. Its strange cry, which sounded like "Hue, hue," made people think bad things were about to happen, and even emperors grew scared when they heard it. The Nu looked like no other animal on Earth, as if nature had mixed together parts from many creatures. It had the face of a monkey, the body of a dog, the legs of a tiger, and strangest of all, half a snake for its tail. Some people said it also had parts of foxes and cats, but everyone agreed it was unlike anything they had ever seen. The famous story of the Nu takes place at the home of Emperor Kono. A strange black cloud appeared at night, making weird cries that made the emperor so sick that no medicine could help him. A brave warrior named Minamoto, no Yorimasa, shot an arrow into the cloud, and the Nu fell from the sky with a shriek. His helper quickly killed it, and the emperor got better right away. The people feared the Nu even after it died. They put its body in a boat and sent it down the river, hoping it would float away forever. The body washed up on a beach, where local people built a special grave for it called Nuezuka. Even today, people in Japan remember the Nu through festivals, shrines, and place names, showing how this strange creature still affects their culture. The Nukubi lived in the dark forests of Japan, where it seemed like a normal human during the day, but became something terrifying at night. Its head could detach from its body and fly through the air, hunting for people to frighten or harm. People feared these beings because they blended perfectly into village life, making it impossible to know if your neighbor was secretly one of these creatures. The Nukubi looked exactly like any other person most of the time, which made them even more frightening. At night, their head would separate at the neck with a soft popping sound, leaving their body behind while the head floated freely. The flying head grew sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed red, while its mouth stretched wider than any human mouth could open. Their story tells of a samurai who stayed at an inn where the innkeeper was a Nukubi. The samurai woke at midnight to find a woman's head floating outside his window, its mouth open in a silent laugh. He drew his sword, but the head flew away. The next morning, he noticed the innkeeper wearing a high collar to hide the sword mark he had left on her neck. The fear of Nukubi changed how people lived in many Japanese villages. Travelers always checked their hosts for telltale signs like neck scars or unusual sleeping habits. Some people hung sacred ropes across their windows and doorways, which they believed would stop the flying heads from entering. Parents warned children never to stay out after dark, fearing the shadows might hide these deadly floating heads. The puka roamed the hills and valleys of Ireland, changing its shape at will to trick lonely travelers. This magical creature held the power to bring both good fortune and terrible misfortune, depending on how people treated it. Irish families left out small portions of food and drink for the puka, hoping to stay in its good graces and avoid its cruel pranks. The puka most often appeared as a sleek black horse with glowing yellow eyes and a long, wild mane that seemed to float in the air. When it wished to cause trouble, it could also take the form of a goat, a rabbit, or even a small, dark man. In any form, people could spot the puka by its strange smell of fresh earth mixed with sea salt. Their tale tells of a farmer named Pat O'Brien who found a black horse waiting by his fence one autumn evening. When Pat tried to ride the horse home, the puka revealed itself and took him on a wild journey across Ireland, leaping over houses and running across lakes. At sunrise, the puka left Pat safely at his door with the gift of being able to speak to animals, but only when the moon was full. The puka shaped how Irish people lived their daily lives, especially after dark. Farmers made sure to leave some crops unharvested in autumn, called the puka's share, to keep it happy. Travelers avoided walking alone at night, and families taught their children to be polite to any strange animals they met, just in case they were speaking to the puka in disguise. The Kikirn haunted the snowy lands of the Inuit people, using its strange power to confuse and mislead travelers in the Arctic wilderness. This dog-like spirit could make itself appear much larger than its true size, tricking people into running away from what seemed to be a giant beast. The Inuit both feared and respected the Kikirn because it taught them to be careful when traveling alone in the snow. Unlike normal dogs, the Kikirn had hairless skin except for a thick ring of fur around its paws and another ring around its mouth. Its dark eyes glowed like hot coals in the night, and its long legs could stretch to make the spirit look as tall as a house. When it walked, its bare skin gleamed like wet ice in the moonlight. Their notable story tells of a young hunter who met the Kikirn during a snowstorm. The spirit made itself look huge and chased the hunter toward a cliff edge. But the hunter remembered the old stories and stood his ground, showing no fear. When he did this, the Kikirn shrank back to its normal size, no bigger than a sled dog, and vanished into the storm. The Kikirn shaped how Inuit people traveled through their lands. Parents taught their children to watch for its signs: fresh tracks that changed size, the sound of heavy breathing in empty places, or shadows that grew too quickly. These lessons helped people survive in the dangerous Arctic wild, where getting lost could mean death in the cold. In the jungles and villages of Bali, Rangda ruled as the queen of witches and evil spirits. She commanded armies of dark creatures and could turn any person into her servant with a single touch. People both feared and respected her because she brought disease and misfortune to those who angered her, but also kept worse demons away from those who honored her customs. Rangda appears as a tall woman with long, wild white hair and sharp fangs that stretch past her chin. Her most striking features are her bulging eyes and her impossibly long tongue that hangs down to her knees. She wears a dress of white cloth, but her fingers end in iron claws as long as swords, which she uses to tear apart her enemies. The most famous story of Rangda tells how she fought against Barong, the lion-like king of good spirits. Rangda cast a spell that made all the men in a village try to stab themselves with their own knives. Barong used his magic to make their skin too strong for the knives to cut. This battle between Rangda and Barong continues to this day, with neither side ever winning completely. The people of Bali perform special dances to show this endless fight between Rangda and Barong. Dancers wear masks and act out the story in temples and village squares. They believe these performances keep both spirits happy and maintain balance between good and evil forces in their world. Many homes still keep small statues of both Rangda and Barong near their front doors to protect their families from harm. High in the giant mountains between Poland and Czech Republic lives Rubical, a powerful mountain spirit who controls the weather. He can send storms, fog, rain, and snow down from his peaks even on sunny days. Local people gave him respectful titles like Lord of the Mountains and Treasure Keeper, knowing that using his nickname Rubical would bring his anger upon them. Rubical can change his shape at will, appearing as anything from a friendly old woman to a giant who crosses mountains in a single step. Most often, he shows himself as a tall figure in gray robes carrying a musical instrument that makes the sound of storms. When he walks, the ground shakes beneath his heavy footsteps, warning people of his presence. The most famous story tells of how Rubical fell in love with a princess and brought her to live in his mountain home. When she grew lonely, he used magic to turn turnips into people to keep her company. The princess then asked him to count all the turnips in his field, and while he counted, she ran away. This trick gave him the name Rubitzal, which means turnip counter. Rubitzal acts as both helper and judge to the people living in his mountains. He teaches healing with herbs to those who show kindness, and shares his treasures with travelers who pass his tests of character. But he plays tricks on proud or cruel people, using his weather powers to trap them in storms or lead them astray in thick fog. Many believe he still tests travelers today, appearing as a poor old person asking for help to see if their hearts are pure. The Satori stalked the snowy mountains of Japan, where it could read minds and freeze travelers with a single glance. This fearsome creature struck such terror in mountain villages that people avoided traveling alone, especially during the harsh winter months. Local priests taught special prayers to protect climbers from its deadly powers. The Satori looked like a mountain ape with deep red eyes and thick white fur that helped it blend into the snow. Its large hands ended in sharp claws that could grip icy rocks, and its wide feet left strange human-like prints in the snow. Most people only saw its glowing eyes in the darkness before they found themselves unable to move. The tale of the Satori tells of a monk who outsmarted the creature by filling his mind with nonsense thoughts. When the Satori tried to read his mind, it became so confused that it lost its balance and fell from its mountain perch. The monk used this chance to escape and warned others about his method of protection. Mountain communities changed their whole way of life because of the Satori. Travelers always went in groups of 3 or more, and children learned to sing special songs that would jumble their thoughts. People built shelters along mountain paths with special charms to keep the creature away, and these shelters later became regular rest stops for traders and pilgrims. The fear of the Satori led to new customs that brought mountain communities closer together. Villages created special festivals where people would gather to share Satori stories and teach mental exercises to confuse the beast. These meetings helped neighbors bond and kept alive the traditions that protected travelers for many generations. The Selkie swam in the cold waters around Scotland and Ireland, living a magical double life as both seal and human. These shape-shifting creatures could slip out of their seal skins to become beautiful men and women on land. People both loved and feared Selkies because they could steal hearts and vanish back to the sea, leaving their human lovers behind. In their seal form, Selkies had sleek gray or brown fur that shone like silk in the sunlight. When they took human shape, they kept their large dark eyes and long, flowing hair. Both men and women Selkies moved with the same smooth grace on land that they showed in the water, making them easy to spot among normal people. The tale of the Selkie details a fisherman who found a seal skin on the beach and hid it away. The Selkie woman who owned it could not return to the sea without her skin, so she married the fisherman and bore his children. For 7 years, she lived as a human mother, but she never stopped watching the waves and singing songs of the ocean to her children. The Selkie wife found her hidden seal skin one day while cleaning the house. Though she loved her children deeply, the call of the sea proved too strong to resist. She slipped into her sealskin and dove into the waves, leaving her human family behind. From that day on, her children sometimes saw a seal watching them from the water, and they knew their mother still loved them even though she could never live on land again. The shoujo lived in the deep waters near Japan, appearing most often when fishermen sailed alone at night. This sea spirit had bright red hair that flowed like seaweed in the water and could make strong rice wine appear from nothing. People both feared and respected the shoujo because it could either bless sailors with good luck or lead them to a watery doom, depending on how they treated it. The creature looked much like a young boy or small man, but with skin that shimmered like fish scales in moonlight. Its eyes glowed golden, like 2 lanterns in the dark sea. The shoujo wore fine silk robes that never got wet, and its movements matched the gentle swaying of ocean waves. Their tale tells of a poor fisherman who shared his last cup of wine with what he thought was a drowning child. The child was really a shoujo, who felt touched by this kindness. Each night after that, the shoujo filled the fisherman's empty cups with the finest rice wine, which the fisherman sold to make enough money to care for his whole village. The shoujo changed how coastal people in Japan thought about the sea at night. Fishermen began leaving small cups of wine on their boats as gifts, hoping to earn the spirit's favor. Parents told their children to be kind to everyone they met on the shore, since even a small, red-haired stranger might be a powerful sea spirit in disguise. The shug monkey lurked in the dark roads and forests of Suffolk, England, frightening travelers who passed through its territory after sunset. This mix of dog and monkey brought bad luck to anyone who saw it, marking them for coming misfortune. People feared the shug monkey not just for its strange looks, but because meeting it meant death or disaster would soon follow. Standing as tall as a grown man's waist, the shug monkey had the muscular body of a large black dog with the long arms and face of an ape. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness like hot coals, and its thick black fur seemed to absorb moonlight. Sharp claws clicked against stone roads as it walked on all fours, but it could also stand up and reach with its monkey-like hands. A farmer was riding home late one winter night when his horse stopped and refused to move forward. Standing in the road was the shug monkey, its red eyes fixed on him. The farmer attempted to turn back, but his horse reared in terror and threw him to the ground. 3 days later, the farmer's barn caught fire, destroying his winter stores and livestock. The creature's appearances changed how local people lived their daily lives. Travelers began moving in groups rather than alone, and families warned children never to stay out after dark. Even today, some older residents of Suffolk plan their journeys to avoid the remote paths where the shug monkey once roamed, showing how deeply this beast marked the minds of those who feared it. The skinwalker stalked the deserts and mountains of the American Southwest, striking fear into the Navajo people who lived there. This shape-shifting witch could take the form of any animal by wearing its skin, giving it the power to run as fast as a deer or attack with the strength of a bear. The Navajo saw it as the most dangerous of all evil spirits, believing it could read minds and mimic the voices of loved ones to lure people into traps. A skinwalker often looked like a large coyote or wolf, but something about it was always wrong. Its legs might be too long, its eyes might glow like flames, or it might run on 2 legs instead of 4. When in human form, it appeared sickly and thin, with eyes that seemed to pierce through darkness and skin that looked dusty and stretched too tight. A woman heard her sister calling for help late at night and stepped outside, only to see her sister standing in the shadows near the garden. But then she heard another voice. Her real sister was still inside, warning her not to go out. The creature in the garden transformed into a coyote and ran away, its glowing eyes visible long after it vanished into the darkness. The fear of skinwalkers shaped how the Navajo lived their daily lives. Families placed blessing herbs above their doors and windows for protection. No one traveled alone after dark, and strange animal sounds at night made people hurry inside and lock their doors. Even today, many Navajo people avoid talking about skinwalkers, believing that speaking of them might draw their attention. Sun Wukong lived in ancient China on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. This clever monkey king gained amazing powers by studying magic and martial arts for hundreds of years. People both feared and respected him because he could change into 72 different shapes and had the strength to lift his staff, which weighed many thousands of pounds. Born from a stone egg, Sun Wukong looked like a small monkey with golden fur that shone in the sunlight. He wore a tiger-skin skirt and carried a magical staff that could shrink to the size of a needle or grow as tall as the sky. His eyes sparkled with red fire when he got angry, and he could pull hairs from his body to create copies of himself. His most famous adventure began when he crashed a party in heaven and ate all the special peaches that belonged to the Jade Emperor. These magic peaches only grew once every 3,000 years and gave immortal life to anyone who ate them. The Jade Emperor sent armies to catch Sun Wukong, but the Monkey King fought them all and caused so much trouble that Buddha had to trap him under a mountain. The people of China told stories about Sun Wukong to teach their children about being clever but not too proud. Parents warned that even the strongest person could get into trouble by showing off or being rude to others. After 500 years under the mountain, Sun Wukong learned to be less selfish and helped a monk named Tang Sanzang carry holy books from India back to China. Many people today still love Sun Wukong because he shows that anyone can become better no matter what mistakes they made before. His journey from a troublemaker to a hero taught people that strength without wisdom leads to problems, but everyone deserves a second chance to do good things. The Swan Maiden lived in places where lakes and forests met across northern Europe. She could change from a beautiful woman into a pure white swan by putting on a magical feather cloak. People both loved and feared her because she could trap men's hearts with her grace and beauty, but would always long to fly away and return to her true home in the sky. The Swan Maiden stood as tall as a normal woman when in human form, with pale skin that seemed to glow like moonlight. Her long hair shimmered between white and gold, matching the color of her feather cloak. In swan form, she appeared larger than regular swans, with feathers that sparkled like fresh snow and eyes that kept their human wisdom. A young hunter found 3 swan maidens bathing in a forest pool and stole one maiden's feather cloak, preventing her from changing back into a swan. She agreed to marry him but spent years searching for her hidden cloak. When their child discovered it in the attic and showed it to her, she put it on and flew away, leaving her human family behind. The tale of the Swan Maiden taught people about the pain of trying to keep something wild. Farmers hung swan feathers over their doors to protect their marriages, while mothers warned their sons to stay away from beautiful strangers near lakes. Young women used the story to remind their suitors that love must come with freedom, not force. Tanuki lived in the forests of Japan, where they used their amazing power to change their shape into anything they wished. People both respected and feared these magical raccoon dogs because no one could tell if a stranger, tree, or even a teapot might really be a clever tanuki in disguise. The tanuki looks like a mix between a raccoon and a dog, with a round belly and soft brown fur. It walks on 2 legs like a person and always carries a bottle of sake, Japanese rice wine, tied to a stick over its shoulder. Most striking are its huge testicles, which it uses like a drum to make music or like a blanket to catch fish. In one instance, a poor farmer found an injured tanuki and nursed it back to health. To thank the farmer, the tanuki turned itself into gold coins so the farmer could buy food. But when the farmer tried to spend the coins at the market, they changed back into leaves, teaching the lesson that tanuki magic cannot solve real problems. The Japanese people learned to watch carefully for signs of tanuki tricks in their daily lives. Shop owners would check their money at night to make sure coins hadn't turned to leaves, and travelers would avoid strangers who seemed too friendly on empty roads. Yet people also placed tanuki statues outside their homes and shops for good luck, believing these playful spirits brought joy and reminded everyone not to take life too seriously. The Teriaksuk lived in the cold shadows of the Arctic, moving between our world and a hidden realm beyond human sight. This mysterious spirit could make itself nearly invisible, showing up only as a dark shadow even in bright daylight. The Inuit people of Greenland and northern Canada feared and respected these beings because they shared the same hunting grounds and could harm anyone who got too close. These spirits looked partly human and partly like caribou, though few people ever saw their true form. Most hunters only spotted their shadows moving across the snow or glimpsed their outline against the Arctic sun. Like regular people, they had homes, families, and hunting tools, but they would vanish into thin air if anyone tried to look straight at them. A hunter followed what he believed to be a caribou's tracks in fresh snow. The tracks seemed normal until they suddenly stopped in an open field. As the hunter stood puzzled, a cold shadow fell across him. When he turned around, he saw nothing. His fellow hunters later found him trembling with fear, his hair turned white from the encounter. The presence of these shadow spirits shaped how the Inuit people moved through their lands. Hunters learned to watch for moving shadows and strange tracks that appeared and disappeared. They taught their children never to chase unusual shadows or follow tracks that ended mysteriously. Parents warned that only by respecting the Teriaksuk's power to remain hidden could people stay safe in the vast Arctic wilderness. The Tennin lived in the heavenly palaces above Japan, where they danced and made music more beautiful than any on Earth. These flying women possessed the power to heal sickness and bring good fortune to humans they favored. People built temples and left offerings for the Tennin, hoping to catch a glimpse of their celestial dance or receive their blessing. The Tennin looked like graceful women wearing long, flowing robes called hagoromo, which gave them the power to fly. Their faces glowed with an inner light, and their hair floated around them like clouds. Rainbow-colored scarves trailed behind them as they moved through the air, and they carried instruments made of jade and gold. A fisherman found a tenen's hagoromo hanging on a pine tree while she bathed in a lake. When he took the robe, she couldn't return to heaven without it. The tenen begged for it back, but the fisherman refused unless she taught him her heavenly dance. She agreed, performed the beautiful dance, and then flew away, leaving only the memory of her grace. The tenen's dance became a treasured part of Japanese culture, performed in temples and at festivals. People created special music and movements based on what they imagined the heavenly dance looked like. Mothers told their daughters that learning to dance with grace might attract the attention of the tenen, who could grant them special gifts or good fortune. The legend of the stolen hagoromo warned people about the price of trying to keep heavenly things on earth. Though the fisherman learned the dance, he lived the rest of his life missing its perfect beauty, as no human could ever perform it as well as the tenen had done. The toil haunted the villages of Malaysia and Indonesia, stealing money and food for the person who owned it. This child-sized spirit could slip through walls and become invisible, making it the perfect thief. People both wanted and feared the toil because it brought wealth but also caused much trouble in the community. The toil looked like a small, green-skinned child with red eyes and a bald head. It wore simple clothes made of rags and moved quickly like a monkey. When it laughed, it sounded like breaking glass mixed with a baby's giggle. The toil could grow or shrink at will, changing from the size of a thumb to that of a 5-year-old child. A poor fisherman found a toil sleeping in a jar on the beach. He took it home, caring for the spirit and feeding it drops of his own blood. Soon, his house filled with gold and jewels as the toil stole from wealthy merchants. But the fisherman grew weak from feeding the spirit, and his neighbors began to whisper about his sudden wealth. The toil changed how people lived their daily lives in Southeast Asian villages. Families placed needles and marbles near their money, believing these items would distract the toil from stealing. Parents warned children not to wander at night, fearing they might meet a toil looking for a new master. Some people even hired special healers to protect their homes from these tricky spirits. The Tsuchigumo lived in the mountains of old Japan, where it used magic and trickery to catch its prey. This giant spider spirit could change its shape into a beautiful woman or a fierce warrior. People both feared and respected the Tsuchigumo because it punished those who came into its forest with evil plans, but sometimes helped lost travelers find their way home. The creature stood as tall as 3 men when in its true spider form. Its body was black as midnight, covered in thick hair that shone like polished metal. 8 red eyes glowed like hot coals in the dark, and its fangs dripped with poison that could kill a horse with one bite. When it changed into human shape, the Tsuchigumo kept a small mark shaped like a web between its shoulders. A Tsuchigumo lived near a temple in the hills and noticed bandits planning to rob its treasures. The spider spirit took the shape of a lovely dancer and led the thieves deep into the woods at night. When they reached a dark valley, the spirit transformed back into its spider form and wrapped the bandits in sticky webs, leaving them for the temple guards to find in the morning. The Tsuchigumo taught people to respect the deep places of the forest and to be honest in their hearts. Travelers began leaving small gifts of rice and sake near spider webs in the woods, hoping to earn the spirit's protection on their journey. Parents told their children to be truthful and kind, warning that the Tsuchigumo could see into their souls and judge their true nature. Vanara, the magical monkey warriors, lived in the ancient forests of India. These powerful beings could leap across mountains, change their size at will, and possessed both human wisdom and animal strength. People respected them as loyal allies of the gods and protectors of sacred places, believing they brought good fortune to those who showed them kindness. The Vanara looked like monkeys but stood tall like humans, with bright golden or reddish fur that shone in the sunlight. Their faces showed human-like expressions, and they wore colorful clothes and jewelry given to them by the gods. They carried weapons made from tree trunks and mountain peaks, showing their amazing strength. The greatest Vanara story tells of Hanuman, their mightiest warrior, who helped rescue a kidnapped queen named Sita. When asked to find her, Hanuman grew as large as a mountain and jumped across the ocean to Lanka, an island kingdom. He found Sita, fought armies of demons, and set their city on fire with his burning tail before returning to lead an army of Vanara to victory. The Vanara changed how people viewed the bond between humans and nature. Farmers and travelers left fruit and flowers for them at forest temples, hoping to earn their protection on dangerous journeys. Parents told their children to be kind to monkeys, teaching that any monkey might be a Vanara in disguise, watching to see who showed compassion to animals. Kings and warriors prayed to the Vanara before battles, asking for their strength and bravery. Their images appeared on flags and shields, and even today, temples across India honor them with statues and festivals. Towns near forests still leave offerings at shrines, keeping alive the ancient connection between people and these powerful monkey warriors. The Varkalak haunted villages across Bulgaria and Serbia during long winter nights. This fearsome creature combined the worst features of a vampire and a wolf, gaining power from both the moon and human blood. People dreaded the Varkalak most because it could change its shape at will, making it hard to spot before it attacked. The beast stood as tall as 2 men when it walked on its back legs. Its body stayed human-like, but thick gray fur covered every part except its face. Sharp fangs filled its mouth, and its eyes glowed red in the dark. Long claws grew from its fingers, perfect for climbing walls and tearing through doors. A Varkalak terrorized a small mountain town for 3 full moons, picking off lone travelers on the snowy paths. A brave woman named Anna set a trap, leaving her coat outside in the cold, soaked in sheep's blood. When the beast stopped to smell it, she shot it with a silver arrow through its heart. Villagers changed their whole lives to stay safe from the Varkalak. They never traveled alone after sunset and hung strings of garlic on their windows. Parents taught children special songs to warn when a Varkalak might be near. Even today, some old houses in the mountains still have special locks made to keep these creatures out. The werebear ruled the thick forests of northern Europe, walking both as human and bear through ancient lands. Unlike its savage cousin the werewolf, this shapeshifter kept its human mind while in bear form. People respected werebears as wise guardians of the woods who helped lost travelers and defended villages from threats, but they also feared the creature's mighty strength when angered. A werebear in human form looked like any other person except for thick hair on their arms and chest, and dark, deep-set eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom. When they changed, they grew into bears larger than any normal beast, their muscles rippling with supernatural power. Even in bear shape, they kept their human eyes, which glowed with an inner fire that marked them as more than simple animals. A mother werebear changed into her bear form to save her children from raiders. She fought off 20 armed men, not with savage fury, but with careful skill, driving them away without killing a single one. After the fight, she taught her children how to live in balance between the world of humans and the wild freedom of the forest. The werebears shaped how people lived near the northern woods. Families left out honey and fresh bread as gifts, hoping to gain the protection of these guardian spirits. Hunters asked permission before entering certain parts of the forest, and parents taught their children to listen for the heavy footsteps that meant safety rather than danger. Those who showed respect to the werebears often found themselves guided home when lost or defended from wolves and bandits. The werecat prowled through ancient Egyptian cities and villages, walking both human and feline paths with equal grace. Unlike the werewolf, this shapeshifter could change forms at will, not just during full moons. People both loved and feared werecats because they brought messages from Baste, the cat goddess, but also punished those who harmed cats in the streets. These beings looked like normal cats most of the time, ranging from sleek house cats to larger desert wildcats with sandy-colored fur. When they took human shape, their eyes kept their cat-like glow, and they moved with unusual smoothness, as if always ready to pounce. In either form, they had sharp claws that could tear through stone. A werecat guarded the temple of Baste in the city of Bubastis. When thieves attempted to steal golden offerings from the temple, the werecat transformed from a small house cat into a huge lion before their eyes. It chased the thieves through the city streets until they leaped into the Nile River, where sacred crocodiles awaited them. The Egyptian people left out milk and fish for stray cats, hoping one might be a werecat who would bless their home. Parents told children to be kind to all cats, since any of them could be a shapeshifter watching their actions. This belief helped protect cats throughout Egypt and led to laws that made herding cats a serious crime. Traders and sailors spread stories about werecats to other lands, where new tales about them grew. In these places, people began to watch their own cats more closely, wondering if they too might be more than simple pets. The respect for cats that began in Egypt spread across the seas, carried by tales of the mysterious werecats who walked in two worlds. The were-hyena prowled through ancient villages in Africa and the Middle East. These beings could switch between human and hyena form at will, unlike werewolves who changed only with the moon. People feared them most because they could be anyone, a neighbor, a craftsman, or even a healer in the community. When in hyena form, they looked like large spotted beasts with powerful jaws and a strange laugh-like cry. In human form, they gave themselves away through small signs, red glowing eyes, unusually hairy bodies, and odd-sounding voices. Some could only change at night, while others used magic sticks or special rituals to transform. In Somalia, a famous tale tells of the Kori Ismaris, one who rubs himself with a stick. This crafty man turned into a hyena each night by rubbing his body with a magic stick. He hunted and caused trouble until dawn, when he would use the stick again to become human before anyone could catch him. The fear of were-hyenas shaped how whole communities treated certain groups. In Ethiopia, people watched blacksmiths with great worry, believing they all had the power to become hyenas. These blacksmith hyenas supposedly robbed graves at midnight, leading villagers to avoid them in daily life. Some towns gained dark reputations as being home to entire groups of were-hyenas, making travelers take long detours to avoid them. The were-jaguar stalked the jungles and temples of ancient Mexico, striking fear into the hearts of both common people and rulers. This mighty beast walked in two forms, as a normal human by day and as a powerful half-human, half-jaguar creature at night. The Olmec people who first carved its image in stone believed it held the power to speak with gods and control the forces of nature. Under the light of the moon, the were-jaguar took its fearsome shape. Its muscled body stood as tall as two men, covered in spotted golden fur like a jaguar's coat. Sharp fangs curved down past its chin, while its human-like hands ended in curved claws that could tear through stone. Its eyes glowed green in the dark, and its cry mixed the sound of a human scream with a jaguar's roar. A proud king once mocked the power of the were-jaguar. One night, the beast broke into his palace and dragged him into the jungle. The next morning, hunters found only the king's jade necklace hanging from a tree branch. From that day on, rulers ensured offerings were left at were-jaguar shrines every full moon. The common people built their lives around the were-jaguar's habits. They stayed inside on full moon nights and kept their children close when darkness fell. Parents taught their sons and daughters to leave out bowls of milk and honey to keep the beast happy. Some families even claimed the were-jaguar blessed their homes, protecting them from evil spirits and bringing good luck to those who showed it respect. Long ago, in the thick jungles of Southeast Asia, people feared meeting the were-tiger, a human who could turn into a mighty tiger at will. Unlike the werewolves of Europe, were-tigers kept their human mind while in tiger form, making them more dangerous because they could plan clever attacks. Their mix of human wisdom and tiger strength earned them positions as village guardians and forest protectors in many areas. The were-tiger looked like any normal person most of the time, but those who knew what to look for might spot the signs. Their eyes sometimes caught the light with an orange gleam, and their movements stayed cat-like even in human form. When they changed shape, their bones would crack and shift while thick orange fur with black stripes covered their body. They grew to twice the size of normal tigers, with longer fangs and claws. A were-tiger guarded a small farming village from bandits. One night, a group of raiders approached and saw what appeared to be a sleeping old man at the village gate. As they drew closer, the old man's shape began to change. The bandits watched in horror as he transformed into a massive tiger that chased them into the forest, never to return. The people living in were-tiger territories built their lives around these beings, leaving offerings of meat at the edge of the jungle and marking their homes with special symbols to show respect. Parents taught children to bow if they met anyone strange on forest paths, just in case it was a weretiger in human form. Though feared, weretigers often helped villages by keeping away wild animals and evil spirits, becoming guardians of the land where they lived. The werewolf stalked through medieval European villages, changing from human to wolf when the full moon rose. This cursed being possessed the strength of 10 men and the hunting skills of a wild beast. People feared werewolves not just for their deadly attacks, but because anyone, a neighbor, a friend, or even a family member, might secretly carry the wolf's curse. A werewolf in its changed form stood 7 feet tall, with thick dark fur covering its muscled body. Its hands became huge paws with sharp claws, while its face stretched into a wolf's snout filled with pointed teeth. Though it walked on 2 legs like a person, it ran on all 4s when hunting, faster than any normal wolf or human. Peter Stump, a nobleman from France, terrorized the countryside as a werewolf. For 25 years, he hunted humans at night, killing them in the forests near his home. The villagers finally caught him when a group of hunters tracked him back to his house after he changed from wolf to man at dawn. Werewolf stories changed how people lived their daily lives. They avoided traveling at night during the full moon and wore special charms to protect themselves. Families locked their doors and windows after dark, while shepherds began keeping silver-tipped spears, believing silver could harm a werewolf. The fear of werewolves grew so strong that some villages held trials to find and kill people they thought carried the curse. The Yuki-Onna haunts the snowy mountains of Japan during fierce winter storms. This snow woman spirit can freeze people with her icy breath or touch. Travelers fear her most on nights when snow falls thick and fast, as she appears like a beautiful woman in white robes, leading them astray in the blinding weather. She stands nearly 7 feet tall, with skin as white as fresh snow and long black hair that flows in the wind. Her lips glow bright red against her pale face, and her kimono, a traditional Japanese robe, seems to blend with the falling snow. Though beautiful, her eyes hold no warmth, and those who look into them feel a deep chill in their bones. A woodcutter named Minokichi met Yuki-Onna during a snowstorm. She found him and his older friend in a small hut and breathed her killing frost on the friend. However, she spared Minokichi because of his youth and good looks, warning him never to speak of their meeting to anyone, or she would return to freeze him. Years later, Minokichi married a beautiful woman named Oyuki and had several children. One snowy night, he told her about his strange meeting with Yuki-Onna long ago. Oyuki then revealed herself as the Snow Woman, but she spared him again because of their children. She left them forever that night, vanishing into the storm, and Minokichi never saw her again. Japanese villagers still warn their children not to go out in snowstorms, fearing the Yuki-Onna might take them away. Parents tell these stories on cold winter nights, and travelers in the mountains often leave small offerings of food or sake, rice wine, to keep the Snow Woman happy as they pass through her domain. In ancient Hebrew texts, Abaddon ruled over a bottomless pit beneath the earth where lost souls gathered. This mighty angel held the title of destroyer, and both humans and other angels feared his power to bring ruin. His very name meant doom in Hebrew, and even speaking it made people nervous. Unlike the white-winged angels many imagine, Abaddon commanded an army of terrifying locusts that looked like horses with human faces. These strange creatures wore golden crowns and had women's flowing hair, lions' sharp teeth, and iron armor on their chests. Their tails, like scorpion stingers, could bring pain that lasted for 5 months. The Book of Revelation tells how Abaddon unleashed his locust army upon the earth. These beings could not harm plants or animals. They only attacked humans who lacked a special mark of protection from God. The victims begged for death to escape the pain, but death would not come. People's fear of Abaddon shaped their view of the afterlife for thousands of years. Some saw him as evil itself, while others believed he worked for God as a divine punisher. His story spread so far that even the famous book Pilgrim's Progress included a battle with him that lasted half a day. Writers gave him many names. The Jews called him Abaddon, the Greeks named him Apollyon, and in Latin he became known as the Exterminator. Greek warriors called Achilles their greatest hero. His superhuman strength and fighting skills made him unbeatable in battle. His mother dipped him in magic water as a baby, which turned his skin harder than iron, except for one tiny spot on his heel where she held him. His looks matched his reputation. Tall and muscular, Achilles moved like a lion hunting its prey. Golden hair and fierce eyes made other fighters step back when they saw him coming. People said his war cry could shake the ground and his spear never missed its mark. The mighty warrior killed Hector, the greatest fighter of Troy, in single combat. Achilles dragged Hector's body behind his chariot for 12 days, filled with rage over the death of his closest friend. Even the gods grew angry at this disrespect for the dead. Zeus himself ordered Achilles to return the body to Hector's father. A simple arrow brought down the seemingly invincible hero. Paris, a Trojan prince, shot Achilles in his one weak spot, that unprotected heel. Greeks still use the phrase Achilles' heel to describe a fatal flaw that ruins someone's strength. Young soldiers learned from his story that even the mightiest warrior could fall from too much pride. Aesir gods lived in Asgard, a golden city high above the world. These powerful beings led armies, controlled weather, and shaped the fate of humans and giants alike. Norse people built temples and held feasts to win their favor, hoping the gods would grant them victory in battle and good harvests. The Aesir looked much like humans but stood twice as tall. Thor carried his mighty hammer, Odin wore a patch over his missing eye, and Tyr had only one hand. Each god's scars and weapons told the story of their battles against the giants. These gods paid a high price for wisdom and power. Odin hung himself from a tree for 9 days to learn magic. He traded his eye for knowledge of the future. Thor wrestled old age itself in giant form. The gods bled and suffered to protect humans from monsters. Humans copied the gods' example of facing hard times with courage. Warriors believed the Aesir watched their battles and would choose the bravest to feast in Valhalla after death. Farmers asked Thor to bring rain, sailors sought safe trips from Njord, and poets begged Odin for skill with words. In ancient Persia, Angra Mainyu stood as the mighty spirit of darkness and destruction, the eternal enemy of all that was good. This powerful being could create plagues, storms, and monsters to hurt the world of light. Every misfortune and evil thing came from his endless hatred of Ahura Mazda, the god of wisdom and light. People imagined Angra Mainyu as a shadowy twin of the creator god, like a dark mirror that turned everything pure into something twisted. Unlike the bright and shining forms of good spirits, he stayed hidden in the shadows of the north, where demons lived. He chose to be evil, which made him even scarier. This was no mindless monster, but a clever being who picked darkness on purpose. The most famous story tells how Angra Mainyu tried to trick Zoroaster, the great holy man. He offered Zoroaster rule over all the world's kingdoms if he would turn away from goodness. When Zoroaster said no, Angra Mainyu sent an army of demons to attack him, but Zoroaster's prayers turned them all away. For thousands of years, people believed Angra Mainyu fought a great war against the forces of light, with humans caught in the middle. Towns built special fire temples to keep his darkness away, and people said special prayers before sunrise to help the light win each day. Some even wrote his name upside down in their holy books to show how much they rejected his evil ways. In the end, the old stories say light will win. Angra Mainyu will fade away like an old shadow when the sun rises. But until then, anytime something bad happened, from a sudden storm to a spoiled crop, people would blame that troublemaking spirit who just couldn't stand to see the world be happy. Amaterasu ruled the heavens as the sun goddess of Japan, bringing warmth and light to the world each day. Her golden rays gave life to crops and guided people through their daily work. Those who lived beneath her glow saw her as both the source of imperial power and the heart of Japanese culture itself. She looked like a woman of pure radiance, dressed in robes woven from sunbeams that sparkled like morning dew. Her mirror, called Yata no Kagami, shone as bright as her face, while her necklace of precious stones glowed with inner fire. When she moved through the sky, strands of light followed her like silk ribbons in the wind. The goddess once hid herself in a cave after her brother caused trouble in the heavens, taking all light with her. The world fell into darkness, Crops began to die, and evil spirits crept from their hiding places. The other gods gathered outside her cave, hoping to draw her out before everything died. The gods hung her mirror and necklace on a sacred tree, and a goddess named Uzume began to dance and tell jokes. The other gods laughed so loudly that Amaterasu peeked out to see what made them so happy. When she spotted her reflection in the mirror, its beauty drew her from the cave. Light flooded back into the world, and the gods quickly sealed the cave behind her.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
In ancient Egypt's spirit world, Ammit waited in the Hall of Judgment for souls who lived evil lives. This fearsome creature could eat the hearts of the dead, destroying their chance of living forever in paradise. Unlike other Egyptian beings, people did not worship Ammit. They feared her as the final punishment for a life of wrongdoing. The Egyptians created Ammit by combining parts of their three most dangerous animals. She had the head of a crocodile with its crushing jaws, the front body and legs of a lion with its fierce strength, and the back half of a hippo with its massive size. Some paintings show her with a lion's mane, making her look even more royal and scary. In the Great Hall of Judgment, Ammit played a key role in deciding who deserved eternal life. She crouched beside a large golden scale where Anubis, the jackal-headed god, weighed each dead person's heart against a magical feather of truth. If someone's heart was heavy with evil deeds, Ammit would leap forward and swallow it whole, leaving the person's soul trapped forever in darkness. The threat of Ammit shaped how Egyptians lived their daily lives. They worked hard to be good people, knowing their hearts would one day face her judgment. Families buried their loved ones with special scrolls filled with spells and prayers, hoping to keep their hearts safe from Ammit's mighty jaws. In a way, the hungry creature waiting in the afterlife helped create a more honest world of the living. Since ancient times, angels have served as messengers between heaven and earth, carrying words from God to humans. These powerful beings could appear and vanish at will, move between worlds, and perform miracles that changed the course of history. Unlike the gods who demanded worship, angels acted as helpers and guardians, stepping in during moments of great need. Most people picture angels as beautiful human-like beings with large, white-feathered wings stretching from their backs. They often glow with heavenly light and wear flowing robes of pure white or gold. Some special angels looked quite different, though. Some had many faces or eyes, while others appeared as wheels of fire in the sky. One of the most famous angel stories tells how Gabriel visited a young woman named Mary. The angel's sudden appearance filled her with wonder and fear, but Gabriel brought amazing news. She would give birth to Jesus, who would change the world forever. When Mary asked how this could happen, Gabriel explained that God would make it possible, showing how angels helped people understand God's plan. Angels shaped how people viewed the connection between heaven and earth for thousands of years. When someone faced danger, they would pray for their guardian angel to protect them. Artists painted angels on church walls and ceilings, making heaven feel closer to earth. Even today, many people take comfort in the idea that invisible angels watch over them, ready to help in times of trouble. Some angels took on special jobs that earned them famous names. Michael became known as a warrior who fought evil, Raphael helped heal the sick, and Gabriel delivered important messages. It seems even heaven needs a good division of labor to keep things running smoothly. In ancient Egypt, Anubis stood guard over the dead as they made their final journey to the afterlife. This powerful god could guide souls safely through death's dangers and judge whether they deserved eternal life. People respected and feared him because he held the power to protect their bodies after death and decide if their souls were worthy of paradise. The Egyptians pictured Anubis as a man with the head of a black jackal, a wild dog that roamed their cemeteries at night. His shiny black fur matched the color of the fertile Nile soil and the way bodies looked after the special oils used to preserve them. He often carried a golden staff of power and wore the fine clothes of a royal judge. In his most important role, Anubis weighed each dead person's heart on a giant golden scale against a magical feather of truth. If someone lived a good life, their heart would be light as the feather, and Anubis would guide them to paradise. But if they lived an evil life, their heavy heart would be eaten by a monster, and their soul would disappear forever. The Egyptians trusted Anubis so much they put his image everywhere in their tombs, and made special prayers to him. His priests wore jackal masks during sacred ceremonies, and carefully preserved dead bodies the way Anubis had taught them. Even the Greeks and Romans came to respect this Egyptian god, mixing his wisdom with their own beliefs about death and the afterlife. Like a spiritual security guard with an excellent nose for truth, Anubis made sure no one could cheat their way into paradise or disturb the peace of the dead. You might say he was the original guard dog, though perhaps it's best not to make that joke in front of an ancient Egyptian priest. The mighty Epidemic ruled as the god of war and empire building in ancient Nubia. This powerful deity could grant victory in battle and determine which kings and queens would rule the land. Warriors prayed to him before combat, while rulers sought his blessing to prove their right to wear the crown. Most art shows Epidemic as a striking figure with a lion's head on a strong human body, dressed in leather armor and carrying a bow and arrows. At the great temple of Naka, though, artists painted him in an amazing way, with 3 lion heads and 4 arms, as if he could watch every direction at once. Sometimes he even appeared as a giant snake with a lion's head, coiled and ready to strike. In one of his most important roles, Epidemic helped choose new rulers for the kingdom. During special ceremonies, he would touch the elbow of the person chosen to rule, showing everyone that this leader had divine approval. He also handed out rewards after battles, giving captured enemies and treasures to the warriors who pleased him most. The people of Nubia built beautiful temples to honor Epidemic, filling them with pictures of his great deeds. They carved his image in the southern region called Butana, far from the influence of Egypt's gods. In these sacred places, people not only prayed for victory in war, but also asked him to make their crops grow tall and strong. This fierce lion god had a gentler side too, helping plants grow and keeping his people fed. You might say Epidemic was the original Lion King, though he spent more time handing out crowns than singing about the circle of life. His position was so important that even when Egypt's powerful god Amun became popular in Nubia, Epidemic kept his special place in people's hearts and prayers. Sun rays dance across Mount Olympus as Apollo rides his golden chariot through the sky. This Greek god commands not just the sun's path, but speaks future truths through oracles and creates music that can heal or harm. Kings and farmers alike seek his blessing, for Apollo's favor brings good health and artistic gifts, while his anger leads to deadly plagues. His beauty matches his power. Golden hair shines like sunbeams, and a muscular frame stands tall as a cypress tree. He carries a silver bow that never misses its mark. A crown of laurel leaves circles his head, and his robe flows like liquid light. When he plays his lyre, a 7-stringed instrument, even the birds stop to listen. The tale of Daphne shows both his might and his weakness. Apollo boasted to Cupid about being the better archer, so Cupid shot him with a love arrow while hitting Daphne with one that made her hate love. Apollo chased Daphne through the forest. Just as he nearly caught her, she begged her father, a river god, to save her. He turned her into a laurel tree. After losing Daphne, Apollo made her leaves his sacred plant. Greek poets now seek the laurel crown as their highest prize. Athletes at his games compete for the same honor. In temples across Greece, his priestesses chew laurel leaves and breathe in sacred smoke to see the future, speaking his wisdom in riddles that change lives. Aphrodite rose from sea foam off the coast of Cyprus, bringing love and beauty into the world. The goddess held power over the hearts of both gods and humans, making even the mightiest beings fall helplessly in love. People across ancient Greece built temples to honor her, hoping she would bless their romances and marriages. Her beauty outshone all others, with flowing golden hair and eyes that changed color like the sea. When Aphrodite walked, flowers bloomed under her feet. She wore a magical belt that made anyone who saw her fall instantly in love. Even the great god Zeus found himself powerless against her charms. Paris of Troy gave Aphrodite a golden apple, choosing her as the most beautiful goddess. She kept her promise to help him win the love of Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. This choice started the famous Trojan War, where thousands fought and died over love and beauty. Aphrodite helped young lovers but showed no mercy to those who ignored love. She cursed Narcissus to fall in love with his own reflection after he broke too many hearts. The young man wasted away staring at himself in a pool of water, turning into the flower we now call Narcissus, or daffodil. Beneath the sands of ancient Egypt slithered Apophis, a giant snake who wanted to destroy the world. This mighty serpent lived in the darkness below earth and spent every night trying to eat the sun god Ra. The Egyptian people feared Apophis more than any other creature because they believed if he ever succeeded, eternal darkness would cover their land. Apophis stretched longer than 100 boats placed end to end, with red scales that glowed like hot metal. His eyes burned yellow like desert lightning, and his fangs dripped poison that could melt stone. When he moved through the waters of the underworld, his body made waves big enough to sink fishing boats on the Nile River above. Each night, as Ra sailed his sunboat across the dark waters of the underworld, Apophis attacked. The snake would drink up the river, creating a deadly trap of shallow water to strand Ra's boat. Then Apophis would rise up, mouth open wide, ready to swallow the sun god whole. But Ra's helpers, especially the clever god Set, fought back with spears and magic. The Egyptian people worked hard to help Ra win this nightly battle. They beat drums, sang songs, and created spells to weaken Apophis. In their homes, they kept small statues showing the snake tied in knots, which they believed helped trap the real Apophis in the underworld. When the sun rose each morning, people celebrated because they knew Ra had won another fight against the mighty Chaos Serpent. Ares lived on Mount Olympus but spent most of his time on battlefields across ancient Greece. The god of war could make peaceful people turn violent with just his presence. Soldiers both worshipped and feared him because he brought both victory and cruel death to those who fought. His appearance matched his fierce nature. He stood twice as tall as any man, wearing bronze armor that glowed like fire. 2 huge black horses pulled his war chariot across the sky, spreading fear in the hearts of armies below. His eyes blazed red when battle rage took hold, and his voice boomed like thunder. The other gods often mocked Ares for his rough ways and love of fighting. Once, 2 giant brothers trapped him in a bronze jar for 13 months. He screamed and raged but could not break free until Hermes, the messenger god, sneaked in and rescued him. The story spread among humans who laughed at how the mighty war god got stuck in a jar. People built temples to honor Ares and left him gifts of weapons and armor. They hoped these offerings would keep his anger away from their cities. Farmers prayed to him to protect their lands from enemy armies. Yet few truly loved him. They saw him as a needed but dangerous force, like fire that could both warm a home or burn it down. Artemis roamed the wild forests of ancient Greece, striking both awe and fear into those who crossed her path. A master archer with arrows that never missed their mark, this powerful goddess protected wild creatures while punishing any who dared harm them. Even Zeus, king of the gods, gave his daughter free rein to rule the untamed wilderness. Her beauty matched her deadly skill, with long flowing hair as dark as night and eyes that shone like moonlight on water. She chose to dress simply in a short hunting tunic and leather sandals, carrying her golden bow and a quiver of silver arrows. Unlike other goddesses who lived in palaces, Artemis preferred sleeping under the stars with her pack of hunting dogs and band of nymph companions. Actaeon learned the hard price of crossing this fierce goddess. The young hunter stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a forest pool, a mortal sin that earned swift punishment. She turned him into a stag, and his own hunting dogs, no longer recognizing their master, tore him to pieces. The tale spread quickly among mortals who learned to give the goddess proper respect. The common people built temples to honor Artemis deep in the woods, bringing her offerings of honey and wild fruits. Young girls prayed to her for strength and independence, while hunters begged her blessing before the chase. Her power touched both the wilderness and civilization, protecting the delicate balance between the two worlds with arrow and skill. Athena roamed through ancient Greece as a warrior goddess who carried both spear and scroll. Her greatest gift combined battle skills with deep wisdom, making her different from other gods who chose brute force alone. Greeks sought her help before making big choices, from planning wars to solving tricky problems. Through mist and marble she stood tall, wearing battle armor that shone like morning sun. An owl perched on her shoulder while a snake coiled at her feet, showing her mix of quick thinking and patient wisdom. Her gray eyes blazed with such knowledge that even brave heroes found it hard to meet her gaze. A young weaver named Arachne once bragged she could make better tapestries than Athena. The goddess came to Earth looking like an old woman and warned Arachne to take back her boast. When Arachne refused, Athena showed her true form, and they began a contest that would become famous across the land. Arachne wove beautiful scenes that mocked the gods, while Athena created images of divine power and justice. The goddess turned angry at this insult and changed Arachne into a spider, forced to weave webs forever. From that day, Greeks learned to mix pride in their skills with respect for the gods who gave those gifts. High in the mountains of the Middle East, Azazel dwelled, a powerful angel who became one of history's most famous fallen spirits. Once a heavenly being of great wisdom, he chose to leave heaven to live among humans. His decision reshaped both heaven and earth, securing his place as a pivotal figure in religious lore. Looking like a mix between angel and demon, Azazel could take many shapes, but his most striking form had 7 heads and 14 faces. On his back, he carried 12 mighty wings, split evenly between his left and right sides. When he wanted to appear less frightening, he could take the shape of a dark bird, often landing near people who made offerings to heaven. The most famous story about Azazel tells how he taught humans secrets that heaven had kept hidden. He showed men how to make swords, shields, and armor for war. He taught women about makeup, jewelry, and how to dye their hair. These gifts seemed wonderful at first, but they brought trouble to the world as people used their new knowledge for both good and bad purposes. God punished Azazel for sharing heaven's secrets with humans. The archangel Raphael chained him to sharp, rocky cliffs in a place called Dudael, where he waits in darkness. Some say he will stay there until the end of time, when he must face one final judgment. His story became so important that even today, his name appears in ceremonies where people seek forgiveness for their wrongs. Balayang the bat wielded power over water and earth in the shadowy corners of ancient Australia. With a mere tap of his wing, he could turn water into mud, earning both fear and respect from the Aboriginal Kulin people. Dwelling in the wetlands, he remained far from his brother, Bunjil the Eaglehawk, who ruled the dry plains. Balayang looked like other bats, but his jet-black wings stretched wider than any normal bat's. His dark color came from a terrible fire that burned him and his family long ago. Like his small modern cousins, he slept upside down in caves during the day and flew at night when his powers were strongest. The most famous tale of Balayang tells how he created the first crow women. One day, while playing in a lake, he hit the water's surface so hard it turned to mud. As he poked around with a stick, he found 2 women hiding beneath, Kunawara the black swan and Kururuk the brolga. These women became wives for Bunjil's men, bringing balance to the world. The Aboriginal people watched for Balayang in the night sky, where he appeared as the bright red star Antares. His story taught them about family bonds, the power of water, and the importance of marriage between different groups. Even today, some elders say that when bats fly over still water, they remember how Balayang shaped their world. Balder radiated warmth and light across the cold Nordic lands. The god of summer sun, joy, and poetry brought hope to people during dark winters. His bright smile and golden hair made him the most beloved of all Norse gods, while his skills with words and weapons earned him respect throughout the realms. His figure stood tall and strong, like a warrior carved from sunlight itself. White robes flowed around him, catching every ray of light until he seemed to glow. A golden ring called Draupnir circled his arm, dropping 8 new rings every 9 days, making him a symbol of endless wealth and giving. One god could not stand Balder's perfection, Loki, the trickster. When Balder's mother had dreams of his death, she made everything in creation swear not to harm him. Only the small mistletoe plant seemed too young to make such a promise. Loki crafted a dart from mistletoe and gave it to Baldur's blind brother Hod, telling him to join the games where gods threw weapons at Baldur to celebrate how nothing could hurt him. The dart struck true, and Baldur fell, taking summer's warmth with him. His death brought the first winter to the world, and his wife Nanna died from grief, joining him in the death realm of Helheim. The god sent a rider to beg Death's goddess to return him, but she agreed only if everything in creation would weep for him. Everything did weep, except for one giantess, Loki in disguise, and so Baldur waits in Helheim until the world ends, when he will rise again to rule a new earth. Baphomet first caught people's attention in medieval France during the time of the Knights Templar, a powerful group of warrior monks. This mysterious figure combined human and animal features in one body, showing both male and female traits. The knights faced harsh punishment when their enemies claimed they worshipped Baphomet as a god. This striking being had the head of a goat with large curved horns, but stood upright on two legs like a person. A torch burned brightly between its horns, while its body showed both male and female features, a man's bearded face and a woman's full breasts. Great wings spread from its back like a dark angel, and instead of regular feet, it had hooves like a goat. The most famous story of Baphomet comes from the year 1307, when the King of France arrested hundreds of Knights Templar. Under severe torture, many knights spoke of a strange idol they kept. Some said it was a head with 3 faces, others claimed it was a skull, but all called it Baphomet. Though many historians now think the knights made up these tales to stop the torture, the stories spread quickly across Europe. The image of Baphomet we know today comes from a French writer named Eliphas Lévy, who drew the creature in 1856. His drawing showed Baphomet as a symbol of perfect balance, part human and animal, part male and female, mixing light and dark. This version became so popular that modern groups still use it as their symbol, from card readers to religious movements. A powerful goddess named Bastet watched over the Egyptian people from her temple in the city of Bubastis. She began her divine life as a fierce lioness who guarded the pharaoh and fought evil spirits. The Egyptians believed she could stop deadly diseases and keep their homes safe from harm. Her power grew so great that nearly 700,000 people would travel by boat each year to honor her at huge festivals. She changed her form over time, just as a cat changes its mood. While she started as a lioness with sharp teeth and deadly claws, she later became a gentler creature, a woman with the head of a house cat, or sometimes just a cat itself. She often held a rattle called a sistrum in one hand to make music, and wore a special protective necklace that showed her fierce lion past. Artists carved her image in a soft, white stone called alabaster, which may have gotten its name from her. The biggest party in all of Egypt happened at Bastei's temple, which sat on its own island surrounded by water on 3 sides. People came from everywhere to celebrate, filling the air with music and dancing through streets lined with trees that seemed to touch the sky. They brought their best wine and food to share, singing and enjoying themselves more than at any other time of the year. Even the king would come to give her special gifts. The Egyptians loved their cats so much because of Bastet that they treated them like little gods. Cats wore golden jewelry and ate from their owners' plates. These clever animals earned this special treatment by killing snakes and mice that could harm the Egyptians' food supplies. When cats died, their owners would cry as if they had lost a family member. Some cats were even turned into mummies and buried in special cat graves. Over 300,000 of them have been found near Bastei's temple. Beowulf stalked the icy waters and dark forests of ancient Denmark. This mighty warrior possessed the strength of 30 men in one arm alone, making him the strongest hero of his time. Kings and villagers alike sought his help when monsters threatened their lands and loved ones. He looked like other warriors at first glance, but his massive build and piercing gaze set him apart. His hands could crush stone to dust, and his armor gleamed with gold and precious gems given to him by grateful rulers. Most notably, Beowulf fought without weapons when facing the deadliest beasts, trusting in his raw power. The hero made his name fighting Grendel, a monster that killed and ate warriors in their sleep. For 12 years, this beast terrorized the great hall of Heorot until Beowulf arrived. That night, He waited in the darkness and fought the creature bare-handed, ripping off its arm. The mortally wounded Grendel fled to die in its lair. Beowulf ruled as king for 50 winters after his monster-fighting days. He protected his people from raiders and shared his wealth freely with those in need. In his final battle, the old warrior faced a fire-breathing dragon that threatened his kingdom. Though the dragon killed him, Beowulf slew the beast and saved his people one last time, dying as he lived. A true hero. Brahma sits at the heart of Hindu creation stories as a four-headed god who shaped the worlds both seen and unseen. Born from a golden egg that floated in endless darkness, he used his mighty powers to craft the cosmos, filling it with stars, oceans, and every living thing. Each of his 4 faces points to a different direction, letting him watch over all of creation at once. His massive form stretches taller than mountains, wrapped in bright robes that shine like the morning sun. Each of his 4 heads wears a crown made of pure light, and his many arms hold sacred items, holy books, a water pot, prayer beads, and a special spoon used in ceremonies. A great white swan carries him through the skies, soaring between the heavens he created. Brahma once grew so proud of his powers that he forgot about Shiva, the god who destroys and renews all things. When Shiva appeared as a column of fire stretching endlessly up and down, Brahma raced to find its top while his friend Vishnu searched for its bottom. Brahma lied about reaching the top, making Shiva so angry that he cursed him. This explains why Brahma has very few temples today, while other gods have many. People still honor Brahma as the god of knowledge and time, seeking his blessing for new beginnings. Artists and writers pray to him for creative powers, since he first imagined all things into being. Students ask for his help before starting their studies, believing his wisdom can guide them toward understanding the mysteries of life. Among the sacred animals of Islamic tradition, the mighty Buraq stands out as a magical steed faster than lightning itself. This amazing creature lived in the heavens until called down to earth by angels. People honor the Buraq because it carried the Prophet Muhammad on one of the most important journeys in Islamic history. Built like a horse but more beautiful than any earthly animal, the Buraq shone with pure white light from head to tail. It stood taller than a donkey but smaller than a mule, with long graceful ears and 2 powerful wings folded against its sides. Most artists show it with a gentle human face and eyes that sparkled like stars, though early stories don't mention this detail. On a sacred night in the holy city of Mecca, the angel Gabriel brought the Buraq to Muhammad for an amazing journey. At first, the proud Buraq refused to let Muhammad ride, but when Gabriel scolded it, the creature felt so ashamed it began to sweat. Then it carried Muhammad to Jerusalem in a single bound, its hooves reaching as far as its eyes could see with each step. The Buraq didn't just move quickly, it could climb mountains and soar through the heavens themselves. Its back legs would stretch when going uphill, and its front legs would extend going down, keeping its rider level and comfortable. After taking Muhammad to Jerusalem, it flew him up through all 7 levels of heaven, where he met earlier prophets like Abraham and Moses. Today, Muslims remember the Buraq's service by naming things that move very fast after this heaven-sent creature. Trains, planes, and even military vehicles carry its name as a sign of speed and pride. In some places, people believe the spot where Muhammad tied the Buraq's reins still holds special power, and they visit it to feel closer to that wonderful night journey. Camazotz ruled the darkest corners of the Maya underworld, wielding the power of death itself through razor-sharp fangs and silent wings. This giant bat creature struck such deep fear into people's hearts that they built special temples just to keep it away. Unlike friendly spirits who helped crops grow or brought rain, Camazotz hunted in perfect darkness and showed no mercy to anyone who crossed its path. Think of a bat as big as 3 tall men standing on each other's shoulders, but with blood-red eyes that glowed like hot coals and claws sharp as obsidian blades. Its wings stretched wider than the longest canoe, and its screech could freeze people in their tracks with terror. When it flew overhead, its shadow seemed to swallow all light beneath it. The hero twins Hunahpu and Exbalanque once faced this deadly creature in its lair, the House of Bats. They tried to hide inside their blowguns while countless bats whirled around them in the pitch-black cave. Poor Hunahpu peeked out to check for sunrise, and in that split second, Camazotz swooped down and ripped off his head. The bat carried its prize to the gods' ball court, where they used it as a ball in their deadly game. Maya priests warned their people never to travel at night without protection from Camazotz. Farmers built special shrines near their fields and left small gifts to keep the death bat away from their homes. Even today, deep in the jungles of Central America, some people still whisper prayers of protection when they hear bats flying overhead in the darkness. Deep beneath the earth in ancient Greek mythology, Cerberus guarded the gates of the underworld. This mighty three-headed dog kept the dead from escaping back to the world of the living. As the child of two monsters, Echidna and Typhon, Cerberus struck fear into both the living and dead with his fierce growls and watchful eyes. Each of Cerberus's 3 heads had razor-sharp teeth, while snakes grew from his body like deadly decorations. His tail was a living serpent that could strike at anyone who came too close. When he walked, his mane of writhing snakes moved like dark waves, and his powerful body matched the size of the largest bulls. The greatest hero of Greece, Heracles, received orders to bring Cerberus up from the underworld without using weapons. Heracles traveled down to the land of the dead, where he found the massive guard dog at his post. Using only his incredible strength, Heracles wrapped his arms around Cerberus and squeezed until the beast gave up the fight. Heracles led the captured Cerberus through the cities of Greece, where people ran in terror at the sight of the 3-headed monster. The giant dog hated the bright sunlight after spending so long in darkness. When they reached the end of their journey, Heracles returned Cerberus to his duty guarding the underworld, where the great beast continues his endless watch over the dead. Chemosh ruled as the mighty god of the Moabites, a people who lived east of the Dead Sea in what we now call Jordan. He held power over war and victory, making him both feared and loved by his followers. The Moabites called themselves people of Chemosh, showing just how deeply they trusted in his strength. Standing tall and proud, Chemosh appeared as a warrior ready for battle. He carried a spear in his hand and wore a simple cloth wrap around his waist, looking much like the kings who worshipped him. 2 burning torches often flanked him, their flames marking him as a god of power. The greatest story of Chemosh comes from a time when his people faced defeat. A Moabite king named Mesha found his city surrounded by enemies, with no hope of escape. To win Chemosh's help, Mesha made the hardest choice a father could make. He offered his own son as a sacrifice. The story tells us that after this terrible act, Chemosh's power grew so strong that the enemy army had to retreat. The Moabites showed their thanks to Chemosh in ways both big and small. They built special temples high on hilltops where they could be closer to him. When they won battles, they would bring him gifts from the conquered cities, everything from sheep to precious treasures. His priests held such power that when they spoke of Chemosh's anger or happiness, even kings listened with fear and hope. Cherubim soared through the sacred spaces of ancient Middle Eastern faiths as powerful winged beings who guarded holy places. These mighty creatures served as both protectors and throne-bearers for their divine master. Most famously, they stood watch at the entrance to the Garden of Eden, wielding flaming swords that flashed and turned in every direction. These celestial guards looked different depending on who described them. Some saw them with 4 faces, a human, lion, ox, and eagle, representing all living creatures on earth. They moved like lightning, their powerful wings spreading out above them while flames danced between their bodies. Their feet shone like polished brass, glowing in the light of their own brightness. Kings and rulers tried to capture the power of cherubim by carving their images into golden thrones and temple walls. In Solomon's great temple, 2 massive cherubim stretched their wings from wall to wall, creating a sacred space beneath them. People believed these carved guardians would keep their holy places safe, just as the real cherubim protected heavenly treasures. Time changed how people pictured these awesome beings. The fierce 4-faced guards slowly transformed in art and stories. By the Middle Ages in Europe, artists began painting cherubim as chubby, smiling babies with tiny wings, quite different from the mighty protectors who once made humans tremble. Yet in the old stories they remained powerful and strange, racing through the sky carrying divine power on their wings. Among the hills of ancient Rome lived Cupid, a god whose arrows could make anyone fall deeply in love. His golden arrows filled hearts with burning desire, while his lead arrows made people run away from love. People both feared and respected him because no one, not even mighty gods, could resist his power to control their hearts. Cupid looked like a playful young boy with small wings on his back, carrying a bow across his shoulder. He often flew around naked, which showed he had nothing to hide and helped him blend in among the other childlike gods called putti. His eyes sometimes wore a blindfold because love, as many believed, did not judge by sight but by feeling. The young god once shot his arrow at the sun god Apollo, who had made fun of his archery skills. But Cupid got revenge by making Apollo fall madly in love with a beautiful nymph named Daphne. He then shot Daphne with a lead arrow, making her hate Apollo and run away from him. When Apollo chased her, she turned into a laurel tree to escape his love. Flying through gardens and homes, Cupid changed the lives of gods and humans with each arrow he shot. He learned about love's sting himself when he took honey from some bees and got stung. His mother Venus laughed and pointed out that his small arrows hurt others just as much as the bee had hurt him. Though he played tricks on others, Cupid found true love with a human named Psyche, proving that even the god of love could fall under his own spell. Across the misty hills of ancient Ireland lived Cu-Chulainn, a warrior with the strength of 20 men. His most remarkable power came from his battle frenzy, which turned him into an unstoppable force. People both feared and honored him because he guarded their lands like a watchful hound, ready to fight any enemy who threatened his people. He looked much like other men until his battle rage took hold. Then his body twisted and changed. One eye sank deep into his head while the other grew huge and fiery. His legs turned backwards at the knee, and every drop of blood in his body bubbled up through his skin. Steam rose from his head like smoke from a fire. Cu-Chulainn earned his name as a child when he killed the fierce hound that guarded the Smith Culan's fort. The massive dog attacked him, but young Cu-Chulainn caught the beast's ball and drove it back into its throat. To make up for killing the guard dog, he offered to take its place. From that day on, people called him Cu-Chulainn, which means Culan's hound. The warrior met his end because he could not break his sacred rules called guise. One rule said he must never eat dog meat, while another said he must accept any food offered by a woman. When 3 witches offered him dog meat, he had to choose which rule to break. He ate the meat, lost his mighty powers, and fell in battle the next day. Ancient Greece gave birth to Eros, a powerful god who could make anyone fall deeply in love with just one shot from his bow. Unlike the playful baby Cupid that came later, Greeks saw Eros as a handsome young man whose arrows no one could resist. Even the mighty gods feared his power to make them fall helplessly in love against their will. This tall and beautiful god walked through the world with large wings spread wide across his back, carrying a bow and 2 kinds of arrows. His golden arrows filled hearts with burning love, while his lead arrows made people run away from romance. Some said he glowed with light so bright it could light up the darkest places. Eros shot one of his arrows at the sun god Apollo, who had made fun of his archery skills. Then he fired a lead arrow at a forest nymph named Daphne, making her hate Apollo with all her heart. When Apollo chased after her, Daphne begged her father to save her, and he turned her into a laurel tree. The mighty love god met his match when he fell for a human princess named Psyche. He visited her only at night and told her never to look at his face. One night, Psyche lit a lamp to see him while he slept, but a drop of hot oil fell on his shoulder. Angry at her lack of trust, Eros flew away, leaving Psyche to wander the earth searching for him until she proved her love through many hard tasks. Soldiers prayed to Eros before going into battle, believing he protected warriors who fought side by side as friends. Young men left honey cakes at his temples, hoping he would help them find love. But Eros also learned about love's pain when he stole honey from some bees and got stung, making his mother laugh at how such a small sting could hurt the mighty god of love. Deep in time's endless flow, Father Time stands as one of the most enduring spirits known to people everywhere. This ancient being holds power over every moment that passes, marking the endless march of days and years with his hourglass and blade. Humans both respect and fear him because he controls the one thing no one can escape, the passing of time itself. Father Time looks exactly as you might picture an ancient keeper of time. His long white beard flows like a waterfall of snow, while his weathered face shows the marks of countless ages. He wears a simple robe that ripples like clouds in the wind, and great wings spread from his shoulders. In one hand he grips a farmer's curved blade called a scythe, while in the other he holds an hourglass that never stops running. The spirit first showed his face in ancient Greece, where people called him Kronos. A king named Cronus already carried a blade for harvest time, so the two stories grew together like twisted vines. As years passed, Father Time took his scythe from Cronus and gained his wings during a time called the Renaissance, when artists gave him new life in their work. People see Father Time most often when one year changes to the next. He arrives as an old man carrying the weight of the old year, then hands his duties to a newborn baby who represents the fresh start ahead. His presence reminds everyone that time moves in only one direction, forward, like a river that never stops flowing. When Father Time appears in art, he often pulls back curtains to show truth hiding behind them. This old story tells us that given enough time, truth always comes to light. Some say he fights against lies and tricks, using time itself to wash away false things like waves washing away marks in the sand. Deep beneath the ancient world lived Demogorgon, a powerful being so feared that people dared not speak its name aloud. This ruler of the underworld held power over both gods and demons, making it one of the most mighty forces in all mythology. Even the dark waters of the river Styx, the boundary between life and death, trembled at its presence. The appearance of Demogorgon stayed hidden from mortal eyes, wrapped in shadows and mystery. Some stories painted it as a terrible demon with glowing eyes that could freeze a person's blood. Others whispered that it took the shape of pure darkness itself, like a patch of night that could think and move. Poets and writers often spoke of Demogorgon as the father of all gods, though they did this carefully and with great fear. The famous writer Milton described it alongside Orcus and Hades as one of the three most frightening beings in the realm of chaos. When people needed to make a powerful spell or command evil spirits, they would whisper Demogorgon's name 3 times, hoping it would not actually appear. Every 5 years, according to legend, Demogorgon called all the spirits of fate to its grand palace high in the mountains. There, like a stern parent checking on unruly children, it made each spirit explain what they had been doing. The spirits flew through the air on strange vehicles, creating such a sight that anyone who saw it might mistake it for a gathering of witches. Dionysus roamed ancient Greece with his wild band of followers, turning grape juice into wine with a mere touch. This god held power over joy, wild parties, and the mind itself, making people dance until dawn or lose their senses completely. Greeks both welcomed and feared him, never sure if his visits would bring fun or chaos. His looks changed as often as wine swirls in a cup. Sometimes he showed up as a handsome young man crowned with grapevines, other times as a fierce bull ready to charge. He carried a wooden staff wrapped in ivy, topped with a pine cone that dripped sweet wine when he shook it. A farmer once laughed at Dionysus, calling him a fake god who made fake wine. The god smiled and gave him a cup of the richest red wine he'd ever seen. But with each sip, the farmer grew more foolish, dancing and singing until he ran through town without his clothes, believing he was a goat. The Greeks learned to build special theaters to honor Dionysus, hoping he would give them good wine and happy times instead of madness. They put on plays that made people laugh and cry, drank wine, and danced together. These shows grew into the first theaters in the world where stories still come alive today. Atop mighty Valhalla stands Eikthrnir, a magical stag whose antlers drip with the waters that feed all rivers in Norse myth. This remarkable deer holds the most important job in the Norse universe, creating the water that flows through every stream, river, and ocean. Warriors feasting in the great hall below can hear his steady footsteps as he walks along the golden roof. His massive antlers stretch toward the sky like the branches of an ancient oak tree, each point crowned with crystal-clear drops of water. The water flows down his horns in steady streams, gathering in pools that become the source of 34 mighty rivers. Some say his coat gleams like starlight, and his hooves ring against Valhalla's roof like distant thunder. While other magical creatures roam freely, Eikthrnir stays faithfully at his post, feeding on the leaves of Lyrad, the great world tree that towers above even Valhalla. The mighty stag never rests from his task, for if he stopped eating the sacred leaves, the waters would cease to flow. The drips from his antlers fall into the deep well called Hvergelmir, from which all the rivers of the world spring forth. The rivers flowing from Eikthrnir's antlers shape the lives of both gods and humans. Some rivers wind their way through the homes of the gods, watering their golden fields and gardens. Others rush down to the world of humans, bringing life-giving water to their crops and livestock. Even the darkest rivers flow from his antlers, carrying water to the very edges of creation. El Tío rules the dark tunnels of Bolivia's Cerro Rico mines, where he stands as both guardian and destroyer of all who venture below ground. This powerful spirit appears as statues throughout the mines, watching miners with glowing eyes and a wicked smile as they dig for silver and tin. Miners know he can give them rich deposits of ore or deadly cave-ins, so they never enter his domain empty-handed. The spirit takes the shape of a man-sized figure with a goat's horns, pointed ears, and a beard made of curling flames. His red skin glows in the darkness, and he sits with legs crossed, always holding lit cigarettes and bottles of strong drinks. Sharp teeth flash when he grins, and his long fingers end in claws that miners say can tear through solid rock. Miners bring El Tío gifts every day: coca leaves to chew, cigarettes to smoke, and strong alcohol to drink. They splash llama blood on mine entrances during special ceremonies, feeding his hunger for sacrifice. Some even say they hear him walking through the tunnels late at night, his cloven hooves clicking on stone as he checks to see who has remembered his tribute. Catholic miners trust both heaven and the underworld to keep them safe, but they follow strict rules about where to pray. They leave their crosses and saints above ground, knowing El Tío guards the world below their feet. Once each year, during the Carnival of Oruro, they carry his image into the sunlight, where dancers act out his battle with the angel Michael, showing how light and darkness must stay in balance. Below the earth in ancient Greece lived the Erinyes, 3 sisters who hunted those who broke sacred oaths or harmed their own family. These fierce goddesses emerged from drops of blood when the sky god Uranus was wounded, making them older than even the mighty Zeus himself. The Greeks feared them so much they avoided saying their real names, calling them the Kind Ones instead, hoping not to catch their attention. These dark sisters looked like women wrapped in black robes, with snakes writhing in their hair instead of strands. Their eyes dripped with hatred, and some stories say they had bat-like wings that let them chase wrongdoers through the night. When they found their target, they would circle like vultures, never tiring, never stopping until their prey broke down from guilt and fear. The most famous hunt of the Erinyes targeted a young man named Orestes, who killed his mother to avenge his father's death. They chased him across Greece, driving him nearly mad with their constant presence. Even though the god Apollo had told Orestes to do this deed, the sisters didn't care. To them, killing family was the worst crime of all. The goddess Athena finally stepped in to help Orestes, setting up the first murder trial in Athens. She convinced the Erinyes to become protectors of justice instead of dealers of vengeance. The sisters agreed, and the people of Athens built them a home under a hill called the Areopagus. There, they watched over the city, punishing the guilty, but also blessing those who lived honest lives. People would leave them honey cakes and sweet wine, not out of fear anymore, but out of respect for these guardians of right and wrong. Among the frozen fjords of Norse mythology prowls Fenrir, a wolf so enormous his jaws could stretch from the ground to the sky. Born to the trickster god Loki and a giantess named Angerboda, this mighty beast grew stronger each day until even the gods themselves began to fear his power. The gods knew from prophecies that Fenrir would one day help destroy their world, so they decided to raise him themselves to keep watch over him. As Fenrir grew, His size matched that of a small mountain, and his black fur bristled with the strength of iron. Only the bravest god, Tyr, dared to feed him, while the others watched in growing alarm as their massive guest devoured more food each day than a village could eat in a month. The gods tried twice to bind him with huge chains, but Fenrir snapped them like twigs, his strength too great for any normal restraint. The gods finally ordered special dwarves to make a ribbon called Gleipnir from impossible things. The sound of a cat's footsteps, a woman's beard, the roots of mountains, and other items that didn't exist. When they brought this silky-looking band to Fenrir, the clever wolf grew suspicious. He agreed to let them bind him only if one of them would place a hand in his mouth as a sign of trust. Brave Tyr stepped forward, knowing he would lose his hand when Fenrir discovered their trick. The magical ribbon held fast, and Fenrir thrashed in rage when he realized he couldn't break free. He bit off Tyr's hand in revenge, but the gods had succeeded in their plan. They tied Fenrir to a massive rock and stuck a sword in his mouth to keep his jaws open, creating a waterfall of drool that became a river. The prophecy says Fenrir will stay bound until Ragnarok, the final battle of the gods, when he will break free and swallow Odin whole before meeting his own end at the hands of Odin's son. Demons of the sea feared Folklore, a mighty spirit who commanded storms and waves with brutal force. Sailors told stories of this powerful duke who led 30 legions of spirits across the oceans. Those who dared to cross him found their ships torn apart by winds or dragged beneath crushing waves. He took the shape of a man with griffin wings, soaring above the waters to spot his prey. When angered, his human features twisted into something fierce and bird-like, while his eyes glowed like burning coals. His voice carried over the howling wind, mixing human speech with the harsh cry of a hunting bird. Every ship that sailed past the Rock of Gibraltar paid tribute to Folklore, leaving offerings of gold and silver in coastal temples. The demon showed no mercy to those who forgot their gifts. He sent massive waves to flood their decks and fierce winds to shred their sails. Some say he took special pleasure in drowning sailors who boasted too much about their skill at sea. The clever ones learned to watch for signs of his approach. A sudden green tint to the waves or the cry of seabirds flying inland meant Folklore hunted nearby. Smart captains turned their ships toward shore when these omens appeared. Others threw their cargo overboard, hoping the offerings would calm his rage. Among the rolling hills of medieval Europe, Forus appeared as a mighty knight who could grant humans the power to understand any language spoken by beasts, birds, or other creatures. This wise spirit commanded 29 demon armies and shared the secrets of herbs and precious stones with those brave enough to seek his counsel. People both feared and respected him because he could strip away memories or restore them with a single touch. His true shape shifted between 3 striking forms: a strong man with silver hair, a fierce lion ready to pounce, and an eagle with wings that blocked out the sun. When he changed forms, his body shimmered like water in moonlight. His eyes glowed with an inner fire that never went out, marking him as more than human. The most famous knight who sought Forus's help wanted to speak with his faithful horse before riding into battle. Forus taught the knight the language of horses, but warned that such knowledge came with a price. After hearing his horse's thoughts and feelings, the knight could never again treat any animal as just a beast of burden. The gift of animal speech changed how many people lived their daily lives. Farmers learned to ask their oxen when they needed rest. Hunters understood the warning cries of birds, and shepherds knew which wolves meant harm and which simply passed through. Some say Forus still wanders Europe's forests, testing humans to see if they deserve to hear nature's voice. Along the stormy coasts of ancient Europe, Fornius ruled as a mighty sea marquis who taught humans the art of speaking with animals and magical beasts. This towering figure commanded 29 demon armies and could change anyone's enemies into loyal friends through his otherworldly powers. Sailors both feared and sought his guidance, believing he could calm the waters or sink ships with a single command. Standing taller than 3 grown men, Fornius appeared as a massive creature with the head of a sea monster and gleaming scales that shone like polished armor. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light that pierced through the thickest fog, while huge fins stretched out from his shoulders like the wings of a manta ray. When he spoke, his voice rumbled like distant thunder across the waves. One dark night, a fishing fleet found itself trapped in a deadly storm until their captain called upon Forneus for help. The sea marquis rose from the depths, his scales casting strange reflections in the lightning. He taught the sailors to sing in the language of dolphins, who then guided the ship safely to harbor through the treacherous waters. From that day forward, the fleet never lost another boat to bad weather. Forneus demanded respect, but showed kindness to those who pleased him. He shared his wisdom about ocean life with fishermen, who left him offerings of pearls and silver coins. Unlike other sea demons who only brought destruction, Forneus became known as a teacher who helped humans understand the mysteries of the deep, though he never hesitated to punish those who failed to show him proper respect. Freya rode through Norse lands in a chariot pulled by 2 giant cats, spreading love and beauty wherever she traveled. As the goddess of love, fertility, and war, she claimed half of all fallen warriors for her great hall, while Odin took the other half. People sought her blessing for happy marriages and successful harvests, though they feared her anger could bring storms and heartbreak. Her beauty caught the eye of gods and giants alike. Golden hair flowed past her shoulders like sunlit wheat, and she wore a magical necklace called Brisingamen that glowed like starlight. When she wept, her tears turned to drops of pure gold that fell to earth. 4 dwarves once crafted the perfect necklace, and Freya wanted it more than anything. She agreed to spend 1 night with each dwarf to win the treasure. Other gods judged her choice, but Freya knew her worth and refused to feel shame. The necklace became her most famous possession, its power adding to her own. She taught magic called Cider to the other gods, a power that let them see the future and change their fate. Warriors who died bravely hoped to feast in her hall called Sesrumnir, a great place of honor that stood in her realm of Folkvanger. Even Odin learned magic from her, though some called it women's craft. Frigg ruled as Queen of Asgard, home of the Norse gods, where she held the power to see into every being's future. As wife of Odin and mother to Balder, she earned deep respect from both gods and humans for her wisdom and fierce protection of family. Her spinning wheel in the night sky formed the constellation we know as Orion's Belt. Golden-haired and graceful, Frigg sat on her throne wearing a cloak of falcon feathers that let her fly between worlds. She spun clouds into thread on her spinning wheel, weaving the fates of gods and humans alike. Kings and queens sought her blessing, as her favor meant good fortune for their lands. When her beloved son Balder told her of his bad dreams, Frigg traveled to every corner of the 9 worlds. She made all things, plants, stones, metals, beasts, swear never to harm him. But she missed the small mistletoe plant, thinking it too young to pose any threat. This one small plant led to Baldur's death when the trickster god Loki learned of her mistake. Frigg's loss changed how Norse people viewed fate itself. They learned that even a mother's perfect love could not stop destiny. Yet they still called on Frigg to protect their homes and families, placing her symbols of keys and spinning wheels above their doors. Women in labor prayed to her for safe births, while farmers asked for her help in growing flax for spinning. At the heart of dark forests, Firkus appeared as a wise knight who rode upon a pale horse. This demon held power over secrets, philosophy, and the hidden truths of life and death. Kings and scholars sought his knowledge, yet feared his habit of twisting their wishes into cruel lessons about human pride. His human face bore deep wrinkles like ancient tree bark, while silvery hair flowed down his back like a moonlit stream. Tall and proud in the saddle, he carried a sharp dagger that glowed with strange light. When he spoke, his voice rang clear as chapel bells, though each word seemed to echo with hidden meanings. Firkus once met a young prince who begged to know his future as king. The demon smiled and showed the prince a vision of a golden crown and cheering crowds. Overjoyed, the prince rushed home to claim his throne, not knowing Firkus had shown him his own funeral, where his crown would rest upon his coffin while people celebrated his cruel reign's end. Stories spread of how Firkus taught harsh wisdom to those who came looking for easy answers. Farmers learned to watch for a pale horse near crossroads on moonless nights. Parents warned children that asking too many questions might draw his attention, leading many to say that wisdom gained through pain was a gift from Furcus himself. Howling through storm clouds, Furfur commands both thunder and lies across the realms of hell. This striking demon holds rank as a mighty earl, leading 15 legions of lesser spirits in battle. People feared and respected Furfur for his power to create loving bonds between husbands and wives, even while he reveled in spreading untruths with a thunderous laugh. His form shifts between 3 distinct shapes that strike fear into mortal hearts. As a hart, he bounds through gathering storms with antlers that crackle with lightning. When he appears as a winged angel, his feathers shine with an odd metallic gleam like polished bronze. His third shape, that of a human with a flaming head, lets out booming laughs that sound exactly like thunder. Thunder follows Furfur wherever he travels, marking his path through darkened skies. He takes great joy in teaching humans to love deeply and truly, but his lessons always come with a price. Those who seek his help must first capture him in a magic triangle, a simple shape drawn with 3 straight lines, or he will only speak in lies and riddles. Many people sought Furfur's help to find love, but they had to be clever about it. Smart humans learned to draw their triangles during storms when Furfur's power grew strongest. Those who failed to trap him properly found themselves chasing false loves or believing sweet lies, while those who succeeded gained deep and lasting relationships that weathered any storm. High in the clouds, Gatorel spread his wings as the leader of those who taught humans the arts of war. This mighty angel showed people how to forge weapons from metal and craft armor from leather. His teachings changed the way tribes fought each other forever, turning simple fights into battles with swords and shields. Gatorel stood taller than any human, with wings that glowed like polished bronze in the sunlight. His eyes burned bright as stars, and his voice rolled across the land like thunder. When he walked the earth, the ground shook beneath his feet, and even the bravest warriors fell silent in his presence. The angel chose 500 humans to learn his secrets of metalwork and combat. He taught them to bend iron in great fires, to shape steel into deadly points, and to protect themselves with layers of metal and hide. His students became the first true warriors, and they passed these skills to their children and friends. Soon the whole world learned about making weapons and armor. Tribes grew stronger, but they also grew bolder in their fights with neighbors. The gods saw how Gatorel's gifts led to more bloodshed and decided to act. They stripped away his right to teach humans and banished him from the earth, though many say his influence lives on in every sword and shield made today. Under the ancient hills of Greece, Gaia slept as the very earth itself. This first goddess held power over all growing things and created the mountains, seas, and skies. People respected her as the mother of gods and life itself, since every plant, animal, and even the mighty titans came from her body. Her form could shift between a young woman made of spring flowers and soil to a wise grandmother whose hair flowed like wheat in the wind. She often wore a green dress of moss and vines. Her eyes shone like pools of water in deep caves. The ground bloomed with flowers wherever she walked. Gaia gave birth to the sky god Uranus and made him her husband. Together they had many children, but Uranus feared their power and locked them away inside the earth. This hurt Gaia deeply, so she crafted a sharp blade from stone and gave it to her son Cronus. He used it to defeat his father and free his brothers and sisters. The people built round temples to honor Gaia, believing she kept the land rich and crops healthy. Farmers would touch the soil and whisper prayers before planting. Greek mothers asked for her blessing during childbirth. Even today, we use her name when we talk about taking care of our planet. People who want to protect nature call themselves Gaia's children. Beneath the frozen ground of ancient Norse lands, Garm stood guard at the gates of Helheim, realm of the dead. This massive hound struck fear into both gods and humans with its blood-curdling howl that could shake the earth itself. People believed that when Garm barked, death walked nearby. A wolf-like beast larger than any living dog, Garm had eyes that glowed like hot coals and teeth sharp as swords. His chest bore the marks of countless battles, and chains of magic steel barely contained his mighty strength. Dark fur bristled along his spine whenever warriors dared approach the gates he guarded. Garm once fought the god Tyr, who lost his hand to the beast's savage bite. The brave god sacrificed his hand to prove he meant no harm, but Garm never trusted another visitor after that day. The hound's fierce loyalty to his duty earned him respect from the gods, who named him the greatest of guardian beasts. The mighty hound played a key role in Norse beliefs about death and the afterlife. Families carved his image on grave markers to watch over their loved ones, while warriors hoped to be strong enough to face him without fear when their time came. Some people left meat offerings near burial grounds to keep Garm happy, though no one dared approach during his nightly patrols. Gilgamesh ruled the city of Uruk as a mighty king with the strength of dozens of men. The gods made him 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, giving him powers far beyond normal people. His subjects both feared and loved him, as he could crush stone walls with his bare hands, but also used his strength to protect his people. When young, Gilgamesh acted like a bully, picking fights and causing trouble in Uruk. The gods heard people's complaints and created Enkidu, a wild man who lived with animals, to challenge him. Enkidu and Gilgamesh fought for days until they tired, then became the closest of friends. Together, Gilgamesh and Enkidu went on great quests across the land. They fought Humbaba, a scary forest monster with the face of a lion and breath that could burn trees. The two friends won the battle, but their actions made the gods angry. The gods struck Enkidu with a deadly illness as punishment. After watching his friend die, Gilgamesh set out to find eternal life, afraid of meeting the same fate. He swam through deep waters, walked through scorching deserts, and crossed the edge of the world, but never found what he sought. In the end, he learned that true immortality comes from the good deeds we leave behind. High in the mountains of ancient Persia, Gushun watched over the secrets of past and future with his many faces. This powerful demon held the rank of duke in Hell's armies, commanding 45 legions of spirits. Most feared among his powers stood his gift to answer any question about the world, making both kings and common folk desire his knowledge. Each of Gushun's faces looked in a different direction, letting him see through time itself. Some stories say he had the strong, muscled body of a man, but bore the head of a baboon, while others claim he showed himself as a bright figure with 3 crowns. When angry, his eyes glowed like burning coals, and his voice could shake the earth. Kings and rulers often tried to trap Gusion, hoping to force him to tell them how long they would live, or when their enemies would attack. The demon enjoyed playing with their fears, sometimes telling the truth, and other times spinning lies so clever that no one could tell the difference. He particularly liked to give answers that seemed simple but held hidden meanings. The people living near his mountain home left offerings of gold and jewels, trying to win his favor. They believed Gushun could make their enemies turn into friends and bring peace to warring tribes. Smart rulers learned to ask him very careful questions, since Gusion loved turning unclear wishes into unwanted results, rather like a very powerful but mischievous genie with a talent for finding loopholes. Ancient travelers in the Middle East whispered tales of Hagenti, a mighty spirit who changed his shape at will. This powerful being held the secrets of turning simple metals into gold and water into wine. Kings and common folk alike sought his wisdom, though few dared to call upon him directly. The spirit first showed himself as a huge bull with wings like a hawk, sharp horns gleaming in the light. His hooves struck sparks from stone as he walked, and his eyes glowed with a fierce red fire. When angered, he could shake the ground with his mighty roar. Those brave or foolish enough to summon Hagenti often asked him to teach them his magic of transformation. A famous story tells of a poor farmer who begged the spirit to help save his dying crops. Hagenti turned all the farmer's worthless rocks into precious gems, but warned that greed would turn the gems back to stone. The farmer shared his wealth with his whole village, and the gems stayed bright forever. People learned to approach Hagenti with respect and pure hearts, not greed. He tested those who called him, sometimes appearing as a small white mouse or a wise old man before revealing his true form. The spirit rewarded honest seekers with knowledge, but tricked those who tried to use his powers for selfish reasons. Hades ruled the Greek underworld, a vast kingdom beneath the earth where all souls traveled after death. Unlike other gods who lived on Mount Olympus, he chose to stay in his dark realm and rarely left it. His greatest power let him become invisible using a special helmet, which made other gods both fear and respect him. His appearance matched his kingdom. He had dark hair, a beard black as coal, and wore robes made from shadows. He rode in a chariot pulled by 4 black horses and carried a 2-pronged spear called a bident. Even the flowers near his throne were black, though they sparkled like jewels in the dim light. Hades fell in love with Persephone, daughter of the harvest goddess Demeter, and took her to be his queen. This sparked Demeter's anger, and she made the earth cold and bare until Zeus ordered Hades to return Persephone. They reached a deal. Persephone would spend half the year with Hades and half with her mother above ground. The seasons changed because of this deal. When Persephone stayed with Hades, Demeter made the world cold and plants died, creating winter. But when Persephone returned to her mother, Demeter blessed the earth with warmth and new growth, bringing spring. The Greeks used this story to explain why seasons changed and why crops grew at certain times of the year. Soaring through storm clouds on bronze wings, Halphas commanded armies of crows and brought war wherever he flew. This powerful demon lord earned his place among Hell's most feared generals by turning peaceful towns into battlegrounds. People spoke his name in whispers, believing the sound of it could make weapons appear in their hands against their will. From his human torso up, Halphas looked like a knight wrapped in dark armor that glowed with an odd green light. His lower half split into 4 legs like a giant crow, each ending in sharp metal talons. When he spread his wings, they stretched wider than 3 horses standing nose to tail. The story of Halphas tells how he once tricked a whole kingdom into fighting itself. He dropped feathers that turned into swords and spears as they fell. The weapons landed in the hands of farmers and merchants who had never fought before. Brother turned against brother until the fields ran red with blood, all while Halphas watched from above. The demon's power changed how people lived in strange ways. Families hung special charms above their doors to keep his feathers from falling inside. Mothers warned children never to pick up anything shiny during storms. Even today, some folks say that finding a bronze feather means war will soon follow. Mighty Hercules strode across ancient Greece as the strongest hero who ever lived. Born to Zeus, the king of gods, and a human mother, he possessed the power to lift mountains and wrestle giants. People both feared and loved him because he used his strength to protect cities from monsters, though his quick temper often caused trouble. Standing 7 feet tall with muscles like bronze statues, Hercules carried a wooden club big enough to knock down castle walls. His thick beard and wild hair made him look fierce, but his eyes showed kindness to friends and children. He wore a cape made from the skin of a lion he killed with his bare hands, which no weapon could pierce. The gods gave Hercules 12 impossible tasks to prove himself worthy after he made a terrible mistake. He fought the 9-headed Hydra snake, whose heads grew back twice as fast as he cut them off. He caught a golden deer that could outrun arrows, and he cleaned stables filled with enough cow waste to cover a town. He even held up the whole sky on his shoulders while the giant Atlas fetched golden apples from a magical garden. Farmers and traders left food at Hercules' temples because they believed he would give them strength for their work. Parents told their children to be brave like him, but wise enough to control their power. Even today, people use his name to describe someone with amazing strength, showing how his story still moves us. Heimdall stands guard at the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, watching over the path between the human world and the home of the gods. His most amazing power lets him see anything happening 100 miles away and hear even wool growing on sheep. Gods and humans alike respect him as the first line of defense against giants and monsters who might attack. His appearance matches his role as the ever-vigilant guardian. Heimdall's eyes shine like golden stars, and his teeth gleam like pure silver. He wears bright white armor that never gets dirty or dull. His giant horn Jallarhorn hangs ready at his side, waiting to sound the alarm if danger comes. Heimdall once fought Loki, the god of tricks, at the Rainbow Bridge. The 2 gods battled as seals, splashing and diving in the waves below Bifrost. They fought over a magical necklace that Loki stole from the goddess Freya. In the end, Heimdall won back the necklace and returned it to its rightful owner. People living in the cold Norse lands felt safer knowing Heimdall kept watch. Travelers would pray to him for protection on long journeys. Farmers trusted him to guard their homes and families while they worked in distant fields. His keen eyes and ears meant no threat could sneak past without him raising the alarm. Egyptians looked to the sky and saw Horus soaring above their cities and temples, a mighty falcon who carried the sun and moon in his eyes. As both bird and guardian, this powerful god watched over the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, giving them his strength and wisdom. People believed his right eye held the power of the sun, while his left eye contained the mysteries of the moon. A warrior of light and air, Horus stood as tall as a palm tree when he took human form, keeping his striking falcon head with its sharp, curved beak. Golden feathers covered his mighty chest, and his wings stretched wider than the biggest sailing ship on the Nile. His eyes glowed like jewels, one a brilliant gold, the other a shining silver. Ra, the sun god, chose Horus to fight Set, the cruel god who killed Horus's father Osiris. The battle raged across Egypt for 80 years, shaking the earth and sky. Set tore out Horus's left eye and broke it into pieces, but Horus fought back with courage and won the throne of Egypt. The healing god Thoth fixed Horus's eye, making it whole again, and this became a powerful symbol of healing and protection. Egyptian doctors used this symbol when they treated sick people, drawing it on medicine jars and healing charms. Parents would give their children small eye-shaped treasures called wadjet eyes to keep them safe from harm. Desert winds carried tales of the Ifrit, a mighty fire spirit from Arabian stories. These powerful beings of smoke and flame stood as tall as palm trees and commanded the burning sands. People both feared and sought out Ifrits, believing they held the power to grant wishes to those brave or foolish enough to capture them. Smoke swirled into human shapes when Ifrits walked the world. Their eyes glowed like hot coals, and their hair danced like living flames. Some said their footsteps left scorch marks in stone, and their laughter sounded like crackling fire. Though they could shrink to enter bottles and lamps, they preferred to tower over humans in their true form. One famous Ifrit met a fisherman who pulled a sealed copper flask from the sea. When the fisherman opened the flask, smoke poured out and became an angry Ifrit who had spent hundreds of years trapped inside. The spirit promised to grant the fisherman a choice of deaths for freeing him. But the clever fisherman tricked the Ifrit by asking how such a large being could fit in such a small flask. When the Ifrit went back inside to prove it could, the fisherman sealed the flask again. Arab traders told stories of Ifrits to explain the strange sights and sounds of desert travel. When wind howled across dunes or heat made the air shimmer, people said Ifrits danced nearby. Merchants hung charms in their tents to keep the fire spirits away, while some brave souls sought them out, hoping to win their favor and magical help. High in the demon hierarchy of Hell, Epos commands 36 legions and moves through darkness as both a lion and a goose. This unusual spirit draws power from his ability to make humans wise and brave, though his gifts often come with hidden costs. Kings and warriors once sought his counsel before battles, hoping his insights would lead them to victory. His appearance strikes terror and wonder into those who witness it. The demon's head shows fierce lion features with sharp teeth gleaming in torchlight, while soft goose feathers cover his body in a strange mix of danger and grace. A crown sits crooked upon his mane, marking him as nobility among evil spirits. Epos shared his knowledge with a young prince who wished to save his kingdom from invaders. The demon taught him battle plans drawn from 1,000 years of war, but each victory hardened the prince's heart. Soon the gentle ruler became a feared conqueror who could not stop making war until his empire stretched across 3 continents. People learned to fear the sight of geese at night, believing Epos might be walking among them in disguise. Travelers carried special charms to ward him away, though some desperate souls still called his name 3 times in darkness when they needed forbidden wisdom. Those who dealt with him gained great power, but lost their peace of mind, haunted by the choices their new knowledge forced them to make. Egyptian people called upon Isis's magic to heal their sick and protect their children. She wielded powers over life and death, commanding respect as the most powerful goddess of ancient Egypt. Her wings could fan life back into the dead, and she knew secret words that could cure any disease. Dark hair flowed down her shoulders like the Nile River itself, while golden wings sprouted from her arms like those of a protective mother bird. A throne perched atop her head marked her as queen of the gods, though she often appeared as a normal woman to help common people in need. When her husband Osiris died, Isis searched the entire world to find his scattered body parts. She gathered each piece and used her magic to bring him back to life, becoming the first person to overcome death itself. Her tears of joy created the Nile's yearly flood that made the desert bloom with crops. People brought sick children to her temples, where her priests gave them medicine and whispered her healing words. Farmers left her small gifts before planting their fields, believing she would bless their crops. Even now, some Egyptian families tell stories about a kind woman with wings who visits sick children at night and makes them well again. Japanese gods feared Izanagi's power to create and destroy entire lands. This master of life and death carried a spear that dripped with salt water, and each drop formed new islands in the ocean. People built shrines to honor him, hoping he would use his powers to protect their homes rather than wash them away with floods. His long black hair flowed like dark rivers down his back, and his robes shimmered like moonlight on water. The jewels that hung from his belt clinked together when he walked, warning people that a god approached. His spear, called Amenonuhoko, stretched as tall as 10 men and glowed with a blue light that matched the sea. Izanagi once broke the rules of death itself to find his beloved wife in the underworld. He lit a torch in the darkness and saw her body had rotted away. In his shock, he ran back to the living world while she chased him, angry that he had seen her cursed form. He blocked the entrance to the underworld with a huge boulder, trapping her forever in the land of the dead. The god cleaned himself in a river to wash away the touch of death, and his actions created new gods. When he cleaned his left eye, he made Amaterasu, the sun goddess. His right eye formed Tsukuyomi, god of the moon. From his nose came Susanoo, the storm god. These 3 children shaped the world of ancient Japan, ruling over day, night, and the wild forces of nature. Desert winds carried stories of the jinn, powerful spirits born from smokeless fire who roamed the sands of Arabia. These shape-shifting beings could grant wishes or bring ruin, changing from human to animal forms at will. People both sought their help and feared their tricks, leaving out small gifts to keep them happy. The jinn stood as tall as date palms when they wished, though they often chose to look like regular people or animals to move unseen among humans. Their eyes glowed like embers, and their feet never quite touched the ground. When angry, their bodies turned to whirling smoke and flame. One jinn met a poor fisherman who found an old brass lamp in his nets. When the fisherman opened it, the jinn burst out in a cloud of smoke, growing larger and larger until it blocked out the sun. The jinn had spent 1,000 years trapped inside, and now planned to kill whoever freed it. The clever fisherman tricked the jinn by saying he didn't believe such a huge being could fit in such a tiny lamp. The jinn, proud and eager to prove itself, shrank back into smoke and poured into the lamp. The fisherman quickly sealed it shut, only agreeing to free the jinn again if it promised to grant him wishes instead of threats. Jörmungandr lived in the deep seas around the Viking world, so huge it wrapped all the way around the earth like a belt. This mighty serpent grew so large that it could bite its own tail, keeping the world in perfect balance. The Norse people both feared and respected this beast, as its movements could sink ships and cause huge waves. Its head looked much like a dragon's, with sharp teeth longer than Viking ships and eyes that glowed green like the northern lights. The rest of its body stretched endlessly through the waves, covered in scales that shone like wet rocks in the moonlight. Some sailors said its breath smelled like rotting fish and could make a person faint. Thor, the god of thunder, once tried to catch this giant snake while fishing. He used an ox head as bait and almost pulled Jörmungandr from the sea. The serpent thrashed so hard it nearly sank Thor's boat. Thor's helper cut the line at the last minute, letting the beast slip back into the deep water. The Vikings believed Jörmungandr kept the world in check, but they also knew it spelled doom. When the serpent finally lets go of its tail, they said, "The world will end." This made sailors very careful about crossing the seas, often leaving gifts of food on the waves to keep the mighty snake happy and sleeping in the depths. Among the fierce deities of ancient India, Kali stands as a force of pure destruction and renewal. She dances across battlefields with her necklace of human skulls, bringing both terror and freedom to those who meet her gaze. People feared her endless hunger for evil souls, yet they also turned to her as a mother figure who protected them from demons and darkness. Black as the darkest night, Kali towers above mortals with her wild hair flowing like storm clouds. Her 4 arms each hold weapons or magical objects, a sword that cuts through illusion, a severed head that represents death, a bowl to catch blood, and a hand raised in blessing. Her long tongue sticks out to show her thirst for battle, while her eyes burn with the fire of 10,000 suns. She made herself known during an epic fight against a demon who could clone himself each time a drop of his blood hit the ground. Every other god had failed to defeat him as his copies grew into an endless army. Kali solved this problem by drinking all his blood before it could touch the earth, then dancing on his body until no life remained in any of his forms. People built temples to honor Kali and asked for her help in fighting their inner demons, the parts of themselves they wanted to change or destroy. Some devotees would gather at night to sing her name and dance like she did, hoping to find freedom through her power. Today, many still see her as a symbol of time itself, which destroys all things but also makes way for new life to grow. Japanese skies once belonged to the Karura, a giant bird-like guardian who kept the land safe from evil serpents. This mighty creature possessed both the strength of an eagle and the wisdom of the gods, making it one of the most respected beings in Buddhist folklore. People looked up to the Karura as their protector, believing it watched over them from golden clouds where it made its home. The Karura stood taller than 3 pine trees, with feathers that shone like polished copper in the sun. Its razor-sharp beak could cut through diamond, while its wings created storms when they moved. The creature's eyes glowed like fire opals, and its tail sparkled with all the colors of dawn. This sacred bird spent its days hunting down wicked snake spirits called Naga, who lived underwater and caused trouble for humans. The Karura would dive from the heavens at speeds faster than lightning, snatching these serpents from lakes and rivers before they could harm anyone. Some say the thunder we hear comes from its mighty wings as it chases its prey. Farmers and fishers left small gifts for the Karura at shrines near bodies of water, hoping it would protect their boats and crops from floods the Naga caused. The creature became so loved that people carved its image into temple walls and painted it on ships' sails. Even today, many Japanese airports and airlines use the Karura as their symbol, keeping alive the story of the great guardian of the skies. Buddhist temples across Thailand tell stories of magical beings called Kinara, half-human and half-bird creatures who dance through sacred forests. These graceful spirits guard precious knowledge of music, poetry, and dance. People travel great distances to pray near temple carvings of Kinara, hoping to gain wisdom and artistic talents. The Kinara show their beauty in 2 striking forms. From the waist up, they appear as lovely humans wearing golden crowns decorated with jewels. Below the waist, their bodies transform into magnificent birds with wings of gold and red feathers that shimmer like sunrise. When they move, their steps blend human dancing with the light, quick movements of songbirds. One tale speaks of a young Kinara named Manohara who caught the eye of Prince Sudhana while dancing in a forest pool. The prince fell deeply in love with her grace and wisdom, but jealous nobles tried to keep them apart. Manohara gave the prince a magic ring that would lead him back to her, then flew away to protect him from those who wished him harm. Through many lands the prince searched for his beloved Kinara, following the ring's gentle pull. He crossed rivers, climbed mountains, and walked through flames until he found her in a hidden valley. Their reunion brought such joy that the gods blessed their marriage, proving that true love could bridge the gap between the human and spirit worlds. Fox spirits called kitsune roamed the forests and mountains of Japan, wielding powerful magic that let them change their shape at will. These clever beings could turn into beautiful women, wealthy merchants, or remain in their fox form with up to 9 magnificent tails. People both feared and respected kitsune because they rewarded kindness with good fortune, but punished those who wronged them with tricks and curses. A kitsune in its true form stood as tall as a large dog, with fur that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. Some had just one tail, but the oldest and most powerful kitsune grew a new tail for each 100 years they lived. The most famous kitsune had 9 tails, golden fur, and knew all the secrets of the world. The story of the merchant Tokutaro shows the dual nature of these spirits. He helped an injured fox on the road and later met a beautiful woman who became his wife. She brought him wealth and happiness for many years until a guest noticed her shadow on the wall had a tail. The wife changed back into a fox and vanished, but continued to send him gifts as thanks for his kindness. People looked for signs of kitsune everywhere. They believed these spirits could possess others, create phantom fires in the night, and even take control of their dreams. Families left offerings at fox shrines to earn the spirits' favor and protection, while travelers carried charms to guard against kitsune who might lead them astray with false lights and illusions. Alpine villages whisper tales of Krampus, a fearsome demon who punishes naughty children during winter nights. This horned creature carries chains and bells that echo through snowy streets each December. Parents once used stories of Krampus to make sure their children stayed well-behaved all year long. Half goat and half demon, Krampus towers above humans at 8 feet tall. His dark fur covers his body while his face shows sharp teeth and a long red tongue. 2 twisted horns curve up from his head, and 1 cloven hoof stamps the ground while the other kicks at misbehaving kids. Krampus works as St. Nicholas's dark partner on December 5th, known as Krampusnacht, or Krampus Night. While St. Nicholas gives gifts to good children, Krampus stuffs the naughty ones into his sack. He then takes them to his lair, where they must think about their bad deeds. Young men in alpine towns dress up as Krampus and run through the streets in a parade called Krampuslauf. They wear wooden masks carved with scary faces and shake rusty chains at watching crowds. Some people give them drinks to keep Krampus happy while others run away laughing and screaming. Krishna dwells in the heavenly city of Vaikuntha, governing both the cosmos and human hearts. As an avatar of Vishnu, he wields divine powers to protect good and destroy evil. People across India worship him as a god of love, wisdom, and justice because he guides humans toward living better lives. His deep blue skin glows like twilight, and a peacock feather adorns his crown. 4 powerful arms allow him to play his enchanted flute while holding weapons that defend the innocent. He wears bright yellow silk and a garland of forest flowers, looking both royal and approachable. A gentle smile plays on his face as he watches over his followers. During a great war, Krishna served as chariot driver for the warrior Arjuna. Before the battle began, Arjuna felt unsure about fighting his own family members. Krishna shared special wisdom that helped Arjuna understand his duty, that sometimes we must take difficult actions to protect what is right. This conversation became a famous holy book called the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna brings joy to his followers through music and dance. His flute playing charms everyone who hears it, from humble cowherds to mighty kings. People say the sound of his flute calls to their souls, reminding them of divine love. Even today, millions of people celebrate Krishna's playful spirit in festivals with singing, dancing, and sharing sweet foods. Mighty Lamassu guarded the gates of ancient cities across Mesopotamia, combining the strength of 4 powerful creatures in one divine protector. These watchful beings possessed both fierce physical might and deep spiritual wisdom, earning the trust of kings and common folk alike. People believed Lamassu could spot evil from miles away and stop it before it reached their homes. The guardian creature stood as tall as 2 men, with the proud head of a human showing a neatly braided beard and gentle eyes. Its body mixed the best parts of a bull and lion, the bull's strong chest and the lion's nimble legs, while great eagle wings stretched out from its sides. Some Lamassu wore tall crowns carved with special marks that gave them extra power, making them even more impressive. Kings put giant stone Lamassu at their palace doors, where the creatures used clever tricks to seem alive. From the front, the guardian stood firm and strong. From the side, it appeared to walk forward, thanks to an extra leg the artist carved with care. This moving illusion made visitors feel the Lamassu watched their every step. Common people kept small clay figures of Lamassu in their homes and shops to chase away bad luck and illness. Mothers told their children that Lamassu stayed awake all night to fight off bad dreams, which helped little ones sleep better. Traders would touch the guardian's foot before starting a journey, believing this simple act would keep them safe on the road. Babylonian demon Lamashtu terrorized new mothers and their babies from the shadows of ancient Mesopotamia. This powerful daughter of the sky god Anu chose to leave her home in heaven, driven by her hunger for human flesh and blood. Parents feared her more than any other spirit because she could slip into homes at night, stealing and eating newborn children while their mothers slept. She walked on all fours like a wild beast, with the head of a lion crowned by donkey's ears and tangled hair. Her body combined human and animal parts, bird talons for feet, long fingers tipped with sharp claws, and the teeth of a donkey filled her mouth. From her chest, a baby could sometimes be seen feeding, though this sight brought only horror, not comfort. Lamashtu would creep into birthing rooms disguised as a midwife, waiting for her chance to snatch the newborn child. She also caused fevers in pregnant women and made their milk turn sour. When families discovered their baby missing, they often found tiny footprints by the bed, marking where she had crouched to feed on their infant's flesh. People hung special charms near their beds and doorways to keep Lamashtu away. They also placed offerings of centipedes and bronze pins outside their homes, hoping these would distract her. Mothers wore particular amulets showing another demon named Pazuzu, who fought with Lamashtu and could chase her back to the mountains where she lived between attacks. Deep beneath Mediterranean waters, legions of small fish swim as one massive shape, moving like a giant sea serpent. These clever ocean dwellers discovered that working together makes them stronger than swimming alone. When hundreds or thousands of fish join forces, they can scare away big predators and find food more easily. Each fish measures just a few inches long, with silver scales that catch sunlight like tiny mirrors. Their fins flutter in perfect time as they copy the movements of their neighbors. From far away, all these little fish blur into one big, flowing form that other sea creatures mistake for a much larger animal. Roman sailors told stories of meeting these swimming armies at sea. The fish would surround their boats, rising up from the depths like living towers of scales and fins. Sometimes the fish formed shapes that looked like sea monsters or giant squids, which sent many sailors racing back to shore with wild tales to tell. Scientists now know these fish use special signals to coordinate their movements, like dancers following secret cues. The fish can twist themselves into balls, ribbons, or spirals within seconds. This teamwork helps them survive, proving that even little creatures can do amazing things when they work together. Among the windswept sands of ancient Mesopotamia, Lilith emerged as a fierce spirit of storms and night. She commanded winds that howled across empty cities and through moonlit gardens. People both feared and admired her strength, marking their doors with special signs to keep their children safe from her wild powers. Looking at Lilith meant facing a striking mix of beauty and danger. Her dark hair floated like smoke around her shoulders, while wings black as midnight stretched from her back. Sharp owl claws replaced her feet, letting her grab prey and soar through darkness. Her eyes glowed red like desert embers, and her smile could charm or terrify depending on her mood. Lilith refused to bow to anyone's rules, even those of the gods. When told to obey Adam as his wife, she spoke the secret name of God and flew away from Eden into the vast desert. She chose freedom over a life of following orders, becoming the first person to leave paradise by her own choice. Mothers and fathers whispered her name with worry, but young women sometimes saw her differently. They painted her symbol on secret walls and spoke of her courage to live freely. Some even left small gifts for her, bowls of milk or silver coins, hoping she would share some of her fierce independence with them. While most feared her nightly visits, others saw her as a guardian of those who dared to choose their own path. Loki stalked through the halls of Asgard, a shape-shifting god who could become anyone or anything. His quick mind and silver tongue made him both useful and dangerous to the other gods. People feared his tricks, but respected his clever solutions when problems arose. His tall, lean form and sharp features marked him as different from the warrior gods around him. Red hair framed a face that seemed to smile even when plotting trouble. He moved like a cat watching its prey, graceful but ready to pounce. Loki once tricked the blind god Hoder into killing his own brother Baldur, the most beloved of all gods. He gave Hoder a dart made from mistletoe, the one thing that could harm Baldur, and guided his hand as he threw it. The weapon struck true, and Baldur fell dead, bringing winter and weeping to the world. The gods chained Loki beneath the earth with chains made from his own son's guts. A snake hung above him, dripping venom onto his face. His wife Sigyn caught the drops in a bowl, but when she turned to empty it, the venom burned him. His twisting in pain caused earthquakes in the world above. Above the clouds in heaven, Lucifer shone as God's most beautiful angel. His wings glowed like pure sunlight, and his voice carried music sweeter than any choir. People both admired and feared him as the bearer of light, a name that matched his role as the brightest of all angels. Yet his true power lay in his charm and wisdom, gifts that would later shape his most famous choice. Each of Lucifer's 6 wings sparkled with countless jewels, as if stars had been woven into their feathers. His face held such perfect beauty that other angels found it hard to look at him directly. Even his throne sat higher than other angels, carved from precious stones that caught and spread light through heaven's halls. Pride grew in Lucifer's heart as he watched God receive praise from lesser angels. He gathered followers among the heavenly host, telling them they deserved better than to bow before anyone. Soon 1/3 of all angels stood with him, ready to claim what they saw as their rightful place. War broke out in heaven when Lucifer led his army against God's faithful angels. The battle raged until Michael, God's warrior angel, struck Lucifer down with a flaming sword. Like a falling star, Lucifer plunged from heaven into a new realm called Hell, where his light dimmed and his beauty twisted into something darker. Lucifer became known as Satan, the tempter who tests human faith and challenges divine authority. His fall changed him from the brightest angel to the ruler of shadows, but he kept his clever mind and silver tongue. Now he walks through human dreams and whispers promises of power, remembering his own taste of glory and the price it cost him. Far beneath the earth's surface, Mammon ruled over endless caves filled with gold and silver. This greedy demon prince commanded armies of lesser spirits who gathered riches from every corner of the world. People both feared and admired Mammon because he could make anyone wealthy, but his gifts always came with a terrible price. His huge body sparkled like polished metal, with gems for eyes and golden horns that curled around his head like a crown. Coins fell from his mouth when he spoke, and his long fingers ended in diamond claws that could tear through rock to find hidden treasure. Mammon's wings looked like sheets of copper, and the ground turned to precious metal wherever he walked. Mammon once offered a poor farmer endless wealth if the man would give up his family. The farmer agreed, and his house filled with gold while his wife and children turned to silver statues. When the farmer begged Mammon to undo the curse, the demon prince laughed and turned him into a golden statue too. Their farm became a warning to others about the true cost of greed. People built temples to Mammon hoping to win his favor, but their prayers often brought ruin instead of riches. Merchants left gold at crossroads as gifts for him, then found their profits turned to worthless dust by morning. Some said Mammon collected greedy souls like coins, storing them in a vast vault deep underground where they would count money forever without rest. South of the Himalayas, in lands filled with dense forests and flowing rivers, the Manusia guards ancient temples with fierce loyalty. Half human and half lion, this mighty being combines the wisdom of people with the raw strength of the king of beasts. Local villagers leave offerings at temple steps, hoping to gain the Manusia's blessing and protection for their homes. The Manusia stands as tall as 2 grown men, with golden fur that glows like morning sunlight. Its face shows both human and feline features, sharp eyes that see in darkness, a noble nose, and teeth that could crack stone. Powerful arms end in hands that can hold weapons, while its lion legs allow it to run faster than horses and jump higher than tigers. Legends tell of a time when evil spirits tried to steal sacred texts from a grand temple. The Minutia sprang from its stone perch, its roar shaking the very earth. It chased the spirits through jungle and valley, catching them one by one until the stolen wisdom returned to its rightful place. Since that night, no spirit has dared to test the guardian's watchful gaze. People built statues of the Minutia at their temple entrances, believing its presence would keep away dark forces and welcome good souls. Parents told their children that the gentle guardian would protect them while they slept, but warned that it could smell lies and bad deeds from miles away. Temple dancers copied its graceful movements in their sacred performances, spinning tales of its courage through song and dance. Beneath stormy skies, Marcosius soared as a mighty wolf with griffin wings and a serpent's tail. This fallen angel commanded 30 legions of spirits in hell, making him one of the most powerful demons known to medieval scholars. Though fierce in battle, he spoke with surprising honesty about his fall from heaven and his hope to return to the angels' ranks after 1,200 years. His massive form struck terror into those who saw him. Fire blazed from his jaws when he roared, and his eyes glowed like burning coals. The demon could change his shape at will, but he liked to keep his wings spread wide to show his power. His tail could wrap around church towers and crush them to dust. Kings and nobles sought his help in battle, drawing magic circles and burning special incense to call him forth. Marcosius taught his followers the secrets of throwing voice, herbs that could heal wounds, and ways to win any fight. He asked only for their respect in return, treating those who showed him honor with unexpected kindness. People said Marcosius fought alongside great rulers in secret. His magic helped armies cross rivers that should have been too deep, and his fire lit the way through darkness. Even those who feared demons spoke of him with a mix of dread and admiration, for he kept his word and never tricked his followers like other spirits did. Medusa led her Gorgon sisters through the ancient Greek islands, turning anyone who looked at her face to stone. Her head of writhing snakes and deadly stone gaze made her unlike any other creature in mythology. While humans shunned and feared her, their greatest heroes sought her out, hoping to claim the power of her cursed form. She stood 7 feet tall, with bronze claws and wings folded against her back. Instead of hair, living snakes grew from her head, each one moving on its own. Her skin gleamed like copper in the sun. When she opened her eyes, they glowed with an eerie yellow light that could freeze people where they stood. The hero Perseus hunted Medusa in her island cave home. He used his shield as a mirror to avoid her deadly gaze. With one swing of his sword, he cut off her head. Even after death, her eyes still held their power to turn living things to stone. The gods had cursed Medusa, changing her from a beautiful young woman into a monster. Athena punished her after catching her with Poseidon in a sacred temple. The transformation brought pain, but it also gave Medusa strength. No one could harm her as long as she kept her eyes open and faced her foes. Ancient German tales speak of Mephistopheles, a clever demon who made deals with humans to buy their souls. He stood out from other devils because he dressed like a well-mannered gentleman and spoke with charm and wit. People both feared and admired him for his skill at turning their deepest wishes into cruel tricks. Wearing fine clothes and a red cape, Mephistopheles looked more like a rich merchant than a demon. His face stayed young and handsome, but sharp teeth flashed when he smiled. He carried a walking stick topped with gold, and his shadow sometimes showed horns and claws even when his human form did not. The story of Dr. Faust shows how Mephistopheles worked his magic. The demon promised to give Faust all the knowledge in the world for 24 years. In return, Faust signed away his soul with his own blood. Mephistopheles kept his word but twisted every gift into something painful, turning Faust's dream of wisdom into a nightmare. German villagers grew so scared of making deals that they refused to sign contracts after sunset. Parents warned children never to shake hands with well-dressed strangers or accept gifts from unknown merchants. Some people even turned their mirrors around at night, believing Mephistopheles used them as doorways into their homes. Mercury soared through the skies of ancient Rome as the fastest of all gods. His winged sandals let him fly between heaven and earth in seconds, carrying messages for the mighty Jupiter. People looked to him as their guide in trade and travel, hoping his quick wit would help them make good deals and find safe paths. His appearance marked him as special from first glance. 2 tiny wings sprouted from his golden sandals, with another pair perched upon his traveler's hat. He carried a special staff called a caduceus, wrapped with 2 snakes that brought peace to any quarrel. His young, athletic build helped him race across the world without tiring. One day Mercury spotted a tortoise walking along the shore. Using his clever mind, he picked up the shell and strung it with strings made from cowgut, creating the first lyre. The sweet music caught the ear of Apollo, who traded Mercury his prized cattle for the new instrument. This deal showed how Mercury's quick thinking often led to unexpected rewards. The Roman people built shrines to Mercury at crossroads and in marketplaces. Merchants prayed to him before important deals, while travelers asked for his blessing before starting long journeys. His speed and cleverness made him the perfect god for anyone who needed to think fast or move quickly, from messengers to salespeople. Mokosh walked the damp earth of ancient Slavic lands, spinning the fates of mortals with her nimble fingers. As the only goddess among the main gods of Kiev, she held power over women's work, fertility, and the endless cycle of weaving life's threads. Farmfolk and city dwellers alike sought her blessing, knowing she could grant good fortune or tangle their destinies into knots. Her form shifted like morning mist, but most often she appeared as a woman with long golden hair and arms that reached from the clouds to the soil below. A spindle danced in her right hand while her left scattered seeds across freshly plowed fields. Her eyes sparkled like dew on spider webs, seeing both the small daily tasks of women and the grand pattern of fate itself. Each night, Mokosh spun wool into thread alongside mortal women, teaching them to weave cloth strong enough to warm their families through bitter winters. She showed special kindness to sheep herders and flax growers, but turned her face away from those who broke promises or told lies. The sound of her spindle brought comfort to worried mothers and courage to young wives facing difficult births. Under her watchful gaze, women learned to turn raw wool and flax into beautiful cloth, a skill as valuable as gold in those times. Mokosh knew the secret ways of plants too, which herbs healed wounds, which eased pain, which brought peaceful sleep. Even today, some Slavic women leave small offerings of bread and cloth by their spinning wheels, remembering the goddess who taught their ancestors to spin both thread and destiny. Ancient Phoenicians trembled at the name Moloch, a mighty god who demanded the most terrible offerings from his followers. This towering figure of bronze and brass stood in cities across the Mediterranean, his hollow metal body heated by fires that burned day and night. Parents both feared and worshipped him, believing he held the power to bring good harvests, victory in battle, and protection from evil. But his help came at an awful price. The god took the form of a giant man with the head of a bull, his arms stretched out to hold his burning bronze altar. His metal skin glowed red-hot from the flames within, and his eyes seemed to watch every movement of those who came before him. Smoke poured from his open mouth, rising up to the sky like black clouds that blocked out the sun. Kings and priests claimed Moloch spoke to them through the roar of his flames, telling them what he wanted in return for his favor. They built great temples around his metal body, where crowds gathered to give him gifts of food, gold, and precious stones. But when times grew hard, when crops failed or enemies drew near, Moloch asked for more than gold. He demanded children. The sound of drums and flutes filled the air during Moloch's ceremonies, played so loudly they drowned out all other noise. Parents who brought their children to the temple received special honors, their names carved into stone tablets as heroes of the city. The priests promised these families that their sacrificed children would become divine messengers, carrying prayers straight to the mighty god himself. Even as other gods fell out of favor, fear of Moloch's power kept his fires burning for hundreds of years. Deep beneath the earth, Nabirius rules as one of Hell's most powerful demons. As a master of disguise, he shifts between the forms of a fierce three-headed dog and a gentle black crow at will. Kings and nobles once sought his wisdom, drawn by his gift for teaching logic and the hidden arts of speech. His most striking appearance comes when he takes human shape to walk among mortals. A tall figure in a black general's uniform strides forward with perfect grace, while his deep voice makes even brave soldiers tremble. Those who face him say his words feel like sharp hooks pulling at their minds, testing their courage and their wit. King Solomon himself called on Naberius during the building of his great temple. The demon appeared in a puff of black smoke, speaking in riddles that helped the wise king solve problems no human could answer. But each piece of wisdom came with a price. Solomon had to match the demon's skill in debate or risk losing his royal power. Townsfolk lived in fear that Naberius might test their minds with his cruel puzzles. Parents warned children to stay alert and think carefully before speaking, since the demon could turn simple words against them. Yet those who pleased him with clever answers found themselves blessed with quick minds and silver tongues, making them natural leaders among their people. Lions stalk the dusty plains of India, but none match the power of Narasimha, who emerged from a temple pillar as half man and half lion. This fierce guardian deity showed both wisdom and rage, protecting good people while punishing evil ones. His claws could tear through steel, his roar shook mountains, and his very presence made demons tremble. Imagine a warrior with a human body wrapped in golden fur, crowned by a lion's majestic head. Flames dance in his eyes like tiny suns, while his sharp teeth gleam like pearls. His 4 strong arms can hold weapons, crush enemies, or bless followers with gentle touches. A ring of fire burns around him day and night, keeping evil forces away. The story of his birth still echoes across India today. When a cruel king claimed he was stronger than any god, his son prayed for help against him. As the sun set one evening, Narasimha burst from a pillar in the palace hall. He fought the king at twilight, using no weapons except his claws, following divine rules that made the battle fair. People built temples to honor Narasimha, seeing him as a perfect mix of mind and power. Farmers asked for his blessing before planting crops, while warriors prayed to him for courage. Children learned that even the strongest must follow rules, just as Narasimha fought his great battle at twilight, not too early, not too late, but at exactly the right time. Nuwa ruled the skies of ancient China as a mighty goddess with the power to shape the world itself. Half woman and half snake, she moved between heaven and earth with grace and strength. When she looked down at the empty lands below, she felt lonely and decided to create living beings to fill the world with joy and wonder. She knelt by a riverbank and scooped up yellow clay in her delicate hands. Like a child playing with mud, she shaped small figures one by one, breathing life into each creation. The wealthy and powerful sprang from the first figures she carefully crafted. As she worked faster, using strings to let the clay figures drop to earth, these became the common people. Some stories tell of her greatest deed, fixing the broken sky. After a terrible battle between fire and water gods, huge holes appeared in the heavens, letting storms and flames rain down on earth. Nuwa gathered 5 colored stones, melted them in a divine furnace, and patched the holes in the sky. She cut off the legs of a giant turtle and used them as pillars to hold up the heavens. Her love for the world and its people showed in everything she did. When floods threatened to drown her creation, she built dams and taught humans to live in harmony with nature. She gave them the gift of marriage so they could build families and communities. Even today, Chinese people honor her as the mother of all humanity, the goddess who shaped both the land and its people with loving care. Norse people believed Odin rode across their lands on Sleipnir, an 8-legged horse with magical speed and strength. This mighty steed carried the one-eyed god between worlds, jumping from earth to sky as easily as crossing a stream. No wall could stop Sleipnir, and no other horse could match its power to race through air, water, and land. Sleipnir stood taller than any horse alive, with a coat that shimmered like starlight against snow. 4 legs grew from each side of its body, moving together in perfect harmony when it ran. Its mane and tail glowed with an inner fire, and its hooves left marks that burned the ground wherever they fell. The horse came from a rather odd family story. Its mother was actually Loki, the trickster god, who had turned himself into a mare. Loki did this to distract a giant's powerful stallion, whose work would have cost the gods their home. The plan worked too well, and months later, Loki gave Sleipnir to Odin as a gift. Norse warriors painted Sleipnir's image on their shields and carved it into their ships for luck at sea. They believed seeing 8 hoofprints in the morning frost meant Odin had ridden past their homes during the night, bringing wisdom and protection to their families. Some say the horse still gallops across the northern skies, carrying messages between gods and humans. Greek legends tell of Odysseus, a clever king who sailed the seas for 10 years trying to reach his home. His quick thinking and silver tongue helped him escape monsters, enchantresses, and angry gods. The stories say he could talk his way out of any trouble, though his pride often landed him in worse danger. Odysseus looked like any other Greek warrior king, but carried himself with unusual grace. He wore bronze armor that gleamed in the sun and kept a powerful bow close at hand. His sharp eyes missed nothing, and a small scar on his leg marked him as the hero he truly was. People say he smiled most when plotting his next clever plan. One day he met a giant who liked to eat people. The giant trapped Odysseus and his men in a cave. Odysseus got the giant drunk on strong wine. When the giant fell asleep, Odysseus told his men to sharpen a huge wooden pole. They heated the tip in the fire and rammed it into the giant's only eye. The blind giant screamed so loud the mountains shook. The gods both loved and hated Odysseus for his tricks. The goddess of wisdom smiled at his plans, while the god of the sea tried to kill him at every chance. Yet Odysseus kept sailing home, using his wits to survive. Each time he faced death, he found a new way to fool his enemies and stay alive. His journey taught sailors to be clever, not just strong. People still tell his stories to show that brains beat brawn. In Greece, parents would say to their children, "Be smart like Odysseus, and you'll find your way home." Osiris ruled as king of the afterlife along the waters of the Nile River in ancient Egypt. He held the power to grant eternal life to worthy souls who passed his judgment. Both common people and mighty pharaohs hoped to win his favor, since he alone could open the gates to paradise after death. He stood tall and regal, with skin the color of fertile green plants or the rich black soil of the Nile. A curved staff and farming tool rested in his hands, showing his connection to growing things. White linen wrappings covered most of his body, as he died and came back to life long ago. His brother Set grew jealous and tricked Osiris into lying down in a beautiful chest at a feast. Set slammed the lid shut and threw the chest into the Nile. Osiris's wife Isis searched the whole world and found his body. She used magic to bring him back to life, but he could only live in the afterlife from then on. The story of his death and return changed how Egyptians saw life after death. They wrapped their dead in linen like Osiris wore and buried them with spells to help them reach his kingdom. People planted seeds in the shape of Osiris, watching them grow as a sign that life goes on after death. Each year when the Nile flooded, people said Osiris's power made the waters rise to water their crops. Farmers left little gifts of grain and beer at his temples. They believed that just as Osiris came back from death, their planted seeds would sprout again in spring. Beneath Arabia's endless sands, Paimon rode across the dunes on a mighty camel draped in gold. This powerful spirit king commanded 200 demon armies and taught humans the secrets of art and science. His voice rang like bells, yet those who heard its musical sound found themselves bound to his will. Paimon appeared as a young man with a delicate face wearing a sparkling crown. His skin glowed like moonlight on water, and precious gems covered his royal robes. When he moved, the air filled with strange music that made listeners feel dizzy. A ring of dancing spirits always circled around him, playing drums and singing songs no human could understand. Those who called upon Paimon learned the mysteries of the mind and the hidden laws of nature. He showed them how to bend time, speak with spirits, and see distant places in their dreams. But his knowledge came at a price. Students had to give him their complete loyalty and follow his strict rules without question. Kings and wise men sought Paimon's help to build great cities and win wars. He guided their hands as they drew maps of the stars and wrote down the first laws of magic. Yet even the bravest leaders trembled when making deals with him, for Paimon never forgot a promise and punished those who broke their word by turning them into living statues of sand. Ancient Greeks knew Pan as nature's wild guardian. He roamed the forests and mountains of Arcadia, playing magical music on his reed pipes that could fill listeners with either peaceful joy or sudden terror. His ability to cause widespread fear gave us the word panic, named after his powerful influence over both humans and animals. Half man and half goat, Pan stood on goat legs with curved horns sprouting from his curly hair. His face combined human and goat features, with a beard, pointed ears, and eyes that glowed like amber in the dark. Despite his strange looks, he moved through the wilderness as smoothly as water flows downstream. One day, Pan fell in love with a river nymph named Syrinx, who ran away from his advances. Just as he nearly caught her, she turned into a cluster of river reeds. The frustrated god heard the wind blowing through these reeds and got an idea. He cut the reeds into different lengths, tied them together, and created the first pan flute. Shepherds and farmers left small gifts for Pan near caves and trees, hoping he would protect their flocks and crops. They played music and danced at sunset, when Pan was most likely to join their celebrations. Smart travelers avoided making loud noises in the wilderness at noon. That was Pan's nap time, and no one wanted to face an angry god with a headache. Fierce winds howled across ancient Mesopotamia when Pazuzu, king of the wind demons, took flight. His most powerful gift let him command storms and bring either cooling breezes or deadly plagues to the lands below. People both feared and sought his help, knowing he could fight off other evil spirits, especially Lamashtu, a demon who harmed pregnant women and babies. Pazuzu's body mixed parts from different animals into one terrifying shape. He stood as tall as 3 men with the muscled chest of a human, sharp claws of a lion, and 2 pairs of wings like a giant locust. A dog-like face with bulging eyes topped his body, and a scorpion's tail curved up behind him. The Demon King fought many battles against Lamashtu, chasing her away from homes where pregnant women lived. He watched from stone carvings that people hung on their walls and wore as small tokens around their necks. These showed his scary face and gave him the power to guard mothers and their children. People called on Pazuzu when illness spread through their towns or when crops needed rain. They believed his powers over the wind could blow sickness away or bring storm clouds filled with water. Even though he looked scary, many saw him as a protector who kept worse demons away, like a guard dog who frightens strangers but helps its own family. Beautiful Persephone ruled as queen of the underworld for half of each year, bringing winter to the world above while she sat on her dark throne. The daughter of harvest goddess Demeter could make flowers bloom with a touch in spring and summer, but her power turned to shadow when she joined her husband Hades beneath the earth. People both loved and feared her since she controlled the cycle of seasons that meant life or death for their crops. She started as a young goddess picking flowers in a sunny meadow when the ground split open. Hades, king of the dead, rode up in his black chariot and carried her away to his kingdom. He gave her a throne, fine robes, and a crown of gold, but Persephone missed the warmth of sunlight and her mother's loving care. Demeter searched the world for her missing daughter, letting crops wither and the earth freeze in her grief. The other gods finally told her where Persephone had gone. But because Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds in the underworld, she had to stay there part of each year. When she returned to the surface, spring bloomed and her mother made the world green again. Now Persephone walks between 2 worlds, bringing growth and decay in their proper times. She guides dead souls to their rest with gentle hands while above ground she wakes sleeping seeds. Her yearly journey teaches that endings lead to new beginnings, just as winter always turns to spring. Beautiful Persephone ruled as queen of the underworld for half of each year, bringing winter to the world above while she sat on her dark throne. The daughter of harvest goddess Demeter could make flowers bloom with a touch in spring and summer, but her power turned to shadow when she joined her husband Hades beneath the earth. People both loved and feared her since she controlled the cycle of seasons that meant life or death for their crops. She started as a young goddess picking flowers in a sunny meadow when the ground split open. Hades, king of the dead, rode up in his black chariot and carried her away to his kingdom. He gave her a throne, fine robes, and a crown of gold, but Persephone missed the warmth of sunlight and her mother's loving care. Demeter searched the world for her missing daughter, letting crops wither and the earth freeze in her grief. The other gods finally told her where Persephone had gone. But because Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds in the underworld, she had to stay there part of each year. When she returned to the surface, spring bloomed and her mother made the world green again. Now Persephone walks between 2 worlds, bringing growth and decay in their proper times. She guides dead souls to their rest with gentle hands, while above ground she wakes sleeping seeds. Her yearly journey teaches that endings lead to new beginnings, just as winter always turns to spring. Ancient Greeks feared and honored Poseidon as Lord of all waters, from mighty oceans to gentle streams. This powerful god could shake the earth with his 3-pronged spear, called a trident, and create huge storms at sea. Sailors prayed to him before every journey, hoping he would grant them calm waters and safe passage. Picture a strong, bearded man rising from ocean waves on a chariot pulled by horses with fishtails. His muscles ripple like the sea itself, and his long hair flows wild as storm clouds. When angry, his eyes flash like lightning, and his voice booms like thunder across the waters. The god once fought Athena for control of a great city in Greece. To win the people's favor, Poseidon struck a cliff with his trident and made a spring of salty water appear. But Athena gave them an olive tree that provided food, oil, and wood. The people chose Athena's gift and named their city Athens. Poseidon's anger caused floods that reminded everyone of his power. Greek sailors watched the waters carefully for signs of Poseidon's mood. They tossed gold and wine into the sea as gifts, hoping to please him. Some coastal towns built temples right at the water's edge, where waves would crash against stone steps during storms. Even today, people say Neptune's fury when describing rough seas, using the Roman name for this mighty god of the waters. Prometheus walked the early world as a powerful titan, towering over mountains and sharing his wisdom with humans. He saw how cold and dark their lives were without fire, which the gods kept locked away on Mount Olympus. This clever giant knew that humans needed warmth and light to grow beyond mere survival. By day he shaped humans from clay, giving them strong bodies that could stand upright like the gods. By night he watched them huddle in caves, eating raw meat and shivering in the dark. The sight moved him to plan a bold theft that would change their lives forever. Zeus kept the sacred fire burning in a golden hearth at the top of Mount Olympus. Prometheus crept up the mountain while the other gods slept and tucked a small flame into a hollow reed, like hiding a jewel in a long tube. As he raced down to earth, the fire stayed alive, protected inside its green case. Zeus spotted the stolen flame glowing in human camps and flew into a rage. He ordered his strongest guards to chain Prometheus to a rocky cliff. There, an eagle came each morning to tear out his liver, which grew back each night, starting the pain again. The brave Titan endured this torture for hundreds of years, never sorry for helping humans learn to cook food, craft metal tools, and stay warm. High above the ancient cities of Mexico, Quetzalcoatl ruled as the mighty feathered serpent god. The Aztecs saw him both as a creator of humans and a giver of knowledge. His green and gold feathers sparkled in the sunlight as he flew between earth and sky, teaching people how to farm, make art, and track time using the stars. His body stretched as long as 3 houses placed end to end, covered in feathers that shone like precious stones. A snake's scales mixed with a bird's plumes along his length, while eagle-like talons gripped the earth when he landed. His head bore both serpent fangs and a sharp beak, making him unlike any creature seen before or since. One day, Quetzalcoatl watched humans struggle to grow food in the dry earth. He flew to the mountain of food, where other gods kept all the corn locked away. Using his mighty strength and clever mind, he changed into a small black ant and stole a kernel of corn. He brought this gift to humans and taught them to plant it, helping them grow from hungry wanderers into mighty builders of cities. The people loved Quetzalcoatl because he never asked for human blood in worship, unlike other gods. He taught them to offer flowers and jade stones instead. Under his guidance, arts and learning grew strong. He showed them how to read the stars, shape metal into tools, and weave cotton into cloth. Even today, pictures of the feathered serpent appear on old temples, showing how much the people trusted their kind teacher in the sky. From ancient Egypt came Ra, the mighty sun god who sailed across the sky each day in his boat of light. His most remarkable power let him bring warmth and life to everything on earth. Kings and farmers alike prayed to Ra, knowing that without his daily journey, their world would stay dark and cold. His body showed both human and animal forms joined as one, the strong body of a man topped with a falcon's proud head. Ra wore a glowing disk of the sun above his head, which burned so bright that few could look at him directly. Golden light streamed from his feathers, and his eyes shone with the fire of creation itself. Every morning, Ra fought a battle against Apophis, a giant snake who tried to stop the sun from rising. Ra's warriors helped him defeat this monster of darkness, letting him continue his trip across the sky. Though Apophis attacked again each dawn, Ra never lost, making sure light returned to the world. The Egyptian people shaped their whole lives around Ra's daily path through the heavens. Farmers waited for his morning light to begin their work, and priests sang special songs to help Ra stay strong during his fight with Apophis. Even the pharaohs called themselves Ra's children, building huge temples with openings that caught the first light of dawn. Among the lush jungles and sacred mountains of ancient India, Rama stood as the perfect warrior king and seventh form of the god Vishnu. His blue skin glowed like moonlight on water, and he carried a mighty bow that no other being could lift. People looked to him as the model of perfect behavior and duty, teaching their children to follow his noble example. His strong arms could shoot arrows that split mountains, yet his gentle heart showed kindness to the smallest creatures. 4 brothers shared his royal home, but Rama loved his wife Sita most of all. She matched his goodness with her own pure spirit, and together they ruled their kingdom of Ayodhya with wisdom and care. Forest creatures and mighty demons alike bowed before his power when the evil king Ravana stole Sita away to Lanka. Rama gathered an army of faithful monkeys and bears, building a bridge across the sea with floating stones that jumped into place at his command. The monkey god Hanuman served as his greatest helper, leaping across the waves to find where Sita waited. The final battle shook the earth as Rama faced Ravana, who had 10 heads and 20 arms filled with weapons. Golden arrows flew like lightning between them until Rama's special arrow, blessed by the gods themselves, struck true. The arrow flew straight through all 10 of Ravana's heads, ending his evil reign forever. Rama and Sita returned home in triumph, bringing joy back to their people. Hidden in dense Indian jungles, Rakshasas struck terror into the hearts of holy men and villagers alike. These shape-shifting demons could turn into any animal or person, letting them trick their prey before attacking. People both feared and respected Rakshasas because these clever beings matched their cruel hearts with sharp minds, often targeting those who broke sacred laws. A Rakshasa looked most frightening in its natural form, with burning red eyes and long, sharp fangs that curved past its lips. Like a tiger walking on 2 legs, it moved with deadly grace through forests and towns. The demon's massive claws could tear through stone walls, while its rich clothes and jewels showed its love of stolen wealth. The great hero Rama once faced a mighty Rakshasa king who stole his beloved wife, Sita. This demon ruled from a golden city on an island where he kept Sita prisoner and tried to force her to marry him. But Rama gathered an army of warrior monkeys and bears, built a bridge across the sea, and fought an epic battle to save her. Villagers placed bowls of fresh meat outside their homes on dark nights, hoping to keep Rakshasas away from their families. Parents warned children not to wander alone in the jungle or answer strangers after sunset, since these demons loved to hunt young prey. Yet some people sought out Rakshasas to learn dark magic, trading their souls for power they could never fully control. Hidden deep in African forests, the Salawa hunts at night with glowing red eyes that freeze its prey in terror. This dog-sized beast carries deadly poison in its strange, backward-facing feet. People in Tanzania speak of the Salawa in whispers, fearing its haunting cry that sounds like a woman screaming. The Salawa looks like a mix between a wild dog and a monkey, with thick black fur that stands up like needles when it hunts. Its most striking features are its feet, which point behind it instead of forward, leaving puzzling tracks in the mud. Red eyes shine from its long face, and a row of sharp spines runs down its back. Villagers tell of a brave hunter who followed the Salawa's backward tracks, thinking they led away from the beast. The hunter crept forward with his spear ready, but the tracks led him straight to the waiting creature. He barely escaped with his life, and his hair turned white from fear. The Salawa changed how people move through the forest at night. Parents warned children to stay indoors after dark when the red eyes might appear. Hunters learned to look for tracks pointing the opposite way and to listen for the warning sounds of silence in the forest. When all other animals go quiet, the Salawa hunts nearby. Satan struck terror across many lands as the ultimate fallen angel, commanding legions of demons from his throne in hell. His most fearsome power let him tempt humans by offering them exactly what they wanted most, though these gifts always carried a terrible price. People both feared and felt drawn to him since he appeared as whatever would appeal to them most. His true form blended beautiful and terrible features, the face of an angel with eyes that burned like fire, great black wings that could darken the sky, and cloven hooves that left scorched footprints in their wake. When he walked among humans, he dressed in fine clothes and carried himself like a nobleman, though sharp-eyed people might spot small signs of his true nature like a shadow with horns or the smell of smoke. Satan challenged God's power by leading a rebellion in heaven, gathering other angels who felt humans did not deserve such love and care. The battle raged until God cast Satan and his followers down from heaven, where they crashed through the earth and created hell itself. The impact left Satan scarred but unbroken, and he swore to prove humans would choose him over God if given the chance. His influence touched every corner of human life as people blamed him for their worst choices, while also making deals with him to gain wealth, love, or power. Farmers left small offerings at crossroads to keep him from spoiling their crops, while ambitious people drew circles of protection before trying to summon him for favors. Some said you could spot someone who made a deal with Satan by their sudden success and the way they began to avoid churches and holy water. Near the rocky coasts of ancient Greece lurked twin terrors that made sailors tremble. Scylla snatched crews from their ships with her many heads, while Charybdis created whirlpools that could swallow entire vessels. These monsters worked as a team, forcing ships to choose between a quick death or a slow one. Scylla once looked like a lovely young woman, until a jealous witch turned her into a beast with 6 long necks. Each neck ended in a dog's head filled with sharp teeth. Below her heads, 12 legs and a fishtail let her move through water as fast as any ship. Her voice mixed a woman's scream with a pack of barking dogs. Charybdis took a simpler but scarier form. From far away, she looked like a patch of stormy water. 3 times each day, she sucked in massive amounts of seawater, creating a whirlpool that pulled ships down to the seafloor. Then she spit all the water back up like a fountain, throwing any surviving pieces of wood and sail high into the air. The clever hero Odysseus faced both monsters on his way home from war. He chose to sail closer to Scylla, knowing she would eat 6 of his men. The other choice meant Charybdis would destroy his whole ship and kill everyone. Even the bravest captain sometimes had to pick the smaller evil. Greek sailors changed their routes to avoid the narrow path between these monsters. They took longer trips around Sicily, adding many days to their travels. Parents used these tales to teach children that life often forces hard choices, and sometimes the best answer involves finding a completely new way forward. Desert storms raged across ancient Egypt at the command of Set, a god with power over chaos and violence. Red-skinned and strong, he ruled the harsh lands beyond the fertile Nile Valley. People both feared and respected him, knowing he could either guard them against evil forces or unleash devastating sandstorms that buried whole villages. Set stood tall as a muscular man with the head of a strange beast, part wolf, part donkey, and part giraffe. His pointed ears shot straight up toward the sky, while his long, curved snout and forked tail made him unlike any creature on Earth. Some say he looked this way because he refused to copy any living animal, wanting to stay completely unique among the gods. The mighty god fought an endless battle with his nephew Horus, trying to steal the throne of Egypt. Set tricked and killed his own brother Osiris, then scattered his body parts across the land. This sparked a war that split Egypt between upper and lower kingdoms, with neither god backing down from the fight. Villages built temples to Set near the desert edge, hoping to stay on his good side. Farmers prayed to him during storms, while soldiers asked for his strength in battle. Even the pharaohs claimed his power, painting his image on their war chariots and carrying spears shaped like his favorite weapon, a strange staff that looked like a forked stick. Egyptian goddess Sekhmet prowled through desert lands with the head of a lioness and the body of a woman. The sun god Ra created her as his warrior and protector, giving her power over plagues, healing, and the burning desert heat. People both feared and honored her as the most dangerous of all Egyptian deities, calling her the Lady of Terror and She Who Maims. Her body glowed like copper in the sunlight, and blood-red gems decorated her chest and wrists. Sharp claws tipped her fingers, and her lion's teeth gleamed white against her dark mane. She stood as tall as 3 men and carried a staff topped with the sun disk, showing her connection to Ra. Ra once sent Sekhmet to punish humans who had stopped following his laws. She went into such a killing frenzy that she nearly wiped out all people on Earth. The other gods tricked her by dyeing beer red to look like blood and leaving thousands of jugs in her path. Sekhmet drank so much she fell asleep, saving humanity. People built temples to keep Sekhmet happy and prevent her deadly anger. Priests performed daily rituals, offering her food, drink, and music at sunrise and sunset. When plagues spread through Egypt, folks prayed to her as a healer, believing she could both cause and cure sickness. In ancient Egypt, Selkut watched over people as they traveled to the afterlife, a special journey each person made after death. As a goddess who could control scorpions, she used her powers both to heal those stung by these creatures and to send scorpions to harm evil spirits. The Egyptian people built temples to honor her because they believed she kept them safe from deadly stings and helped their loved ones reach a peaceful rest. Selkut took the form of a beautiful woman with a giant scorpion perched on top of her head, its tail curved and ready to strike. She often held the Ankh, a cross-shaped symbol that meant eternal life, in one hand and a staff of power in the other. Her dress shimmered like the golden sands of the desert, and she wore the pure white crown of Upper Egypt. The most famous story of Selkut tells how she helped the goddess Isis protect her baby son Horus from danger. When deadly scorpions threatened the child, Selkut used her magic to turn them away. She taught Isis special healing words to cure anyone who suffered from a scorpion's poison, showing that she cared about helping both gods and humans. The Egyptian people turned to Selkut whenever someone fell sick from a scorpion's sting. Healers would pray to her while using medicine to help the sick person get better. Families also placed small statues of Selkut in their homes to keep scorpions away, believing that her presence would protect them from harm. Even today, archaeologists find these statues buried in the ancient sands, showing how much the Egyptian people trusted in Selkut's power to guard their lives. Beneath the scorching sun of ancient Mesopotamia, the mighty Shidu guarded city gates and royal palaces. Half human and half bull, this divine guardian blessed everyone who passed under its watchful gaze. Kings and commoners alike sought its protection, believing the Shidu could stop evil spirits from entering their homes and temples. The Shidu stood as tall as 3 men, with the muscled chest and arms of a warrior and the powerful body of a bull. Its human face wore a long, curled beard made of precious gold, while giant wings stretched out from its shoulders like a mighty eagle. 4 sturdy bull legs kept it firmly planted, ready to defend against any threat. People carved the Shidu's image in stone and placed these statues at their doorways, hoping to gain its blessing. A famous pair of Shidu once protected the gates of Nineveh, an ancient city larger than 40 football fields. The creature's presence brought such comfort that even fierce armies would think twice before attacking a Shidu-guarded entrance. The Shidu taught humans an important lesson about strength and wisdom working as one. Parents told their children that just as the Shidu had the mind of a person and the power of a bull, they too should blend their smarts with their strength. Merchants paid artists to paint the Shidu on their shops, while farmers hung small Shidu charms in their fields to keep their crops safe. Fire and ash swirled around Shiva as he danced across the cosmos, bringing both death and rebirth to all creation. The mighty god lived atop Mount Kailash, a sacred peak wrapped in snow and mystery. His third eye held the power to burn worlds to cinders, yet his followers praised him as a kind teacher who showed them how life springs from destruction. His blue-skinned form towered above mortals, crowned with a crescent moon and the holy river Ganges flowing through his tangled hair. Snake ornaments coiled around his neck and arms, while a tiger skin wrapped his waist. In one hand he held his drum that beat the rhythm of time itself, and in another he carried flames that could cleanse the universe. A demon once built 3 flying cities of gold, silver, and iron, using them to attack both gods and humans. Shiva watched until the cities aligned, then drew his mighty bow. With a single arrow blazing like 1,000 suns, he pierced all 3 cities at once, turning them to dust and saving both heaven and earth. His followers saw him in every ending that led to a fresh start, from forest fires that cleared land for new growth to the death of each day giving birth to dawn. They danced like Shiva danced, knowing that every ending held the seeds of tomorrow. In sacred places across India, people still light lamps and ring bells, moving to the beat of drums just as Shiva did when he danced the world into being. High in the mountains of Germany, a brave hero named Siegfried became invincible by bathing in dragon's blood. A single leaf fell on his back during the bath, leaving one small spot where he could be hurt. This mighty warrior grew famous for his strength, his magic cloak that made him invisible, and his special sword that could cut through anything. Siegfried stood tall and strong, with golden hair that shone in the sun. He wore bright armor and rode a pure white horse named Grani, faster than any other horse in the world. His magic sword, Balmung, glowed with blue fire when danger came near, warning its master of trouble ahead. The young hero heard about a sleeping woman trapped in a ring of fire on a mountain peak. He jumped through the flames on Grani's back and woke the warrior woman Brynhild with a kiss. She taught him magic and gave him special wisdom, but their happiness would not last. Queen Grimhild tricked Siegfried into drinking a potion that made him forget Brynhild and marry her daughter instead. This choice led to fights, lies, and great sadness among the royal court. Hagen, a jealous warrior, learned about the leaf-shaped spot on Siegfried's back and killed him with a spear while the hero drank from a stream. Among the burning sands of ancient Egypt, the Sphinx stood guard over sacred places and held the secrets to life's great riddles. This mighty creature combined the wisdom of humans with the strength of lions and sometimes the freedom of eagles, making it one of the most powerful beings in the desert. Kings and common people alike showed deep respect for the Sphinx, as it could either grant safe passage or destroy those who failed to answer its clever questions. The Sphinx's body stretched as long as 5 men lying head to toe, with muscles rippling under its golden fur like a lion ready to pounce. Its face showed either human features carved in stone-like calm or the sharp-eyed alertness of a desert cat. Some sphinxes spread huge eagle wings from their shoulders, casting cooling shadows on the sand below. The most famous story tells of a sphinx that blocked the road to the city of Thebes, asking each traveler a riddle: what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The sphinx killed anyone who answered wrong. When a clever man named Oedipus answered a human being, explaining how people crawl as babies, walk upright as adults, and use walking sticks in old age, the Sphinx jumped from its high rock in defeat. Egyptian builders carved huge Sphinx statues to guard tombs and temples, believing these mighty beings would protect sacred places forever. People left offerings of food and precious oils at the Sphinx's feet, hoping to gain its favor and wisdom. The largest Sphinx still watches over the pyramids today, its face warming in the morning sun just as it did thousands of years ago. Priests taught that the Sphinx carried messages between humans and the gods, since it belonged to both the earth and sky. They painted its image on temple walls and wrote songs about its power, spreading stories of its wisdom throughout their land. Even after the old temples fell quiet, the Sphinx remained a sign of mystery and hidden knowledge. Proud and regal, Stolas soared through the demon realms as one of Hell's mightiest teachers. This owl-shaped spirit held power over plants and precious stones, making him a master of Earth's natural treasures. Kings and common folk alike sought his wisdom, though they trembled at his fierce temper and burning gaze. Standing taller than 3 grown men, Stolas moved with the grace of royalty despite his strange form. His body mixed human and bird features. The head of a crowned owl sat upon long legs like a stork's, while dark feathers covered his entire body. 2 sets of wings spread from his back, each covered in eyes that glowed like starlight. Stolas taught whoever dared approach him the secrets of the stars and planets. He showed people how to find healing herbs in moonlight and turn simple rocks into precious gems. Yet his lessons came at a price. Students had to solve his complex riddles or face his razor-sharp talons. Farmers and healers left small gifts of shiny objects near owl nests, hoping to gain Stolas's favor. Those who pleased him found their gardens growing better than ever before, while those who angered him watched their plants wither overnight. Even today, some people keep owl figures in their gardens as a nod to this ancient teacher of nature's mysteries. Female demons called succubi haunted the dreams of medieval Europeans, sneaking into bedrooms at night to steal men's souls through a deadly kiss. These shape-shifting creatures possessed the power to read minds and transform into each victim's perfect lover, making them nearly impossible to resist. Beautiful yet dangerous, a succubus looked like a stunning woman with bat-like wings sprouting from her back and small horns hidden in her flowing hair. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural fire, and her voice carried a musical quality that made men lean closer to hear her whispered promises. Sharp claws replaced her fingernails, though she could hide these deadly weapons at will. Every night, the succubus flew through dark skies searching for sleeping men. She used her magic to slip into their dreams, where she appeared as their greatest desire. The unfortunate victim would feel intense joy as she drew near, not realizing she drained his life force with each passionate embrace. Monks and priests warned young men to guard their thoughts and pray for protection before sleep. They claimed a pure heart could spot a succubus's true form, revealing her demonic nature before she struck. Some people hung mirrors by their beds, believing these spirits cast no reflection and would flee when exposed. Along the rich banks of the Nile River lived Tauret, a fierce guardian of mothers and children. This mighty goddess stood on 2 legs like a human, but carried the strength of a hippopotamus in her body. People saw her as a protector during childbirth, when mothers needed strength and safety the most. The goddess combined features from Egypt's most powerful animals. Her head and body came from a hippo, while a lion gave her its strong paws and fierce mane. She carried the tail of a crocodile, which struck fear into evil spirits. On her belly, she often held the sign of protection, a symbol that looked like a knot tied in rope. Tauret showed her power when demons tried to harm pregnant women or newborn babies. She stomped through birthing rooms with her huge feet, swinging her arms to chase away any dark spirits that might bring harm. Her big belly reminded people of pregnant mothers, making her a friend to all who needed her help. Egyptian families kept small statues of Tauret in their homes, especially in rooms where children slept. Mothers wore special necklaces with her image during pregnancy, believing she watched over them day and night. Even after a baby arrived safely, people thanked the goddess by leaving her offerings of fruit and flowers, keeping her happy so she would stay nearby to protect the whole family. Egyptian goddess Tefnut commanded the power of water and rain, bringing life-giving moisture to the scorched desert lands along the Nile River. Her breath created the morning dew, while her anger sparked fierce storms that shook the earth. People both feared and honored her as one of the first beings in creation, born from the breath of Adam, the creator god. She walked through the world as a woman with the head of a lioness, crowned by a gleaming solar disk and cobra ready to strike. Her eyes blazed like the desert sun, yet tears of joy fell from them to nourish the land. When she moved, the air grew thick with the scent of rain about to fall. Tefnut once left Egypt in a rage, taking all moisture with her into the distant lands of Nubia. The fields dried up, plants withered, and people began to suffer without her blessed rain. Her father Adam sent her brother Shu and wise baboons to bring her home, but only the clever jokes and songs of the baboons made her smile and agree to return. The goddess taught people to watch for signs of rain in nature, from gathering clouds to the way birds flew before a storm. Farmers prayed to her before planting their crops, while travelers asked for her blessing before crossing the desert. Even today, the morning dew reminds people of Tefnut's gentle gifts, while thunder echoes with memories of her roar. Thunder crashed across the Nordic skies whenever Thor rode his chariot pulled by two magical goats. As the strongest of all Norse gods, he protected both gods and humans from giants and monsters. People looked to him as their defender, building temples in his name and wearing hammer-shaped charms for good luck. The mighty Thor stood taller than any human, with red hair and beard that blazed like fire when he grew angry. His most famous weapon, a hammer called Mjolnir, always hit its target and flew back to his hand like a loyal pet. He wore a magical belt that doubled his godly strength and iron gloves that helped him catch his hammer when it returned. Once Thor lost his hammer when the frost giant Thrym stole it and demanded to marry the beautiful goddess Freya in exchange. Thor dressed as a bride, wearing Freya's necklace and women's clothes to trick the giant. At the wedding feast, Thor grabbed his hammer and defeated Thrym and all his giant guests, showing both his clever mind and his great power. Thor rode through storms in his goat-drawn chariot, creating thunder and lightning as he traveled. Farmers prayed to him for rain to help their crops grow, while sailors asked him to calm the seas during their journeys. Even today, people still use his name for Thursday, which means Thor's Day in English. Ancient Egypt's wisest god Thoth guided both kings and everyday people with his endless knowledge. Standing as tall as 3 men, this teacher of wisdom carried special tools, a writing tablet in one hand and a pen in the other. His head looked exactly like an ibis bird's, with a long curved beak and alert eyes that seemed to see everything. Each morning, Thoth wrote down what would happen that day, making him the first author in history. He kept track of everyone's good and bad deeds in his special book, which people said glowed with magic light. The other gods trusted him so much, they made him their official record keeper. Thoth loved to solve problems, and created writing to help humans remember important things. When 2 gods fought, they asked Thoth to judge their quarrel fairly. He even stepped in to heal the eye of Horus, a young god who lost it in battle, showing he could fix almost anything. People built temples for Thoth where students learned to write, and doctors studied healing. Teachers wore ibis feathers to show they shared his wisdom, while healers whispered his name to make their medicines work better. Even today, we remember him as the one who taught humans how to write down their stories and keep track of time. Beneath the ancient waters of Mesopotamia lived Tiamat, the mother of all dragons and monsters. This powerful goddess took the shape of a massive sea creature who gave birth to the first gods. Her roar could shake the heavens and split the earth, making both humans and gods tremble at her might. She moved through the waters as a beast with scales that shone like starlight and 5 heads that each breathed different kinds of power. Her body stretched longer than 10 boats tied together, and when she spread her wings, they could block out the sun. Sharp spikes ran down her back like a row of swords, and her claws could tear through the strongest metal. The great god Marduk fought Tiamat in a battle that changed the world. He caught her in a giant net and shot arrows into her belly while she tried to swallow him whole. As she opened her mouth to breathe fire, Marduk threw in a mighty wind that filled her body until she could not move. He split her in 2 with his special sword, using half of her body to make the sky and half to make the earth. People told this story to explain how their world came to be, and many saw the thunder as Tiamat's distant roar. Farmers would leave small gifts by the water's edge to keep their boats safe, while fishers sang songs about her power to calm the seas. Even today, her name means sea in some languages, showing how deeply she touched the lives of those who feared her. The Titans ruled the world before the Greek gods. These giant beings controlled everything from the oceans to the sky, standing as tall as mountains. They held powers over nature itself, and both gods and humans feared their strength and their anger. The leader of the Titans, Cronus, watched over all creation from his golden throne. These mighty beings looked much like humans, but grew to amazing heights. A Titan could reach up and touch the clouds, or wade through the deepest seas. They had perfect features, glowing skin that shined like metal, and eyes that burned with divine fire. Some could change their shape at will, becoming animals, storms, or even stars. The most famous story tells how Cronus ate his own children to keep power. Each time his wife Rhea had a baby, he swallowed it whole, fearing a prophecy that said his child would overthrow him. But when Zeus was born, Rhea tricked Cronus by giving him a stone wrapped in blankets instead. Zeus grew up in secret and later freed his brothers and sisters from his father's stomach. The war between the Titans and the younger gods shook the earth for 10 years. Mountains crumbled, seas boiled, and the sky filled with fire. In the end, Zeus and his family won, throwing the Titans into a deep pit called Tartarus. The defeat of the Titans marked the beginning of the age of the Greek gods, who then shaped the world as we know it today. The battle left marks on the land that people pointed to for thousands of years. Greeks said earthquakes came from the Titans struggling in their prison, and volcanoes burst when they shouted in rage. Some believed that helpful Titans still watched over them, teaching humans useful skills like farming, healing, and reading the stars. Mighty Typhon towered over the mountains of ancient Greece, reaching so high his head scraped the stars. This father of monsters possessed the power to challenge Zeus himself, breathing fire hot enough to melt stone and creating storms that shook the earth. Greeks both feared and respected him as the most dangerous being ever born, spreading tales of his terrible strength from village to village. His massive body combined the worst parts of many creatures. From his shoulders sprouted 100 dragon heads, each speaking with a different voice that could mimic any sound. His main body had the scales of a serpent, but stood upright like a man, and instead of feet, he had a mass of writhing vipers. His eyes glowed red like hot coals, and when he moved, the ground trembled. Typhon nearly defeated Zeus in their great battle above Mount Olympus. He tore out Zeus's tendons and scattered them across the land, leaving the king of gods helpless. But clever Hermes stole back the tendons and healed Zeus, who returned to strike Typhon down with 100 lightning bolts. The monster's burning body fell into the sea with such force it created waves taller than mountains. Zeus buried Typhon under Mount Etna in Sicily, where he remains trapped today. Whenever the monster struggles against his prison, the mountain shakes and spits fire into the sky. Sailors watched the volcano for signs of Typhon's anger, and farmers learned to read the mountain's smoke to know when to seek shelter from his rage. Fierce warrior women tore through Norse battlefields on massive horses with wings. Valkyries served Odin, the king of gods, by choosing which heroes lived or died in combat. These beautiful but deadly beings could turn the tide of any fight with a single gesture. Lightning flashed off their bright armor as they rode through storms above the clashing armies. Their long golden hair streamed behind silver-winged helmets like rays of sunlight. Each Valkyrie carried a spear that glowed with magical power and wore a cloak of swan feathers that let her fly between the mortal world and Valhalla, the great hall of fallen warriors. Brynhildr, the most famous Valkyrie, dared to go against Odin's wishes in battle. She saved a young king Odin had marked for death, believing the king deserved to live. Odin punished her by taking away her powers and trapping her in a ring of fire on a mountaintop until a brave hero would free her. The sight of Valkyries filled Viking warriors with both hope and dread. Some fighters raised their weapons high, trying to prove their worth and earn a place in Valhalla. Others threw down their swords and ran when they saw the shadow of wings overhead, knowing the Valkyries had come to choose who would die that day. Among the endless stars and cosmic oceans lives Vishnu, the Hindu god who keeps the universe in balance. His blue skin glows like a summer sky, while 4 powerful arms hold the tools he uses to protect all living things. People across India pray to him as their guardian, knowing he watches over the world to keep peace and order. When trouble comes, Vishnu rides through space on the back of Garuda, a giant eagle with golden feathers and the strength of 1,000 birds. His hands carry a conch shell that sounds like thunder, a spinning disc that cuts through evil, a lotus flower of pure beauty, and a mighty club that crushes darkness. A snake called Shesha wraps around his shoulders, whispering secrets of the past and future. Vishnu showed his greatest power when demon kings tried to take over the world. He changed his shape 10 different times to save humanity, becoming a giant turtle to hold up the earth, a fierce lion man to defeat evil rulers, and even a simple village boy who lifted a mountain with one finger. Each time he appeared, he restored goodness and taught people how to live better lives. The stories of Vishnu fill every home in India with hope and wonder. Families paint his picture on their walls, sing songs about his battles, and name their children after him. Even today, millions of people wear a mark on their foreheads to show they follow his path of doing good deeds and protecting others who need help. Proud and powerful, Vucub-Kaki ruled the skies of ancient Maya lands before the birth of the sun and moon. This giant bird shone with gems and precious metals, making him so bright that people mistook him for the sun itself. His most striking power came from his teeth of glittering jade and his eyes that sparkled like silver and gold. From his perch atop the world tree, Vucub-Kaki stood as tall as 3 men and wore feathers that changed color with each movement. His beak could crack open mountains, while his wings created storms when they spread across the sky. The locals called him Seven Macaw because his rainbow plumage reminded them of their favorite tropical bird, only much, much bigger. The hero twins watched as Vucub-Kaki ate all the food from the people's gardens and bragged about his greatness day after day. They knew his pride hurt the world, so they grabbed their blowguns and shot him in the jaw. The mighty bird fell from his perch, losing his shiny teeth and fancy jewels in the process. A pair of healers then tricked the wounded Vucub-Kaki by offering to fix his teeth. Instead, they replaced his beautiful jade smile with white corn kernels that quickly fell out. Without his dazzling smile and sparkling eyes, Vucub-Kaki lost his light and faded away. His defeat taught the Maya that even the mightiest must show kindness and humility or risk losing everything to pride. Through the mists of ancient China roamed a creature that could see into the hearts of men. The Sieji, a noble beast with the power to spot lies and evil, served as a guard of truth and justice. People both respected and feared this creature, for it would strike down the guilty without mercy. The Sieji looked like a mighty ox covered in thick, dark fur, but with one striking difference: a single long horn grew from its forehead. Its eyes glowed with wisdom, and a heavy mane flowed down its neck. The beast moved with the grace of a judge and the strength of a warrior combined. The most famous story tells of how Gao Yao, a minister of justice, worked with the Sieji to solve crimes. When someone stood trial, Gao Yao would bring forth the creature to test their truth. The Sieji would charge at the guilty with its mighty horn, but walk peacefully past the innocent. No lie could fool this magical beast. The power of the Sieji shaped how justice worked in China for hundreds of years. Judges wore special hats with the creature's image. People carved its picture on their doors and locks to keep away evil spirits. Even today, Chinese courtrooms show the Sieji's face on their wooden hammers, reminding all who enter that truth will always come to light. Mountain spirits called Yaksha guard nature's treasures across India and Tibet. These powerful beings watch over precious gems, healing herbs, and sacred places with magical powers that let them shapeshift into any form. People both fear their fierce anger when forests face harm and seek their blessing before taking anything from the land they protect. Each yaksha stands twice as tall as a human, with golden skin that glows like sunlight through leaves. Their eyes shine like jewels, changing color with their mood, green for peace, red for rage. They wear crowns made from forest flowers and carry staffs carved from ancient trees that hold their magic. When a greedy king sent his army to cut down a sacred grove, the yaksha who lived there turned the soldiers' axes to dust. The spirit then changed into a mighty tree with golden fruit, tempting the king himself to reach for a branch. As the king's hand touched the tree, he transformed into a small bird who could only eat fallen seeds and berries. The tale spread through many lands, teaching people to take only what they truly need from nature. Villagers began leaving small gifts of milk and honey for the yaksha before gathering wood or herbs. Those who showed respect often found extra mushrooms on their path or healing plants growing near their homes, while those who took too much found their bags mysteriously empty upon returning home. Floating above ancient Egypt, a massive snake with a lion's head ruled the early cosmos. Yaldabaoth claimed he stood alone as the first and mightiest god, his roar shaking the heavens themselves. This proud creature sparked both wonder and worry among people who heard tales of his boundless power to create and destroy worlds. His body stretched across the sky like a living river of scales, golden mane blazing bright as the sun itself. 4 wings spread from his serpentine form, each one big enough to cast whole kingdoms in shadow. When he opened his jaws, light poured forth as if the stars themselves lived in his throat. Yaldabaoth shaped the first world using pieces of darkness, thinking himself alone in this task. Yet when he looked down through the waters of creation, he saw another realm of pure light below and grew angry at this challenge to his power. He gathered his strength and struck at this lower world, but his attack bounced back, showing him he was not as mighty as he believed. His followers built temples with snake-wrapped pillars and carved his lion face above their doors for protection. They believed Yaldabaoth watched over the border between light and dark, keeping cosmic forces in balance despite his pride. Some even said his breath became the wind, and his thoughts shaped the patterns of clouds across the sky. Mighty Yggdrasil stretched between all worlds of Norse myth, its branches reaching to the highest heavens while its roots dug into the deepest realms below. This giant ash tree held the 9 worlds of gods, giants, and humans within its living wood. People believed it kept the universe in balance and gave life to everything that moved or grew. Bigger than any mountain, Yggdrasil grew so tall that no one could see its highest leaves, where eagles made their nests and watched over all creation. Its trunk sparkled with morning dew that fell to earth as fresh water, feeding every stream and river. The bark showed marks and scars from all the battles and events that shaped the world since time began. 4 deer ran among its branches, eating the fresh green leaves and helping the tree grow new ones. At its roots, a wise dragon named Nidhogg chewed on the tree's bark, while a squirrel named Ratatoskr raced up and down the trunk carrying angry messages between the dragon and the eagles above. These creatures played their part in the daily life of the great tree. The Norse god Odin once hung himself from Yggdrasil's branches for 9 days and nights to gain wisdom, giving up one of his eyes as payment. This sacrifice proved how much power the tree held, as Odin learned the secrets of magic and writing during his time there. After his ordeal, he shared his knowledge with humans, teaching them about the runes, magical letters they could use to tell stories and cast spells. In the cold void before the world began, Ymir lived as the first living being in all creation. This giant grew from drops of magic ice that melted in the empty space between fire and frost. All gods and giants came from Ymir's body, making him the father of every living thing that followed. Ymir had the shape of a man but stood as tall as a mountain, with skin as cold as ice and bones as hard as stone. His breath came out as winter storms, and frost formed wherever he walked. From his left arm grew a man, from his right arm grew a woman, and from his feet came a 6-headed child, the first family of giants. 3 young gods named Odin, Vili, and Ve killed Ymir to create the world we know. They used his flesh to make the earth, his blood to fill the seas, and his bones to build the mountains. The gods shaped trees from his hair, clouds from his brain, and made the sky itself from his skull, holding it up with 4 mighty pillars. The death of Ymir changed everything that came after. His blood flooded the world and drowned all but 2 of his giant children, who lived to start the race of giants again. The gods used Ymir's eyebrows to build a wall around the middle of the world, making a safe place for humans to live called Midgard. The Norse people told this story to explain how their world came to be and why giants and gods fought each other. They believed that the ground they walked on, the sea they sailed, and the sky above them were all parts of Ymir's body, making the whole world sacred because it came from the first living being. Ju-Baji lived in ancient China as one of 4 heroes who helped a monk travel to India for holy books. His greatest power came from his skills in fighting, which he learned as a god in heaven before being kicked out for bad behavior. People both laughed at him and respected him because he could be lazy and greedy, yet he always fought bravely when his friends needed help. His looks matched his mixed nature as a half-human, half-pig being. He He had the head of a pig with a long snout, floppy ears, and small eyes that showed his clever mind. His body looked human but was very fat, and he carried a magic rake with 9 sharp teeth that could tear through any enemy. The most famous story about Jubaji shows both his weakness and strength. When the group met a beautiful woman, Jubaji fell in love and wanted to quit his holy mission to marry her. But the woman turned out to be a demon, and even though his friends teased him, Jubaji fought with all his might to protect them from her evil magic. This character taught Chinese people that everyone has good and bad sides. Parents used his stories to show children that being greedy or lazy was wrong, but they also taught that someone could make up for their faults by being loyal and brave. Many people loved him because he felt more real than perfect heroes. He made mistakes but tried his best to do better. Zeus ruled from Mount Olympus, commanding storms and hurling thunderbolts at those who angered him. As king of the Greek gods, he held power over the sky, weather, and law. Other gods bowed to his might, while humans built temples to win his favor. His massive form stood taller than the clouds, with white hair and beard like snow on a mountain peak. When calm, his blue eyes sparkled like a summer sky, but in anger they flashed with lightning. His muscled arms could throw bolts of thunder clear across the world. Zeus turned himself into different shapes to chase after beautiful women he desired. As a swan, he won the love of Leda. As a shower of gold, he reached Danae in her locked tower. As a bull, he carried off Europa across the sea. These tricks led to many children, both gods and heroes. His wife Hera grew angry at his running around and often punished the women he chased. When Zeus learned of her plans for revenge, his thunderbolts shook the earth. Yet he never stopped his tricks, and his children spread across the land, starting new families and cities of their own. North of the frozen seas, Chinese sailors told tales of Zu, a massive bird spirit who carried storms in its wings and thunder in its voice. Anyone who spotted this sky ruler knew great changes would sweep through their lives, bringing either fortune or doom. Zu commanded the weather itself, turning clear days dark with just one beat of its mighty feathers. Each of Zu's golden feathers stretched longer than 10 ships placed end to end. Its eyes glowed like twin moons, and when it opened its sharp, curved beak, the sound shook mountains until they crumbled. The creature's claws sparkled with the same light as stars, though sailors swore they could cut through stone as if it were water. Zu once grew angry at how humans wasted precious rain, watching them fight over rivers while letting crops die in the fields. The great bird gathered every cloud in the sky and locked them inside a cave on the highest mountain peak. For 100 days, no rain fell anywhere in the world. Rivers dried up, and the land turned brown and lifeless. Only when people learned to share water fairly did Zu release the clouds. The bird struck the mountain with its wing, breaking open the cave and bringing back the rain. From that day forward, sailors and farmers always saved some of their best food as gifts for Zu, leaving them on tall poles that reached toward the sky.